Steve, wake up, the mentor is here. Luli was awakened and opened his eyes blankly. At this moment, he is in a spacious classroom. However, everything in this classroom is composed of blocks. Not only that, the scenery outside the window is the same. The square of the square, the block cloud, the square mountain. Where is this? I am not playing I in the room IEAFT? Suddenly, Luli felt a tingling of his brain. A bunch of information poured into his brain. After a few seconds, he knew the situation. He actually crossed and came to a world called Block Continent. He himself is an ordinary block man named Steve, studying in the Square School. Interestingly, the professor here, and IEAFT's game knowledge is exactly the same. Not only that, Luli also found that everyone had blood bars and buff display on everyone's head. This made him a little stunned and thought he was playing games. Steve. Stand up. Answer the question just now. At this moment, a severe sound bombed in Luli's ears. Luli is not moving. Steve. Instructor Lami called you. Alex reminded the same table. Until then, Luli responded. Isn't he just Steve? The eyes of the entire classroom gathered on him. What question? Luli was puzzled. How to get infinite water with 2 barrels of water? A serious man asked. This person is named Lami and is the instructor of Wangqing Elite College. Ah? Luli couldn't help scratching his head. I know you can't answer, don't listen to class in class, be lazy all day. Give me a penalty station. Randy was angry. There was a laughter in the class. Steve is recognized by the class and the class. How can he answer it all day when he sleeps all day? Just when everyone thought that Luli was about to be kicked out, he only heard him said lightly. That's it? Ask me such a simple question, do you treat me as an idiot? Dig a ditch with a length of 3 square meters, 1 grid, 1 square meter, and pour 2 barrels of water on the side, and the middle grid is infinite water. Suddenly, the audience was silent. Obviously, Lami did not expect that Luli really answered up, and his tone was so arrogant, which really surprised him. Originally, he was ready to let Luli be ugly. For a while, some riding tigers is difficult, it's right, sit down, you don't have such a good luck time again. Lami said coldly. How smart, Luli heard the other party's words at once. I'm right? Just kidding. Lao Tzu has been playing for so many years? Luli's eyes swept away, and he was in his heart. He didn't sit down, but looked at Lami with a smile. Mundares of Lami, as a senior mentor of the King City Elite Institute, I have a question to ask you, I wonder if you can answer it for me. Ask. Randy is confident. Do you know, how can you make unlimited water with a bucket of water? As soon as this problem came out, Lami first stunned, and then looked at it quickly. Oh, Steve, have you burned your brain? How can a bucket of water be able to make infinite water? I think you should go back to the countryside and go to plant fields, don't be shameful for our elite college. There was a laugh in the class. At the same table Alex pulled him and persuaded Steve, sit down. Luli shook his head gently, signaling not to worry about himself, he had the next plan in his heart. From the dialogue just now, Luli won a conclusion. People in this world only stay in the most basic stage of the use of principles. Even the simple techniques of infinite water need to study in school, which shows that they lack knowledge about knowledge. He smiled slightly and said indifferently, Instructor Lami, why do you say that a bucket of water can't make infinite water? I want to say it. As soon as Luli said, the students in the class began to ridicule. Cut. No, the bragging. A soil that hasn't seen the world, dare to speak mad here. Go back home. Don't be shameful here. Most of the students of the Wangqing Elite College are noble children of the kingdom, and their family is prominent. They have long seen Luli unhappy, but they are usually not good at attacking. How can a poor ghost in the countryside be accompanied by sitting with them? And dare to hit by Master Lamy in the classroom? It is impossible. Steve, disturb the classroom discipline and get out of me. Lamy roared at the landing. Luli ignored them, and he went straight towards the corner of the classroom. There is a pills, and a bucket of water and some glass water bottles. Everyone curiously looked at the moving of the landing off. Lamy also sneered, but did not go up to stop, but waited for Luli to be ugly. A bucket of water is made of infinite water. Isn't this whimsical? Luli first dug a ditch with a deep 3 grit on the ground, and then poured the water of the bucket into the leftmost space. Then take 3 bottles of water with a glass bottle and pour it in a pillow pot. At this point, the water of the pills was already full. Use a bucket to remove the water in the refining pot and pour it in the right space. In this way, the 2 streams of water gathered, and the grid in the middle was infinite water. How? Do you have anything else you want to say? Luli stood up, pointed to the ground, and looked at the man with a smile. The left side of the door. There is nothing to be proud. Seeing that the man was still hard, he refused to admit his ignorance, and Luli smiled even more. Instructor Lamy, you are right, this is indeed the left side of the door. As soon as this statement came out, the male instructor named Lamy eased slightly. He thought that Luli was ready to be soft, and he was about to say something to relieve the embarrassment. As a result, in the next second, Luli said amazing again. But, like this, there are still 7 or 8 types, do you want to listen? Lamy heard that the just improved face became gloomy again. He never expected that Luli actually played a recovery and retreat. He was caught off guard. The instructor of the elite academy of the King City was actually asked by an unknown student. This is simply a shame and shame. Lamy's face was green for a while, and he didn't speak for a long time. Ding-ling-ling, the bell sounded suddenly, breaking the tranquility. Lamy slowly walked to Luli's side and hummed softly. Steve is right, kid, you have a kind of. I remember you. Let's walk and see. After that, he left the classroom quickly. Luli looked at the back of the opponent's escape, and smiled, particularly happy. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other. The pride of Mandarin Randy actually ate in Luli's hands, which is really rare. They quietly looked at landlords and whispered. These 2 goods have provoked the mentor of Lamy, and they must be wearing small shoes. Yeah. Instructor Lamy was the relative of the deputy dean, this time he died. Luli didn't care about the criticism of everyone at all, and walked towards the door and walked towards the door. Before leaving, he did not forget to shoot Alex. Go. Go home. What are you still doing here? Alex was still immersed in the shock just now and did not respond. When he saw Luli go away, he caught up busily. Hey. Steve, you wait for me. Steve, you can get annoyed this time. Alex caught up with Luli from the rear, and his face was worried. Teacher Lamy is the big celebrity of the college. No one who offended him ended, maybe he would still be kicked out of the college. Cut. What's so amazing? A group of ants who are sitting on the sky and watching the sky. Luli said disdain. The knowledge level of this world is estimated to be strenuous. Anyway, I am also a senior player. Do I need them to teach? Just kidding. About IEAFT, Luli didn't dare to say that he knew everything, but he was more than enough to hang this so-called college mentor. Alex heard his words and quickly covered Luli's mouth. Steve. Are you sleepy? Can you say this kind of words? The teachers of the elite college are the most outstanding existence in the kingdom of blocks. If you just spread it, you will definitely be resentful. Luli was too lazy to argue with him, and walked straight towards home. Wangqing Elite College, located in the center of the kingdom of the block. Luli's home is thousands of miles away. If you want to go home, you can only pass the large array in the college. There was an old man who had white hair beside the large array, and he closed his eyes. "Fear me, can you help me turn on the teleportation array?" Luli asked softly. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Luli. "Where to go?" "Border, Carlo village." "Okay, go in." As soon as the old man waved his hand, he sent a white light. Luli stood in the teleportation array, only feeling dark in front of him, and his body disappeared in place. The old man looked at the empty array of empty Rui, and said with emotion, "It looks like that kid is really like." When Luli opened his eyes again, the scenery in front of him changed completely. The beautiful tall buildings in the college disappear, and replaced it with a beautiful scenery of the country. At dusk, the sky was stained with a layer of blush. The breeze passed by, mixed with warm wind and faint aroma. Not far away, several small wooden houses were rising to smoke. There is Luli's hometown, Carlo village. The village of Carlo is located on the border, with scarce smoke and only dozens of residents. But there are tablets of wheat fields everywhere, and you can't see it at a glance. According to memory, Luli found his home. It is not so much home, it is a matchbox. As soon as Luli arrived at the door, his mother Tiki walked out of the house. "Hungry, hurry up and go to the house for dinner." As soon as I walked into the house, a wet smell came. The furnishings in the house are very simple, and they can be described almost by the family. Even Zhang Xiang's bed was not paved on the ground. After the seat, Luli looked at the food in the plate, frowned slightly. If he read it correctly, it should be a piece of carrion, but it has been simply processed. "This thing, can you really eat it?" Luli couldn't help but get a question mark in his heart. After putting the carrion in front of him for a long time, Luli was determined to bite. This sip, Luli almost couldn't help vomiting. This nima is what people eat. It's soft and not a little bit, there is no taste at all, even if it is. The key is that the smell is too strange, just like expired stinky tofu plus milk. After eating the entrance, there is no taste, which is simply chewing wax. This kind of thing can only be eaten by the legendary gourmet Lao Ba. Guru. Luli suddenly snoring, and at the same time, the green bubbles were rising from the top of his head. At the same time, blood bars have also become dark green. Obviously, this is the poisoning effect caused by eating carrion. This taste is uncomfortable. After taking a few sips of my head, Luli finally couldn't help it. "Mom, don't we have so many wheat fields in our family? Why don't you make some bread?" Obviously, her mother Tiki did not expect that her son would ask this question. "Silly child, we don't even have a workbench in our house, what to do?" "Isn't that simple? Just a circle of wooden boards is fine." Luli somewhat doubted life. People in this world would not even do the workbench? Things are not as simple as you think. The mother Tiki shook her head and began to explain patiently with Luli. It turned out that there were two strange bans in the kingdom of Block. The first. Civilians can only use 2x2 simple workbench, and cannot have a private 3x3 multifunctional workbench. Once found, it will be severely punished. If civilians want to get various tools and foods, they must pay crops such as wheat to exchange. The second article. Civilians cannot receive school education. Luli is an exception. After listening, Luli couldn't help sneered. The means of Wangqing nobles are really shameless. The synthesis rights of various items are deprived from civilians to benefit. There is no workbench, not even a decent weapon. Even if civilians have complaints, they will not threaten their status at all. What a deep calculation. At the same time, Luli began to understand why the knowledge level of this world was so low. The reason is simple. Civilians cannot accept education, and they cannot get new knowledge at all. After a long time it will become ignorant. The aristocrats of the Wanqing clan their own, not thinking for ahead, thinking about how to squeeze civilians all day. The tutors of those colleges think that the knowledge they know is the whole world. I also came to teach and teach lectures with a lot of words. This kind of Yelon's arrogant behavior made Luli feel very ridiculous. No innovation, where does the progress come from? After eating, Luli found an excuse and ran out. He dragged his tired body slowly on the countryside. It didn't take long, but the stomach gurgled out of anger. Dinner was not full at all, and the meat rotten was too difficult to swallow. He didn't take a few mouthfuls at all. The night was getting darker, and there was a bug of insects in the wheat field. Luli looked at the wheat field and drooling. In his eyes, those who can be delicious. But thinking of the shit ban, Luli hurt a little. After hesitating for a moment, Luli immediately made a decision. What are the ban on it? Anyway, Luli didn't want to eat those disgusting meat anymore. Just do it. Luli rushed into the wheat field on the side of the road. In reality, if you want to get wheat, it is not as easy as the game. Luli must harvest the wheat by himself. After a while in the field, I barely made up half a group of wheat. At this time, Luli's physical strength had reached the limit, and he had long been exhausted. He simply lay directly in the wheat field to rest. At this moment, Luli's mind popped up. How good it is to be an automated redstone farm here. Don't have to be so tired. Imagine that when the neighbors next door were still harvesting crops in the wheat field under the scorching sun. With the Luli of the automated redstone farm, you only need to press the switch gently. Not only does it save time and effort, but also greatly improves. Are you afraid of nothing to eat? Luli stood up, packed the wheat on the ground into the backpack, and walked in the direction of home. On the way, I met a late villager. He was carrying a large bundle of wheat on his shoulders, staggering, and his head was sweating. Luli puzzled, "Uncle, why don't you put the wheat backpack? How tired to carry." "Backpack? Lady, are you kidding me? How can you carry it home? Let's talk about it. How can there be such a big backpack?" The big tree wiped the sweat and said with a smile. Luli seemed to think of something, and quickly pointed at his head and asked, "Uncle, do you see my blood bar?" "What? There is nothing on your head." "And NBP, it's almost dark, the young man is going home, it's too dangerous outside." After that, the villagers left quickly. Luli was in place, and after a while before returning to God. From the dialogue just now, Luli learned an important message. He can see the blood bars and status columns of others. Others cannot. He has a system backpack that can collect items, and there are no others. This discovery is extremely important for Luli. Fortunately, he found it early. If he accidentally exposed this secret, it would be troublesome. Maybe it will be caught for research. However, the emergence of backpacks also brought great convenience to Luli. At least, he can carry a lot of items with him, without working hard. Now the first priority is to quickly build a multifunction workbench out. The raw material is also very simple, only one piece of wood, that is, for wooden boards. Coincidentally, there was a birch tree beside the road. Luli came to the tree and thought about how to get this tree away. He now has no materials and tools at hand. The only way is to be empty-handed. Empty, should it be? Luli looked at his hand uncertainly and looked at the birch trees. He suddenly thought of IEAFT has a famous saying. If you want to get rich, first sting the tree. This strengthens Luli's thoughts. He stretched out his hand and started trying to rub on the trunk with his hands. 5 seconds have passed. The birch trees did not even fall off. It was Luli's palm that was scalded. Is it right? Lu turned his palm, turned his palm, and gripped it against the trunk. 5 seconds have passed. Luli's fingernails were almost bald, and there were only a few slight scratches on the trunk. "Hey!" Luli scolded, and he was a kick in the white birch tree. In reality, using hands to use hands, it is simply a knight. It seems that you can only find a tool to cut the tree. Luli returned home and began to look around. In the corner, there was an axe. Luli walked carefully against the wall and put the axe in his backpack. When he was about to go out again, he was shouted by his mother Tiki. "Steve, why are you going out so late? It's dangerous outside, quickly enter the house." Luli smiled embarrassed and had to return to the room. Luli was lying on his dry grass bed and turned over, there was no trace of sleep. Wait until late at night. After confirming that his mother had been sleeping, Luli finally started to act. He stomped out of the house. The stars outside the moon are clear, and the night wind is cold. Under the white birch tree before, Luli took out the axe. This is a wooden axe, and it is seriously damaged. There are several gaps on the blade. Luli rose up the wooden axe, and slashed in the white birch tree. However, the wooden axe is too shabby, and it is very difficult to cut. It took 5 minutes to take 5 minutes, and Luli finally cut off the bottom. Fortunately, this world does not belong to the Manor of Newton. Even if it is empty, it will not fall. At this time, Luli was already exhausted. Damn. This is too tiring. Luli felt that his arm had lost consciousness, and his sourness was weak. After a moment of rest, Luli raised the wooden axe again to start cutting the tree. This time, Luli finally mastered some skills. For example, when cutting the tree, the axe blade is oblique. This time it took only 3 minutes to cut off the second logs. Looking at it, there is only the last one. Luli added full horsepower and auxiliary, and finally finished the whole white birch tree. When the last axe is split, the wooden axe durability is bottomed out, and the response is broken. Luli couldn't wait to simply synthesize Taichung in the backpack, decomposing logs into wooden boards and wooden sticks. Then use 4 wooden boards to create the most critical workbench. Then place the workbench on the ground, and then put the wooden sticks and wooden boards to make a wooden axe and wooden pick. Luli is more familiar with this starting process. With wooden tools, the next step is to develop in the direction of stone tools. However, there is no naked mine at all nearly, and there are no ready-made stones to dig it for him. As for digging under his feet, Luli didn't want to try. After looking around for 4 weeks, Luli finally decided to go to the small woods outside the village to take a look. It happened that I was lacking in wood, and cut a little more. The village at night was quiet, no figure. The village of Carlo is located in the border and borders the fog forest. The fog forest has a layer of white dense fog all year round, which is very mysterious. According to legend, the fog forest is full of various evil curses, and once humans enter, they will lose it. There were villagers who did not believe in evil, and entered it, but in the end there was no message. At the beginning, everyone thought it was accidental. It was not until later that more and more villagers disappearing in the fog forest did people really realize the horror of the fog and deep forest. Since then, the fog forest has become the existence of people's discussion. But Luli didn't care about this. He is an atheist. What curse, fog, it sounds unreliable. In his opinion, this is just a trick to lie to children. However, one thing needs to be vigilant. The fog forests are not seen all year round, and the light is dim. Therefore, it has become a gathering place for many monsters. They came out day and night, and they ran out of the villages nearby at night. As soon as I walked to the village entrance, I heard a roar of a zombie. Luli quickly took out the axe and was ready to enter the battle status at any time. After looking around for 4 weeks, Luli did not find a monster. This made him wondering. Can you hear it yourself? Just thinking, the roar came again. This time Luli listened to it, and he followed his prestige. I saw a zombie slowly out of the woods in the distance. It's just, this zombie is a bit different. Its body shape is huge, reaching a height of nearly 3 meters. And its blood volume is as high as 100 points, and the flesh is outrageous. Luli suddenly regretted running out. The mother said right, the night is really dangerous. The roar of giant zombies came again. This time, the voice was closer. Luli raised his head, but found that the giant zombie seemed to be staring at himself. There was a shock in his heart. At the moment, he saw a hint of provocation from the other's eyes. How is it possible? Can zombies still have spiritual wisdom? Immediately after, dozens of normal zombies appeared around the giant zombie. If Luli didn't guess wrong, this giant zombie should be the leader in zombies. Giant zombies raised their arms, pointed to Luli, and yelled again. The ordinary zombies around the giant zombies seemed to get some instructions, and they walked towards landing. Luli stood at the door, but he was not very panicked. There is a circle of wooden fence walls on the periphery of the village, which should resist the offensive of the zombies. It's just that the scene has not been happy, and an unexpected scene happened. After the zombies were blocked, they began to bite the wooden fence crazy. Within a few seconds, wearing began to wear on the wooden fence. According to this speed, it won't take long for this group of zombies to break through the barrier. He may still deal with 3 or 2 zombies. It's a bit troublesome to come so much. If so many zombies break into the village, I am afraid that the entire village will suffer a disaster. Luli dared not neglect, took out the axe, and started fighting. The damage of the wooden axe is very high, and the basic damage is as much as 7 points. It is much higher than Mujian's poor 4 points of damage. However, the wooden axe is slightly bulky, and can only play a role in the output of this stump. If it is really close to the monsters, it is better to use the wooden sword. Luli's head of the nearest zombie was cut down. -6, a damage number started from the top of the zombie. Because the zombies bring a little armor, they can only cause 6 points of damage. In other words, under normal circumstances, only the 4 axe can kill a zombie. A brand new wooden axe has 60 durability. When cutting the tree, each time it consumes a little durability. When attacking the monster with an axe, it will be doubled at a time. The wooden axe in Luli's hand can be scrapped at least 30 times. 30 attacks, only 7 zombies can be killed, and more than half of them can be handled. But now I don't have time to consider these, I can kill one. It really doesn't work, just fight with zombies close to me. Luli held the wooden axe tightly, and it was cut down again. -18, AI catching red damage abruptly appeared. The zombie, who was originally cut by Luli, was violent on the spot. Huh? What happened? Luli widened his eyes, and thought he was wrong. Why can ordinary wooden axe be able to make such a high harm? This is unscientific. He tried several times, but did not happen before, and it was still 6 o'clock. Luli remembered the previous attack. At that time, his axe was originally cut off at the zombie's head. As a result, as soon as he was crooked, he cut it on the neck of the zombie. Thinking of this, Luli's eyes lighted. Right. It must be different parts of the attack, so the damage produced is also different. He tried again. -12, this attack is the same as the position of the previous attack. The damage is a lot higher, but there is still a lot of gaps in the damage of 18 o'clock. Strange, why is this? Lu Dan scratched his head, and he was puzzled. However, confusion belongs to confusion, zombies still have to kill. After that, he killed 5 or 6 zombies with a wooden axe. During this time, Luli had hit more than 18 o'clock and 12 o'clock damage several times chopping, Luli seemed to have gradually mastered his skills. If it is an ordinary attack, it does not cause additional damage to the neck. However, the angle of cutting the axe blade is slightly inclined, and you can easily double the double damage of 12 o'clock. As for 3 times the damage at 18 o'clock, more accurate control is needed to achieve it. Not only requires the right attack angle, but also control the attack distance. At the top of the axe blade is the most sharp and most lethality of the weapon. It can easily cut off the necks of the zombies, causing tons of damage. Lu Liyue killed the more excited, and his body could not feel tired. He has mastered new combat skills now, and zombies cannot live under his hands. However, the durability of the wooden axe was limited. Luli had to first get a knife on the neck of each dozens of zombies and scratch them into a blood. Then use the wooden pick to replenish the damage and kill one by one. After half an hour, Lu Lizai finally wiped out the zombies next to the fence. Luli took a breath, and the tight nerves finally relaxed. An indescribable tired sweeping came, and Luli felt a dark eyes, and fell to the ground. Damn, no physical strength. At this time, Tianong was bright. The giant zombie looked up at the sky and turned to disappear in the forest. When Luli woke up again, he found that he was lying in a strange room. As soon as he remembered himself, he felt soreness and couldn't move at all. Luli sorrowful. Wake up! Wake up! Someone shouted loudly at the door. After a few seconds, a group of people rushed into the house. The front of the crowd is the mother, Tiki. Her eyes were red and looked very embarrassed. Steve. Thanks, you wake up. I will be scared to death by you. Tiki rushed in front of Luli's window, crying. Luli was stunned and asked, "Did I happen?" He now has a paste in his head, and he can't even remember what happened last night. Steve, your kid is not sleeping in the middle of the night, why do you go outside? The village chief Gel was an old white-bearded man, and he asked with some beard with some beards. The village chief, I urgently urinate, I want to find a place to facilitate it. Luli just found an excuse to obscure the past. No matter how dangerous it is outside at night. If it wasn't for Reinhardt just passing by, he rescued you from the zombies, and NBP, your kid will be dead. Ah? Luli heard the words, his brain was blank. Who is Reinhardt? Still saved yourself from the zombie? Isn't this nonsense? Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Reinhardt is here. Let's open. Someone shouted excitedly. The villagers made away, and their eyes were full of worship. Luli looked at the door and saw a burly man walking in slowly. This man was wearing an iron armor, an iron sword on his waist, and a shield behind him. There was a sword and shield pattern on his right chest. Luli vaguely remembered that it was the mark of the Knights of the Wangqing. Students at Wangqing Elite College can choose to join the organizations in various Wangqing after graduation. The Knights of the Wangqing is one of them. All the people in the Wangqing Knights are masters of fighting. It's just. Luli didn't understand why this guy named Reinhardt appeared in the remote Carlo village. And he said that he repelled the zombie army and saved himself. Luli wants to scold people a little. Save yourself? Does he match it? Intersection. Obviously he desperately killed the zombie army. Why did you wake up? All the credit became the goods. Reinhardt. You are here. We are trying to thank you well. The village chief Gel quickly welcomed it to express his gratitude. Village chief, don't thank you, as a member of the Cavaliers, the people of protecting the kingdom of the block are my duties. Reinhardt waved his hand and said, his face was calm. Can't say that. If you hadn't repelled the zombie army, maybe our Carlo village may have disappeared. It is not a big deal to deal with those monsters. Reinhardt's face was relaxed, as if killing dozens of zombies was simple to him. Luli was lying on the bed, and when he heard this, he almost fainted. Kiki. He coughed twice, interrupted the dialogue between Reinhardt and the village chief. By the way, I almost forgot. Luli introduced it to you. This is the Cavaliers of Reinhardt. Last night, he saved you, and thank you, thank you. The village chief pulled Reinhardt to Luli. Luli stared at Reinhardt, his face was weird. Thank you yourself? Just kidding. He can't wait to rush up to the face of the goods. Hello, kid, my name is Reinhardt, are you okay? Reinhardt stretched out his hand to the landing to express his friendship. On his face was a kind smile, and it looked approachable. Luli didn't feel at all. He looked at Reinhardt's face and was a little nauseous. If possible, he wants to expose this hypocritical guy in front of everyone. However, Luli feels that these ignorant villagers do not believe in themselves. After all, in their eyes, Luli is just a child. How can I believe in children? Moreover, Luli couldn't guarantee whether the other party would be angry and killed himself after exposing Reinhardt. Even, it may affect the entire village. Luli has not been grasped now. You know, all of the Wanqing knights are masters of fighting. If the same equipment, Luli may have a few tricks with the other party. In terms of skills, Luli has self-confidence to defeat the opponent. But in terms of equipment and physical fitness, Luli is much worse. That armor is enough to leave a headache. The current attack on the opponent is simply scraping. All in all, the current Luli is undoubtedly defeated to Reinhardt. Reinhardt's hand stretched out in the air for a long time, but Luli didn't plan to ignore him at all. The atmosphere in the house suddenly became a little embarrassed. Mr. Reinhardt, please don't be angry, children are not sensible, don't compare them with him. The village chief quickly came out to explain. Reinhardt frowned slightly. What about this civilian child, but even dare to give himself? Doesn't he know the prestige of the Wanqing Cavaliers? Thinking about it in my heart, my mouth was another speech. It's okay, the village chief, I think this child should be frightened, not intentional. Let's go out and let him take a good rest. Reinhardt pretended a large look and said with a smile. Seeing this scene, the villagers around me had a little more like to Lionheart. A group of people gathered in the room with Reinhardt. Mother Tiki explained 2 sentences and left together. Luli was lying on the bed alone, turning over, and couldn't sleep. He endured the pain and got up from the bed. As soon as I walked to the door, I heard a conversation about myself. This Steve is too much, Mr. Reinhardt saved him, he even thanked him. Yeah, Mrs. Tiki is so good, how can you spread such a bad son? 2 villagers were squatting at the door, and the righteousness was upset. They originally wanted to leave with Reinhardt, but the village chief asked the 2 to stay here to see the landing. The 2 were somewhat uncomfortable, and they began to launch a complaining. Hush, whispered, don't be heard, but the boy was in Wanqing, be careful he retaliated you. What are you afraid of? That kid must be asleep and can't hear us talking. A villager said disregarding it. Hey, I don't know what his family has gone. It actually made the important figures in Wanqing people, and got the opportunity to go to Wanqing. Another villager said a little envy. But I heard that the boy was sleeping all day in school, it seemed to be fired. Deckley deserves, so good opportunities, don't cherish. What's so amazing to go to Wanqing, to go to school? In the end, I still have to come back to plant fields with us. Luli stood behind the door, his fist could not help but clenched, and then released, quickly. Forget it, there is no need to generally see this group of villagers. They are just a group of ignorance idiots. And Luli is to change the world. Luli deliberately coughed twice and slowly pushed the door. The 2 outside the door looked tense and a little panicked. Please help me to tell the village chief, I'll go home first. Without waiting for the two to answer, Luli strode away. Last night, I was about to go outside to cut the trees, but I was busy playing with monsters. After confirming that no one followed himself, Luli changed his direction and walked towards the place that fainted last night. The fence was full of zombies' tooth marks, and it looked dilapidated. No one was around. Luli quietly turned over the fence and came to the village. Walking to the forest door, Luli stopped. This is just an ordinary forest, not even the periphery of the fog forest. At most, there are only a few sporadic monsters. I don't know what happened last night, and a large group of zombies suddenly emerged. Luli thought of the giant zombie last night, and he was scared. That kind of existence, I am afraid that even Reinhardt cannot be fighting. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. You must hurry up, get it before the sun, and leave here. Luli walked into the forest, and the light immediately darkened. Fortunately, the sky is not dark, and the vision is clear. He took out a torch and inserted on the ground. This is the habit of the development of many years of game development. As long as the light is enough, it will not be brushed. Luli took out the little axe left to durability and began to cut the tree. As soon as a few pieces of logs were cut off, the durability of the axe was exhausted. Fortunately, Luli already had a workbench, and he made another axe. The trees in this forest are mostly spruce, tall and tall. Sometimes, Luli was cut, and he couldn't hold the trunk of heights. This makes Luli in the late obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, the time is urgent at the moment, and it is not so much. Luli burst into imagination and applied the combat skills to the tree cutting. Unexpectedly, it really achieved unexpected results. The wood that originally took several minutes to cut it was shortened a lot, and it became more laborious. Luli chopped most of the logs, and then stopped. So many wood should be enough for him to use it for a while. With wood, now I only lack the stone. Fortunately, there was a mine not far away, which gave Luli a lot of trouble. The mine is very deep, and it looks dark inside. In case, Luli did not go in, but excavated outside. With the prepared pick, dug 3 pieces of round stones. Luli put it into the workbench and synthesized a stone pick. Since then, Luli has entered the Stone Age. Sherhow holds it in his hand and sinks much more than the wooden pick, which takes more effort. However, digging up stones is a lot faster than Muhao. After digging a group of stones, Luli's physical strength began to rush. He hurriedly stopped to avoid fainting again. If you spend the night in this wilderness, it is estimated that zombies can tear him into fragments. At this point, it was getting late, and it was already dusk. Luli must quickly return to the village. Before leaving, he looked at the depths of the mine. Drive the mine, but Luli's favorite thing. Maybe there is a diamond waiting for yourself below. With a cold wind blowing, there was a light sound in the mine. As soon as Luli's face changed, he ran away. This sound, he can't be familiar with it. The next second he ran away, and an arrow flew out of the cave, deeply in a thick big tree. Luli stood not far away, looking at the monster with a semi-skeleton in the entrance of the cave, and couldn't help but take a breath. Skeleton archer. Fortunately, he just responded in time, otherwise he would be hit by the arrow. With Luli's current combat effectiveness and deal with a zombie, I am afraid that it only takes a few seconds to get to deal with it. But if it is replaced with a skeleton archer, it will be much higher. The skeleton archer not only has a long attack distance, the damage is high, but also comes with it. It is simply a nightmare for novice players. At the beginning, when Luli first played, he ran in a skeleton archer at home. At that time, Luli was just a rookie. After being shot by the skeleton archer more than 10 times, Luli finally killed it. This left Luli a lot of shadows. In the skeleton archer in front of him, Luli didn't want to provoke him. Wait until the next time I am fully prepared, and I will go in again. Just thinking, there was a cry of zombies around. Luli didn't dare to stay for a long time, and trot all the way back to the village. Until then, Luli finally relieved. Finally, it is safe. Back home, Luli found that his mother Tiki had not returned. This is what he wants. Luli walked to the corner of the bedroom, took out his shovel, and started digging down. 1 grid, 2 grids, 3 grids. Always dug into stones. Luli changed to sure how and continued to dig down 3 or 4, and then stopped. The ground is dark, and only a faint light in the house can be seen on the top of the house. The front torch of Luli was inserted on the wall to illuminate the ground. He wants to dig out an underground space here to be used as his own secret base. In this secret base, Luli was not ready to tell his mother for the time being. Things such as the workbench are prohibited products, and once they are found, it is a felony. In case my mother accidentally said that she missed her mouth, it was over. It didn't take long after digging, Luli heard his mother calling himself. Steve. He quickly put away the tools and climbed up the ladder. The mother's voice was still echoed outside the house. Luli covered the hole and hurried out of the door. Mother, I'm here. Luli walked behind her mother and patted her. Steve. Where did you go? The village chief said that you were going home, but when I come back and find that no one at home, I was anxious to die. How is it? Nothing, is it? The mother Tiki turned her head, first a blame, and then a series of concern to the words of concern, which made Luli feel a little bit unhappy. I'm fine, I was bored at home just now, so I went out to stroll around. Luli said with some guilty conscience. It's dark that day, what are you going out? If it wasn't for the Reinhardt Knight to save you last night, you would have been dead. Luli heard that he wanted to explain it, and gave up again after thinking about it. It is not beneficial to say that only if you are strong enough, others will not underestimate you. Let's go, dinner is ready, hurry up and eat. Mother urged. Luli returned to God, nodded, and the two walked into the house together. It's meat again. As soon as Luli took the seat, he began to frown. The plate is rotten in the plate, and there is a lot more than the previous weight. Luli looked at his mother with some embarrassment. Hurry up, this is the carrion brought back by the Reinhardt Cavaliers this morning, but it is fresh, he is really a great person. Mother Tiki said happily. Luli's face became more weird. Damn, the dog is not good for the dog to bring a little bit more, and you have to bring the carrion back. Luli lost all the carrion in the bag last night. I did not expect to eat bad results now. He bit a piece of carrion with his head, endured nausea, and swallowed. After dinner, Luli hid back to his house for rest on the grounds of physical discomfort. He sealed the door to prevent his mother from breaking in. Back to the ground, picked up Sherhow and continued to dig. It was too busy to live in the middle of the night, and the underground base was slightly embossed. At this time, Luli was already exhausted. He was paralyzed in the corner of the corner, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He is currently in poor condition, only half the hunger is left, and the blood volume is only half. In summary, it is a word, hungry. Luli used the workbench, made the previously harvested wheat into bread, and received a total of 6 breads. The bread exudes a seductive aroma, allowing Luli's saliva to flow. Take a bite, it is extremely fragrant and delicious. Compared with the hard, verhaped meat, bread is simply the best food. Luli almost cried. Anyway, Lao Tzu is also a crossed person. He even eats food every day, and this day is too hard. This also strengthened Luli's determination. He has been sufficient to eat carrion, and he must be self-reliant. If you want to plant land, need water, seeds, and dirt. Luli climbed down the stairs lightly. While the mother didn't find it, Luli lifted the bucket and turned towards the river. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the ground, and the river reflected the moon, sparkling. Luli was filled with a bucket of water and put in the backpack. When the wheat was harvested, there were still a little wheat seeds left, but those are not enough. The weeds by the river become the best source of seeds. It took more than half an hour to collect enough wheat seeds. After dug some soil, Luli was ready to go back. Back to the ground, Luli began to be busy again. The preliminary excavation task has been done, and the rest is the layout. Luli first surrounded a 9 by 9 sized land with soil, then dug the middle one, and then filled the inside. Because the crops of cultivated land need water to irrigate to survive, the irrigation area of the water is exactly 9 by 9. This can maximize the use of water sources for irrigation to save more space. Wait until the soil is completely wet, and reclaim it with a hoe. You can start sowing. The farm in the game is very simple, you can get it only 2 times in the mouse. But in reality, it is too much trouble. Luli needed to wave the hoe repeatedly to turn the soil and make it a cultivated land. After a short half, Luli couldn't eat it. Fortunately, there are a few bread on him, which can be supplied. When the hunger value was fully filled, Luli returned to physical strength. Eating can replenish physical strength, which is good news for Luli. Humans in this world can only replenish physical strength by rest. Even if they eat food, they will not reply. As long as Luli has enough food, he can have infinite physical strength. When others are sleeping and resting, Luli is still full of spirit. In this way, work efficiency will be greatly improved. Luli waving his hoe and sowing. In this way, it was so busy that it was almost dawn, and finally the entire farmland was farmed. Now, you only need to wait quietly for these wheat to mature. While there was still some time, Luli put the basement again. There are almost little torch in Luli's hand. Fortunately, there are still many logs in his hand. Dig a hole on the wall and put the furnace in it. Burn the log into charcoal. Make a torch with the wooden stick and insert the whole room. The growth of crops is related to the brightness of the surrounding light. The higher the brightness, the faster the mature speed. Luli placed 2 large boxes in the corner to store items. Looking at the new secret base, Luli was very satisfied. Suddenly, a knock on the door came. "Steve, get up." Luli had a spirit of excitement and quickly returned to the room. When he opened the door, his mother Tiki looked at him suspiciously. "Steve, what are you doing in it? Call you for half a day before coming out." I'm too sleepy, but I didn't hear too much asleep." Luli now talks about the lies, and his face is not flushed, and his ability to talk about nonsense has improved a lot. "Go and wash it, let's go out." Mother Tiki urged. "Go out? This morning, where can I go?" Luli looked at the bright sky outside the window, a little confused. "Where can I go? Pick up carrion, I can't keep up late." Luli heard his words, his face changed. "Pick up, picking meat? What do you do?" he asked a little puzzled. "Silly child, of course, for eating, there is no carrion, our family is not enough to spend winter rations." Mother Tiki rubbed Luli's head and explained. 10 minutes later, Luli left the village with his mother, Tiki. On the way, many villagers met. They also picked up meat in the wild while dawn. Their destination is the fog forest. Every night, many monsters appear in the fog forest. After dawn, there will always be some monsters too late to return to the forest, and they are finally burned to death. After they die, they will leave loot, such as carrion. If they are lucky, they can pick up 1 or 2 equipment. Through the far away, Luli saw the legendary fog forest. Just like its name, there is a layer of white mist in the fog forest, which cannot see the condition inside at all. Even the sun is not exposed to the inside of the forest. There are about dozens of people around the forest, searching for carrion. Most of these villagers come from nearby villages. His mother, Takira landed, told him, Steve, you will stay near here, don't go far, I'll go away from a distance. After that, he walked away with the basket. Luli stood on the edge of the fog forest, and he was a little embarrassed. The trees here are a lot higher than the spruce tree, and they can't look up. The forest is filled with layers of mist, which look strange. Many people around were searching for carrion, and when they saw Luli staying there, they thought he was scared. This child, it is estimated that the first time you come, see the child scared, it is estimated that you have urinated pants. A villager said with a smile. However, the next second, he was dumbfounded. Damn. How did the child go in? The man watched his eyes stunned and walked into the fog forest. His exclamation attracted the attention of the surrounding villagers, and they leaned over. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? The man said Luli into the fog and deep forest, and suddenly shocked the audience. It's over. The child is dead. This is the fog forest. There is no return. Who is this child? Hurry back and prepare. People talk about discussion. Tiki, who came to hearing the news, squeezed into the crowd, but couldn't find his son. When she learned that Steve walked into the mist forest, she had dark eyes and fainted on the spot. At this time, Luli did not know. Just now, he stood at the door of the fog forest and suddenly heard a strange voice. The voice seemed to be calling for landing and let him go in. When he found himself into the fog forest, he suddenly woke up. It's just too late. Luli hurriedly wanted to go back, but found that he couldn't find the way back. It's like the legendary ghost hit the wall. See ghost. Why can't you go? Luli scolded. There was no way, he had to continue his head and move forward. The visibility of the fog forest is very low, and the surrounding scenery is almost the same, and there is no difference at all. After walking aimlessly in the fog forest for several hours, no exit was still found. Luli is desperate. He squatted to the ground and wanted to rest for a while. Suddenly, a burst of water passed into Luli's ears. Luli Meng stood up. With water flow, it means that there is a way out. As long as you follow the water, you will definitely leave this ghost place. He couldn't help speeding up and ran towards ahead. Gradually, Luli felt the land under his feet wet. Finally, not far ahead, I saw a flowing stream. The stream was clear, and Luli buried his head in it, drinking happily. The stream was cool and sweet, and Luli had disappeared a lot of tiredness. He stood up and walked downstream along the stream. Along the way, Luli didn't see a monster, which confused him. Didn't you say that the danger of the fog forest is abnormal? 9 deaths? I haven't encountered any danger except my way. More than 10 minutes later, Luli finally reached the end of the stream. The stream eventually remitted into a lake in the forest. This lake foot is as large as a football field and a low terrain. The flow of water in all directions gathered here. Luli squatted by the lake and looked curiously. This lake appeared too abruptly, and it didn't look simple. The lake is bottomless, and you can't see fish or other creatures. There were several huge brown dead branches floating in the center of the lake, and it was covered with leaves. Standing by the lake, Luli felt that he seemed to be swallowed at any time before he was in the abyss. He trembled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Suddenly, the lake surface rippled. A roar came from the bottom of the water. Luli's eyes condensed and looked at the center of the lake. This sound is very similar to what he heard outside the fog forest. It is very likely that this stuff attracts him here. The brown, dead branches in the lake suddenly moved. A shocking picture appeared in front of Luli. 100-meter long and dark dragon revealed from the lake. Where did Luli just saw? The black dragon shook his head and cleaned up the rotten fallen leaves on his head. Luli saw its whole picture clearly. This dragon looks like the last shadow dragon, but the eyes of the last shadow dragon are blue-purple, and the eyes of this black dragon are red. What surprised him was that black dragon's hands and feet were tied by giant chains. It seems that it is sealed here. Luli couldn't imagine what kind of existence was to trap it here. The black dragon opened his eyes slowly and yelled at the sky. The entire lake was centered on the dragon and began to fluctuate fiercely. The lake was like boiling hot water, and it began to roll over. Luli heard the dragonine, and his mind trembled. Luli worked hard to raise his head and looked at the dragon. However, the gap between the body shape between the two is too different. The other party can be able to take a head and one head. The dragon gradually lowered his head. An indescribable oppression fell on Luli's body. It felt like someone was heavy as a mountain on Luli's body. Luli could even hear the sound of his bones. He tried to stand up to escape, but he couldn't use his efforts to use his efforts. Black Dragon's head has come closer, bringing unprecedented sense of oppression to Luli. Duda's sweat beads kept flowing from his head. It's over, it's dead this time. Luli thought a little desperately. He closed his eyes and was ready to welcome his death. But after a long time, nothing happened. Luli opened his eyes suspiciously, but found that Black Dragon stared at himself upright. That pupil is extremely deep. It seems to be able to see through the heart of Luli. Human, I give you two choices, either kneel on me. I spare your life, either death, which one do you choose? Black Dragon suddenly spit out, and really frightened Luli. As for kneeling for each other? Luli couldn't do such a thing. Kneeling is impossible to kneel. It is impossible to kneel in this life. Either you still do it directly and give me a happy. Luli replied without hesitation. When he heard Luli's answer, there was a little surprise in the eyes of Black Dragon. Many humans have come here before and answered the same question. Without exception, they all chose to kneel directly and worship for mercy. The humans in front of them were so tough, and seemed to not take life and death at all. This made him a little more interested in Luli. Do you know what's the end of this? Black Dragon asked. Of course I know, I will die. Luli was calm. Aren't you afraid of death? Black Dragon is becoming more curious. Afraid, of course, I'm afraid, but what's the use of? Even if I choose to worship you, don't you still die in the end? As early as when Black Dragon asked this question, Luli had already thought of the ending. If kneeling is really useful, why did people entering the fog forests have not returned over the years? It is a dead word, horizontal and vertical. Why not be more impatient? The Black Dragon smiled suddenly. If those idiots in front can be the same as you, it will not die here. Luli heard the words, and his heart was settled. It seems that this little life is temporarily picked up. The main people don't say secretly, let's say, you lead me to the fog forest. What do you want to do? Seeing that Luli was so straightforward, Black Dragon was too lazy to turn around, which directly explained the intention. It's very simple, I want to ask you to help me. Help, what do you help? Luli looked weird. What can I help him with, a weak chicken? Very simple, take me to leave here. Luli's gaze fell on those thick chains, and shook his head again and again. Ah? Don't just kidding me. I can't get it. There are a few pounds and a few pounds, Luli is still clear. No need to break the seal, you just need to sign a soul contract with me. And NBP, Black Dragon said. Soul contract? What is that? Lu Dai scratched his head, which has completely exceeded his category. The soul contract can bind the souls of the contract between the contract and communicate with the soul. The Black Dragon explained. It sounds amazing, but, does this have anything to do with taking you away? Luli frowned, puzzled. Of course it doesn't matter. As long as we signed a contract, I can attach my soul to you, and then leave this ghost place with you. I buried a lot of treasures outside, as long as you nodded and agreed now, those things are yours. Black Dragon looked forward to landing and departure, and began to make various promises. Luli frowned slightly, a little hesitant. He always feels that the purpose of this guy is not so simple. However, now the situation is compelling, he has to accept the proposal of the other party. Whenever he dares to say nothing, it is estimated that he will fart in the next second. Okay, I promise you, but you have to guarantee that you can't start with me after going out. Rest assured, no. I swear in the name of the dragon, never hurt you. Black Dragon vowed to guarantee. What should I do now? Just stand in place. I will explore the soul into your mind later. Don't resist, otherwise you will be seriously injured if you are not careful. Halon carefully told. Luli nodded, and then closed his eyes. Seeing this, Black Dragon quickly stretched out his paws towards the landing head, and a white soul slowly penetrated into Luli's mind. After his soul entered Luli's mind smoothly, he began to invade deeply and find the soul of the landing. Find it. After the Black Dragon looked for it, he finally discovered where Luli's soul was. Compared to the Black Dragon's soul light troop, Luli's soul light group looks worthless. The size gap between the two is hundreds of times. Almost a moment, the Black Dragon's soul light ball has swallowed Luli's soul light ball. Luli suddenly felt that his brain began to become a little dizzy, and his consciousness began to blur. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but he heard the warning of the Black Dragon, so he had to give up. Don't resist, the soul contract is signed, it will be fine soon. As the power of the contract slowly took effect, the corner of the Black Dragon's mouth crossed a trace of unsightly sneer. A few minutes later, Luli completely lost his consciousness and fell directly to the ground. Luli felt like he was caught in a nightmare that couldn't wake up. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't open his eyes. This sense of weakness made him crazy. Suddenly, Luli saw himself lying down by the lake. What's wrong? Didn't you have a soul contract with the Black Dragon just now? Why did it fall suddenly? Suddenly, Luli saw his lying on the ground, slowly standing up. Huh? What happened? Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked him happened. Steve standing up suddenly yelled at the sky. Mother! It's hundreds of years. I have finally succeeded. However, the sound did not belong to Luli, but the Black Dragon. This boy looked thin, and did not expect that his physical strength was quite high, otherwise I would have to find the next goal again. Black Dragon smiled, and was quite satisfied with this body. He had tried many times before, and the results failed. The physical strength of those humans was not enough to bear his soul, and finally died of life. This time it was finally successful in Luli. Luli just reacted, and he was giving over by the Black Dragon. Well. I know this guy restless. What shit soul contract? It's all fake. Black Dragon just wants to devour the soul of Luli and take him. Luli hated gritting his teeth, where did he suffer such a big loss? Suddenly, Luli realized a problem. Didn't Black Dragon devour his soul? So why are you still safe now? The Black Dragon patted his original body and was reluctant. You know, this is the body of the dragon family. The most powerful of the dragons is physical fitness, and even void damage can be immune. If it weren't for escaping this ghost place, he would not be willing to discard the original body. When the Black Dragon turns, he will walk outside the fog forest. After walking out in 2 steps, the Black Dragon felt that he was walking. Huh? What's going on? Why can't you move? Black Dragon said with some confusion. Don't want to go today. Luli's voice suddenly appeared, and the Black Dragon was surprised. You are not dead? How is it possible? I swallowed your soul. He shouted, incredible. Sand sculpture, you devoured Steve's soul. Luli joked. Steve. Luli. It turns out, you are also a grabbing. Black Dragon exclaimed. Luli sneered with disdain. I am not as despicable as you. For a long time, there have been 2 souls in Steve's body. It's just that Luli didn't find it before. The Black Dragon devoured the soul of Steve, and Luli's soul was still safe. Even if it was Black Dragon, I did not expect that a person would have 2 souls in his body. After being surprised, the Black Dragon returned to calm. The body and soul of the dragon tribe are extremely powerful. What can be done even if Luli has not died yet? It's not the same to be swallowed by him. Boy, this is your self-seeking road. Just swallow you can make my soul stronger. The Black Dragon showed a cruel smile. Then you try it. This is Luli's last chance. Whether it is life or death, he has to try it. The Black Dragon's soul lights rose slowly from the top of Luli, and turned into a few meters of dragons. Come out to die. I want you to know the strength of the dragon. The Black Dragon clamored. Luli saw this, and gritted his teeth, fighting. His soul light group also slowly flew out. At the beginning, Black Dragon was still mad. But when he saw Luli's soul light group, his expression gradually became dignified. In the end, the Black Dragon was dumbfounded. What the hell are you? In front of the Black Dragon, a giant transformed from the soul light group appeared. The giant was tens of meters, and the Black Dragon was weak in front of him like a small lizard. Luli is also dull. What is the situation? Is your soul power so powerful? Why never found it before? Big brother. I'm wrong. Don't kill me. It's my eyes who don't know Taishan. The originally arrogant Black Dragon suddenly fell to the ground and began to land from landing. Luli was stunned. This product was too boneless, right? Before he did it, he surrendered? Black Dragon knelt on the ground tremblingly, and did not dare to look up at Luli. How stupid I am, I actually recruited such a big star. Luli sneered and said, that's it? I think you are better. Brother, forgive. As long as you can let me go, I promise you any conditions. The Black Dragon held his head like a garlic, tears. Then you tell me the place you buried first, I will think about whether to kill you. Ah? This? Hearing the treasure, the Black Dragon suddenly became nervous. Dragon, love fortune, like to collect treasures the most. Lu left his mouth and asked for treasure, which was no different from killing him. Are you unwilling? That's it. Will. As long as you want, I give it all. Halung quickly took out a map and handed it to Luli. This map records the hiding place of all my treasures. Well, this is not bad, I barely accepted it. Luli nodded and snatched from the Black Dragon. Is there anything else? Shouldn't it be this thing? You have no sincerity, it's hard to do. Luli pumped his mouth, and he was still not satisfied. Yes. I will get it for you. Black Dragon smiled even more ugly than crying. After a while, he took out the second thing. It was an oval-shaped item that did not slip autumn. What's this? Luli looked curiously. This is a dragon egg. Dragon egg? Luli heard his words, and immediately came to his spirit. What dragon's egg? He hurriedly asked. I don't know, this stuff has been worshipped by the dragon people on the altar, and I spent great effort to get it. The Black Dragon explained. I don't know what it is, what do you go to steal him? After eating? Luli asked in doubt. It is said that this dragon egg has a big secret. As long as you can enlighten, you can order the entire dragon. Unfortunately, I have studied for hundreds of years, and I couldn't figure out the mystery, otherwise it would not be kept here. Black Dragon couldn't help sighing. Boring. Luli was not interested in these nihilic things. He took the dragon egg and threw it into his backpack. When Black Dragon saw this scene, he couldn't help wondering. Where did this boy throw the dragon egg? The power of the Long tribe can hide the items in the space. Could it be that this human be human? Is there anything else? Luli closed the dragon egg and asked at the Black Dragon. No, the rest are buried in treasure. Black Dragon cried and said. Hey, I obviously give you a chance, you are two arguing. Luli's expression of hating iron and steel made the Black Dragon more tense. Brother. My ontology is also a good thing. If you don't dislike it, take it. The Black Dragon pointed to the 100-meter Black Dragon body in the lake. What do I want your tattered bodies? Luli said angrily. Big brother, the dragon tribe is all a baby. Dragon horns can be used for refining medicine, the dragon scales can be used as armor, and the dragon claw can be used as a weapon. Heilung is like a few treasures and introduced every part of himself. That expression is like a professional salesman. Okay, then I will barely accept it. Luli revealed an unwilling look and collected the body. Unfold Shadow Dragon Corpse, X1. Is it decomposed? As soon as I put in the backpack, Luli saw a prompt. Luli chose yes, and jumped out another prompt. The backpack is insufficient to decompose, please upgrade the backpack. Can this backpack still upgrade? Luli was shocked and happy. He found that there was an upgrade option on the backpack interface. The current backpack is 9 square meters, which is a bit less. Every time you upgrade a backpack, you can increase the capacity of 9 square meters. The first upgrade of the backpack requires 1 gold coin, and the number of gold coins required for the second time requires 10 gold coins. The subsequent backpack upgrade costs increased 10 times in turn. The more money the backpack upgrades are expensive. In the Kingdom of the Block, people use gold coins and silver coins for transactions. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. Luli's money now does not have more than 10 silver coins, which can be described as a poor egg. The upgrade of the backpack, it seems that it can only be put first. As for the Black Dragon in front of him, Luli was unpredictable. The things have also been accepted, should you give him a life? If it is not the same as the Black Dragon, isn't it different from the Black Dragon? But after all, he was a scourge, and he suffered endlessly. When Luli was tangled, the Black Dragon spoke. Brother, I know what you are thinking. If you are not assured, I am afraid that I will retaliate afterwards. I can sign a contract with you. Contract? You can stop, I have been pitted before, this time it will not be fooled. No, I am sincere this time. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to take the initiative to sign a contract with you. What is a life and death contract? Listen to. Luli was interested for a while. The contract of life and death is unilateral, and it will not have any impact on you. After signing the contract, you can control my life and death at will. Oh? And this kind of contract? It sounds good. If the Black Dragon is true, then this is a good way. Anyway, Black Dragon's own request, Luli had no burden in his heart. Then do what you said. Luli nodded and said. The Black Dragon was overjoyed and quickly signed the contract. It wasn't until this time that he had a sigh of relief. Although it is shameful to be a dog's leg, it is enough to find a life. As the saying goes, it is better to die. The life of the dragon tribe is long, and the lifespan of human beings is short. As long as Luli is old, he can read life. Moreover, it is not necessarily a bad thing to follow the landing. At least, you can leave this ghost place and go to the outside world. He has been trapped here for hundreds of years, and he has long been tedious about everything here. All dust settled, Luli and Black Dragon recovered their souls. Black Dragon is temporarily attached to Luli, ready to leave with him. Reinstalling the control of the body again, Luli stretched his waist comfortably. Since today, Luli is Steve, and Steve is also Luli. Under the guidance of the Black Dragon, Luli walked towards the fog forest. Along the way, Luli was like a curious baby, and kept asking the question. Xiaohei, why is there fog in the fog forest? I only know that a lot of powerful monsters have been imprisoned here. Black Dragon shook his head and said. Then, are you the most powerful monsters in the fog forest? Luli heard that he was bright, and he had some faint expectations. I don't know, it is estimated that it is not. There is still some distance from the center of the fog forest. There should be a strong existence than me. It's stronger than the dragon. Who is that person? Luli couldn't help sighing. After several hours of trek, Luli finally came to the periphery of the fog forest. If it weren't for the Black Dragon, he might be lost to the monkey year of the monkey. The periphery of the fog forest today is particularly lively. People in the villages nearby heard that someone broke into the fog forest and came to watch the show. Steve's mother, Tiki, was surrounded by. At this time, she was sad. It's just a turn, and his baby son is gone. The most terrible thing is that someone saw Steve into the fog forest with his own eyes. This is simply no different from the death penalty directly. When the villagers around were discussed, Luli had arrived. Over the distance, he saw the huge battle outside. Good guy. I disappeared for a while, how can I run out so many people? After thinking about it, he still decided to be a bit weak, so as not to be seen by the flaws. Oh my God! I'm not dazzling? Someone came out of the fog forest. With the appearance of landing, the crowd exploded again. Tiki, who was already desperate, raised his head suddenly, and saw Luli staggered 2 steps, and then fell to the ground. Steve. How are you? Is it okay? She hurried over and looked at the situation. It's okay. Before he finished speaking, Luli fell to the ground. Luli tried his best to make himself look worse, and he had a good pass. Fortunately, these villagers did not know how to break his strategy, and they all believed. After a few hours, Luli woke up slowly. This consciousness is particularly sweet. After opening his eyes, Luli found himself back home. Mother Tiki was sitting beside him at this time. She lowered her head and her eyes were deep. When Luli saw this, he couldn't help but blame himself. Mother. Seeing Luli woke up, her mother Tiki was overjoyed. As soon as Luli wanted to sit up, she pressed it back. Don't move, you need to rest well. Luli was so lying back. Don't run away next time, the fog forest is not playing in trouble. Tiki said seriously. Well, mother, I know. Luli Jia nodded. Luli talked to his mother Tiki without one. Steve, how did you come out of the fog forest? Can you tell me? When Luli walked out of the fog forest, the entire village was boiling. They are all curious what Luli has experienced. However, Luli pretended to die as soon as he came out, and they had no chance to ask. Seeing his mother speak, Luli had to find an excuse to obscure the past. I don't know what happened. As soon as I walked into the fog forest, I lost my way. After a long time, I walked out. Luli pretended to be serious about what happened at the time, covering the pain of his head. What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable? Seeing this, her mother Tiki asked worriedly. It's okay, I just hurt my head. It should be fine for a while. Okay, then take a good rest, I'll go out first. Watching his mother Tiki left the house, Luli had a sigh of relief. At this moment, a sound sounded in Luli's mind. Brother, your acting skills are really good. Boy admires. As soon as Luli heard that the sound came from the black dragon. Life is like a play, depending on acting. After that, Luli stood up and blocked the door. He didn't want others to find his underground base. The grass in the corner was opened, and the stairs leading to the ground were exposed. Guru as soon as halfway down, the end NBP, Luli's stomach screamed uncomfortable. After traveling in the fog forest for so long, his hunger value had long been anxious. The 6 bread he made before was eaten by him. Now Luli seems to have the choice of eating carrion. Thinking of the smell of carrion, Luli couldn't help shaking his body. Looking at the wheat field. The wheat seeds planted last night had germinated and grew up. When this wheat field is harvested, Luli can achieve the freedom of bread. But wheat mature takes 3 days. In other words, in these 3 days, he needs to find new food to replace. Luli turned his eyes and fell on the black dragon egg in the backpack. His eyes were shining, and a bold idea came out. I don't know, can this dragon egg be eaten? Luli took out the dragon egg, and it was shot and knocked. I wanted to confirm what was inside. When the black dragon saw this, he was a little puzzled. What do Luli want to do this? The next second, the black dragon's face changed greatly. He saw Luli Gao holding Shirhao and smashed it against the dragon egg. Big brother! Stop it! You can't smash! The black dragon's hide shouted. It's just too late. Shirhao knocked on the surface of the black dragon egg. With a click, the surface of the black dragon egg was cracked. Black dragon's eyes were almost staring. This is the baby of the dragon. Actually treated like this. However, Luli did not intend to ignore him at all. He raised the stone pick again and knocked hard. There was a loud noise. This time, Shirhao opened a small hole directly on the top of the black dragon egg. Black dragon was almost crazy, but he didn't dare to attack. Luli hugged the dragon egg closer to see, and suddenly he was happy. The dragon eggs are no different from ordinary eggs, but also egg white and egg yolk. Haha, so much. It's enough for me to eat it for a while. Luli's saliva holding the dragon egg was almost falling. Black dragon is completely dumbfounded. Oh my god. What do this person want to do? He actually wanted to eat dragon eggs? Intersection. If this matter is spread today, it is estimated that the entire dragon will be angry. At that time, Luli will become the public enemy of the entire dragon. Brother, can't eat this thing. Heilung saw Luli a bowl of egg liquid and quickly persuaded. Ah? Why? Luli asked in doubt. This. Black Dragon was asked by Luli, and he didn't know what to say for a while. This dragon egg has been placed in the dragon tens of thousands of years. It must not be fresh. Maybe it will be poisoned. No way, the black dragon had to start to scare Luli. Oh. You are reasonable. Fortunately, I didn't eat it. Luli patted his head and said. When the black dragon heard the words, he took a sigh of relief. When he thought Luli was going to give up the idea of eating dragon eggs, Luli made a shocking move again. When the black dragon saw Luli actually put the dragon egg on the furnace. Hey! Brother, what are you going to do? Black Dragon suddenly felt ominous. Fried dragon egg. Didn't you say that you would be poisoned? Then I would have fried it with fire. Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I can't think of this. Luli smiled. Black Dragon felt that there were 10,000 grass mud horses passing by. I am helping torture. He unknowingly became the sinner of the dragon family. Luli squatted next to the furnace, staring at the dragon eggs in an inseparable. It didn't take long for a fragrance to spread from the egg shell. The egg liquid inside has begun to solidify gradually. However, because the volume of the dragon egg is too large, this process needs to last for several hours. I don't know which dragon egg and ordinary eggs are better, it is really looking forward to it. Looking at the steamed eggs that gradually molded, Luli's saliva flowed down. The black dragon couldn't bear it again, and he chose to avoid it. Taking advantage of the gap between the steamed eggs, Luli started to make mining. He doesn't even have a piece of armor on his body now, and he needs to upgrade the equipment quickly. Half an hour passed. Luli has dug a large area, but he didn't even see an iron mine. It is nothing but a pile of stones, and there is no coal. Strange. Where did the iron ore go? Luli murmured, a little depressed. He thought he was unlucky and dug a while, and he still found nothing. Just when he couldn't solve it, the black dragon appeared again. Brother, what are you doing? Nonsense. What else can you do? Mining, can't you see it? Luli's mood was a bit bad. Hearing Halong knew he asked, he thought he was ridiculed himself, and said angrily. Mining. Black Dragon's face was puzzled. Go and go. Don't make trouble. Don't delay me looking for an iron mine. Luli said impatiently. Brother, are you stupid? How could you dig to the ore here? Wait, what do you mean? Luli asked, puzzled. The ore is basically produced in natural ore. It is difficult to dig ore by digging like this. You don't know the elder brother? Luli shook his head. He didn't know this at all, otherwise he would not have been in vain for a long time. Black Dragon continued to explain, now the large-scale mining that the kingdom has been found in the kingdom is almost all controlled by the people of the king city. Don't want to stick to it at all. If you really want to mine, you can go to the fog forest. There are many ore there. Go to the fog forest mining. Luli suddenly brightened. According to the Black Dragon, large mineral holes are controlled by the people of Wangqing. Even if Luli wants to go in and mining, it is estimated that he will be rejected. This is a kind of resource monopoly. Has the ore production in their hands, and they can be priced at will. According to Lu Jishi, the iron ore on the market now sells for 2 or 3 gold coins, even higher. In fact, no one knows the cost. If there is really a large mine in the fog forest, then Lu-like will develop. He immediately made a decision and set off when he was full. Coal, iron ore, gold ore, diamond. Luli seemed to see them beckoning with themselves. In his opinion, that's all money. After being reminded by the Black Dragon, Luli put away the pick. At this point, the dragon egg was almost familiar. As soon as Luli got closer, an aroma rushed to his face. It's so fragrant. It must be delicious. Luli wiped his mouth and looked inside. The interior of the dragon egg is completely cooked, the color is golden, and the heat is steaming. Luli picked up with his hands and put it in his mouth. The entrance of the steamed egg is melted, and there is an indescribable sweetness. After eating, the lips and teeth are fragrant, and the aftertaste is endless. Without any seasonings, the taste is still excellent. Luli couldn't help holding a large bowl and ate it. Black Dragon frowned, his face was weird. He asked a little worried, Brother, it's okay to eat this stuff? Don't poison. What can you do, you think about it. After that, Luli took a bowl of bowls after eating. After half an hour, Luli suddenly discovered that the dragon egg was bottomed out. He couldn't help scratching his head. That's a whole dragon egg, so I just finished eating like this? When I reflected it carefully, Luli still felt a little unhappy. He turned his head and asked Black Dragon, Little Hey, do you know where there are dragon eggs? I think. Luli smiled. Black Dragon trembled. This human beings in front of you are simply a devil. This product is actually addicted to eating dragon eggs. The guardian beast of the kingdom of Block is a female dragon, you can go to her to ask. But I promise you will die miserable. Luli heard his words for a moment, and he drew his lips, a little disappointed. That's it. After eating and drinking, Luli returned to his house. Before his mother Tiki came back, Luli slipped out quietly. After leaving the village, Luli went straight to the forest he had visited last time. After entering the forest, Luli saw his destination soon. I found an open-air mine when I left here last time. I wanted to go in. As a result, a skeleton archer came up in the cave. It was too late at the time, and Luli left. This time, I just came here by the opportunity of mining to see if I could solve the skeleton archer. Before coming to the mine, Luli stopped. If you get too close, you will be a snake. The best way to deal with skeleton archers is to attack from below, which is commonly known as a foot repair. Luli took out the pick and began to dig down. When digging a height lower than the ground floor, continue to dig forward. Before I dug the mine, Luli stopped. At this time, there was a shaking of the skeleton on the top of Luli's head. This should be the monster who had previously attacked Luli, but did not expect to stay here. Luli dug the stone on his head and exposed a small hole. Then inserted the torch, and the mine was a lot bright. Hearing the movement here, the skeleton archer followed. Luli pointed out his head out of the cave and seduced the monster to approach him. When the skeleton archer walked to the entrance, he stepped on and fell off. Below is the trap pit that Luli dug in advance. Luliju came down and waved the stone axe to cut off the neck of the skeleton. 27. A red damage number jumped out. Luli was stunned, and then relieved. The basic damage of the wooden axe and the gold axe is 7 points, but the stone axe is 9 o'clock. 3 times the damage, isn't it 27 o'clock? Before the skeleton had time to react, he had already farted. Luli picked up the loot on the ground. 1 bone, 2 arrows. Unfortunately, there is no bow that Luli wants. Luli sighed lightly, it seemed that his luck was still a little worse. Just thinking, another monster fell in the big pit. Fortunately, Luli hid quickly, otherwise he would be smashed. Why come another one? Luli looked at the skeleton archer in front of him, a little aggressive. He was too lazy to talk nonsense, and killed each other directly. When Luli charged loot, 2 or 3 skeleton archers fell one after another. How can there be so many small white here, can you? A place will basically not brush the same monsters frequently. If it really appears, 10 have encountered a brushing cage. Thinking of this, Luli inevitably was a little excited. Bow and arrow skeleton hand brush, the monster cage. This is the best resource. The loot that the skeleton archers fell after the death were all good things. Bone can be used as bone meal, which is used to urge crops. The arrow is a must-have for battle, and there is a chance to drop the bow and arrow. If you are lucky against the sky, you may also get an attached bow. In the time of Luli's thinking, 2 skeletons fell from above. The 4 skeleton archers were all surrounded, and Kakira's bow shot to the upper land. When Luli saw the momentum, he first blocked the hole on the door, and then resolved the monsters in the pit. Standing in the pit, Luli suddenly moved. Yes, it can be transformed into a monster tower here. Just do it. Luli took out the pick and began to dig down crazy. After a while, a deep pit appeared. This deep pit is more than 20 squares from the ground. After the monster falls, it will fall into a trace of blood and will not fall to death. At this time, Luli only needs to attack empty-handed to solve them. This is the simplest brushing tower, convenient and easy to use. After the completion, Luli dug the hole above his head. The moment when the hole was opened, the 6 or 7 skeleton archers fell down. Luli came to the bottom of the deep pit and took out the stone sword. The monster in front of the monster was turned into experience and loot. Ding Ling's voice continued to sound, and Luli was directly promoted to the 3rd level. Get, broken bow, and arrow X1, a system prompt appears. Luli first smiled, and then smiled. His first bow finally appeared. Pick it up, the durability of this bow is only the last little point. It is estimated that a few arrows will be scrapped. Chatting is better than nothing, it is better than not. At this moment, a rushing footsteps came from the top of Luli's head. Is there anyone? Luli hurriedly shone his breath and kept himself from exposing himself. A man appeared at the door of the mine. What a small mine, it is estimated that it will run again. The man frowned when he saw the small port of the mine. This is Reinhardt. How could he hear? Luli heard the sound for a moment, and never expected to meet him here. Why did he come here to come here? Reinhardt has been very cool in the past 2 days. Because of Steve's affairs, he was held up by the villagers in the village of Carlo in the past 2 days. This makes him quite useful. In his opinion, these villagers are stupid and cheated. I wrote the story by myself, and this group of believers actually believed. When he found Luli, who was lying on the ground that day, he thought Luli was scaring the monster. As for those meat on the ground, he didn't think about Luli at all. The reason why he came to the border was because the cavaliers sent tasks. He was so good in watching, and his days were comfortable. But it was sent to the border, which is not a good thing. Not only are you traveling long distances, you also have to drill the forest into the cave and survey the terrain. He is now preparing to enter the mine to see how the scale of this mine is. If you can find a large mine, you can get a generous reward when you go back. Unfortunately, the mine in front of me does not seem to be large. But when you are here, you still have to go in and see. When he heard Reinhardt slowly walking towards the mine, Luli suddenly was a little nervous. I finally discovered this good place, but I couldn't grab the other party first. The top of Luli's head was full of the collision of the skeleton archer's skeleton. He suddenly brightened. He may not be able to stop Reinhardt, but he has a monster. At this moment, more than a dozen skull archers were brushed out of the mine. At this time, Reinhardt has not realized the seriousness of the problem. He came to the mine and walked towards it. Reinhardt didn't even hit the fire, and he broke into it. Alas, several sounds of the wind sounded at the same time. Reinhardt was too late to dodge and was almost shot into a hedgehog. Damn. What? He was so scared that he escaped from the mine and climbed out of the mine. After leaving the mine, Reinhardt had a sigh of relief. Luli came out of the ground and quietly observed in the dark. It's not dead, it's really big. Reinhardt's body had a lot of arrows, leaving only the last few drops of blood. This blood volume should die again. Thinking of this, Luli quietly took out the war raid bow that had been obtained before. Now it is a great opportunity to kill each other. If you miss this village, you will not have this shop. To treat his enemy, Luli never softened. Pulling the bow string, Luli aimed at Reinhardt's head. Reinhardt was still glad that he reacted fast enough and escaped. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from behind him. He suddenly stood up. This is the sound of the bow and arrow. Someone was attacking him. However, it is too late to react now. Luli shot the arrow straight into the back of Reinhardt. Reinhardt's blood bars could no longer persist and were instantly cleared. It's done. Luli looked happy. He was born from the dark and slowly walked to the corpse of Reinhardt. Just as Luli was ready to take off the equipment on Reinhardt's body suddenly began to shine. The light stabbing Luli couldn't open his eyes. After a few seconds, the light disappeared. Reinhardt's body disappeared, leaving only one place for equipment. This? Luli was a little stunned. What happened just now? How did Reinhardt's body disappear out of thin air? Could it be said, he hasn't died yet? Just when Luli was confused, there was a commotion in the headquarters of the Wangqing Knights. Reinhardt, who was just killed by Luli, was resurrected at this time. Yo, isn't this Reinhardt? Are you dead? A Cavaliers member laughed and said. You shut your mouth, to Lao Tzu. Reinhardt angrily. He is in a bad mood now. It is a great shame to go out to perform the task outside. I'm just a joke, don't take it seriously, isn't it a life spell? Do more tasks and save more money. The knight said with a smile. It is okay not to mention that when it comes to the spell of life, Reinhardt hurts. Life spells are props that can make people return to life. However, this kind of prop is extremely precious and requires a lot of gold coins to exchange. The members of each King's Cavaliers have a chance to use the life spell for free. This time, when I went to the border, I didn't get it, and I went into the resurrection once it was posted. Walking outside, who doesn't want to live more? Such a valuable thing was so easy to waste, which made him not heartache. Not only that, he lost his body's equipment this time. These equipment are exchanged for real gold and silver. No, I have to go back and take a look, maybe I can still get the equipment back. Half an hour later, Reinhardt returned to the border again through the teleportation array. When he rushed to the forest, he died before he stopped. He found that he couldn't find his own equipment. What happened? I'm equipped. Can't you be picked up? Reinhardt was a little crazy. After looking for more than half a lap, he gave up. This time, I lost my wife and folded the soldiers. At this time, Luli was hiding underground. Reinhardt didn't die, which really surprised him. When Heilong saw this, he came out to explain, this kid is resurrected with the spell of life. The next time he is not so good. Is there such a good thing? Luli heard the words, and his eyes were bright. Only members of the Cavaliers can get this thing, and the price is expensive, one requires 100,000 gold coins. Hearing the price of 100,000 gold coins, Luli was lingering. So expensive, it seems that there is no hope in the short term. If you have a chance in the future, you must do one. Thinking of the incompetence of Reinhardt now, Luli's heart was particularly comfortable. To deal with such despicable villains, we must use special means. Searching hard, Reinhardt had to leave with a desire. As soon as he left, Luli began to continue his experience. Just one afternoon, Luli killed hundreds of monsters. At the end, the loot was full of a large box. After the gains were counted, there were nearly 10 groups of arrows, several groups of bones, dozens of shabby bows. These bow durability is not high, but after synthesis, durability can be superimposed. In the end, Luli obtained 5 brand new bows. In addition, Luli also got 2 enchanting bows. One is attached to the 2, while the other is a fire gay. If these 2 bows are placed on the market, it is very valuable. In this world, if you want to give equipment enchanting, you have to go to the enchantment. The enchanting artist needs to engrave the attachment spell on the equipment through the enchanting table to make it effective. The attached spell is extremely complicated and obscure. Not only that, the profession of enchanting artist is also quite burn. The diamond and obsidian synthesis countertop dismissed 99 people. This has also led to extremely scarce the number of magicians. Magic equipment is difficult to find. Luli picked up one of the enchanting bows and began to observe the mantra engraved on the bow. Well, this is... I don't know, I was startled at a glance. The enchanting spell on the enchanting bow in Luli's hand actually inspired a bunch of crooked letters. IIAGNNBP. At first, Luli thought it was English. Take a closer look, his mother is actually Pinyin. Luli almost shocked his chin. He hurriedly picked up another enchanting bow to check and found that there was also a string of Pinyin above. Hush, Luli suddenly couldn't cry. Actually, use Pinyin as an attachment spell, absolutely. If you go to be an enchanting master yourself, don't you have a natural advantage? Luli remembers that there should be a magic platform in the college. He is going to find time to try it. If it is really possible, there is another way to make money. Luli checked the equipment that Reinhardt dropped, and there was no enchantment on it. However, the equipment on Reinhardt has the logo of the Kundaya Cavaliers, which is very conspicuous. Even if Luli got it, he did not dare to wear it in the public. However, now it is a big help. Usually, there are several treasure chests near the monster cage. Before Luli was too bad, he did not enter the mine to investigate. I just made a simple brushing tower with the help of the terrain, so I haven't seen the body of brushing the monster. Now with equipment, you have to go up and take a look. Luli waited on the side of the deep pit for a while, until the number of monsters accumulated enough, then it took only. Monsters brushed out in an area are restricted, which can prevent the sources of monsters that are constantly squeezed after Luli. While those skull archers fell into the pit, Luli quickly climbed up. He ignited the torch and illuminated the mine. The area of this mine is not large, and it has been winding forward. Skeleton archers should come from there. Along the way, Luli went along the torch on his right hand. This is the habit of his many years of game development, which can prevent getting lost in the mine. Sure enough, a monster cage appeared at the corner of the mine. A mini skeleton archer is slowly rotating in the strange cage. There are 2 treasure chests around the monster cage, which can be seen. He walked quickly, trying to insert the torch on it before brushing out the next monster. However, it's still a bit slower. A skeleton archer just brushed out. At this moment, Luli could only play against him. Put on the equipment and weapons from Reinhardt, and the land is full of energy. Hold the iron sword with your left hand and hold the shield with your right hand. The skeleton archer shot an arrow as soon as he shot out of the landing, and was blocked by the shield with the shield. Luli held the shield and rushed up quickly. First and NBP, patted it on the head of the skeleton archer with a shield, shocked it. Then hold the iron sword in your hand, from the bottom to the top, pick it up. 21. The damage of the iron sword is 7 points, but the attack speed is much higher than the axe and is more flexible. The weakness of this hit, triggering 3 times the damage, and killing it directly on the spot. Luli couldn't dare to neglect, and quickly inserted the torch on the brushing cage. After doing all this, he took a breath. Luli hurriedly put away the shield. This stuff was tens of pounds, which was really laborious. Luli did not rush to open the treasure chest, but turned around. He thought the mine would be very big, but he did not expect to end it except to walk a little. Back to the brush cage, Luli opened the first box. Let's go. Luli prayed in his heart. This is emerald. After the box was opened, Luli saw the flash of emerald at first glance. Although I don't know what the emerald can be used, it is a gem after all. Even if you change money, you should be worth a lot, Ludimetic. In addition, there are several gold ingots and iron ingots in the treasure chest. The first treasure chest harvest was not rich, and Luli had to pin his hopes to the second treasure chest. The second treasure chest is opened. This time I finally had a good thing, a superb enchanting book that was durable at all times. Luli almost jumped up happily. Good things. This time I get rich. With this enchanting book, Luli cannot worry when encountering diamonds. Shuryun enchantment can increase the drop of minerals and is one of the best enchantment. Carefully put the enchanting book into the backpack, and Luli continued to check the treasure chest. In addition to the enchanting book, there is a saddle, several breads, and a few cocoa beans in the treasure chest. The saddle brought a lot of surprises to Luli. With this stuff, he can go to tame Mustang as a mount. There are many Wangqing nobles ride on the road every day in the college, and Luli was almost hit by several times. The students of all the Wangqing Elite Academy have a dream, that is, joining the Wangqing Knights. If you want to enter it, you must not only need to be extraordinarily fighting, but also be proficient in riding. There is a riding class specializing in horses in the college. However, this course is charged. If you want to take a riding class, you must pay a certain gold coin. Luli naturally does not have this money, so every time he can only look at others to class. With a saddle now, Luli has no need to worry about it. Even if you don't go to riding a class, you can practice it yourself. Most of the horses riding by the aristocrats of the Wangqing are domesticated horses and have a docile personality. The price of this horse is expensive, and hundreds of gold coins may not be able to buy one. There are a lot of Mustang, but they do not have saddle, so few people can tame. Calculate the time, we'll return to the college tomorrow. Luli intends to go to the wild and try to see if you can ride a wild horse. Those bread and cocoa beans, Luli was thrown into the backpack directly. After collecting things, Luli extinguished the torch and quickly returned to the ground. Not long after, the monster started to refresh again. Luli has grown rapidly and has risen to more than 20 levels. Thinking that there may be level restrictions on the enchantment, he intends to raise the level to 30. Half an hour later, with a loud noise, Luli reached 30 levels. At the same time, a prompt also appeared. The instruction permissions have been opened. Luli was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. Instruction permissions? Isn't it possible to create a model? The more Luli wants to get more excited. However, Luli has no keyboard now. How do I enter instructions? I was thinking in my heart, and the instructions input interface appeared in the mind of Luli. As soon as Luli thought, there was a row of instructions on the top. /Gatto and NBP, 1. This is the instruction that changes the survival mode to the creative mode. However, after Luli entered the instruction, he jumped out of a prompt. A invalid order, please try it out. The creation instruction cannot be used, and this cruel reality makes Luli a bit unacceptable. Luli, who did not believe in evil, tried other instructions and found that some could take effect, but some could not work. However, the surprise is that you can use circles and teleportation instructions here, which helped Luli's busyness. Luli put down the workbench and synthesized a handful of wood. Mochi is a must-have tool for circles. First, you need to determine the area that needs to be determined. Luli dug a channel around the entire brushing tower, and then determined the 2 diagonal points in the cube in his area. Tap one diagonal point with a wooden hoe and jump out of a prompt. The territory has chosen the first selection point. Then play the second point, then knock it with wooden hoe, and jump out of the second prompt. The territory has chosen the second selection point. Finally, enter the instruction of the creation territory /by and NBP, eat and NBP, skeleton brush the strange cage, and it was done. After finishing the matter, Luli came to the outside and entered the transmission instruction. In the next second, the instructions took effect, and Luli appeared in the brushing tower. He couldn't help laughing. Luli now only needs to set up another teleportation point at home. It is good. In the future, even if you are far away from the college, you can transmit it back and forth between the underground farms and the brushing tower in an instant, saving a lot of trouble. Before leaving, Luli also carefully sealed the entrance of the mine with dirt to prevent it from being discovered by others. As for Leadheart, you don't have to worry about it. He has suffered such a big loss here. It is estimated that he will not be willing to come here in his life. Packing up something, Luli returned home. The mother hadn't returned home, and Luli was relieved. That's right, save him more explanation. When he came to the underground farm, Luli put the loot of a backpack in the box. Because the backpack space is not enough, so there are still many things that because they can't be installed, so they are temporarily placed in the underground of brushing the monster. Almost all Luli brought back this time. Bone is a good thing. Although it cannot be eaten, it can ripen crops after decomposing it into bone meal. The bones that Luli will bring back will be made into bone meal, and then the sun will directly liquid. The endless bone meal is the same as opening. Luli spilled the bone powder in the wheat field, and all the wheat fields matured for a while. Lulile began to harvest. A few minutes later, Luli got a half of wheat and several groups of wheat seeds. He did not stop, but planted the seeds again, then sprinkled bone powder and continued to harvest. After repeating it 3 or 4 times, Luli finally stopped. The wheat on the ground has piled up a hill, and it makes people feel happy. Luli's first thing was to make a lot of bread. After having bone meal, he finally realized the freedom of bread. Somehow, Luli suddenly wanted to cry. Maybe this is the hardship. Mother Tiki's voice came from above, and Luli quickly returned to the room. "Steve, are you good?" Tiki asked with concern. "Mother, I'm nothing more." Luli returned. "That's good, hurry up and eat." After hearing 2 words of eating, Luli's face was pale instantly. "It seems that I have to find a time to tell my mother euphemistically that I don't like to eat carrion." After eating, Luli fell asleep early. Saying to be sleeping, in fact, it is still a farmland underground. After spending all night, Luli had a full box of wheat. This should be enough for him to eat for several years. When it came out of the ground, Luli found that the sky outside was already bright. He cleaned up and hurried out. Today is the day when I go to the college, but before that, Luli needs to do a major event. Along the way, Luli came to a prairie in the east side of the village. Here we borders the fog forest. There are often monsters, and almost no one comes here. Luli also learned that there was Mustang in this place through Black Dragon. Today, I want to see if I can tame a piece to the college to install the ratio. Looking at the distance, I saw a group of Mustang. They are bathing in the sun, eating grass leisurely. Luli was slowly approaching Ma Kun, for fear of disturbing them. "Before you came, Lu left the horse. Since you want to choose, you must choose the most windy one." There was a white horse and the horse looked good, but Luli didn't have a cold. In his opinion, riding a white horse looks a little bit of a girl. There are also a few brown horses who can't enter Luli's eyes. Luli's eyes finally fell on a dark horse. This horse's body looks a lot bigger than other horses, and the hair color is brighter and looks very energetic. This is good. It's just. Luli made up his mind and was ready to start the action. He slowly moved in front of the big dark horse, and then threw a bundle of wheat towards it. When the big dark horse saw the food, he was immediately attracted. It ate chewing happily, chewing and landing from his food. Luli tried to stand up slowly. After seeing Luli, the big dark horse revealed a modesty look and took back several steps back. Luli was not in a hurry, and he threw a bundle of wheat at it. The big dark horse hesitated, but in the end, he still couldn't resist the temptation of food. 1 or 2 times, the big dark horse's wishes to Luli finally eliminated. Luli tentatively reached out and touched the head of the big dark horse. The big dark horse was a bit resistant at first, and it didn't take long before it adapted. Seeing the big dark horse, he was no longer afraid of himself. Luli stood up, hugged his neck, and rolled over and rode on his back. The big dark horse was suddenly shocked and began to jump crazy. Luli hugged his horse and did not let himself be thrown off. A few minutes later, the big dark horse finally stopped. Luli was exhausted, lying on the horse's back, and almost vomited. For a while, Luli took out the wheat and began to feed the big dark horse. Feed, a love appeared on the head of the big dark horse. Luli is happy. This love means that the tame is successful. The big dark horse also seemed to be very happy, and began to sprinkle with his legs. Luli rode on the back of the big dark horse and let it flew with himself. When the big dark horse stopped, Luli installed the saddle for it. This is also the most important step for tamed Mustang. Without a saddle, Luli cannot control the direction of the horse. After wearing a saddle, the big dark horse became much more well-behaved. Luli touched his head and said, "The black dragon is small black, then you are called Big Black." The big black portrait was understanding Luli, and suddenly he raised his hoof excitement. When the black dragon heard the words, his heart was extremely depressed. His noble dragon was mixed as a horse. Riding the big black, Luli Gallium on the road of the countryside. Along the way, he met many villagers. The villagers originally thought that there was another knight in the village, but they could see it, all dumbfounded. They did not expect that the coming people were actually Luli. Luli did not give them a chance to discuss, soaring all the way, running towards the teleportation point. 10 minutes later, Luli arrived at his destination. After turning over the horse, Luli took Dahe to enter the teleportation array. A prompt jumped out. The transmission will spend 20 silver coins, will it continue? It is free from the college to the village of Carlo, but it is necessary to pay the cost of 10 silver coins from Carlo village to the college. Luli frowned. Why do you accept me 20 silver coins? But I only have one person. He originally had only 10 silver coins. This time, his mother gave him 10 silver coins as living expenses, and added 20 silver coins together. If they were all handed out, wouldn't he want to drink the northwest wind? Brother, your horse is also a person, so you have to pay more. Black Dragon reminded Goodwill. When Luli heard it, he suddenly realized. Damn. True pit. Even horses have to collect money. No way, Luli had to pay 20 silver coins. From now on, Luli is a downright poor egg. As the teleportation arrays gradually lit up, Luli disappeared with his horse. When Luli opened his eyes again, he returned to the college. The old man in the teleportation array was still lazily lying on the table to sleep. Hearing Luli's movement here, the old man glanced at him inadvertently. When he saw the big dark horse next to Luli, he suddenly stunned. Where does this kid catch the horse? It doesn't look like ordinary varieties. Feeling the eyes of the old man, Luli nodded politely, and then turned around and left. Interesting, it seems that the college will set off a wave of storms. The old man sighed when he looked at the landlord. Luli rode a big dark horse and galloped on the spacious avenue of the college. When he got into the horse, Luli put on a black cloak. The wind blew the cloak, coupled with the sword on the waist and the long bow on the back of Luli, adding a bit of elegance to Luli. Unfortunately, Rienhar's equipment has special marks and cannot be worn directly, otherwise there is no difference between Luli and members of the Cavaliers now. In the morning, most students had not got up yet, and the road seemed to be extraordinarily open. However, the appearance of Luli still caused a stir. I read it right. Isn't this Steve, the poor boy in the countryside? He rides on the horse? Steve's horse looks so good. I want one too. I announced that from today, Steve is the dark horse prince in my mind. Hearing the discussion of the people around him, Luli laughed. The so-called Wangqing nobles are a group of frogs at the bottom of the world. From today, Luli's life will be completely changed. This college is destined to leave a legend that belongs to Steve. When I came to the teaching building, Luli turned over and dismissed. There is a horsepower near the teaching building, which is specially used to place horses. When Luli took the big black horse to the horse, there were already many horses here. Luli closed the big dark horse into the horse's stable, and told Big Hey, wait for me here, don't run around. The big black image understood Luli's words, nodded well. When Luli left, the big dark horse restored his unruly eyes again. The more than a dozen horses in the horse stand suddenly shivered and dared not to speak. The big dark horse seemed to bring the king of Wangba, which shocked the horses around him. They all hid in the corner in horror, and did not dare to lean too close to the big dark horse. The big dark horse was not polite, came directly to the feed place, and ate it. After eating, it snored with satisfaction and found a clean place and lay down. Luli Gong left from Ma Yan and was about to go to the classroom, and was shouted. "Steve! You wait for me." As soon as Luli heard it, he knew it was the same table Alex. He had to stop. Alex rushed up all the way from the rear, and said pantingly, "Seeing ghosts, why are you late for professional households to come earlier than me today? I am bored at home and want to come to school to find some fun." "Find some music? Are you crazy? This is the elite college of Wangqing." Alex obviously did not expect that Luli would give such an answer. Thinking of Luli's mentor of Lami that day, he was still attentive. "Last time you anger Mandarin Lami, he must come to retaliate against you today. You pay more attention to yourself," Alex reminded. "It's okay, don't worry about me, I have a way to deal with him." Luli smiled, his face was extremely relaxed. Hearing that Alex had to shut up, but it was inevitable that he would be a little worried. When Luli walked into the classroom, everyone's eyes turned to him. These people's eyes are joking, and they are waiting for Luli's good show. Luli was completely disregarding, and he began to sleep with a big head when he came to his seat. Although Luli does not need to rest, it is also an enjoyment of life. One day's plan lies in the morning. How can I not sleep with a back cage? Seeing Luli's move, Alex on the side seemed to be worried. He thought Luli came so early today, and suddenly realized. Unexpectedly, there is no difference between peaceful times. It didn't take long for the students in the class to be all together. With the ringtone of dingling bell, the first lesson started. "Hey, Steve, wake up, go to class." Alex quickly pushed the sleeping Luli. "Oh, don't make noisy, let me sleep for a while." Luli's eyelids were too lazy to lift, and continued to sleep. Coincidentally, today's first quarter is the lesson of Mundareres of Lami. Lami walked into the classroom seriously. He shouted, "Class!" All the students stood up. Only Luli was still indifferent. Seeing this, Lami looked haze, staring at landing. This kid is too much to put himself in his eyes. Last time I was embarrassed, I haven't had trouble for him yet. Today I just happened to calculate the old account together. He slowly walked to Luli, and everyone's eyes gathered on the two. Lami's bang hit the table, and the whole class suddenly quietly. "Steve! Stand up for me!" Lami roared. Luli was awakened, and his mood was unhappy. At first glance, he was even more hot. "What are you roaring?" Luli's response was unexpected by everyone. The students in the class were dumbfounded. Luli actually dared to offend Instructor Lami, is he crazy? Longdi's eyes became more fierce, with an expression that wanted to kill. "Steve! Get out of me!" TTA scoring road. "Why?" Luli was not afraid, and asked. "I don't concentrate on listening to the class, I know sleeping. I have seen you upset for a long time. I won't drive you out of this classroom today, I will be with your surname." Luli rolled his eyes, his face was disgusted. "Look at me more, how old are you?" As soon as this remark came out, the audience was uproar. Luli has eaten bear heart leopard boldness? Actually dare to angry in public. You. Lami was stunned by Luli. He covered his chest and kept his mouth breathing, his face became more painful. It didn't take long for Lami to faint on the ground. Now, the class is messy. Instructor Lami fainted. Go and shout. Someone shouted panically. Luli saw this and felt a little funny. This product is too narrow, is this faint? After a few minutes, a few people came to the classroom and lifted the faint Lami. By the way, Luli's culprit was also called away. As soon as Luli left, the class seemed to explode the pot. Everyone discussed what happened just now. Almost for a moment, the legend of Luci Halo Lami began to circulate the whole college. Everyone thinks that Luli 3 times offending Mrs. Lamudi will definitely be fired, and they are all about to watch the show. However, I never thought. Luli returned to the classroom in the second class, safe and sound. As if the things before have never happened. Everyone was curious, what happened to Luli? The same is true of Alex. When Luli returned to the classroom, he almost shocked his chin. Steve, why did you come back so soon? The school did not punish you? Alex asked, curiously. Luli shrugged, indicating that he couldn't tell, and he began to sleep with a big head. Alex's face was stunned. In fact, even Luli didn't know what happened. Just now, he was taken to the school's conference room, and all the tutors of the college were sitting. It seems that he wants to hold him a batches. Among them, a middle-aged man seemed to be particularly hostile to Luli, and he kept imposing crimes for Luli. Luli looked at the middle-aged man, and always felt a little familiar. When he saw the surname in front of the man, he suddenly. After half a day, this product is the deputy dean of Wangqing Elite College, Lanqiu. His other identity was Lami's father. No wonder the two are similar. Good guy, the bulletin private hatred is really the one of the hills. Lanqiu's words were fierce and slandered Luli from various angles. He did this, but he wanted to kick Luli from the college. In the face of Lanqiu's responsibility, Luli had no waves in his heart. For him, Wangqing Elite College is a joke. Do you need these people to teach yourself? He couldn't hurry to leave this ghost place, and it was not rare anyway. Just when Lanqiu asked Luli, the door of the conference room was pushed away. A man came in and quietly said something in Lanqiu's ear. Lanqiu seemed to hear something, his face changed instantly. He and Luli glanced at him with a look of embarrassment. When Luli thought he was about to be sentenced to death, Lanqiu suddenly turned around. Steve is right, you can go back. As a result, Luli was put back so frankly. So until now, Luli is still confused. What happened? But he fainted the baby son of Lanqiu, and the other party didn't find himself trouble? After thinking for a long time, I didn't think about it, and Luli simply gave up. He still dozed off in class. However, the mentor of the class did not dare to find him trouble. The lesson of Lami's car is still there, and they don't want to be the second one. At the same time, a group of people in the conference hall of the Wangqing Elite College were so noisy. Dean, why did you just let me offer that, Steve? But he repeatedly disrespectful to the instructor. This kind of student can't keep it. Deputy Dean Lanqiu said, complaining. Lanqiu, not I don't support you, someone ordered me to help me take care of this kid, I can't help it. The dean of Wangqing Elite College Mach is a slightly bloated fat man, and he is also helpless. Lanqiu fried as soon as he heard it. What is the background of that kid? Isn't it a Qingqing nobleman? Are you so scared? Machi shook his head. It's not as simple as you think, there is another person behind this boy. Then you say, who dares to do it with me? Lao Tzu is going to find him trouble. Machi's face was weird and wanted to explain something. The door of the conference room was pushed away. I heard someone is looking for me? A tall man pushed in the door. The man was wearing a golden armor with bright dog eyes and a red cloak behind him. Holding a blue-purple enchanting trident, there is a golden trident badge on the shoulders. The deputy dean Lanqiu suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. Incredible. You are the Qingqing Knights group. As soon as he said, he knew he was wrong. No. Golden Trident badge. You are the knight of the title, breaking the halberd. Launchio's tone was excited. After graduating from Wangqing Elite College, students who perform well can join the Knights of Wangqing. The Wangqing Cavaliers have a list of combat power, and the top 10 people will win the reputation of title knight. The Golden Trident badge is a symbol of the titled knight. Essence, he never expected that he could see a title knight here. This kind of person is a well-known existence in the kingdom, and can cause earthquakes with just stomping. The title knight broke the heavenly halberd on the table and sat down slowly. I'm here today, and there is nothing else. I just want to come and wake you up. Before Steve graduated from the college, you'd better be honest, otherwise. The title of the title knight is not finished, but as long as it is not a fool, you can understand it. What he meant is, Steve, you want to move him, first weigh the consequences. The Deputy Dean Launchio's forehead was cold and sweaty, and did not dare to look directly at each other's eyes. Although he is also the first figure, it looks a little ridiculous in front of the title knight. Fortunately, the dean just shouted to stop himself, otherwise he is likely to be a corpse now. Okay, it's not too early, I should go back. Did you hear it clearly? The title knight stood up and asked. Understand. Launchio and Mach nodded quickly. After that, I nodded with satisfaction and left. The Dean Mach quickly followed and wanted to make a few words. The Deputy Dean Launchio was stunned in place, and he had never returned to God for a long time. As soon as I was fainted, Lamati woke up and was about to run to Launchio's office, to sue, and saw this scene. Father, what's wrong with you? He asked about it. Launchio came back and said what happened before. Son, I'm afraid I will be wrong this time. Launchio sighed helplessly. Steve was covered with title knights, and he had nothing to do. Title knight. This? Lami was obviously surprised. The title knight is the existence of Shenlong's head, and rarely shows up. Today, for the students from the countryside, they actually alarmed the title knight to break the halberd. This is the title knight in recent years. Make a fascinating trident, and the combat power is extremely high. The most important thing is that Broken Halberd is the youngest title knight in the Kingdom of the Block. If you remember correctly, he became the title knight at the age of 30, and he shocked the entire kingdom for a while. You know, except for breaking the heavenly halberd, the remaining knights were almost obtained after the age of 40 and 50 years old. Such a young titled knight represents a big deal in the future. Maybe, the next head of the Cavaliers is him. If the Lawn family insisted on going to Steve, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Longdi's face was hazy. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, Father, I won't swallow it like this. He won't let us shot, it doesn't mean that we can't find others to help. At that time, I will find some students who have the same age as Steve, let them take the shot on their behalf, and teach it. Even if he breaks the halberd, he won't pull down his face to compare with a group of children. Launchio heard the words, and his eyes were bright. Yes, such a simple thing, I didn't even want to understand. He patted his son's shoulder with relief, and praised, Your method is good. You can try it. But, your kid is too high profile, this is not good, you need to change it, otherwise you will eat more loss in the future. Father, you are right, I will pay attention in the future. For a while, the storm is calm, one day, I will let the boy from the countryside know that I am amazing. Lami replied. Well, if you know the mistakes, you will change it. After that, the father and son smiled at each other. Breaking the halberd came to the teleportation array. Machi patted him all the way, like a fly's, his ears were almost called calluses. The old man next to the sending array was still sleeping. Seeing this scene, Machi frowned. He didn't want to be seen by the other party. so he walked up and slapped on the table with a slap. "Hey! Old man, wake up. This is not a place to sleep. Go home to sleep." The old man opened his eyes confused, and saw Mach, who was unhappy. Breaking the heavenly halberdly glanced at the old man, and suddenly stunned. His face changed madly, and he was about to say something, but he was stopped by the old man. "Old man. Say you. Did you hear it? Deaf." When Machi saw the old man ignored himself, he was angry. In the college, he is the biggest. An old man who watched the door dared to ignore him and find deaf. He raised his hand and slapped the old man. Seeing this scene, I can't help it anymore. He grabbed Machi's arm, and a slap fans on his backhand on his face, mix. "I don't think you want to live." There was a crispy sound. Machi was embarrassed. "Didn't you have to hit someone yourself? How are you getting your turn?" "Master Broken Halberd. Why do you hit me? Do you know, who did you offend it just now?" Broken the halberd and asked, coldly. "Just now." Machi looked back at the old white-haired old man. His face was weird. "Broken the heavenly halberd, I think you may be wrong, he is just an old thing to watch." Court deaf. Broken the halberd, hearing a furious words, it was a loud slap fan over. Machi's left and right faces were all swollen, making him as obese. He looked like a pig head. "Forget it, let him go this time." At this moment, the old man suddenly said, "Old things. Why do you talk to the master of the heavenly halberd?" Machi grabbed the collar of the old man and anger. The fierce murmur in the eyes of the halberd flashed, holding the trident behind. He moved. The trigates in his hand did not enter Machi's back instantly, and he put him on. Machi only felt a pain in his chest. In the next second, the tip of the trident out of his chest was revealed. He let go of his hands holding the old collar, incredibly looking at the indifferent knights, to break the halberd. "Why?" Machi covered his chest and fell to the ground. "Open your dog's eyes and see." "What is this?" The old man took off his coat and revealed a pair of NBP, silver white armor. At first, Mach thought it was an iron armor. However, as the golden sword shield badge appeared on the old man's chest, he understood instantly. "Golden sword shield badge, you are." Mach's words stopped abruptly. There are only two kinds of people in the world who can't speak, dumb and dead. Mach obviously belongs to the latter. "Broken the halberd, why is your kid not light or not?" The old man was blame. "Dare to offend you, you will kill this kind of goods." "Hey. I really can't help it, let's say, what do you come to the college this time?" The old man sighed and said, "I am supported by others, come here to do things." "Is it about that, Steve?" "How do you know?" "Breaking the halberd for a while. After all, it is the descendant of the boy. Can you say that I can sit at the site?" Speaking of which, the old man had a trace of sorrow. "It's a major event recently. Do you want to go back and preside over the overall situation?" Broken the halberd test. "Oh? What is the big deal?" The old man asked, curiously. "The shadow dragon in the fog forest is gone, we suspect that he has escaped." The old man heard his words and frowned. The strength of Shadow Dragon is obvious to all. 5 titled knights were dispatched that year to subdue it. If it really escapes, it will definitely come to revenge. "Let's go, something like this, my old bone, should move." After that, the two disappeared into the teleportation array. Not long after the two left, the news of Machi spread throughout the college. Thousands of people were around the teleportation point, watching Mach, who was lying on the ground, and had a lot of discussion. Just when everyone speculated what happened, a group of figures appeared in the teleportation array. "The people of the kings of the Wanqing!" someone exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the Cavaliers seemed to be very interested in Matcha's death. After they took Matcha's body away, they left one after another. Everyone looked at each other. Dean of Wangqing Elite College, saying that he died? Seeing that there is no melon to eat, everyone had to spread out. As a result, a new dean came in the afternoon. Matcha's death did not seem to cause any waves. What happened in the school did not care about Luli at all. When he slept from the morning to lunch, he was too lazy to open his eyes. The lunch time is here, all students go to eat, but Luli stays in the classroom. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but was really shy. Fortunately, there are a lot of bread in his bag that can be hungry. While no one at noon, Luli ran to the corner of no one and set up a teleportation point. Then he sent back to the brushing tower under the forest and began to brush his experience. Before leaving, I did not forget to return to the underground farm at home to fertilize crops. When Luli sent back to school, the first class in the afternoon was about to begin. He trot all the way, and finally rushed to the classroom before the ringing of the class. At this time an old-fashioned older was standing on the podium of the classroom. He wore a white gown and looked like a doctor. Who is this old man? Why, never seen it. Luli sat back and asked Alex. Steve, you whispered, this master of the refining master hired from the outside is a lot of money. Today, we will explain to us the knowledge of refining medicine. Alex quickly covered Luli's mouth. Pharmaceutical master? Luli was interested. I don't know if this master is compared with his own level of medicine, there is a gap. Dingling bell, the ringtone sounded. The master of medicine cleared his throat and said, Good classmates, introduce yourself first. My name is Wendy. From today, I will be your refining supervisor. Refining medicine is a deep knowledge. A good pharmacist can make a variety of effects of potions through the processing of different raw materials. For example, before fighting with a strong opponent, drinking a bottle of strength potion can increase your attack damage in a short time, so that you can stand invincible. The students in the class heard Wendy's explanation and immediately exclaimed. Is the pharmacist so powerful? 30 damage improved, wouldn't it be invincible? Instructor Wendy, I also want to be a pharmacist. Seeing that the students from the stage responded well, they nodded with satisfaction and walked straight towards the back of the classroom. Classmates, be quiet, next, I will show you how to refine the medicine on the spot. Everyone should take it seriously. Pay attention to my details. Good. The students answered in unison. Luli took the spirit, and he also wanted to see what level of the so-called masterpiece master. As soon as Wendy walked into the corner, I saw a few glass water bottles on the brewing table. A few of them were cracked. Refining medicine is very particular about the details, and it is likely to cause the refining medicine to fail due to these cracks. He frowned and was a little displeased. These alcohol equipment are all his baby. Just a few days ago, they had just moved over, and before they had time to clean up, they were moved. Who is it? Moved my refining equipment. Stand up. Wendy turned his face instantly and said anger. Lami, who was standing outside the classroom, heard Wendy's roar, and had a touch of laughter at the corner of her mouth. He knew that Wendy would come to class today, so he made some hands and feet on the equipment in advance. Once Wendy found that someone broke his refining equipment, it would definitely become furious. At that time, you can throw this black pot to Luli. He looked at the classroom. Sure enough, he was the same as what he thought. The eyes of all students turned to Luli. Recently, only Luli has contacted those equipment. Is this classmate that breaks my equipment? Wendy asked Luli along the eyes of everyone. I did use it, but I didn't damage them. Besides, isn't it just a few bottles and cans? As for being so hot? Luli shrugged and said unwillingly. You. Wendy was extremely chee, and when he was about to get angry, Lami suddenly pushed in. Oh, Master Wendy, I'm really embarrassed. My students have chaos to you. You have a lot of adults, don't care about this small character. Lami's words made the students in the class dumbfounded. What happened? Is the mentor of Randy kicked by a donkey? Yesterday Steve had just fainted him, and today he would come to help Steve to speak? Luli also looked at Lami suspiciously. What kind of ghost is this guy doing? Luli didn't believe it, this product would help him self-explain. Seeing Lami coming in to speak, Wendy's face improved slightly. His impression of Randy suddenly changed a lot. Okay, even if this time, who wants to move my things next time, see how I clean up him. After that, Luli glanced fiercely. Luli was not afraid, and returned a wide-eyed eyes to make Wendy chee. However, after all, he is a person with identity, and NBP, I can't compare with Luli in the large court with Luli, so he has to give up. Lami slowly left the classroom, but his heart was ecstatic. His hand was retreating, not only to please Wendy's newly refined master, but also deepened the contradictions between Luli and Wendy by the way. It can be described as two units. After Wendy began to show his refining technology, Luli glanced for a few times and was too lazy to watch it. He thought how powerful Wendy was. Like Luli's first medicine for the first time. Luli felt a little boring, and he fell asleep again. However, other students are attractive to see. Wendy explained the medicine while explaining. Reminder, this book refined the old version of the brewing method, not the new version. First of all, if you want to make a bottle of damage potion, you need to use the following materials. Aquarius, brewing table, hellworts, YU, and flamed flour. Aquarius can be made with only glass, and hellworts and flame powder are extremely rare materials. Today, in order to compare in front of the students, Wendy was spent. For the power of the potion, the crude potion is needed first. Fill the 3 water bottles with water first, put it in the brewing taichung, and then add hellworts. Hellworts are a rare material that exists in the lower boundary area of danger, which can be used to refine medication. We just need to wait for a while to get the crude potion. Wendy took out the crude potion, but found that one of the bottle of crude medicated water seemed to have failed, which made him a little embarrassing. He quickly explained that, in the process of refining the medicine, it is easy to have failed products. These are trivial matter. The students nodded like it. Next, we use flame powder to process crude potions. Flame powder is also produced in the lower border, which is the key material for the production of potions. Everyone's eyes were staring at the water bottle on the brewing table, and the liquid inside the water bottle was bubbling. Wendy's heart also raised. The success rate of his use of power and potion is not high. This time it is under the public, and obviously there is no private concentration in private. In case the production fails, it will be shameful. After a few minutes, the water bottle stopped boiling. The color of the potion in one of the water bottle has also changed from blue to light red. Wendy took a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she succeeded in a bottle, otherwise it would really not be able to collect the field today. Classmates, do you see it? This bottle is the potion I said before. Don't look at it with only one small bottle, but you can sell for dozens of gold coins, and the supply is in short supply. As long as everyone studies with me well, in the future, they can become a real master of refining medicine like me. Go to the pinnacle of life. The encourages by Wendy. For a while, all students became excited. They are not interested in the title of the Master of Medicine, mainly because they are so excited when they are very profitable. Within half an hour, I made dozens of gold coins, which is simply a huge profiteering. Luli stretched his waist and looked at the potion in Wendy. He smiled suddenly, and smiled loudly. Why are you laughing? Wendy frowned and asked. If you come to a cat in the first year, you dare to claim to be a master of medicine? It's really a smile. Luli said disdain. When he heard Luli, Wendy's face changed and changed. What he is most proud of is his own refining technology, and the entire college can't find the second pharmacist who compares with him. Even in Wangqing, he is also the top-ranked pharmacist. He just made a bottle of power potion in front of everyone, which was proud. Luli suddenly jumped out and ridiculed, how can Wendy tolerate this? He angered, boy, I had broken my refining equipment before, and I see that there is no accountability on your mentor's face. What do you want to do now? Everyone's eyes gathered on Luli, they are a little curious. Why do Luli want to do? Seeing this, Lami was secretly happy. He was thinking about how to provoke the contradiction between the two, but Luli hit his muzzle. Wendy's background is much stronger than Randy. The college spent a lot of money to invite him. This time, Luli took the initiative to find things. Even if the college fired him, the title knight had nothing to say. Lami wanted to see how Luli should end. Luli slowly stood up from his seat and walked to everyone. Wendy pressed the anger and wanted to see what medicine sold in Luli gourd. Luli went straight to Wendy, showing a smile at him. Lady, you kneel in front of me and apologize to me, I might be able to forgive you. Apologize? Why do I apologize to an unpopular garbage pharmacist? Luli sneered and said slowly. As soon as this statement came out, Wendy laughed at anger. Joke. My name of my medicine master Wendy, who in Wangqing didn't know? Why do you point it at me with a little fart? Seeing this, Lami also followed Steve. Don't be shameful here. Hurry up and go back to the countryside. Say, laugh at the audience. In their eyes, Luli was just a poor boy in the countryside, and he didn't deserve to live with him and others. Go back to plant fields. Township. That's it. Don't soak urine in the mirror, what kind of goods you are. Garbage. Get out of college. Facing the ridicule of everyone, Luli looked calm. Wendy, do you dare to try one game with me? Luli Wang said to Wendy. Test? Okay, what do you want to compare? I will always be accompanied. After knowing Luli's identity, Wendy was not so angry. Luli is just a native of the countryside. Can the pharmacist and the dignitarian be fought with him? Seeing Luli said that he had to try, he took it without hesitation. No matter which aspect, he can easily crush the land. Okay, then we are the best medicine than you, what do you think? As soon as Luli's voice fell, there was a laughter in the classroom. Haha, is this man's head show? Actually dare to challenge Master Wendy. I guess Steve sleeps every day, and sleeps my mind stupidly before I can say such outrageous words. Steve, are you crazy? You challenged Master Wendy. You will definitely lose. This time even Alex felt that Luli was crazy. Luli may be excellent, but he is a foreigner in terms of medicine. A student who has never been exposed to the refining medicine to challenge the long-standing medicine master. Looking at it, Luli seemed to be looking for himself. Luli returned. Okay. This is what you said, when will we start the comparison? Wendy couldn't wait to look at Luli's kneeling apology. Slow, what if you lose? Lost? How could I lose? Are you kidding me? Wendy seemed to hear something funny. The onlookers also felt that Luli was not self-contained. What if you? Luli asked with a smile. No case. If I lost, let you deal with it. This is the business. Wendy was arrogant, and she never thought she would lose at all. This is what you said, don't regret it at that time. Luli heard the words, showing a mysterious smile on his face. Looking at Luli, who was full of confidence, Wendy was a little panicked in his heart. But soon, he calmed down. If there is a special attack in the surgery industry, he does not believe that he will lose to a foreigner. Luli walked to the brewing table and packed the table. The bottle of power made by Wendy just glanced roughly. Although it is indeed successful, the quality of the potion is extremely poor. It was possible to maintain the effect of 3 minutes. Because Wendy's method was too poor, it could only maintain 30 seconds. This was concealed by Wendy well. Everyone's eyes are gathered on Luli, waiting to see him next move. I have no material at hand, can I borrow me a little? Luli asked Wendy. It's here, what do you want to get it yourself? Wendy took out a box and placed it on the table, showing a generous look. In fact, he was distressed. These materials are all his treasures, and they are rarely used. Thank you. Luli was not polite, opened the box directly, and began to choose inside. I don't know, I didn't expect Wendy to have so many treasures. Those common refining materials are basically available in it. Some precious materials can also be found. Luli originally planned to make a bottle of the same potion as Wendy, and now he has changed his mind. He first took out 3 clean glass bottles and filled with water. Then, in the eyes of everyone, closed their eyes. Next, I will close my eyes throughout the process, complete the operation of the medicine, and welcome everyone to supervise. After that, I started to refine the medicine. For a while, the audience was uproar. Almost everyone thinks that Luli is bragging. How can I have a closed eye? At first, Wendy thought so. But with the movement of the land, his look gradually became dignified. Wendy was surprised that Luli's alchemy method was much more skilled than him. The action was smooth and almost didn't pause. The most important thing is that Luli still closed his eyes. This is against the sky. Wendy suddenly had a sense of self-confidence. Could it be, really his eyes? Luli put the 3 water bottles into the brewing table, and then removed the hell warts to start making crude potions. At this step, it seems that it is not different from Wendy's operations. Everyone thinks that Luli is now selling and selling. But the layman watched the lively, and the insiders looked at the door. Within a few minutes, the production of 3 bottles of crude potion was completed. Immediately after, Luli added the flame powder to the brewing table. Wendy noticed that Luli added flame powder at the moment when the production of the crude potion was completed. Not only that, the dose also increased. Watching the color of the liquid in the water bottle gradually changed from blue to red, Wendy's shock was unspeakable. After a while, the 3 bottles of strength of the potion was made. Everyone at the scene looked stupid. Luli, who was not self-raising in their mouths, actually made the potion with her eyes. From the perspective of quality, Luli's power of potion is much higher than Wendy's hands. Luli's potion is dark red, while Wendy's potion is light red, which looks inferior. Not only that, Luli made 3 bottles of finished potions at a time. Wendy has only 1 bottle of success, or a bottle of disabled. In contrast, he made a judgment. At this moment, all the pressure came to Wendy. Luli slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wendy with a smile. How is it? Do you want to continue to compare? As long as it is not a full present, Luli is victorious. Don't compare it, I lose. What do you want to ask? I try to satisfy you as much as possible. Wendy seemed to be in her 10-year-old, and she said with a low expression. Let me think about it. Luli was originally preparing to tease the old man of Wendy, but now he saw him, but he was a little unbearable. Why should I go to care with an old man who is old? There was no deep hatred between the two, and Luli gave up this idea. This guy was used at first glance. Those medicine refining equipment has not been damaged at all. Luli conjecture, the biggest suspect is likely to be Lami, who is standing in the crowd. Only he could do such a 3-out thing. Sure enough. When Lily's gaze fell on Lami turned away and left the classroom. A good trick to kill someone, but unfortunately, it encountered Lily. Wendy now regrets it very much. She shouldn't be taken by her appearance before, and offended Lily. What he is most afraid of now is that Lily asked him to do something lost. I am older, where should I go when this old face go? Unexpectedly, Lily didn't embarrass him. Old when, you are good, I like it, or, you give me this. Lily pointed to the material box on the table. Ah. This. Wendy's face is difficult, some words. The things in this treasure chest were all obtained by him. If he was given to Lily like this, he would definitely be distressed. But willing to gamble, the other party has made a request, he can't regret it. Just when he was extremely entangled, Lily spoke again. So, I don't take your things in vain. Today, the uncle is in a good mood and teach you a formula for the advanced version of the potion. Advanced version of the potion? Wendy was stunned, and some unknown why. Ordinary potions can increase 130 damage within 3 minutes, and the advanced version of the power of the potion can reach 8 minutes. How about it? Do you want to learn? Want to learn, want to learn. Wendy nodded quickly. He is now like a dry sponge, urgently wanting to absorb new refining knowledge. Okay, then you have to be optimistic, I only teach you once. Lily took out the red stone powder from the box and put it in the brewing taichung. It didn't take long for the 3 bottles of power to brew taichung began to boil. Wendy's eyes widened and observed the changes in it. After a few minutes, everything returned to peace. Wendy took out one of the bottles of potions and opened it carefully. Oh my God! It's just a little red stone powder, which can extend the duration of the potion. It's really it. It's incredible! Wendy exclaimed. The next second, the unexpected scene appeared. Wendy fell in front of Luli and hugged his thigh. Master Steve, I have never known Taishan before. Please don't take it at your heart. This sudden scene shocked the Chin at the scene. They couldn't understand why, Wendy, who had a significant status, kneeling to a country boy. At this moment, what face and seniority were left behind by Wendy? His thoughts at this time were simple, and he must use everything to settle this young man named Steve. At a young age, I have such a deep accomplishment in the field of refining medicine. In the future is bound to be unlimited. When Luli saw Wendy kneeling in front of himself, he was a little caught off guard. He hurried up and wanted to help Wendy, but was pushed away by the other party. Oh, the old man what are you doing? I forgive you, get up. Age, kneel in front of me and want to let me fold it? Master Steve. I want to worship you as a teacher, if you don't agree, I will kneel here. Wendy said stubbornly. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was so woody chicken. Well. Did I hear it wrong? Master Wendy actually worships Steve as a teacher? At this time, students in other classes also asked. They stood outside the window and looked inside. When I saw this scene, I was shocked. Soon, 1 past 10, 10 passes. What happened in Luli's class spread throughout the college. Luli saw this, his face was helpless. Knowing that he would not come out to compare, now the situation is a bit difficult to control. The old man with Wendy came up, and he refused to get up. Luli can't kick him away. After all, he is still a good young man who respects the old and loves the young. After a while, Luli finally couldn't hold back, and then nodded and agreed. Okay, then I barely accept you as an apprentice. Great! Thank you, Master Steve. When Dee heard the words, his expression was excited, and he actually gave Luli 3 noise on the spot. Luli hurriedly helped him, and then found an excuse to escape the classroom. Towards all the way, Luli came to the small garden downstairs in the college. When there was no one behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief. This old man is really hard to entangle. Fortunately, I ran fast. Luli walked in the garden aimlessly, surrounded by blooming flowers everywhere. Looking at it, the flowers are clustered, colorful, and the air is filled with a touch of floral fragrance. Luli walked while thinking about how to make money quickly. He is not dignified now, and it is inconvenient to do anything. Luli bowed his head and thought about it. The next second, I hit a person in the corner. Oh, it hurts me. It's a girl's voice. Luli took a closer look. I saw a nice-faced girl, covering a somewhat red and swollen head. I'm sorry, are you okay? Luli asked some guilty conscience. I'm okay. The girl said with pain. It's okay, then I'm gone. After Luli finished speaking, he quickly walked away. Girls were stunned on the spot like a lightning strike. What's the matter with this person? It was just like this girl. I don't care a few words. It's a nerd who is unsuspecting. She stomped her feet and was a little angry. Why is this person so puzzled? I am also recognized by the college's big beauty, and they are usually sought after by boys. Luli treated her so, making her unacceptable for a while. After thinking about it for a long time, the girl thought of a possibility, and she immediately shined. The guy must be shocked by my beauty just now, and dare not look directly at me, so I can only fled. Yes. It must be like this. I'm so smart. The girl is convinced of her thoughts. Luli walked and came to the playground unknowingly. At this time, a group of students on the playground were class. A strong man is explaining the technical essentials of fighting to everyone. Classmates, martial arts in the world, but they are not broken. You have to remember this truth. As long as your speed is fast enough, you can occupy the wind in battle. The students below nodded. Let me show you the actual combat skills. Is anyone who is willing to come up with myself to work for me? As soon as the man said, the students were silent. Seeing everyone silent, Mabaugwa scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Coincidentally, Luli passed by. Malbaugwa's eyes were lit, and he stopped Luli. This classmate, can you help me be busy? Help? What do you help? Luli stopped, a little confused. Do my sparring, play with me. Speaking, Mabaugwa handed the wooden sword in his hand to Luli. Luli was stunned, and he agreed without thinking much. Anyway, I must be entangled by the old man of Wendy now, and it is better to find some fun outside. The students on the side made sympathy to Luli. Hey, brother, you guess you are going to be moldy. You are so miserable. I met Master Maugwagwa for 3 minutes for you. Luli couldn't help asking while the other party was acting. Is this person very good? After some understanding, Luli suddenly realized. It turned out that this guy named Maugwa was actually a member of the Knights of the Wangqing. Recently, I was sent to the college to be a mentor. It is said that the strength is unpredictable. They agreed that Luli would definitely be abused miserably. Luli just smiled and didn't say much. Are you ready? I want to start attacking. Mabaugwa also took out a wooden sword and looked eager to try. Luli nodded at him. Rest assured, I have a good job, and I won't get you too much injuries. Luli sneered, but he wanted to see what the strength of the former Knights members. Look at the sword. Mabaugwa held the wooden sword, and pierced it to land. His speed was fast, almost in front of Luli, in the blink of an eye. Mu Jian took the abdomen of Luli, and was fierce. The students below have closed their eyes. They seem to see the tragic situation of Luli's defeat. Luli's eyes were firm, and he hid away without a hurry. What? My sword, it's empty. Mabaugwa looked at the wooden sword that was cut in the air, and his face was shocked. and Luli looked at each other like watching a fool. Hey, do you want to fight? If you don't want it, I will leave. Luli was impatiently urging. When he heard Luli's words, Ma Baogwa returned to God. Fight. We continue. I just put water on the water just now. You have to be careful this time. Hurry up, don't talk nonsense. Luli even yawned a lack of interest. This scene fell in the eyes of Ma Baogwa, and it changed. This time, Ma Baogwa did not adopt a brave attack method. He accelerated, rushed in front of Luli, then jumped up high, and waved the wooden sword to imitate with Luli's head. I dare to look down on me, then I will let you know that I am great. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were shocked for a while. It's terrible. Master Ma Baogwa was angry. The strength of Master Ma Baogwa is so terrifying. Fortunately, we did not conflict with him. The power of this sword is so great, the boy may not be killed by a sword. Feeling the other person's killing, Luli's face became cold instantly. He just escaped the opponent's attack, and he would kill himself. Since the other party can't afford to play, Luli is too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Ma Baogwa's attack was about to fall on the top of Luli, but Luli disappeared in place like ghostly. What? Luli's speed was too fast, so that Ma Baogwa didn't see his movements at all. The disappearing Luli actually appeared behind Ma Baogwa at the time of Ma Baogwa. Luli had a sword and chopped on his back. Ma Baogwa only felt a huge force passing his back all over his back, and he was hit by lightning. With a bang, Ma Baogwa faced his face down and fell a dog to eat shit. This time, it was miserable. Luli saw that Ma Baogwa's blood bars were less than 1/3. This is still because Luli uses wooden swords, which is not very lethal. Otherwise, Ma Baogwa may be a dead man now. The crowd exclaimed. The students hurried up and helped Ma Baogwa. Ma Baogwa covered his back and grinned with painful teeth. Because it was face to the ground, Ma Baogwa's nose was swollen. Ma Baogwa just wanted to scold the street, so he felt a fishy smell in his mouth. My teeth. Damn. My teeth are gone. Ma Baogwa spit out a few broken front teeth from his mouth, and blood was dripping. He looked at a large red in his palm, his eyes were dark, and he fainted directly. Seeing this, Luli laughed. He probably guessed why this product is not going to stay in the Cavaliers and runs as a mentor. Who would have thought that the members of the former Cavaliers were bleeding? The students raised Ma Baogwa with 7 hands. They just saw Luli's greatness, and naturally, they would not come to him to ask him for guilty. But this is good, and there is a lot of trouble for Luli. Luli looked at the time, and was about to get out of school. He walked leisurely towards the horse under the teaching, ready to visit the big dark horse. At this time, the college had long been chaotic. Not long ago, there was a big event. Wang Di, a master of medicine hired by the college, actually recognized a student as a teacher in the class. What is even more headache is that the student is Steve. Lancho looked gloomy after hearing the news. He never expected that this Steve was so powerful that even Wendy was done by him. Wendy's identity is extremely special, although the position in the college is not as high as Lancho. However, Wendy is well known in Wanqing and is the role of Lancho's insurmountable. Coupled with Steve and a titled knight cover, it is even more difficult to want to find the field for his son. If it is said that the non-Lancho chose a criminal between the titled knight and the Wamodi, he would rather choose to break the halberd. Broken halberd is just a titled knight. Behind Wendy's mastermates, there are probably several titled knights as backing. After all, the pharmacist can bring a significant combat effectiveness to the title of the knight, which is the object of everyone who is sought after. Thinking of this, Lancho was a little big. Is there really no way to sanction Steve? Seeing his father's frowning, Lami said, Father, don't worry so much, I have figured out how to deal with Steve. Oh? Do you have a way? Listen. Lancho heard the words and asked, quickly. Didn't our school have a mentor who came from the Cavaliers recently? That guy and I are an old friend. I can let him help him teach that kid. Lamiin said with a smile. I seem to be a bit impressed, isn't it that Halo guy? Lancho recalled. Yes. That's him. Let him make him difficult to get that Steve, and let him suffer. This method sounds good. You can contact him quickly. It is best to drive him out of the college. This kid jumped for a day, and I looked at a headache. Lancho ordered. Yes. I go. As soon as Londi was happy, as soon as he was about to leave, someone hurried in. Vice Dean. Not good. It's wrong. A mentor ran in panic. What is urgent? I won't knock on the door first. Lancho frowned, apparently a little dissatisfied with the move of the person who broke in without knocking. Sorry, Deputy Dean. The man obviously knew he was reckless and quickly apologized. Okay, hurry up, I have a valuable time. Lancho was impatiently urging. He is now headache for Luli. The new M.O. Baugwagwa fainted. It's still unconscious, do you want to see it? Which Ma Baugwa? Lancho asked. Before the man answered, Randy was quite excited. Father, Ma Baugwa is the guy we just mentioned. Lancho heard the words, his face changed greatly. Hurry up. Take me to see him. The father and son hurried to the school's dormitory. At this time, Ma Baugwa was still lying in the bed and unconscious. I'll let go. Let's open. Deputy Dean is here. Everyone immediately gave up away and let Lancho's father and son go in. What's the hell? How can you make it like this? Seeing the swollen face of the nose, Lancho's father and son were a little surprised. In terms of combat effectiveness, no one in the college should be Ma Baugwa's opponent. He is now hurting like this. Is it possible that a master comes to the college to make trouble? Kiki. At this moment, Ma Baugwa finally woke up slowly. Seeing so many people in front of him, he was a little panicked. What's wrong? Why do you stare at me? Ma Baugwa sat up and said unclearly. Brother, are you okay? Lami asked. I'm okay, just suffer a little injury, it doesn't matter. Ma Baugwa Changyan said with a smile. I heard, are you like this by a student? Lami asked. Ma Baugwa's face was stiff, and after a while, it took a while to ease. This is the case. Just now, a young man said to me, whether he can teach him a little combat skills, he also wants to enter the Cavaliers. I said yes, I just taught him a few tricks. I didn't expect this boy to be unconvinced. He had to try one game with me. Oh, as soon as I finished speaking, this guy stood up, soon. Then came up with a left-handed right whip leg and a left thorn fist. My right fist was put on his nose, and I didn't hit him. I laughed and prepared to collect the fist. Until the point of the discussion, he has lost. If this punches exactly, he will be injured. He also admits that this discussion is that I will win. As a result, the young man suddenly had a left thorns to attack my face. I cared about it, without flashing, he was hit by him, and he fainted. After listening to Ma Baugwa's words, everyone suddenly realized. Oh, brother, if this is the case, then don't blame you, it's that guy who doesn't talk about martial arts. Don't worry, I will help you find that student and punish him for you. Seeing this, Lami also was in trouble for Ma Baugwa. Seeing that Ma Baugwa is okay, everyone is scattered. In the end, there were only Rami and Mo Baugwa in the room. Brother, you have to get better, I have an important thing to entrust you. Lami said with a long heart. It's okay, I will do my best, even though it is given to me. Well, you have time to help me pay attention to a student named Steve. He and I have some personal grievances and find a way to teach him. Lami said fiercely. Okay. No problem. Isn't it a student? How big? I promised to give him a whole clothes. Mabaugwa patted his chest and promised. The two smiled each other, and they were particularly insidious. It was just that Mabaugwa couldn't think of the student who asked him to teach him. It was Luli who had just put him down. If he knows, it is estimated that he would not nod. Lu Liao finally came to Ma Yan. At this time, there were many students around Ma Yan. He squeezed in curiously and wanted to find out, but saw a surprising scene. The big dark horse was riding on a pink horse at this time, doing something unsightly. Luli was dumbfounded. These two goods are too fierce. As soon as they came to school, the overlord had a bow. A young girl squatted next to the horse, crying and sad. Sasa, oh, my Sasa. 10 minutes ago, Eri came to Ma Yan to check her mare Sasa. As a result, as soon as I came up, I saw a tall dark horse bullying my mount. She was frightened and wanted to rush into the horse. But she found that this dark horse was extremely powerful, and she was helpless at all. Later, more and more people. A few boys who pursued her on weekdays rushed in. As a result, they were all kicked and almost farted. At this point, everyone learned that this big dark horse was powerful. Ailey suddenly felt that someone patted herself. She looked up and suddenly stunned. Isn't this person who hit himself in the garden and ran away? How could he be here? Could it be? I changed my mind and felt sorry for myself, so I rushed over and apologized for myself. Hey, what are you crying? Is this pink horseshoe? Luli squatted down and asked curiously. Ah? Yes, yes. Ailey stunned, but did not expect Luli to ask this. Olympic, then it's okay, you continue to cry. Luli stood up, walked into the horse, and blown a whistle at the big dark horse. Hey, don't touch that horse, it's fierce. When Ailey saw Luli, he quickly reminded. As soon as the words fell, the big dark horse stopped and left towards landing. Everyone present was an expression that waited for the show. It's over, it's another one who is not afraid of death, I guess he will be flying. I'm almost forgotten, this is the number one of the fools who go up to compare. Just based on the sourness of this kid, I still want to pick up girls. Everyone was ridiculed by the side. The big dark horse walked to Luli and did not attack him. Instead, he lowered his head and let Luli touch. Fanma escaped from the big dark horse's claws, and hurried to his master's side. Ailey was holding her mount tightly, crying. Everyone, let me give me. Luli rolled over and rode on his back, and said to the people outside the horse. Everyone took 2 steps back, for fear of being injured by mistake. However, there was still a boy standing out. Steve. You cried, Ailey, do you want to leave like this? When the boy opened his mouth, everyone was a little surprised. Master of Pharmaceutical Wangdi worshipped a student named Steve as a teacher in the classroom. But there are not many people who have seen Steve himself. The man also recognized by chance. Ailey? Who is Eri? Lao Tzu doesn't know her. Get out of Lao Tzu quickly. Don't stop the way. Luli frowned, saying it was angrily. Really false, why don't this person even know the first beauty of the college? The onlookers were obviously a little surprised. Lu Dai scratched his head, which was obviously the first time he heard the name. I'm Ailey, do you have any opinions? Ailey stopped crying and walked to Luli's head and looked at him. Don't dare, dare not. Luli was stunned, and he said with some guilty conscience. After all, the big dark horse is wrong first, he knows that he is losing. Steve. You don't apologize to Ailey today, don't want to leave here. The man became more and more excited when he saw Ailey. Who are you? What are you? Are you teaching me to do things? Luli jumped off his horse back and grabbed the opponent's collar. The man obviously did not expect that Luli's attitude was so tough, and he was frightened for a while. However, Ailey is his goddess, and he can't be embarrassed in front of the goddess. The thing of the goddess Ailey is my business. I don't allow you to bully my goddess, he said with a scalp. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was uproar. Good guy, this is almost equal to the confession on the spot. Ailey frowned and frowned. There are too many people who confess to him, making her a little upset. Luli seemed to hear something funny, and suddenly laughed. The man was unknown, so he asked, "What are you laughing?" "Hurry up to the goddess Ailey." "Goddess? I really want to laugh. Do you think she will like you when she helps her extending justice?" "In case. Those who have a will." The man refuted. "Okay, your goddess is in front of you now, let's face the quality." After that, Luli turned to ask Ailey. "Ailey, do you like him like this? Will you like him?" "Dislike." Ailey shook her head decisively. "Did you hear it? She said she didn't like it." Luli said to the man. "Hear it?" The man whispered back. "Then can you let me pass now?" "No." The man said resolutely. "Why? People rejected you in person, why do you have to talk to her?" Luli really didn't understand what this person was thinking. "No. All you see are just superficial. I am sure that the goddess Ari likes me, but there are too many people here, she is embarrassed to admit it." The man roared hysterically. His speech made everyone silently silent. Luli thought about what to say for a long time, so he had to pat his shoulder and say, "Brother, I haven't admired anyone in my life, you are the first. I have only one sentence of my evaluation." "Do you want to know?" "What?" The man asked, curiously licking a dog is a real cow. The onlookers nodded. As a party, Ailey couldn't stay again, and rode Ma Fei, who ran away. At this point, this farce finally ended. Luli returned to his back and was ready to go to the college. Along the way, someone kept throwing his envy at him. Many people recognized Luli, and the surprise on their faces overflowed. What happened to this Steve these 2 days? I can't understand too. He is a rural person, where can I buy a mount? You don't understand this. According to reliable news, Steve is raised by the rich woman of Wangqing. When they learned this news, everyone would smile. Wangqing Elite College is located in the corner of Les City. Les City is the capital of the Kingdom of the Block and is economically developed. The 70 residents here are the nobles of the Wangqing, and the remaining 30 civilians are used to serve 70 nobles. The middle streets of Rice City are vertical and the shops are standing. The most famous is the trading market in the center of the city. Here, you can buy and sell items you need. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you have money, you can't buy anything here. Luli was the first time to come to the trading market and NBP, very excited. It feels like auction house and exchange in the game. However, Luli had no text, and he had to get some money to come back first. Luli found the most humble stall on the roadside and began to ask the price. Various materials and props are placed on the stalls. "Boss, how much is the skull bone?" "It depends on whether you want to buy or sell it. I sell it for a gold coin here, and the price of the acquisition is 80 silver coins. Do you want to buy or sell it?" The boss looked at Luli, and saw that he was wearing poor sourness, his tone was perfunctory. "I want to sell." When I heard that a bone can be worth so much money, Luli's eyes were full of little stars. There is no shortage of bones in his family. Okay, how many do you want to sell? When I heard that Luli was not here to buy things, the boss was a little lacking. I have 10 roots here, let's give it to you. Okay, 8 gold coins, don't get it. The stall owner gave money quickly. Luli held 8 heavy gold coins, and his heart was almost jumped out. Money! He finally has money. In fact, there are still many bones in Luli's backpacks, but he didn't take it all. Luli has his own plan. It is tantamount to seeking wealth in the trading market. Thousands of people who can take out thousands of bones at once will definitely cause a stir. Luli doesn't want to be the target of the criticism. After getting the money, Luli came to a small and famous hotel in Wanqing and opened a room. It is located here, and the price is expensive. Living for one night, you need 1 gold coin. Luli was originally reluctant, and finally booked a week. Life is alive, just to enjoy life, money can be earned, anyway, there are so many materials in Luli bags. As for Dahe, Luli was fostering it in the horses of the hotel. In order to prevent these two goods from causing any more or wrong, Luli also deliberately added money to give it a single room. After leaving the hotel, Luli returned to the trading market again. Standing on the streets of trading markets, there are past people everywhere. Luli was headache for how to handle the batch of materials on hand. He has thousands of monsters in his hands. If he takes it out, it is estimated that it can cause a lot of commotion. The so-called wealth is not exposed. He didn't want to be stared at. Neurotrophic, what are you standing in the middle of the road, don't stop the road. A man wearing a mask pushed Luli away and walked past him. Lu Liben wanted to find that person theory, but his eyes were attracted by his mask. Mask? Yes, why didn't I think? His eyes were bright, this is a good way. With a mask, who can recognize him? Luli strolled around the nearby stall, and soon found a favorite mask. This is a mask with a skeleton face, which looks a little bit embarrassed. However, this is the result of Luli's desired. He didn't want to be treated as a good bullied goods. This mask just allows Luli to go to a lot of unnecessary trouble. Bringing the mask and putting on a new black cloak, Luli changed his appearance instantly. The stalls on the side of these roads are too small to digest the inventory of land. Large transactions have become the best choice. There are several large transactions on the trading market. Luli chose the Star Trading Bank. In terms of scale and aggressive extent, Tianqing Trading Bank is obviously better than several others. There is a long white step at the door of the Star Trading Bank. If Luli reads it wrong, these should be made of quartz. As well as it can be seen that the wealth of Tianqing Trading Bank is strong. Walking along the quartz steps into the lobby, there are thousands of square meters of size. For more than 10 meters, you can see a trading counter. These counters are also divided into several areas based on different types of transaction items. Food, ore, potion, weapons, armor, mount. There is everything. Thousands of people gathered here, waiting in line to deal with transactions. Seeing Luli came in, a female waiter greeted up and said with a smile. Hello, do you help you? Luli was stiff and unnatural. He just wanted to speak, and suddenly thought that he needed to hide his identity now, and he lowered his voice. I have some materials that have fallen on my body that need to be sold. Okay, sir, please. To say, the waitress led landing and came to the Monster Warrior trading counter. There are still several people in front of Luli. After a few minutes of waiting, it was Luli's turn. He took a step forward and came to the counter. There was a slightly bloated man sitting in the counter. The man looked at Luli and shrugged. Like Luli's guy with a strange mask, he saw much. In his opinion, the more fierce people who pretend to be fierce, the less angry. This is the same as the dog will not bite. Welcome, do you need to sell items or buy it? I have some bones and arrows here, to sell. Lu left Mengshan. Bone, our acquisition price is 90 silver, and the arrow is 1 gold. How much do you need to sell? There are about 1,000 each. Lu Liyun said lightly. How much? 1,000. The man in the counter thought that there was something wrong with his ears, and quickly asked again. 1,000 bones, 1,000 arrows. Luli repeated again. The man hurriedly stood up. Sir, here is a star auction house. Please don't be kidding, otherwise it will be blacklisted by us. I look very idle? Luli took out a large bundle of bones and arrows from his backpack, and smashed on the counter. Here are 100 bones and 100 arrows. First, you will check the goods first. If the cooperation is smooth, you will give it to you. The man in the counter stared at the bones and arrows in front of him, and his lips. He thought Luli was just a joke, but he didn't expect it to be true. He didn't even see the things Luli took out of thin air. The man realized that he must have encountered big customers. He quickly lost his face and said, Sir, it's inconvenient to speak here, let's talk about it. Luli nodded and followed the man into the background. Compared to the front desk, the background looks more magnificent. The monster's head was hung on the wall, and the colored wool carpet was covered on the ground. The man took Luli to the sofa and hurriedly left. It didn't take long for a tall woman to come in. Hello sir, I am the person in charge of the Star Trading Bank, you can call me Lia. Lia stretched out Luli's fibrous jade hands, with a bright smile. Luli almost reached out subconsciously, but fortunately he responded in time. Seeing that Luli was so cold, Lia had to smile embarrassingly. She sat opposite Luli and started talking to Luli. Sir, don't know how you call it? Just call me Ghost Noodles. Luli lowered his voice. Okay, Mr. Ghost Noodle, I heard that you have a lot of bones and arrows to be sold. Leah raised her hair in front of her hair, showing her charm. What a powerful woman. Raising hands and feet seemed to be tempting. Luli secretly thought. He subconsciously looked away from Leah's body. Yes, there are currently 1,000 each. I don't know if the Tianqing auction house can help me handle it. Of course. Although 1,000 bones and arrows are not a small number, it is still no problem for our Tianqing trading bank. That's good, I don't want to say more nonsense. How much money? You open a price. Luli said categorically. Mr. Ghostface, this is the case. Our Tianqing trading bank is willing to cooperate with big customers like you, so we are willing to add 10 more in the original purchase price. I don't know what you want. After Lia finished speaking, she stared at Luli and tried to see through the face under the mask. Okay, then do it according to the price you said. Luli said, and took a bundle of bones and arrows. Seeing this scene, Lia was full of eyes. It's here, do you want to count it? Luli asked. No need, I believe Mr. Ghost Noodle, even if there are really fewer, I am willing to take it myself. Lia showed a charming smile on landing. Luli suddenly felt red on his face, but fortunately there was a mask blocked, otherwise it would be exposed. Lia patted her palm, and someone sent a large bag of gold coins up. Mr. Ghostface, the gold coins are here, do you need to count it? I want to believe you once. Luli's pretended to be calm. In fact, his inner excitement is almost difficult to suppress. The bone sold 990 gold, plus the 1100 gold sold by the arrow. Luli now has more than 2,000 gold coins. Even in this king city, it can be regarded as rich people. As soon as Luli waved his hand, he put a bag of gold coins into the backpack. He did not avoid his behavior, and he was not afraid of Lia. This is the confidence that the master should have. Fortune is not exposed, it is for the weak. Luli is now to shape himself into a peerless master. Leah didn't talk much about it, even if she had a lot of questions even in her heart. This is professional ethics and cannot break the rules. Okay, it's not too early, I should leave, I am happy to cooperate, let's contact business in the future. Luli stood up and said. This time, he took the initiative to reach out. Leah didn't hesitate and held up enthusiastically. Luli held Leah's little hand, weak and boneless, cold and silky. He was even reluctant to let go. In the end, Leah coughed, and Luli realized that he was disappointed. He retracted his hands embarrassingly and turned away. Not long after Luli walked away, a man came to Leah's report. Miss Leah, our people have already followed. Do it well, let them pay attention to me, I want to see what the origin of this person is. Leah remembered the temperature of the palm of her palm, and a smile on the corner of her mouth. I really thought it was a master who did not eat the fireworks on Earth. In the end, I was fascinated by me. She smiled very proudly. After Luli left Tianqing shooting trading, he planned to go back to school directly. Who knows, Black Dragon suddenly emerged. Brother! Someone is following you. Luli was shocked, his eyes glanced back inadvertently, and he saw two suspicious men. Don't panic, I have my own way. Luli sneered and walked towards the alley. The man from the two Dingxing trading states walked and left into the alley, and quickly followed. However, when they walked into the alley, they found that it was actually a dead end. And Luli has long disappeared. People. Where are you going? I don't know. The two didn't see Luli's figure in a circle, so they had to give up and went back to the way. When Leah heard Luli disappeared inexplicably to the dead alley, her mouth could not help but raise her mouth. Interesting, it seems really a master. Miss Leah, do we need to search for the whole city? No need, don't provoke this guy in the future. He must have discovered you, and it doesn't make sense to track him. At this time it was the setting sun, and the golden sun was spilled on Leah's side face, making her look more beautiful. Luli has been transmitted back to the brush tower. He picked a dead end just now to confuse his opponent. As soon as he turned in, Luli found a corner and sent away. As everyone knows, I have no intention of inserting Willow. His move was unintentionally crooked, making Leah misunderstood. Regardless of whether Luli took things out of thin air or suddenly disappeared in the city, these made Leah confident that Luli was a master of facts. At night, for ordinary people, it is a time to rest. But for Luli, it is carnival. Others need to sleep, he does not need. The accommodation fee in the college could not afford it. On weekdays, Luli went to the dormitory of Alex to make a rest. No need now. He has to hurry up and take more things while everyone is resting. Luli's current level is close to level 40, and monsters have piled up several boxes. There are also a lot of food for food. The only thing that is missing now is the equipment. You can buy iron in the market, and you can get a whole set of about 50 gold coins. However, the more advanced diamond set is priceless, and Luli has never seen people who sell diamond equipment. There are a few diamonds sold in the Star Trading Walk, but the price is too expensive and requires 1,000 gold coins. Luli has only 2,000 gold coins in his hand, which is not enough. Compared to the high price of trading, Luli feels that it is more reliable to dig it by himself. The night was quiet, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on the ground. Luli walked in the wild so much. Occasionally, there are a few zombies and skeletons passing by, but these are not threatened to Luli. He walked into the fog forest. With the existence of the black dragon, Luli is not afraid of getting lost in the fog forest at all. The seemingly dangerous fog forest is actually much safer than the outside world. Many powerful monsters are sealed here, and their pressure is too powerful. The closer to the center of the fog forest, the lower the mobs will refresh. After half an hour of trek, Luli finally found the first natural mine. The entrance of this mine is located at the bottom of a stream. Luli jumped up, jumped into the water, and sneaked into the water. There is only one person in the entrance, and he can barely crawl in. After entering, it was suddenly cheerful. This is a giant underground cave with thousands of square meters. The entrance is located at the center of the cave, and the gap between the bottom is as high as tens of meters. Luli slowly landed to the bottom of the cave along the water flow. There are many shrubs and vines, growing dark and humid here. Luli held a torch with his hand and illuminated the dark scenery around. After looking around for 4 weeks, Luli decided to walk west. There is a split cave channel there, and a lot of ore should be generated. Luli walked while inserting a torch on his right hand. Insert the tip torch on the same side, which can prevent getting lost in the mine. This mineral channel is not long. It didn't take long after walking. However, Luli heard the sound of water flowing vaguely. Searching for a few times, finally determined that the sound of the water came from Luli's feet. In the next 2 steps, Lu retired and dug the place he was standing before. Sure enough, as he guessed, below is still a mineral channel. However, the underground was dark, and Luli didn't dare to rush. No one knows how deep here is, and one accident may fall to death. In order to ensure safety, Luli chose the most secure way. He first threw the torch to the bottom to determine the height. Then followed the side of the wall and dug the steps down. This can avoid falling, and it is convenient if you want to come up. Not long after, Luli went down to the mineral channel. The water flow flows from top, leading to the ground. In the mine, water flow will make people inconvenient. Luli went up against the flow, and began to find the source of water. In the end, the source was found at a stone wall. The water flow came out of a stone wall. Luli blocked the source. Taking advantage of the water flow before disappearing, Luli went downstream with the help of water. This is much faster than slowing down. However, Luli underestimated the impact and speed of water flow. When he wanted to stop, he found that he couldn't get away at all. The water flow is wrapped in landing, and the speed is getting faster and faster. The mine was dark, and Luli even had time to light up. Suddenly, Luli's body suddenly fell down. The whole person was as if heavier and lost control. Falling from such a high place, it is estimated that it is might. Feeling the wind from the ears, Luli closed his eyes. However, unexpected cranes did not happen. With a puppet, Luli fell into the water and sank down. He suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to swim on the surface. It wasn't until Luli returned to God until he exposed his head out of the water and breathed the fresh air. How can there be water here? Luli ignited a torch and wanted to see the surrounding scenes. I don't know, Luli suddenly found that he was in a giant underground lake. This underground lake is positive, and no one can see the side. Luli found a direction and swam on the shore. He was paralyzed on the ground, and his face was shocked. Who would have thought that there would be an underground lake here? This terrain is the first time. After a while, Luli stood up and was ready to continue looking for ore. Without 2 steps, Luli saw the coal of the entire wall. This is the first time Luli encountered minerals, and he couldn't help but excite. There are so many coal here, indicating that there are certain mineral resources. Maybe, you can really dig a diamond here. Luli took out the stone pick and began to dig coal crazy. It took more than 10 minutes to dig out the coal of the entire wall of the wall and obtained nearly 2 groups of coal. Not only that, Luli also had some new discoveries. Half-half, some iron ore appeared next to the coal. There are not many quantities, and there are more than 10. Luli dug the iron mine, and then burned it directly with the furnace to make an iron ingot, which directly synthesized 1 iron pick and several buckets. Compared with sure how, the work efficiency of iron picks is much higher. Not only that, it can also be used to dig hard minerals such as diamonds, red stones. After getting the bucket, Luli went directly to the underground lake to pick up a bucket of water and put it in the backpack. I have been playing for so many years EAFT. Luli is also an old miner. Whenever he was in the mine, he had to worry about it. For example, resolutely do not mine directly under your feet. Although the vertical downward mining is the fastest, the risk is also very high. Sometimes, the foot may be empty. Once you dig through, you will fall directly and fall, or even fall to death. Another threat is the magma lake. Once you accidentally fall into it, all efforts will be in vain. Therefore, bringing a bucket of water for life is particularly important. Even if it really falls into the magma, as long as the hand speed is fast enough, it can achieve self-rescue. Luli walked around the underground lake and found that the terrain here was strange. The general mineral channels should be relatively narrow, and they are turning around, which is easy to get lost. However, the underground mine in front of you is connected by several large pits, and the terrain is very open. The underground lake just now should be a large pit, but it was filled with water. Before going out, Luli saw the trace of artificial mineral channels. The wooden board, railway, disrepair for a long time, covered with spider web. It seems that it has been artificially excavated here. It was just somehow that it was abandoned. Is the ore all dug up? After running so far, I finally found a mine and was dug. Luli was a little depressed. But when you are here, he still wants to go to the artificial mineral channel to see. Maybe you can find some unexpectedly. Along the way, Luli collected the rails scattered on the ground all the way. These are all good things, maybe they can come in handy. The deeper into the inside, the darker the light in the mineral channel. Fortunately, Luli discovered a mining car treasure chest. After opening, there are some iron ingots and the seeds of watermelon and pumpkin. There are already several crop seeds in Luli's current backpacks. After he is going to go back, he will expand the underground farm first and develop agriculture. It is always tired to eat more bread, and it can be replenished with some new food. Continue to go forward. Luli saw a large piece of spider web across the mine. Behind the spider web, there was a sound of hissing. Needless to say, it must be a cave spider brush. Luli took out the iron sword and cleaned the clues in front of him. In the next second, the spider blocked by the thread rushed over. Luli's backhand was a sword, chopped around the spider's neck. A -6 damage appears. Luli was stunned for a while. How could it be so harmful? He had already hit the spider's neck. With doubt, Luli was cut again around the spider's neck. This sword still caused only 6 damage. What happened? Is it my cut? Luli changed the attack direction in the next sword, turning from his neck to its red eyes. -18. When the iron sword pierced into the spider's eyes, it jumped out 3 times the damage number. The spider was emptied by a sword and turned into a ray of white smoke, dissipated. Sure enough, Luli thought was right. The weaknesses of humanoid monsters are at the neck, but the weakness of monsters like spiders is on the eyes. There is a spider eye on the ground, which is a drop of loot. Luli will bring its income backpack. This is a good material for refining medicine, which can be used to make toxic potions. Continue to go deep, before taking 2 steps, and 2 spiders. More than 10 meters, Luli had already seen the spider brush in the rear. Luli held the iron sword and quickly stabbed 2 swords. -18. The blood volume of the spider itself is only 15 points, and it cannot bear the attack of Luli at all, and was instantly killed. This time, he got a spider eye again. He stepped forward quickly, and before the next group of monsters were fresh, he inserted the torch to brush the monster cage, to prevent the monster from brushing the monster. After confirming that there were no other monsters around, Luli began to check the treasure chest next to the monster cage. Lied. Diamond. Luli didn't have much expectations for this treasure chest. As a result, he saw a diamond lying in the box as soon as he opened it. In addition, there is a diamond horse armor and some clues in the box. The saddle is used to tame the mount, and the horse armor can armed mounts to enhance the defense of the mount. The harvest of this treasure chest is quite abundant, and Luli is addicted. Before leaving, Luli set up a teleportation coordinate here. Today, I was in a hurry. When I was free next time, I came here to transform it into a monster tower. The more you go to the depths of the mineral channel, the more Luli feels wrong. The mineral channels here are much more broken than the outside, not even the railway. Not only that, the roads here are also uneven, and it looks like a semi-finished product. In the end, the artificial mineral channel was gone. Instead, it is a narrow natural mineral road. It is amazing that there is no torch in the mineral channel, but it still has a weak light. Luli walked carefully to inside and wanted to find out. After approaching, Luli was surprised to find that the light in the mine came from the fruit of a vine plant. Glowing berry vine. Luli has heard of this plant, but has never seen it. He used to play I before E when AFT. I saw the introduction of this stuff in the update announcement of the test suit. Not only can it be eaten, it can also be used as a mobile light source. Can you really eat it? Luli took it down and observed it carefully. Finally, take off one of the berries and throw it into the mouth. The berry can indeed be eaten, and it can also restore the hunger value. However, the taste of berry is too sour and is not suitable for food. Continue to go forward, the channel begins to become narrow. Some ores that Luli never seen gradually appeared on the wall. One is a gray litter, and the other is a white square fossil, similar to the quartz. A little more, the road was blocked by the stone. Obviously, here is blocked. Luli couldn't help but be curious, what happened here before? In order to clarify the truth, and NBP, Luli took out How and started to dig. Digging the first layer of round stones, there are several layers in it. What secrets are hidden in it? A good mineral channel, why block it? A few minutes later, Luli finally dug an entrance that could be opened. He couldn't wait to walk in. There is no difference between it and ordinary mineral channels, but there is a green mimosa growing on the ground. As soon as Luli approached, Mimo curled up his leaves. The more and more the quantity of the lumite and the square stone. At the same time, some purple crystal ore also appeared in the mine. This is amethyst? Luli was shocked and found that some small amethyst ore appeared on the wall. They grow on the purple crystal mine, and they are not big, but they have begun to take shape. Going a little bit, the more the amount of amethyst ore is. In the end, Luli came to a perm crystal mine up to tens of meters. The amethyst here is much larger than the outside, and all grow into a cluster. Luli dug the stone pick, but the amethyst was broken directly. After he changed into an iron pick, he finally dug it. Holding the crystal translucent amethyst, Luli was overjoyed. Originally, i.e. at the annual celebration of AFT, the official announcement of the mining mechanism was officially changed. However, Luli didn't know at the time, and he learned through the video explanation of the seeds god afterwards. However, as a national service player, Luli's heart had no waves. He had been ready for 2 years before he could play the new version of the preparation. I did not expect that it was realized here in advance. Thinking of this, Luli couldn't help crying. Luli took out the iron pick and began to dig amethyst. The iron pick smashed on the amethyst bud bed, ding ding ding, the voice was crisp and pleasant. Luli had just dug off the amethyst of the small half-face wall, and there was a sudden sound behind him. Looking back, Luli was startled. I don't know when, a monster up to a few meters appeared behind him. This monster looks like an iron puppet with 2 long horns on his head. Strangely, it has no eyes, only a huge mouth. Luli remembered it, and then remembered its name. Follow the sound. This is a monster that will actively attack players. The Guardian Guards can only rely on listening to determine the opponent's position. It was Luli's sound that made it attracted it when digging the amethyst ore. Following the sound of landing, he rushed over. Luli quickly avoided. The next second, Luli was hit out of a big pit where he stood before. The destructive power of the followers is so horrible. Luli finally realized that why this mineral road was abandoned and sealed. With such a fierce follow-up guarding the amethyst ore, who dares to stay here? As soon as Luli moved the place, he chased up with the sound guard, and launched an attack again. Don't look at it, but the speed is not slow at all. Luli's road was completely blocked, and he couldn't go away. See the ghost? This guy is so fast. As soon as the words fell, the guard guarded the attack again. There was no way, he had to take out the shield to resist the attack. With a violent impact, Luli flew out. Although it was ready, Luli was still hit by 2/3 of the blood volume by the Guardian Guard. You know, Luli is a whole-body iron cover plus shield. Such strict protection is almost killed in seconds, and the power of the Guardian Guard can be imagined. Luli couldn't dare to stay, while guarding the sound before, he struggled to get up from the ground and ran towards the outside. When Luli finally saw the exit, he was overjoyed. He hurried to the exit and blocked the passage with stones. As soon as Luli's front foot was busy, he arrived at his foot. He deliberately left a gap to observe the situation inside. He held his breath and didn't let him make any sound. I saw the Guardian guarding to the wall and stayed for a while, and turned to leave. Seeing that the sound of the followers walked away, Luli had a sigh of relief. Finally, it is a robbery. He quickly took the bread to eat, and began to slowly recover the blood volume. Although the amethyst is very eye-catching, Luli is not yet an opponent who guards the sound and can only give up. Wait until the equipment will be upgraded in the future, and then challenge. Before leaving, Luli did not forget to set a transmission point for convenience to come again next time. After leaving the artificial mineral road, Luli walked in another direction. Obviously, I have not been discovered. I can see some ore without taking a few steps. Well, what kind of mine is this? Luli dug, and suddenly found a dark yellow ore. He thought it was a gold mine at the beginning, but looked closely, but found that it was not. Luli used sure how, but it was very easy to dig it down. This is, copper mine? Luli was shocked. After digging ore for so many years, the copper mine is the first time. This seems to be the ore that has only added the version update, and I heard that it will rust. The copper mine is the same as the iron or gold ore. After digging it, it needs to be processed by the furnace to become copper ingots. Copper ingots can also synthesize telescopes with the amethyst mirror dug before. This is a good thing to explore. The specific synthetic method is as follows. Empty and NBP, amethyst and NBP, empty and NBP, copper ingot and NBP, empty and NBP, copper ingot and NBP, empty. In addition, copper ingots can also make lightning rods. Lightning rod can attract lightning attacks. The production method is also very simple. Empty and NBP, copper ingot and NBP, empty and NBP, copper ingot and NBP, empty and NBP, copper ingot and NBP, empty. Luli held the telescope and looked at it from a distance. Sure enough, the scenery in the distance is clearly visible. Inadvertently, a little blue appeared in the telescope. Luli took a closer look and found that it was actually a green stone. This is what Luli is short of. There is an open enchanting table in the library of the college. His current level is very high, but he is suffering from lapras stone to accompany the magic. It just resolved the urgent need. A few minutes later, Luli rushed to the vicinity of the Qingjin stone mine. He found that it was actually an open-air crack. Look up to see the bright night sky. Mines such as coal iron ore can be seen everywhere in the Great Rift Valley. There are also many gold ore and red stone exposed. Luli dug all the way, until it was dawn that it was cleaned here. After counting it, a total of 4 groups of iron ores were dug, a group of gold ores, a group of copper mines, and a few purple crystal greenite and several red. Looking at the harvest of the backpack, Luli was very satisfied. Unfortunately, there is no trace of diamonds so far. At this point, it was bright. Luli calculated the time and it was time to go back. Luli was transmitted back to the hotel's room. The decoration inside the hotel room is very comfortable. Birch floor, soft wool bed. Luli was lying on the bed, feeling that the whole person was going in. Sure enough, it is good to have money. Not long after Luli lay down, someone began to knock on his door. Luli frowned, a little displeased. Early in the morning, who would have to knock on his door? He got up reluctantly to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw a man with a panic. Luli recognized him, and this man was a hotel clerk. Guest, it's not good, your horse, it. The clerk talked about stuttering, and he didn't make it clear for a long time. When I heard that it was a big black thing, Luli was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and ran directly towards the horse. When he came to Ma Yan, Luli looked around for a week and found that he didn't see the figure of Dahe at all. Do you see my horse? It's the big dark horse. Why is it gone? Luli went Xiang, a clerk who was cleaning the horse. I was taken away. What? Hurry up. What happened? Luli heard the words, holding the staff of the clerk. The clerk talked about the matter. After Luli listened, the anger in his heart was even worse. It turned out that not long ago, a group of people forcibly took away Luli's big dark horses. According to the clerk, the leader seemed to be very big, and he took several men with each other. Otherwise, only 1 or 2 people can never subdue the big dark horse. After asking the guy's direction, Luli hurriedly came out. Luli was not in a hurry to investigate the big dark horse. The top priority is to quickly find the big dark horse. Who knows what the guy wants to take the big dark horse? Luli asked the past along the street, and finally hear the whereabouts of the big dark horse. Luli came near a manor. According to witnesses, the person who captured the big dark horse finally entered the place. After a circle, Luli found that the estate occupied a wide range of land. Being able to occupy such a large place in less city is enough to explain the strength of the owner of the manor. Luli pretended to be a passerby and passed by the door. He wanted to look at it quietly, but was taken away by the 2 guards at the door. Is the estate of Earl Koding, are you where you can come? Luli nodded and left. It's just that he hasn't waited for him to go far. There was a whisper in the manor. Luli's figure suddenly stiffened. This is the cry of the big dark horse, and Luli heard it clearly. It didn't take long for thesing again. Luli clenched his fists tightly and trembled. Dahe is his own mount and his partner. Luli never allows others to bully it. Hey! Say you! Get up quickly. I will do it if I don't leave. The guard at the door saw that Luli stood below the wall for a long time and said scolded. Luli heard the words and left quickly. He can't be impulsive now. If you want to rescue the big black, you must have a strict plan. In the kingdom of blocks, the nobles generally determine their status according to the title. The title is the Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. The owner of the manor in front of him is the Duke of Jiading. The main gate guards, and with the power of Luli, it is almost impossible to break through. Then, you can only find a corner of no one to go through the wall. Even if you go in, you must first find the whereabouts of Dahe, and then consider how to take it away without the people. If you act during the day, it is easy to be discovered. But Luli couldn't wait, he was afraid that there was an accident in the big dark horse. Finally, Luli thought of a method of folding. Sliding in during the day to find out the location of the big dark horse. Wait until it is dark at night. Since it is a secret action, you must not see people with true colors. Luli decided to take a mask. After lingering nearby, Luli took advantage of the two groups of guards to change his class and quietly rolled the wall and climbed in. As soon as Lu landed on the ground, he began to find a way out. The place where he settled was a garden with no one in it. When Lu Lijing was worried about how to determine the position of the big dark horse, the familiar call sounded again. The sound comes from the east, not far from Luli. As soon as he was about to slip out, he heard footsteps from the door. Luli quickly found a fake mountain hidden. As soon as he hid, someone walked into the garden. Luja glanced out through the gap of the rockery. A gorgeous young man walked in with a thief's eyebrows. "Johnny, you did a good job this time, and helped me find such a good mount. Master Ben will definitely award you well," the young man said very proudly. "Thank you, Master." Do a job for the young master, the little righteousness is inconceivable. The man named Johnny also smiled. "By the way, Master, the dark horse has been struggling, do you want to feint it first?" "No, if it hurts it, it would be bad." "How can I go out to pick up the girls when then?" "You send someone to pay attention, don't let it run," the young man ordered. "Okay, Master, I will go." After Johnny said, he hurried away. Only the young man was left at the scene. From the words of Johnny, Luli learned that this person was the son of Earl Khitan. As for why the young master of Earl Jidang captured his mount, Luli always couldn't figure out. From the dialogue between the two, Luli did not get too much useful information. Lu Liben wanted to rush out and kill the other person, and finally held back. "I don't know how the big dark horse is. If it is rash, it is likely to cause irreparable situations." It didn't take long for the young master of Earl Jidang to leave the garden. Luli was born behind the rockery. The young master went straight out of the door of the Piaward Manor and walked out. Luli didn't follow the past. He now has to confirm the specific location of Dahe first. He stuck to the corner and walked towards the east. It didn't take long for Luli to see the big dark horse. It is being locked in a spacious horse, and its limbs are tied by ropes to move. There were two guards next to Ma Yan, and Luli had no chance to shoot at all. Unless you can solve two guards at one time, it will definitely attract other people. Luli hid back to the dark and began to think about how to arrange the night. His eyes accidentally fell on the equipment in the backpack, and his eyes were suddenly lighted up. This set of iron armor was obtained from Reinhardt, with a special symbol of the Cavaliers engraved on it. Not only that, there is the exclusive number of Reinhardt at the chest. Therefore, Luli has never dared to wear it. But this time, you may be able to come in handy. It was determined that the position of Dahe was sure that it was still safe for the time being, and Luli suddenly felt a lot of peace of mind. Before leaving, Luli left the teleportation point in a hidden corner. After leaving the county manor, Luli returned to the college. At this point, the first lesson has begun. Coincidentally, this church is the class of Wendy's old man. When Luli appeared, the old man of Wendy was excited. "Teacher, you are here. Disciples are waiting for you for a long time." Wendy ignored the students in the classroom and said enthusiastically to Luli. Luli was very irritable, but he was too lazy to care about him. He returned to his seat and fell asleep. Wendy's face was slightly embarrassing, but it quickly returned to normal. The classmates of the classroom looked a little strange to look at Luli. In the past 2 days, Luli brought them too much shock. In his eyes, the refining medicine instructor, Wendy, he wanted to kneel on his knees and asked him to collect him as an apprentice. The point is that Luli seemed a little reluctant, a manifestation of ignorance. After class, Wendy came to Luli again. Alex felt uncomfortable between the two of Alex. He simply gave up his seat to Wendy, and he left the classroom himself. "Dear Steve, can a disciple say a few words to you?" Wendy asked carefully, for fear that Luli was angry. "Far quickly." Luli raised his head and said impatiently. "Teacher, this is the case. Tonight the Pharmacist Association will hold a dinner. I wonder if you want to be with me?" "The dinner of the Pharmaceutical Guild? I haven't heard of it, I'm not interested." Luli buried his head, 10,000 unwilling. "Just kidding, he is going to save the big dark horse at night, how can he go to any shit dinner? There will be a lot of big characters here tonight. If you go to the teacher, maybe you can meet some power characters." Wendy continued to persuade. "Big man?" Luli was moving. "Will Earl G. Dane go?" Wendy nodded and nodded. "Teacher, what do you ask this?" "Nothing, don't you need to care, what time is the dinner?" Luli quickly shifted the topic. "Do you mean to go?" Wendy said excitedly. "Well, go for you to support the field, and by the way." Lakota said so, but there was another plan in his heart. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of this dinner, to make a big trouble. When he heard Luli, Wendy couldn't help crying. Luli asked the time and place, and drove Wendy away. For more than half a day, Luli has been thinking about countermeasures. He was ready to rush in at night, and then escaped with Big Black. Doing so, the risk of failure will be great. In case of loss, it is likely that you will lose a lot. However, with this dinner, Luli can make some articles. After one afternoon, Luli's combat plan finally took shape. Next, just wait for the dinner to arrive. As soon as school was out of school, Wendy ran to the classroom. "Teacher? It's not early, let's go quickly." Luli nodded. "Teacher, do you wear this body to the banquet? Will it be a bit unattractive?" Wendy looked at Luli's dress and asked. "Where do I have any identity? I am just a villager, the same as the same." Luli has always been thinking about Dahe in his heart. "Where can I think about what to wear today?" Wendy knew that it was boring and nodded. As soon as the two were out of the school door, there was a luxurious carriage waiting at the door. "This is your carriage?" Luli asked Wendy. "No, this is sent by the Pharmacist Association to pick us up, but I am not so extravagant." "What is the organization?" "What organization is it?" Luli sat into the carriage and asked, curiously. "The Pharmacist Association is responsible for evaluating the professional level for the refiners." "Refine artists are still divided?" Luli asked a little surprise. "Yes, according to the technology of refining medicine, it is divided into 3 grades of junior and middle-level senior. Is there any higher on the senior pharmacist?" Luli asked. "Yes, it is rumored that above the senior pharmacist, there is the existence of god-level pharmacists, but for so many years, I have never seen a god-level pharmacist." Wendy explained. "Then, how do you judge the professional level of a pharmacist?" Chronicles, you only need to master a method of refining a potion. Intermediate alchemists need to master at least 3 potions of potions. The requirements of senior pharmacists are higher, and at least 10 potions are required. After listening to Luli, some doubt life. That's it? 10 kinds of potions can be used as senior pharmacists, it's too simple. He couldn't help spitting. Simple? Wendy thought he had heard it wrong. There are thousands of people in the entire pharmacist guild, and there are less than 10 senior pharmacists, where is it simple? However, if he knew that Luli had all the potion formulas, it would estimate that he would stun on the spot. Luli's side seemed to be a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. After more than 10 minutes, the carriage stopped. Luli was stunned when he got out of the car. He thought that the Earl Manor who watched it in the afternoon was already a top luxury mansion, but the building in front of him, whether it covers the area or the degree of spirit, killed the Earl Manor. This is a tall and magnificent giant castle, surrounded by an iron fence on the periphery. The inside of the castle is bright, and patrol guards can be seen everywhere. Just when Lulifa was stunned, several carriages stopped at the door. Among them, there is the carriage of Earl Jidaing. Earl Kimin is a middle-aged man with a slightly blessed figure. Also follow him with his son and wife. When the three got out of the car, they saw Wendy on the side. Count Jidaing hurried up and began to greet Wendy. "Master Wendy. I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you in the car. I am really honored." As he said, he stretched out his hand. Faced with the enthusiastic Earl of Jidaing, Wendy looked particularly calm. No matter how almost the other party is set, he just nodded gently, looking high. "Master Wendy, my son Geiss also wants to join the Pharmacist Association, I don't know." Before the Earl of Jidaing was finished, he was interrupted by Wendy. "If you want to join the Pharmacist Association, you must rely on your own strength. It is useless to walk back the back door." Wendy's tone was a little angry. Earl Kimin hurt his face, so he smiled embarrassingly. His son Gi's was even more ashamed. He has been practicing for a long time, but he has always been able to master the trick of refining medicine, so he wants to join WePad to join the Pharmacist Association. I thought that the other party was pierced in person, and she humiliated it fiercely. Luli looked at it and looked at it. "Good guy, can't see it, this old man is so pretending." Anyway, I finally gave myself a sigh of breath. There was a little smile on Luli's face. Geiss was unhappy, and suddenly saw Luli Xiao beside Wendy so happy, and suddenly became angry. Although I don't know what the boy's origin is, from the perspective of Luli's shabby to the perspective, it is definitely not an important person. Count Jidaing also noticed Luli, and asked, "Master Wendy, haven't asked yet, this is." Just on the carriage, Luli had already told Wendy, "Don't expose Luli." If someone is asked, it is said to be a disciple of Wendy. "This is my newly received apprentice, Steve, this time I took him for a long knowledge." Earl Jidaing stunned, and then reached out again, to show it. "Is Steve, right? I am Earl Jidaing, fortunately." Luli's head was crooked, and he was not hurt at all. His son Geiss has not solved the big black. How could Luli have a good face to him? Count Jidaing's hand shrinks back embarrassed. Seeing this scene, his son Gi's couldn't help it anymore. "Xiangba, what are you pretending? Do you think Master Wendy is gone?" Geiss pointed out and scolded. Earl Camadon saw the situation and did not stop it. He was also a person with a face, but Wendy made him sweep the floor several times. This is unacceptable for him. If it weren't for the guild of the pharmacist behind Wendy, he would have turned his face long ago. Luli rolled his eyes against Geiss and erected his middle finger at him. Although Gis didn't understand the meaning of Luli's middle finger, he could also guess that this must be humiliating himself. As soon as he heard Luli's disciple's disciple, he was hostile to Luli. "You can't join the Pharmacist Association with your own background. Why can you enter and exit at random?" "Mix." Wendy scolded, and a palm of the backhand fans on Geiss's face. Geiss covered his red face and was overwhelmed. "Wendy, what do you want to do? Don't think you are the people of the Pharmacist Association, you can do it." Count Jidaing looked at his son distrustedly and angrily at Wendy. "Joke. Your son insults my disciples, which is equivalent to insulting the entire pharmacist guild. He deserves it. Wendy is not willing to show weakness. You. Wait for me. Seeing that Wendy rose to the Pharmacist Association, Earl Jiden had to say a ruthless words and walked away with his son. Luli sneered. Both of these father and son are nothing good. Teacher, all disciples are not good, grievance you. Seeing Ji Ding's father and son go far, Wimmy immediately turned back to his previous respect. It's okay, you are doing well. I am very pleased to be a teacher. I have to teach you a few potions of potions to help you impact the senior pharmacist at an early date. Luli is very satisfied with Wendy's treatment. He has really recognized the old man from now on. Thank you, teacher. Wendy heard the words and almost fainted with excitement. Senior pharmacist, that is the name he dare not think. Now it seems that he has a thick face to worship Luli as a teacher. It is really wise. After a farce, Luli followed Wendy into the castle. Through the long corridor, the two came to the banquet hall in the castle. At this point, many people have gathered in the hall. I have to say that Wendy's popularity is really good. When Wendy appeared, many people greeted him. They completely ignored Luli, only when he was a follower. Count Jidang stood with his son, his face was gloomy. Father, this Wendy is too much. Actually dare to play on your head. Ji's began to embarrass his father. Huh. It's just an intermediate alchemist. I will let him sweep the floor later. Count Jidang stared at Wendy's back and said fiercely. Father, do you have any good way to deal with the old man? Ji's heard that it was bright. Listening to his father's tone, he seemed to have a bamboo. I just met a senior pharmacist for a few days ago, and I can ask him to deal with Wendy. Senior pharmacist. God. Father, you actually know this kind of person. Geis was shocked. You know, the level of pharmacists is tight. The status of intermediate pharmacists is much larger than that of junior pharmacists. The senior pharmacist is the supreme existence. There are thousands of members of the Pharmaceutical Association, and there are less than 10 senior pharmacists. Among them, many senior pharmacists have already disappeared. Father, I don't know which senior pharmacist you know. The senior pharmacist who is still active is now available in one hand. Geis is quite curious. You don't know it after speaking. This is the new senior pharmacist. This dinner was organized for him. After listening, Gi suddenly realized. Son, don't worry, wait for the dinner, I will go to him for help, you can definitely enter the Pharmacist Association. Jidang patted his son's shoulder and said comfortably. Geis nodded ecstatically. Luli followed Wendy's head, and his head had always thought about how to rescue the big dark horse. Suddenly, a strong sound sounded. Everyone, welcome to the Pharmacist Association. Luli followed his prestige, and saw an old blonde standing by the second floor. Introduce myself, I am the Vice President of the Pharmacist Association, Johnson. Today, we will hold a celebration ceremony for the new senior alchemist Morris. We ask Morris to say a few words. After Johnson finished speaking, another middle-aged man took a step forward. Hello everyone, my name is Morris. Seeing Morris, everyone present was sucking a bite. Luli asked Wendy, a little puzzled, isn't it a senior alchemist? How can they react so fiercely? Wendy shook her head. You don't understand, Morris is only 50 years old this year, and he has become a senior pharmacist. The future is not limited. 50 years old? Half body is almost entering the ground, what else is there? Just here, it's embarrassed to celebrate, it's not shameful. Luli said bluntly. His voice was loud, and Morris and Johnson, who were on the second floor, heard it. Morris frowned, staring at the landlord. Young people, do you have any opinions on me? At this moment, the audience gathered on Luli. Wendy regrets that she should not bring Luli today. He hurried out and explained, Mr. Morris, this person is my disciple, and he is still sensible at a young age. I hope you don't care about him. Seeing Wendy out of the round, Morris's face was slightly slow. Okay, even if you look at your face this time, it's not an example. Luli wanted to say a few more words, but saw Wendy's eyes begging, so he had to go back. Forget it, first save the big dark horse, and then calculate the account with this group of people. Morris continued a lot of nonsense, and the dinner began. The dinner is similar to a buffet. If you want to eat what the diners want to eat. Seeing all kinds of food on the table, Luli admitted that he was rampant. He was temporarily left behind by him to save the big black. Big black, not the master's unknown. If you wait for a while, I will save you soon after eating. The Pharmaceutical Guild is really rich in wealth, and even a spoon fork was made by gold. Luli came to the dining table with a steak, and suddenly wiped out 4 or 5 pots. Seeing Luli's moves, the guests around were frowned. Where the soil buns come from, it's not shameful. Luli didn't care about it at all, holding a delicious steak. The knife and fork were too troublesome, and Luli simply got started directly, and his mouth was oily. His food was too ugly, so that Wendy was embarrassed to stand with him. It didn't take long for the 5 large plates to be cleaned. Luli got up again and brought several pots of pork chops and lamb chops in front of him. The Luli of this meal is very satisfying. He was addicted to letting him eat meat for a long time. After eating and drinking, Luli also stole some food and threw into the backpack. After the dinner, the crowd was preparing to get away. Vice President Johnson suddenly waved his hand and shouted, slowly. Don't worry about you first, the heavy drama tonight has just begun. It didn't take long for the lobby to leave dozens of tables. On the table, various ingredients and brewing tables are placed. Luli asked curiously, what are they going to do? Wendy also shook her head again and again. I know that many people here want to join the Pharmacist Association. Today, I will satisfy everyone's wish. After the meeting, we will hold a medicine contest. You can participate under the age of 30. The winners will not only get a generous reward, but also join the Pharmacist Association directly. Johnson's words have just fallen, and all the guests of the audience exclaimed. Which of them do not want to join the Pharmacist Association? Especially GIs, at this time, he couldn't laugh at his mouth. Son, come on. Be sure to take this place. Count Jidang patted his son, and told himself. I know, my father, I will work hard. Jidang suddenly posted beside his son's ear, and said softly, don't be afraid, I have greeted Morris, today this game, you must be the first. Gish was overjoyed. Thank you, father. The father and son smiled at each other, showing Chingju's smile. Teacher, if you participate in this game, it must be the first. Wendy looked forward to Luli. Luli heard the drug consequences, and shook his head again and again. He didn't have time to play with this rookie, Dahe was still waiting for him. Wendy did not give up, and continued to persuade, the champion of this competition is said to have a reward of 10,000 gold coins. Where to sign up? Luli heard the bonus and changed his face instantly. Dimity suddenly couldn't cry. It seems that if you want to deal with Luli, it is still easy to use. When Luli came to sign up for the competition, Morris seemed to hear some jokes. Emoticon joke. Gilling's father and son were also ridiculed, waiting to see Luli's ugly. Luli was too lazy to know them and came straight to the game venue. Below, let me announce the rules of the game. Seeing that the players were basically in chi, Johnson began to read the rules. Each player needs to make at least 1 bottle of strength potion in an hour. There is only 1 material for everyone. After the game, Morris and I will judge the quality of each bottle of potion one by one, and finally select the winner. Luli listened a little boring. He even yawned a few, and Johnson's face was iron. Competition, start. With a order, the game finally started. All players started to be busy. Only Luli was still in place. Why don't you move? Johnson walked in front of Luli and asked. I think this kid will not refine the medicine at all. Swelling face and fat people come up. Count Jidang on the side mocked. The onlookers nodded and nodded. This kind of guy who likes to make the limelight can often be seen. I'm uncomfortable, I want to go to the toilet. Luli said, and hurriedly left the field. He walked like this, and seemed to confirm the words of Earl Jidang. Johnson sneered at Wendy. Mr. Wendy, your disciple seems to be very good. Wendy was a little bit complacent under the court. He was a little puzzled. Luli Ming agreed to participate in the competition. Why did he regret it suddenly? It was also used to cover it with such a poor reason to go to the toilet, and it was shameful to get home. Luli found a corner of no one, set up the teleportation point, and then sent directly to the county's manor. In front of the big black horse, there were still 2 guards watching. Luli replaced Reinhardt's equipment according to the plan, and then sneaked into the night. His tactics were simple, and his voice hit the west. Ma Yan is on the east, so he goes to the west to create chaos. Come here, Luli is ready to do a big ticket. He intends to burn the Earl Manor. Luli carefully escaped the guard's investigation and came to a room. Luli ignited a torch and lost it directly from the window. This is the granary, which has accumulated a lot of wheat in it, which is very dry. As soon as the torch touched the dry straw, it quickly burned. It didn't take long for it to be devoured by the fire. The guards in the manor discovered the situation here and quickly called. Fire! Save fire! Suddenly, the people in the entire Earl Manor were busy. While chaotic, Luli escaped quietly. Running, Luli was fire. Wherever you go, the sea of fire. In just a few minutes, most of the estate fell into the sea of fire. When Lu left a house, his body paused suddenly. Brother! There are babies in it. Black Dragon did not know when it came out. Baby? What baby? Luli's eyes lighted up and asked. Go in and see. Luli was sure that no one was around, and then he pushed the door into it. The room was dark, and Luli took out a glowing berry and provided some light. There is no special place in this room. Luli found no baby in a circle. Your uncle, play me. How can there be any baby? Luli scolded angrily. How are it? Can you not believe me, but you can't help but believe in the intuition of the dragon family. Seeing that the black dragon's attitude was so determined, Luli had to check it again. When his steps fell on the floor, a loud noise suddenly made a light sound. Empty. There is something below. Luli quickly took out the axe to split the floor. Sure enough, a treasure chest was found below. I'll say it. There must be good things here. Hurry up and see. Luli nodded and couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. As soon as the treasure chest opened, the entire house became brightened. Damn! So many gold coins. Fortune! The treasure chest is filled with Huang Qingqing's gold coins, and it is about to brightly blind the dog's eyes. Not this. Baby is underneath. Black Dragon shook his head and said. Besides? Luli was suspiciously began to find it in the pile of gold coins. Finally, Luli found a box from the bottom of the treasure chest. Open the box, there is a sheepskin roll. Yes. That's it. There are good energy fluctuations on it. The black dragon said excitedly. Luli opened the sheepskin roll and found that it was a map. Looking at it, Luli's face became more gross. This map, how do you look so familiar? After watching it twice, Luli was finally affirmed. Isn't this magic map of the Twilight Forest? Is there a Twilight Forest in this world? So why did it appear in the Countess' house? There was a series of questions in Luli's mind. Time is urgent now, so I can't think so much. Luli revenue, the whole box of gold coins and map income backpacks, and hurriedly left. When he rushed to Ma Yan, the two guards were still there. Luli was a little speechless, and the manner was almost burned. Why are you two staying here? Fortunately, it didn't take long for someone to come over and shouted the two. Luli deliberately waited for a while, and after confirming that no one, then he appeared from the corner. The big dark horse was resting. Luli walked quietly and patted it. Seeing that it was Luli, the big dark horse was extremely excited, and he had to his hissing. Luli quickly covered his mouth. Second goods. Shut up. Follow me. Big dark horse nodded humanity. Luli unlocked the rope on the big dark horse and rode him to the garden. Luli dug a hole near the rockery early for Dahe to hide. The most dangerous place is the safest place. It is estimated that no one can think of the missing big dark horse hidden in the ground of the count. Dahe, stay here and wait for me, don't run around. I will pick you up when I finish it. Before Luli left, he left enough feed and water to Dahe, and he was not afraid of staying for a week. After leaving the ground, Luli will cover the entrance to prevent it from being discovered. At this time, the Earl Manor was already hot, and it was estimated that it would be burned into ruins before it could not be used. Deserves it. Luli's heart was extremely refreshing, and the bad breath finally came out. On the other side, the refining competition is in full swing. Most of the time has passed, and several players have completed the production of potion. Luli still disappeared. There are last 10 minutes. Johnson looked at the time. With a bang, a contestant was improperly operated, which directly caused the potion bottle to burst. He sighed upset and quit the game. After a few more minutes, most players have completed the game. There were only a few busy players left on the field, as well as the disappearing Luli. When the last player completed the game, only 5 minutes were left. There was an unsightly proud of Geiss's eyes. He played today, and greeted in advance, he is bound to get this first. Now that everyone has completed the game, let's start rating. As soon as Johnson's voice fell, a discordant voice came out. Who said? I haven't finished it yet. Hearing this familiar voice, Wendy's eyes were full of surprises. Luli is back. Everyone present gathered on him. Luli quickly returned to his table and started refining medicine. Everyone thought he was crazy. There are only less than 5 minutes left. No matter how hard you work, even the senior pharmacist cannot complete the production of a bottle of power potion in such a short period of time. What if you wait for 5 minutes? I don't believe it. Before Johnson finished speaking, he was interrupted by Morris behind him. Vice President, look at it. The kid is a bit wrong. Johnson looked at Luli in doubt. I saw that Luli moved 3 bottles of water from the possession, and then thrown it directly into the brewing Taichung. Immediately, he quickly put in hell warts and started making the most basic crude medicinal water. The whole process is flowing, and there is no waste at all. As experts, Johnson and Morris thought that they could not be as proficient as Luli. At most it is a flower stand. What is the use of good movements? Refining is patient and focused. Johnson still sneered at Luli. In his opinion, Luli had to speed up because of time urgency. Geiss, who has completed the game, was so thought to be the sidelines. Joke. When you refine the medicine, any mistakes will affect the quality of the finished product. How can Luli make mistakes so fast? Besides, even if Luli's hen succeeded, it would not help. After all, the first place has long been set. There are 3 minutes. Come on, Steve. Wendy's nervous heart was almost jumped out. The course potion was finally done, and Luli was thrown into the flame powder and began to make the potion. Other players have to prepare for a long time before adding raw materials. Refining medicine is very accurate for raw materials. It may be that there is a little bit of flame powder, and this bottle of power will become a failed product. But Luli obviously had no such troubles. After so many years of the game, did you practice a medicine? There is still a minute. As soon as Johnson's dialect fell, Luli's power potion was completed. His face was a little ugly. Unexpectedly, Luli really made the potion of power in such a short time. He was about to announce the end of the game, but heard Luli shouting. Slowly. Isn't there a minute, what is it? Speaking, Luli made a move that surprised everyone. He did not take out the power of the finished product, but knocked the next small piece of fluorite from the fluorite lamp on the side, decomposed it into fluorite powder, and added to the brewing taichung. This kid is crazy. What do he want to do? Johnson was also shocked by Luli's move. He can see that the 3 bottles of strength in Luli's hands are all finished products. Adding raw materials to the finished potion is likely to cause the potion to scrap. Wendy was shining in front of him. He has seen this scene. Before Luli was in the classroom, it added fluorite powder to the potion to extend the effect of the potion to the 8 minutes. This time, Luli added fluorite powder to the inside, and I don't know what kind of results will appear. 10 tenths of seconds, 10, 9, 8. Johnson has begun to count. When he was about to count to 0, Luli Gao raised his right hand and shouted, I'm done. Luli's face was particularly relaxed, as if there was nothing. And the potion in the bench in front of him has become pink from the previous pale red. I thought he was so powerful. The color of this potion changed. It must be a failure. Guy smiled. Johnson couldn't laugh. Somehow, he was a little panicked. 3 bottles of pink potion always feel a little weird. Please wait a moment, the result of the game will come out immediately. Johnson said, and began to pretend to check the players' works with Morris. A few minutes later, Johnson said to the crowd, I announced that the champion of this pharmaceutical contest is. Everyone was nervous. The son of Earl Jidang, GIs. As Johnson announced the results, Guy screamed excitedly. I won. I am the first. He also came to Luli in front of him, for fear that Luli would not know. Wendy stunned, a little unexpected. How can? Vice President, did you make a mistake? Wendy, what do you mean? Are you doubting that I am unfair? Johnson asked coldly. No. I don't mean that. Wendy hurriedly explained. Remember. You are just an intermediate alchemist. Maris and I are both senior pharmacists. The 2 of us speak, do we get you intervene? Johnson rebuked mercilessly. Wendy lowered his head and dared not say much. If he offends 2 senior pharmacists, he will not have to mix in Wanqing. Luli took a step forward. Master Vice President, I am also a contestant. Why don't you check my work? Because you don't match. Johnson's cold say. Luli's complexion was as usual. He turned to the crowd and said, everyone has seen it. I completed the competition within the specified time, but Vice Chairman Johnson did not even check my work at all. Do you think this is reasonable? The guests at the scene looked at each other and unanimously chose to silence. Seeing this, Johnson shouted with a smile. The winner is Geis. Anyone who disagrees can stand up. Let's talk about it. Wendy wanted to stand up and support Luli, but was quietly pressed back by Luli. When everyone thought that Luli's defeat had been set, a thick voice came from the entrance of the hall. I don't accept it. Wendy was shocked and looked at the door of the hall. There, a tall man wearing a golden armor stood. His shoulder has a golden trident badge. Those who can be invited to attend the banquet by the Pharmacist Association are somewhat knowledgeable. As soon as the man appeared, they recognized it. Title Cavaliers. Broken Heavenly Halberd. How could he be here? Johnson's face was ugly. He never expected that there would be a titled knight to stand up to support Luli. At this moment, things become complicated. Although the senior pharmacist has a high status, no one is willing to provoke a title knight for no reason. Moreover, breaking the halberd is still a rising star in recent years, and the future is infinite. Broken Heavenly Halberd's smile in front of Luli showed a smile on him. Who are you? Luli asked in doubt. Wendy quickly dragged Luli and gave him popular science how terrible the title knight was. After listening, Luli's eyes lighted up. It sounds like a powerful person. Broken the halberd goes in front of Johnson and Morris. The three of them met, and the air seemed to become anxious. The title knight breaks the halberd. Why are you here? We did not invite the Cavaliers to the Cavaliers tonight? Johnson stared at the broken heavenly halberd and wanted to see something from his every move. Sorry, I don't ask for my own problem, but as a member of the Cavaliers, I can't let go of injustice happened under my eyelids. Broken the halberd righteousness. Broken the halberd, what do you mean? Are you implying that we judge unfairness? Johnson was angry. The fact is that, you have not checked Steve's potion at all, isn't it? When he heard the words of the halberd, Johnson's face was green for a while. Broken the halberd, what do you want to do? This is not the site of your Cavaliers. Morris stood out and confronted the heavenly halberd. It's simple, check Steve's potion in public. This? Morris was a bit embarrassed. Don't dare? Or guilty? Broken the halberd sneered. What dare not? Since you insist on this, then do it as you say. Johnson raised his hand to take the power of Luli production. However, before he approached, he stopped him with a trident. Broken the halberd. Don't bully people too. Johnson was completely angry. I don't have any other meaning, but I have to change someone to check. I can't believe you. Johnson pointed at the break that he couldn't speak for a long time, and he was so angry. The president is here. I don't know who shouted, and the eyes of the audience looked at the door of the hall. There are two old men. The old man on the left was wearing a pharmacist robe, and the old man on the right was wearing a cavalier's special armor. The two old men walked together. Luli stared at the old man on the right and looked at it, always feeling a little familiar. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly woke up. Damn. Isn't this the old man who transmitted the array? He is actually the knight's chairman. Leader. Johnson and Break the halberd exclaimed at the same time. Originally, everyone was still a little bit confused. Until he heard the names of the two of them to the audience was dumbfounded. The two veterans in front of them are actually the president of the Pharmacist Guild and the head of the Wanqing Knights. The existence of the top of the two-block kingdom actually appeared here at the same time. Wendy stared at the golden sword shield badge on the old man on the right, and couldn't help but take a breath. Oh my god, what's the matter today? Why are two top characters suddenly? When the two old men walked across Luli, they stopped and smiled at him. Seeing this scene, everyone almost fell. What happened? Intersection, the president of the Pharmacist Guild and the head of the Wanqing Knights actually showed Luli at the same time. Luli didn't know what the identity of the two people meant, and it was still calm. Old man, why are you here? Luli asked. Everyone suffocated again. Who is this Steve? dare to talk to the old man? Luli, you are crazy. This is the head of the Cavaliers, Mullin, and it is also the first-ranking title knight Sword Heart. Wendy also couldn't care about Luli's own teacher, and quickly reminded. Steve, for you today, I pulled this old face to invite the old man Carl, don't let me down. After speaking, the two old men continued to go forward. Luli heard his words, scratched his head, and didn't understand what the old man meant. Wormy, who is Carl? Carl is the chairman of our pharmacist association. Wendy explained helplessly. The two old men came to the broken halberd and took the potion in his hand. Johnson, let's retreat first, and give it to me here. Carl, the president of the pharmacist guild. Johnson didn't dare to neglect and nodded quickly. Although he is also a vice chairman, compared with the chairman of Carl, it is not a level. Carl is highly appointed and is the first pharmacist of the Kingdom of the Block. No one dares to refute his words. The guests present discussed fiercely. Most of them are also the first time to see two old men, and it is inevitable that it is a little excited. Title Knight Sword Heart, that is the legendary existence. It is said that the Knights of the Wangqing was founded by him, so he used the sword shield pattern as a symbol. Carl took the power of Luli in his hands and looked carefully. Steve, why is the color of your potion so strange? He asked to Luli softly. When Luli saw this, he took a step forward immediately. President Carl, I am a reinforced version of the potion, so the color will be different. Please don't worry. Enhanced version of popular pin? When Carl heard it, he was interested. Yes, the ordinary power potion can only cause 130 damage after drinking it, but after my improved, the enhanced version of the power potion can cause 260 damage. Hearing Luli's remarks, everyone showed an unbelievable expression. 260. Is this kid bluffing people? How can there be such a vitamin of the sky? Even President Carl had to deceive, this Luli is really big. Everyone thought that Luli was bragging. Carl didn't dare to believe it at first, until he drank a little bit of sip, his eyes were on. What Luli said, it was true. He can obviously feel that physical strength has been strengthened a lot. Really false. There is such a good thing. Try it for me. The old men of the Cavaliers grabbed the surplus potion from Carl and drank it. This. After drinking, the old man's face showed an incredible look. He pulled a long sword from his waist and pointed to the broken halberd. Fully defense, I want to try the power of this potion. Broken the halberd nodded, held the shield in his hand, and put on a defensive posture. The old man roared, holding a long sword, and jumped high. Everyone present was full of chi, watching the battle between the two titles. I can see this battle by myself, and I can brag about others after going out. Just hear the sound of dang, the long sword was cut on the shield, and the sound of gold and iron shock was made. The next second, the broken halberd flew out in the shock eyes of everyone. The shield in his hand was directly cut into two halves. Happy! Happy! The old man shouted excitedly. Old man, my potion is good. Luli asked with a smile. It's not good. It's simply the best in the best. The old man praised. Carl nodded with satisfaction. Lao Mu, you are really good, don't hesitate to run with you. The Vice President Johnson and Morris standing at the rear became more and more difficult. They never expected that Luli's refining technology was so superb. Before, the two thought they could cover the sky in one hand, but did not expect to make this consequences. Steve, do you want to join my pharmacist association? Carl was amazing again and threw olive branches directly to Luli. It is great honor to be invited by Carl himself. Who knows, Luli does not seem to have a cold. Sorry, no interest. The crowd at the scene fried the pan again. This Steve is too crazy. Actually, even the invitation of President Carl dares to refuse. Damn. I want to join the Pharmacist Association, this kid is unwilling. Hey, people are more popular. Steve. Come to my King's Cavaliers. I will give you the best treatment. Mu Lin, head of the Cavaliers, also spoke. As soon as Mu Lin was going to grab people with him, Carl spoke again. Our Pharmacist Association has always been free, and we will never limit your actions. As long as you are willing to join, I can give me the chairman's position. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was uproar. In order to solicit a young man, the president of the Pharmacist Guild actually said that he would abdicate to let the virtue? There are too many shocks tonight, and they are a little numb. Wendy turned her eyes and fainted directly. Luli shook his head. I am not interested in these things, I only care about the results of this game now. The position of the Pharmacist Association is virtual for Luli. In contrast, he is more concerned about the 10,000 gold coin rewards of the competition. Seeing that Luli's attitude was so tough, Carl did not continue. For him, as long as he can be good with Luli, it is enough. Chairman Carl. My son is the first. Vice President Johnson has announced it just now. Seeing that the situation was not good, Count Jidang came out and said. He spent a lot of money to buy Morris and Johnson, but he couldn't just drift like this. Johnson, Morris, what do you think of the two of you? Carl asked the two. Johnson and Morris were sweating in panic. Everyone can see that this game is Luli win. The two exchanged their eyes and immediately made a decision. President, we were too ignorant before. Now, Steve is the winner of this competition. Everyone nodded. Only the father and son of the Earl of Jidang are particularly ugly. Where can I think of Earl Gilling, Johnson and Morris suddenly anti-water? This moment can make him angry. Dice couldn't accept this reality, he shouted unwillingly. I am the first. I am the winner. You play. I don't accept it. He was lying on the ground, splashing like a child. The crowd seemed to look at the clown, looking at a bit crazy. Suddenly, Geist twitched, his mouth spit foam, and fainted. Count Jidang was holding an unconscious son, crying without tears. Before he came to calm down, he heard a shouting outside the hall. Master Jidang. An accident. Count Jidang stared at the person who asked, what's wrong, so panic? The manor is getting angry, it's almost burning now. Go back and see. As soon as the men's words fell, they heard a sound. Count Jidang hugged his baby son and fainted together. When Luli saw this scene, his heart was extremely comfortable. The two people ended like this, which deserves it. Who told them not to have long eyes to provoke Luli? A farce ended, and the guests left without seeing it. Before leaving, Mu Lin, the head of the Cavaliers, patted Luli's shoulders and stuffed him with a waist card. This is my token. If you hold it, if you want to get through, come to the Cavaliers to find me. After that, the two old men left the castle together. Finally, Johnson and Morris were left. What about the reward of the winner? Luli Wenxiang too. Master Steve, 30,000 gold coins are here, you look at it. Johnson said with a low voice. He is now knowing Luli's strength and no longer dare to be arrogant. Isn't it a 10,000 gold coin? Why is 20,000 more? These 20,000 are a little bit of the vice president. Please don't dislike it. I hope you can forgive us. Morris tried to squeeze a smile, but the smile was even more ugly than crying. After taking the money, Luli left the Pharmacist Guild. Tonight can be regarded as earning at least 50,000 gold coins from the treasure chest from the county house. Coupled with the 30,000 gold coins just now, Luli's value directly increased by dozens of times. He sent back to the estate of Earl Jidang. At this point, the fire has extinguished the original manor, but now it has become a ruins. Through the far away, Luli heard the tragic locks of Count Jidang. My manor. My gold coin. It's gone. As soon as I got home, I saw the estate turned into ashes as soon as I got home. This is nothing. When he saw that the treasure chest under the study was also ransacked, he fainted directly. After a while, I woke up. Master. We found this in Ma Yin. The guard handed a broken chest armor. This is the Knight of the Cavaliers. Although the mask that has been burned in the chest armor is still all over, it can still be divided into the above patterns and numbers. Seeing this chest armor, Earl Chiton came to the spirit. His manor lost fire for no reason, and the chest armor was left at the scene. As long as it is not a fool, you can think of the relationship between the two. Check me according to the number above. I want to see which guy it is. I dare to run on the sight of my Jidang. Luli hid in the corner, listening to Jidang, who screamed, and almost didn't laugh. It seems that his plan is successful. It is estimated that Reinhardt's next day will be sad. Taking advantage of the chaos in the manor, Luli wiped out quietly with a big dark horse. This time, he did not choose to return to the hotel, but returned to the college directly. At least, here is not captured by Big Black. The settled was dark, and Luli sent back to the underground farm at home. Luli has upgraded the backpack 5 times, and the current capacity has increased to 54 blocks. If you want to upgrade up, you need to get a total of 100,000 gold coins. Luli didn't have so much money in his hands, so he had to give up. There are a lot of ore in the backpack. Luli began to dig a new farmland in his spare time. This time, Luli had enough materials. He is going to upgrade the farm into a semi-automatic redstone farm to improve efficiency. As before, first circled a 9 by 9 farmland and dug a hole in the middle. A funnel is connected below the cave to collect crops. Use the lower half brick to surround this farmland. Then, above the 2 bricks high, use the upper half of the brick to go around. Then, use half bricks to surround the 4 corners above. Tap 1 half of the half brick surrounding the 4 corners and replace it with opaque blocks, such as stones, wooden boards, and the like. Put the piston below the opaque square of the 4 angles, and replace a half brick in the middle of the square of the upper half of the brick. Here you need to choose the side without the piston, into an opaque block. Place a redstone torch on the replacement block, and place a control pull rod on the side. Use the redstone powder to connect the 4 pistons, pull down the control pull rod, and let the piston push rod out. Finally, put a bucket of water above the push rod, and the semi-automatic redstone farm was achieved. Luli only needs to wait for the crops in the farm to mature, and then pull the lever to let the water flow the crops into the most central hole. The funnel below will automatically collect the crops, and then put it in the box. What Luli is going to do is just sowing. Luli made a 3-layered automatic farm in one breath. When the last floor was built, Luli returned to school. At this time, it was already the 2nd lesson in the morning. Coincidentally, this class is Lami's class again. Steve. Why are you late? Lamati asked, for landing. Sleeping too much. Luli said perfunctory. Next time, go back to the seat. Randy was afraid of breaking the halberd, and dared not deal with Luli in his eyes, so he had to swallow it. In fact, he hated Luli hate itching. Luli returned to his seat and continued to sleep bigly, completely ignoring Lami. As soon as he slept, Luli looked up at the blackboard, and raised his hand. Lami was stunned and didn't know what Luli wanted to do. But since Luli raised his hand, he couldn't pretend to be invisible. Steve, do you have any problems? Luli stood up. Instructor Lami, there are wrong words on your blackboard. Luli pointed at the blackboard and said. Lami looked back, and there was really a word. His face turned red instantly. As a mentor, he also wrote the wrong words, and he swept the floor. "Thank you for your reminder, sit down," Lami said helplessly. Seeing Londi eating loose centrifugal is extraordinarily refreshing. When eating at noon, Luli went to the library. His level of experience is already high enough, just to try to see if you can attach magic. The library covers a wide range of books and can be seen everywhere. However, there are few living people in the entire library. After some search, Luli finally found the enchanting table in the middle of the library. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. Take out 3 green gold stones and put it in the enchanting taichung. This time, he was ready to attach a full set of iron armor. If you want to enchant the equipment, you must first understand the attachment of the mantra. There is a book that keeps opening and closing on the attachment table, and every time, there will be some attached spells flying out of it. Luli put the helmet and lapidish stone in the enchanting taichung, and a bunch of attachment spells immediately flew out of the book. These attached spells are composed of alphabets. What Lu Liyuan wants to do is to correctly sort these disrupted letters to form a group of pinyin. This may be difficult for others. But for Luli, who is proficient in pinyin, it looks particularly simple. Huxia Huxi, breathe underwater. This means that there will be underwater breathing in the next attachment helmet. Sure enough, after consuming 3 levels of experience, Luli got a helmet with the underwater breathing too, protecting the 3, and durable. The attributes are not bad, barely can be used. Luli took out another breastplate and began to enchant. This time, Luli was protected by ejaculation 4, protected 2, and durable chest armor. Once we put on this pectoral armor, the damage caused by the skeleton archer to land can be ignored. Later, Luli successively obtained several enchanting equipment. Although some attributes are some chicken ribs, it is better than not. This is just the simplest primary enchantment, with random attributes. If you want to get a precise enchantment, you need a book. Players need to write enchanting spells on the blank books that need to be enchanting, so as to enable the enchantment books. However, Luli now has no blank books on hand, and he can only practice his hands with random enchantment first. Instead of putting on a brand new set of enchanting equipment, Luli returned to the classroom. Damn! Isn't that Steve? What is he wearing on his body? It looks so cool. As soon as he entered the door, Luli was discovered. The psychedelic blue-purple light shining on his armor was extremely windy. Students are envious of landing. Why don't they want to have a set of wind-stretched armor? However, the price of iron armor is quite high. It takes nearly 50 gold coins to the whole set, and most people can't afford it at all. The iron sleeve like Luli can be encountered and unable to find it, and the value cannot be estimated. In the afternoon, it was Wendy's refining class. Luli conveniently used the name of the teacher to slip out. In this world, people who can teach Luli medicine have not been born. Luli was idle and walked in the college. Behind the college, there is a piece of birch forest. Passing through the woods is a small lake. Luli passed by the lake and saw that the lake was clear. He couldn't help jumping in and wanted to take a bath. As soon as he entered the water, Luli felt something wrong. In the summer, the lake was surprisingly cold. Black Dragon appeared again. Brother, there is something below. Luli was found. This product is only interested in treasure hunt, and other times will not come out at all. This lake is so cold, I am afraid that if you haven't found your baby, you have to freeze to death. Luli couldn't help spitting. This is easy to do, you dug it from the side, the baby must be hidden in the deepest place. Black Dragon proposed. Yes, it's better to be smart. When Luli patted his head, why didn't he think of it? He took out the tool and dug it down. Although the speed will be slower, it is safe and convenient. After more than 10 minutes, Luli estimated that he had dug himself deeply enough, and dug it in the direction of the lake. However, the imagination of the scene of the lake water has not occurred. Luli was surprised to find that the underground of the lake actually tilted towards the stone step channel. Luli ignited the torch and walked below. The more the temperature goes down, the lower the temperature. Gradually, frost appeared on the stone steps. At the end, the entire channel was covered by thin ice. In front, the road stopped abruptly. A frozen iron door appeared in front of Luli. "It's here. It's here," the black dragon said excitedly. Luli pushed and found that he couldn't push it at all, so he had to take out the tools and started to cut off ice. It didn't take long for the ice on the iron door to be cleaned up. Luli put away the tool and pushed it again. The door opened. The moment the door was opened, Luli had only one feeling: cold. This feeling is as sour when I walked into the frozen cold storage in the summer. Luli couldn't help but shivered, and goosebumps were instantly raised. After the gate, a dense room was completely composed of ice crystals. On the ground in the middle of the dense room, there is an ice pillar erected. After approaching, Luli found that the ice column was frozen. "I don't see it clearly across the ice, it seems that it should be a weapon." Luli took out the pick and knocked the ice pillar at the top, revealing a slender wooden handle. Luli was stunned. "This handle looks familiar?" He quickly cleared the remaining part, and surprised him. "Isn't this his mother drawing a sword?" Luli was dumbfounded. The baby said in Hailanku is actually this thing? If a high-end sword pulls a sword, the key is just a first-class sword puppet. Luli suddenly felt a little painful. "But all are here, why can't you return empty-handed?" Luli walked in front of the sword and was ready to pull it out, but unexpectedly found that it was like it. "Hey! I don't believe it." Luli came with a temper for a while, and he would take this sword away today. However, no matter what Luli uses, pulling the sword is still motionless. "Brother, do you try to drop a drop of blood on it?" Halong really couldn't stand it anymore. "Blood?" Luli was suspicious. He looked at the sword in front of him and looked at his hand. Although it feels unreliable, it can only be done so. Luli bit his fingers and squeezed a drop of blood. Blood droplets disappeared soon. "I am activating the sword module. Current progress 01. The system suddenly jumped out of a progress prompt. Luli was stunned. Then there was an urge to yell. A drop of blood activation is only 01. If it is completely activated, isn't it going to be empty? He wanted to turn around, but when he thought of activating the sword module, he hesitated. There are many good things in the sword module. If there is a sword that can take advantage of the sword, Luli's combat effectiveness will increase several times. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Luli finally decided to stay. Isn't it just bleeding? Who is afraid of whom? Luli took out his long sword and questioned his arm is a sword. The green blood flowed out and was absorbed by the sword. What? Do you ask me why my blood is green? Because he didn't write that, he couldn't get a trial. I am activating the sword module. Current progress 10, current progress 20, current progress 30. As the progress gradually increased, Luli's blood was increasing. Fortunately, Luli can restore blood by eating. If this is for others, it is estimated that it will have to be farted long. Only the existence of Luli can achieve unrestrained bleeding. Current progress 99. The sword module has been successfully activated. Get sword wooden puppet. When the system prompts the jumping moment, Luli easily pulled out the sword. At the same time, Luli's mind also had a lot of information about sword pulling swords. Now, Luli can use the workbench to make items related to swords. While Luli pulled out the sword, the entire ice crystal secret room began to collapse. Seeing this, Luli quickly escaped. The entire college and even the entire King City felt a slight shaking at this moment. Mu Lin, the head of the Cavaliers, felt a vibration and could not help but set his sights on the direction of the college. He showed a deep smile. What he couldn't do that year, but you did it. Sure enough, the blue was better than blue. Luli did not have a notice classroom, but directly transmitted back to the skeleton brush tower. This sword pulled out is just a low-level puppet, Luli intends to upgrade it. Luli came to the workbench and put 2 iron ingots and 1 gold ingot. After synthesis, I got a Li Dao white sheath. The white sheath continues to be upgraded, which is a big sword. There are more materials required for Dateo Dao, coal blocks, green rocks, clues, gold ingots, Yaohun orb and flame sticks. Among them, Luli also lacks the Gay Orbu and flame sticks. Yaoshan orb is relatively simple. Luli has a brushing cage. The rest is only the flame stick. This thing is estimated that only people of the Pharmacist Association can get it. The flame powder is the product of the flame stick decomposition. But now it's not in a hurry, let's brush it enough to talk about it. Killing the monster, there is a chance to drop the soul fragments. For Yaohun fragments plus an iron ingot to get a soul iron ingot. Finally, use a melting furnace to furnish the Yaohun iron ingot to get Yaoshan Bao. Luli stayed in the monster tower all afternoon, buried his head and brushed the soul fragments. After getting enough glowing orbs, Luli went to Wendy to get the flame stick. When Luli was about to upgrade the white sheath into a Datai Dao, he found that the Lapisha in his backpack was not enough. He only remembered that he ran to the library at noon to accompany the magic, and the loperamide was almost consumed. There was no way, Luli had to return to the natural mine again to find the green stone. The mine that had been discovered before was almost explored by Luli. This time, he decided to find another new mine. Night, it's deep. Luli held the torch and walked in the dark fog forest. However, he found a new mine after looking for a few hours. Xiaohei, do you know where there is a mine? There was no way, Luli had to help the black dragon. The black dragon spread his hand and said that he couldn't help it. Luli couldn't help but have some eggs, so he could upgrade the big sword and a few lapis stones, and he couldn't find it. Isn't this a pit, father? Big brother, I know a few large mineral holes under Wanqing's jurisdiction, just near Wanqing, otherwise. Let's go there? Black Dragon proposed. So what are you waiting for? Don't hurry up. Luli's eyes were lighted, and he couldn't wait to urge the Tao. Half an hour later, Luli came to Les City. He was lying in a grass near the mine and quietly looked at the situation not far away. According to the Black Dragon, it should be one of the large mines here. At the gate of the mine, the guards were strict, and each miner had to search for inspection. Once someone is found to have a private collection of ore, he wants to take it out secretly, and he will be caught and take away immediately. Luli thought for a long time and didn't know how to get in. At least more than a dozen people at the door are watching, and it is impossible to break through. Just as he thought about meditation, anger suddenly came behind him. Don't move. Luli turned around, but found that several guards behind him were pointing to himself with a long sword. Luli did not expect that there were still patrols here and were arrested. Honestly. What are you lying here? Luli was taken to the door of the mine, and a man headed by him began to interrogate. I said I'm watching the moon, do you believe it? Believe in Uncle You. At first glance, it is not track. Come. Put him into the pit to minimate. The man headed by ordered. Soon, Luli was brought into the mine by a group. They asked Luli to put on a unified miner's clothing, and then put Luli with heavy handcuffs. Boy. Count you unlucky. Fall in my hands. I warned you that I will give me a little bit when mining. A fat-headed man held the leather whip and said fiercely. Luli nodded. Kike, there is a new one, and it is given to you. If he doesn't minify well, you just wait to be a whip together. The man said to an old man next to him. The old man nodded again and again. Okay, Captain Lag. The man kicked on Luli's butt, scolded, and said, get rolled to work for Lao Tzu. Otherwise, don't even want to eat it. Luli almost couldn't hold back. Wait for the uncle, I get what I want, let you kill you first. He secretly thought in his heart. Let's go, guy, otherwise it is too late. The old man beckoned to the landlord. Luli followed behind the old man and began to ask him about the mine. After some understanding, Luli had a general understanding here. The man's name is Kike, although he is only in his 50s this year. But from the outside, it is almost vicissitudes with the old man in the age of 70 or 80. This is the third mining area of the kingdom. Most of the miners who work here are some poor people who have to come here for their livelihood. At least, there are rice to eat here. In addition, there are many unlucky eggs who have been caught like this. It's easy to come in, it's hard to go out. There is a supervisor in the mine. Once you find which miner is lazy, it will be beaten immediately. Everyone needs to pay a certain amount of ore every day. If the task is not completed, it will inevitably suffer from a flash. Some miners tried to hide the ore in private, and they were killed alive after being found. There is a miner's outside, where is the place to eat and rest. If someone dares to escape without permission, it is dead once it is caught. After Kirk said, he patted Luli's shoulders, and said with a long-term saying, young people, since you are here, then you must be prepared here. It is impossible for them to let you go. Luli nodded. Other people may be trapped here. As long as he is willing, he can leave now. However, Ching Jinshur hasn't found it, and Luli can't go. The two came to the bottom of the mine. The mineral channel here is very narrow, and you can barely stand on a person. What Luli is doing is to continue to dig forward at this height. Well, you dig here, I go to the other side, remember, don't be lazy, if you are caught, I will also be punished with you. Kike carefully told him before leaving. I know, Uncle Kike, you can go, I'm alone. As soon as Kike walked away, Luli began to look for ore. Sure enough, it is a large mine, and resources are more resources than ordinary ore. Luli dug a few times, and saw the redstone mine. He was polite to put it into his backpack. It didn't take long after digging, Luli found the lapizite that he was thinking about. Sure enough, it is a good place. I don't know if I can dig a diamond. Originally, Luli intends to dig the green stone and run away. Now he has changed his mind. There are so many ore here, do not dig white or dig. The miners use ordinary stone picks, which are too slow. Luli took out an enchanting with an efficient iron pick, and dug up his head. It didn't take long for Luli to dig a lot of ore. The mine in front of him has been digging hundreds of meters forward. Luli dug out, and a footstep suddenly came from behind. He hurriedly put the iron pick and replaced the stone pick, pretending to be very hard at mining. An inspection supervisor came over and asked, "Are you new?" Luli nodded. He in charge of this area is as good as the excavation progress here. Seeing Luli mining is so fast, the man is very satisfied with the man. He suddenly thought of something, and he couldn't help showing a smile. Do it well. Come with me. Luli was stunned, and he didn't know what the other party wanted to do. The man brought him to another area, patted his shoulder, and said softly in his ear, "Boy, I think you are numb in your hands and feet, and find a good thing for you. This is the most abundant resources in the entire mining area. You can dig me hard. Dig enough for your task today, and give me the rest of the ore." Luli heard the words, and suddenly realized. It turned out that this guy was fancy about his mining speed, so he wanted to use his own private sack. He nodded quickly. Do you do well? I'll check it later. The man said that he left a handful of iron pick and left. Here is a paradise for Luli. Really a good person. I specially left me the best mining area. I must not live up to his expectations. Luli said to himself. He changed into an iron pick again and began to dig madly. I have to say that the distribution of ore here is too dense. Many ores can be found every few meters. After less than half an hour, Luli dug up most of the backpacks. He symbolized some red stones and coal in the box of ore. It didn't take long for the man to return. When he saw the goods in the box, his brow frowned suddenly. Dig so much, there is only this thing? He began to doubt whether Luli was hidden privately. Luli pretended to have a grievance expression. Unjustly, I didn't hide it. The man still doubted that he didn't believe it until he searched Luli's body. Okay, keep working hard, you can't make a difference. Luli saw the man go far and sneered. Just by your IQ, do you want to fight with me? Next life. Luli returned to the mineral road again. Digging, Luli suddenly stunned, and the iron pick in his hand stopped in the air. This is diamond. Luli's face was full of surprises. He cleaned the ore near the diamond and counted it. There are 8 piles of diamonds. Luli got an enchanting book that was durable from the brush cage treasure chest before, and now it happened to be in hand. Luli made an iron felt directly on the spot, and gave a brand new iron pick to the enchantment. The effect of the 3 enchanting magic of the time is very powerful, and the chance of 20% can double, 3 times, or even 4 times. With the enchantment, Yunan's Posey dug the 8 diamond mines. The first diamond ore dropped only 2 diamonds, and the luck was slightly worse. The second piece was slightly better, and 3 diamonds were dropped. At the end, there were 20-4 diamonds. Compared with the 8 originals, the output was overwhelmed. This gain is very satisfied with Luli. Luli continued to dig forward, and it didn't take long before he found the diamond. He finally knew why Wangwa had controlled these large mineral veins in his own hands. It's just shaking the cash tree. There are relatively few diamonds discovered this time, only 3. Fortunately, Luli sometimes transports 3 gangs, 3 changes to 10, cool. After a while, the inspected man returned again. This time Luli lost a diamond in the box, and the man's smile was almost unable to close, and he praised the landlord. Do it well. Renew. Having said that, he hummed shouts you fart and left. Luli looked at nearly a set of diamonds in his backpack, and almost didn't laugh. This guy thought he was as cheap as he had. Digging, Luli suddenly felt something wrong. I can still see other minerals before. Why can I only see diamonds now? And the frequency of these diamonds is getting higher and higher, almost all of them are almost connected. Although there was some puzzles, the temptation of the diamond was in front of him, and Luli could not stop. Speaking of, you may not believe it. There are 4 or 5 diamonds in Luli's backpacks. And this number is still rising. In the end, there was a diamond mine in front of Luli's entire wall. Luli was really embarrassed this time. Suddenly, a strange scream appeared in the mineral channel. The sound seemed to be crying, and it was extraordinarily stunned. Luli always felt that there was any weird back door of this diamond wall. He hesitated for a while, and finally decided to dig a look. Luli first dug out a diamond mine in the most corner. A black stone was revealed behind. Luli felt that this stuff looked familiar, and took a closer look and found that it was actually obsidian. How can obsidian appear here? Luli couldn't help but confuse. He dug the rest of the 3 corners, and he was also obsidian. Thinking of those strange sounds, Luli suddenly thought of some possibility. Isn't it? Is it a lower-bound door? He dug out all the diamonds on the edge. Sure enough, a lower-bound door appeared. If you don't guess wrong, the strange cry of just now came from it. Luli stood in front of the lower bound to the door, and I didn't know if it should be dug. At this moment, the inspection supervisor suddenly appeared. Lied. What are you standing stupidly? So many diamonds, dug it. As soon as he saw the diamond, his eyes were straight. Let it open, let you open, you don't dig, I will come. Seeing that Luli was in place, he pushed Luli aside in anxiety, took out the iron pick, and dug it himself. Luli stunned and fell to the ground. Can't dig. When he saw the man's movement, he quickly stopped. It's just too late. The man had dug out the diamond mine in the middle. The man dug the remaining diamonds one after another. The entire lower boundary portal was fully displayed. The purple chaos on the portal is constantly undulating, and even the space is distorted. Fortune! Fortune! The man was holding several diamonds in his hands, and he was overjoyed, and he didn't pay attention to the changes in the portal of the lower boundary at all. Luli stood up and stared at the portal of the lower boundary. Suddenly, purple chaos began to fluctuate violently. A body gradually appeared from the portal. Luli suddenly felt that he couldn't breathe. This strong sense of oppression is even more terrible than when he encountered the black dragon. Luli shouted badly, and immediately sent. Seeing that Luli disappeared suddenly, the man stunned. Before he reacted, he penetrated his chest with one hand. He turned his head incredible and only saw a pair of white strange eyes. The white-eyed man laughed. Actually running one, interesting, I don't know how my brother is now. Back to the underground farm, Luli was paralyzed directly on the ground. It's dangerous, it's almost dead. He could clearly feel the powerful coercion. It is definitely not ordinary monsters. If Luli does not leave in time, it is likely to explain the small life there. He still doesn't understand. Why does the bottom of the ground appear a lower bound door? What is the origin of the horror monster that appeared from the subordinates? Luli always felt a little flustered. Fortunately, the things you need have been got. Luli took out the green stone and synthesized the lapographic stone. Putting all the materials into the synthetic taichung will get to Tai Dao. Empty and NBP, flame stick and NBP, Yaohun orb green stone and NBP, Li Dao white sheath and NBP, cold block spider silk and NBP, gold ingot and NBP, empty. When Luli appeared at the college with Tai Dao, the return rate was simply explosive. Wow, what weapon is Steve's waist, it's so good. I don't know, I have never seen it before. Luli heard everyone's discussion and sneered. A group of unsightly guys. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the stairs, he met the girl named Ailey. The two of them took a look and almost hit again. As soon as Luli wanted to go upstairs, she was stopped by her. Hey, why are you so anxious? I still want to ask you, what are you stopping me? Luli asked. Beauty talked to you, are you happy? Ailey murmured with a small mouth. Beauty? Where is there a beauty? Why didn't I see it? Luli looked around and asked in doubt. You. I'm mad me. Ailey's small face flushed and stomped his feet. She said that she was also the college's courtyard, but the man in front of him ignored her. This annoyed her a little. You are getting angry here, I'll go first. Luli was about to go upstairs. Eri blocked Luli in his body. Don't go. You explain to me clearly. Luli couldn't help but have a big head. Don't you let me go upstairs? Don't let. If you have the ability, you can fly up with your wings. Ailey was going to be against Luli today. She wants to let the man in front of her remember that she is not so perfunctory. Fly? Luli heard the words, and his eyes were bright. He touched the sword in the waist and smiled suddenly. Why did you forget the stubble? Luli jumped gently, then pulled out the big sword, waved twice in the air. After half a second, Luli waved his knife again. Ailey was still doubtful what Luli wanted to do. The next second, she covered her mouth and exclaimed. You can fly. Luli's figure actually floated in the air and continued to rise. There are more and more people onlookers. They looked at Luli in the air, all dumbfounded. Fuck, this person will fly. Brother. Teach me. I want to learn this. It didn't take long for Luli to fly to the roof. He waved his hand at Ailey and walked towards his classroom. Using the sword to climb high, this is one of the tips for pulling the sword. But in the eyes of these onlookers, it was shocked to be a heavenly man. In fact, the essentials of this technique are very simple. After jumping, he took the knife twice and paused in the air for a while and then waved the third knife to get an upward thrust. Then repeat the previous operation to achieve the upside-down climbing. In the morning, there was a combat teaching class outdoor. Luli didn't want to go, but in the end Alex took him. At the playground, everyone gathered. Strangely, the mentor has never appeared. Everyone talks about it. Steve, have you heard that? Our mentor of our battle class is new. I heard that it is great. Really? How powerful is it? It is said that people came out of the kings of the Wangqing, and their strength was unpredictable. Alex said with eyebrows. Luli heard the words and frowned. Why did he seem to hear this? The mentor is here. I don't know who shouted. There was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone wants to see what this new mentor looks like. As soon as Luli looked up, he saw a familiar figure. Isn't this just a few days ago with himself as a sparring, but the guy who was lying down by himself? He squatted quietly, trying to not let the other party see his face. Ma Baoguo limped to the people and started to introduce himself. Hello, my classmates, my name is Ma Baoguo, the mentor of your battle class. Instructor, why is your face swelled? Suddenly a student asked. Ma Baoguo's face was stiff and embarrassed. I was stung by a bee. Instructor, why are your eye circles dark? Did you be beaten? The student continued to ask. This is dark circles. I haven't slept well recently. Ma Baoguo just compiled a reason to get past. He was entrusted by Lamy today to find a student named Steve. Mastering the combat skills, you can take advantage of the battle with people. Next, I will choose a classmate to be my sparring, and we will show you how to use combat skills in actual combat. Classmate Steve, please go out. Ma Baoguo didn't know who Steve was at all, so he had to shout hard. Luli didn't care about him. Ma Baoguo shouted twice, he was already impatient. Steve. People. Come out. Everyone turned to look at Luli in the back row and gave him away. I heard, are you looking for me? Luli slowly walked to the front and asked, with a smile. Ma Baoguo seemed to see a ghost, and he was scared to be soft. How is you? He pointed out of the landing and said stutter. Instructor, I am Steve you are looking for. You, don't come here. Luli left a great shadow to Ma Baoguo. The classmates looked at a frightened mentor and were confused. Suddenly, someone pointed at Ma Baoguo's pants and shouted, the mentor, how wet your pants? Everyone found out by him. The smell of urine drifted away, and everyone retreated again, and his face was full of disgusting. Ma Baoguo was ashamed and annoyed. I fight with you. He suddenly got up, and the chin of the landing was a punch. Luli didn't panic. After pulling out the sword, he blocked Ma Baoguo's offense at once. Sneak attack is not a good habit. Luli kicked in front of Ma Baogua's chest, and flipped him down several followers before he lay down. Ma Baogua, who had a swollen face, looked worse now. Luli took the first 2 steps and squatted in front of Ma Baogua. Say, why are you looking for me? Ma Baogua stopped talking. Luli stood up, and he was a kick against Ma Baogua. Say no? Ma Baogua covered a slightly sunken chest and looked painful. I said. It's Lami, he said, to give you a lesson. Randy. Luli's eyes were cold, and there was a trace of killing in his eyes. Seeing Luli actually kicked the new mentor as a ball, and learned that Ma Baogua was sent by Lami, everyone was stunned. It turns out that there is such a complicated relationship. Lu Liang went away. He went straight to the door of the deputy dean's office and opened the door with 1 foot. Lancho was dozing in the room, and when he saw Luli break in, he was startled. Steve? What do you want to do? I want to drop out. Luli took a drop of school on his table. Delivery? Are you serious? Lancho quickly confirmed. Yes, I'm sure. He also thought about how to drive Luli out all day. Unexpectedly, this product was self-contained. Lancho did not talk nonsense, and signed it directly on the application for his dropping school, for fear that Luli regretted it. After Lu returned to school, he returned to the teaching building again. It is still class time, and there is no one in the corridor. Luli went to Lamudi's office and found no one. After a lap in the teaching building, Luli finally found Lami. At this point, he was lectured in the classroom. Ailey was sitting in front of the window and was still angry because of the morning. When she thought of the abominable Steve, she couldn't wait to strangle him. Just thinking that Steve's face appeared by the window. Ailey stunned, thinking it was his own illusion. The next second, the door of the classroom was suddenly opened. Everyone was startled. Seeing that it was Luli, Lamito said highly, Steve. This is the classroom. You don't take a good class, what do you come here? Luli sneered, picked up the wooden stick in his hand, and looked at Lami's head. He covered his head and screamed. Where can Lami think that Luli was in the face of so many people and was violent? Steve. You dare to play the instructor. I must fired you. But even if it was beaten, Randy was still tough. Luli Zhao's is particularly happy. Silly fork, I have dropped out of school, your dad just agreed, so it's okay to hit you now. To put it, the movement on his hand has increased a little bit. You. Lami was almost breathable to vomiting blood. Although he has always wanted to drive Luli out of the college, whoever thought that this product was actually anti-guest? This is completely beyond his expectations. Luli's operation of this pass is simply blinding the dog's eyes of the whole class. Being Lami in public, this is something everyone didn't dare to think about. There is only Lu Qi. Luli had been fighting for a long time, and his hands were tired. In the end, he made up on Randy's buttocks, and then turned away. He had a very sequential start, and did not endanger Lami's life, but it was just some skin trauma. Longdi stood up with his swollen head like a pig's head. Suddenly with a smile. Longdi couldn't wait to find a ground sewing. Steve. I'm not finished. Lancho is in a good mood today. Steve left, reducing him a lot of trouble. Lancho was preparing to tell his son about the good news that the door of the office was hit again. Which one is not long? As soon as he was about to scold, he saw a guy with a bloody face. Fuck. Who are you? Lancho almost fell off the chair. Father, it's me, I'm Lami. Lami said vaguely. Son. And NBP, how did you make this? Lancho reacted when he heard his voice, which was actually his son Lami. He quickly walked over and helped Lami to sit down. What's the matter with? Who will make you like this? Tell me. I go to his troubles. Lancia was angry. It's Steve. Lami exposed what happened before. After listening, Lancia suddenly dumbfounded. Ah? This? He never expected that a notice of dropping out of his own signing would cause his son to suffer such calamities. Father, you must get revenge for me. I want to let the boy die. Landy's roar. Lancio's face was extremely ugly. Let Steve die? It's almost impossible. Steady Steve is small, and the criminal knight will die. However, his son was beaten like this, and Lancio couldn't swallow it at all. Son, it's not the time yet, let's bear it again, you can rest assured that your father must take revenge for you. He patted Lami, and said with a lot of words. Luli rode on the big dark horse and flew all the way away from the college. From today, he no longer belongs to it. This is also a relief for him. Luli couldn't learn anything in the college, but he stayed in the classroom every day. Thinking of the scene just now, Luli was in his heart. It was not a day or two for Lami and himself. Today, he finally vented all the unhappy and resentment for so long. For a while, it was refreshing. However, after calm down, Luli suddenly fell into confusion. He left the college, where should he go now? Pharmacist Guild or Wanching Cavaliers? There seems to be only these two choices now. The Pharmaceutners Association did not bring him any improvement. From the perspective of refining the medicine, even Carl was not an opponent of Luli. If you go to Wanching Cavaliers, maybe you can learn something useful. After some ideological struggle, Luli finally decided to go to the Wanching Cavaliers. To see Wanching Cavaliers headquarters is the western side of Rice City. The alertness here is strict, and outsiders cannot enter at all. As soon as Luli went to the gate of the Cavaliers, he was stopped by the guard at the door. Stop. What do you do? But here is the Knights of the Wanching. No allow to prohibit entering. When the guard at the door was talking, the tow was high, and I couldn't wait to see the landing with my nostrils. Luli was too lazy to have more BB with such a person, and directly took out the waist card given to him by Mulin. Your team leader gave me this, and let me come to him when you have time. When the guards heard the word leader, they froze first, and then all laughed. Do you be an idiot? Just take a broken brand and dare to fool us. The guards did not take Luli's words seriously at all. The name of the titled knight Jianxin is like thunderous. As members of the Cavaliers, they have never seen Mulin. The simple-dressed wool boy in front of him actually said that he had the token of the chief of the Cavaliers, which was ridiculous. Don't you plan to put me in? Luli asked, coldly. Let you go in? Which green onion are you? Is the Knights of the Wanching Cavaliers, where you can enter and exit casually. Hurry up and go far away, otherwise don't blame us if you are not polite. The guard said. A group of idiots. Luli's eyes were cold, and his hands were put on the sword on his waist. Do you want to do it at the Cavalier site? Several guards saw Luli's movements, and could not help but say that they also took out their weapons. Luli hooked his fingers to several people. Come on, go together, I hurry up. A big tone. Since your kid is so anxious to die, then we will satisfy you. Several guards showed cruel smiles at the same time. In their opinion, it is easier to deal with Luli's little fart children than pinching a mouse. Several people held long swords and chopped in the direction of landing. Luli was not panicked, and his hand was still pressed on the handle of the sword without movement. Go to death. Seeing that Luli, the guard-headed, seemed to not intend to resist, thinking that Luli was frightened. His sword seemed to fall on the top of Luli's head. At this moment, Luli finally moved. He pulled out the big sword and quickly waved in front of him. Several guards found that their bodies suddenly lost their control and could not move. Why can't I move it? Me too. Luli sneered, waved the third knife, and hit a knife. Luli's movement was extremely fast, and several guards only saw the knife flashed. In the next second, a giant slapped on several people and hit them out. Several guards flew out for a few meters and fell heavily on the ground. This is also the result of Luli's mercy. He was too big in his hands, and the damage was much higher than the ordinary iron sword. And Luli did not have a knife at the neck just now, otherwise, these people must be a corpse. When you come to the Cavaliers for the first time, you can't make a lives. Who else wants to do it with me, even if you come up? Luli said to a few people. Several guards were lying on the ground and mourning, were dared to continue to call with Luli. At this moment, a man came out of the inside of the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers are heavy. Who dares to make a noise here? Luli heard the sound and suddenly stunned. Isn't this Reinhardt's voice? Coincidentally, he saw him. Reinhardt was sleeping in the room and suddenly heard a noise outside. Where can I endure the dream of clearing the dream? However, as soon as he came out, he saw several guards lying on the ground. A few of you, don't look at the door well, what are you lying here? Reinhardt scolded angrily. Reinhardt. You are just right, someone wants to break through the Cavaliers. We are injured by him. Seeing Reinhardt, a guard was like grabbing a life-saving straw, holding his thigh and crying. Who? The courage is so big. Dare to hurt people at the sight of our Cavaliers. As soon as Reinhardt heard it, he suddenly became energetic. People who come to the Cavaliers are usually miserable. He was very unhappy recently, and he could just breathe. However, when Reinhardt saw Luli standing at the gate, he suddenly stunned. Mr. Reinhardt, so coincidentally, we met again. Luli smiled and greeted Reinhardt. You are the one, the kid in Carlo village? Reinhardt asked in a doubt. If you change the fake. Luli said. Reinhardt heard his words and frowned. He looked at the few people lying behind him, and looked at Luli in front of him, and felt a little incredible. Are these people wounded? Reinhardt pointed at several guards behind him and asked. Yeah, I want to go in, a few of them have to stop me, and I have to do it, I can't help it. Luli spread his hands, and said helplessly. Where do you think it is? Dare to do it here. Reinhardt knew about the ins and outs of the matter, and immediately changed his face. Oh? Mr. Reinhardt, do you want to do it with me too? Luli Rao looked at Reinhardt with interest. Boy, no matter what you say, since you hurt people, then you have to pay the price today. Reinhardt's murder was revealed. Happy to accompany. Luli Xiao was happier. Last time, I failed to solve Reinhardt at the tower. Now, the opportunity is here again. Reinhardt held the iron sword in his hand and confidently. Even if Luli can put a few guards, what about it? Reinhardt didn't think Luli will be his opponent. When the two were about to fight, a sound suddenly appeared. You two, give me a hand. Reinhardt heard the voice and his face changed greatly. The title knight breaks the halberd. How could he be here? Breaking the halberd is the big celebrity of the Cavaliers. At a young age, he was ranked among the titles. In the Wangqing Cavaliers, the Cavaliers also have a strict level division. From low to high, in turn, for the preparation knights, bronze knights, silver knights, golden knights. Above the golden knight is the legendary title knight. Reinhardt's age is about the same age, but he is just a silver knight. Although it is already good in the Cavaliers, it is far worse than the broken halberd. Reinhardt welcomed him busy and wanted to be almost. Master Broken Heavenly Halberd, why are you here? As long as he can have a good relationship with the broken halberd, promoting the golden knight in the future is not a word to break the halberd. Breaking the halberd with a smile, Reinhardt's face was happy, thinking that he was laughing at himself. Unexpectedly, Break the halberd seemed to walk directly from him without seeing Reinhardt. Reinhardt froze, turned around, and saw a scene that shocked him. Broken Heavenly Halberd walked to Luli, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Steve, you can count, wait for you for a long time." Luli did not expect that he met two acquaintances at the door of the Cavaliers today. He looked sideways and glanced at the ugly-looking Reinhardt. Luli's heart suddenly became clear. This product was obviously filming in the air, and was uncomfortable. He also smiled, and said, "I came to the Cavaliers this time I have to rely on the Cavaliers. It's good to say, come in first." Broken the halberd and led the landing and walked inside. Reinhardt watched Luli, but dared not say much. If you accidentally offend, he don't want to stay in the Cavaliers. Leadheart Cavaliers, what is this person's origin? Why do you even know the big halberd? A guard stood up from the ground and asked, curiously. How do I know? What background can there be? According to my opinion, this kid must have left what shit, and then I met the halberd. Reinhardt said disdain. Why did you just fight with people? Broken the halberd while bringing the way. I just took out the waist card of the old man of Jianshin. As a result, the guards who saw the door didn't let me come in, I couldn't have to break. Luli said helplessly. Essays? Broken the halberd first, and then laughed. Why are you laughing? Lu Dai scratched his head. The head of the regiment, it is estimated that the entire Cavaliers have seen several people, and it is no wonder they can't recognize them. Breaking the halberd said that he pulled out a waist card from his pocket with a 3-fork pattern on it. This is my waist card, you can use it first. Oh, how are you so embarrassed? Although Lu Xing said so, he was not polite at all, and he took the waist card and put it into his pocket. Each Cavaliers have only one waist card. The waist card can prove identity, and it can be unobstructed anywhere in the king's city. It is enough to have a high status in the kingdom of the Wangqing. Breaking the halberd is a big celebrity of the kingdom. Wherever he goes, someone recognizes him. It is not important to have a waist card for him. Luli now has two identities in his hands. One is the hottest knight of the current hottest knight at the moment, and the other is the character from the legend of the Kingdom of the Block. If this matter is said, no one dares to believe it. Luli followed the broken sky halberd for a while, before walking in front of a cathedral. By the way, the head of the team is waiting for you in it. Breaking the halberd pointed at the gate of the church. Luli nodded and went straight into the church. The entire church was made from pure white quartz stone, and a cup of oil lamp was lit. The top of the church is a huge round dome, which is covered by colorful glass. A long red carpet extends from outside the church to the interior. Luli followed the red carpet and went all the way to the bottom. Mu Lin, the old knight, looked at him with a smile. Steve, I know you will definitely come. Mu Lin stepped up and patted Luli's shoulders. Old Mu, I have nowhere to go now, you have to take me, otherwise I will sleep on the street. You can rest assured, as long as my old bones are still alive, the door of the Cavaliers will always open for you. The head of the regiment, Mu Lin, patted her chest and bowed to Vowed. In other words, where is here and why do you want to meet here? Luli asked, curiously. This is the sacred church of the Knights of our Wangqing, and it is also a place for the Cavaliers to award the medal. The head of the regiment Mu Lin explained. Medal? Can I have it? Luli looked forward to asking. Of course, as long as the oath ceremony is held, it can be awarded. The head of the regiment Mu Lin pointed to a statue behind him and said, Do you see, this is the statue of the first king of the kingdom of our block. Luli looked up in the direction of his fingers. However, when Luli saw the face of the statue, he suddenly dumbfounded. Big beard, small eyes, and a big white teeth. This is not I meowed, i.e. one of the two creation gods in AFTTH? Old Moo, you are sure that the first king is called Marcus, not called TH? Luli quickly asked Mu Lin to confirm, but received a negative answer. The king's name is Marcus, what is it TH? Never heard of it. Luli suddenly fell into thought. Marcus. By the way, isn't TH's real name called Marcus Alex Poison? Could it really exist in this world? Old Moo, I ask you, do you know hi? As soon as Luli's voice fell, Mulin rushed up to cover his mouth. What are you doing? Luli was abolished and he broke away, asking puzzledly. Do you know what are you just talking about? The head of the regiment Mu Lin asked seriously. I don't ask you to recognize HI. The head of the regiment Mu Lin once again covered Luli's mouth. You're crazy. Don't you know that the name is in the kingdom of the block? Ah? Is there this thing? Luli scratched his head in doubt. Why has he never heard of it? I almost forgot that you came from the border, so don't blame you, but in the future, remember not to mention this name in front of others, it will cause trouble. The head of the regiment Mu Lin warned. Okay, I know. Although I don't know the specific reason, Luli still nodded like understanding. Old Moo, can you tell me why? I really don't understand. That guy was a big devil. The kingdom of the block was almost destroyed in his hands. Later, King Marcus spent the power of 9 cows and 2 tigers to seal him in the lower bound. Since then, the name of that guy has become taboo. The head of the regiment Mu Lin explained. TH seal, hi. The expression on Luli's face became weird. The direction of this story is getting closer to the game plot? Luli thought of the lower bound door that had been dug in the mine before. He suddenly had an ominous hunch. The powerful and uninterrupted pressure in the portal, shouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Luli's forehead suddenly appeared cold sweat. He did not dare to tell Mu Lin, for fear of being killed by the old man. Forget it, let's look back and take a look. Luli comforted himself in his heart, maybe it was wrong. Don't go out and talk about this. Once you get something messy, you can't even keep you. The head of Mu Lin warned again. Luli nodded quickly. Okay, it's not too early, so hurry up. After that, Mu Lin took out a thick book and held it in his hand. Before the oath, you must understand the 8 virtues of the Cavaliers. They are modesty, honor, compassion, heroic, fair, sacrifice, upright, soul. Let's start with humility, be polite, respect others, modest and cautious. This is the way of treating others in the daily life of the Cavaliers. Then the honor, the Cavaliers fight for honor, and even sacrifice everything at all. This is the creed of the Cavaliers, adheres to it. The brilliant badge of the Cavaliers reminds its admirers in the sun. This is your pride. The head of the regiment Mu Lin was very energetic, but Luli listened to the more sleepy, and almost fell asleep. Okay, the 8 major virtues have been explained, did you understand it? After a long time, Mu Lin finally stopped and asked. Understand. Understand. Luli quickly said. Then follow me to read the Cavalier's Declaration, you can become a real knight. I vowed to treat the weak, I swear bravely against the enemy, I vowed to fight all mistakes, I vowed to fight for non-iron people, I vowed to help anyone asking me for help, I vow not hurt any woman, I vowed to help my brother and knight, I vowed to treat my friends sincerely, I vowed to love what I love to die. After Luli followed Mu Linian, the oath ceremony was officially completed. Luli also received the Cavaliers awarded by Mu Lin. This is a wooden sword shield badge, representing Luli has become an alternate knight. Cavalier's promotion has strict requirements. Even if Luli is a relationship, it cannot be promoted to the level, and you must start climbing up slowly from the lowest alternate knight. The conditions for promotion are also very simple, only enough honor points can be promoted. The Cavalier's Hall has the tasks issued by many people in the Kingdom of Blocks. After completion, you can get gold coins and honor rewards. However, there is very little honor to obtain this method, and it takes a long time to promote promotion. If you want to be promoted quickly, you need to kill the monster. An ordinary zombie is 1 honor point, and an ordinary skull archer is 2 honorary points. As long as there are enough monsters, you can quickly promote. After listening to Mu Lin's introduction, Luli almost didn't laugh. Big Brush? Who dares to compare with him? Until Lu Lijun has enough honor, he can be promoted to the Bronze Knight, and the wooden sword shield medal can be upgraded into copper. Based on this, the Silver Knights won the Iron Medal, and the Golden Knight won the Gold Medal. Once you reach the level of the title Knight, you can have your own unique Gold Medal. The medal, like the halberd, is a golden trident. Although Luli has just become a knight, he is now thinking about his gold medal. Otherwise, just get a golden sword pulling medal, it should look very windy. If Mu Lin knew what Luli thought in his heart at this time, he would definitely not help cutting him. I really think that the title knight is so promoted. Okay, Oath, you are now a real knight. Then me, what should I do now? Luli was at a loss. What else can you do? Hurry up and promote the honor. After Mu Lin finished speaking, he bombed Luli out of the church. Old Mu. Can your attitude be better? Before asking me to come in, now I came in, why did you change your face again? I can't control you before, now I am the head of the Cavaliers, you have to listen to my order. Don't see me before the Silver Knight. The head of the group said. Old Mu. You cross the river to demolish the bridge. I want to exit the Cavaliers. Luliqui said. Whatever. Mu Lin slammed the gate of the church. Luli's face was depressed. Somehow, he always felt like he was on the thief boat. As for the withdrawal of the Cavaliers, let's forget it. Luli just talked about it. He has nowhere to go now. The Cavaliers are his best choice. Mu Lin looked out through the door seam and saw Luli go away, and then sighed with a breath. Stupid boy, you have to work hard, don't let him down. Leaving the church, Luli came to the Cavalier's Hall. The excitement here is unexpected. As soon as he entered the door, Luli smelled a drink. He thought it was a place to pick up the task, but he did not expect that there was actually a large bar. There were more than a dozen big men sitting next to the bar, all of them were red and red. Luli glanced roughly and found that most of them were Bronze Knights, and there were several Silver Knights. Opposite the bar is a notice board that receives the task. When Luli entered the house, everyone gathered his eyes on him. Yo, the Cavaliers are actually here. Yeah, it looks still very young. It's so young, it is estimated that even hairs are not long. I don't know if he can pick up the shield. Everyone joked and scrupulously. Luli was not angry. He went straight to the notice board and started to check it carefully. Luli glanced a few times, his face became a little weird. It's too difficult to commission these tasks. What is the missing pet to find a lost pet and help the old grandma move to occupy the majority? These 1-star and NBP commission tasks usually only have 1 or 2 honors, and the money is paid very poor, but it takes a lot of time. Few people are willing to do this kind of task, and the income is too low. Only Luli's candidate knights will do it stupidly. There are also some 2-star Samsung commission tasks, but these Gaussian commission needs to reach Bronze or Silver Knights to pick up. Luli is still the most garbage alternate knight now, and he can only slowly make these stars to accumulate honor. When everyone thought that Luli was going to accept the commissioned mission, Luli turned around and left the Cavaliers. This surprised the onlookers. They did not expect Luli to give up so soon, and they were a little disappointed. Luli found a hidden corner and hid, sent back to the brushing tower, and quickly killed 50 skeleton archers. With less than half an hour, Luli returned to the Cavaliers' Hall again. Everyone couldn't help but have some doubts. Why did this boy come back again? When Luli placed a full 50 torrential products on the counter, everyone was dumbfounded. 50 skeleton archers of the skeleton archer can be exchanged for 100 honors. A staff member in front of the notice board counted and said, "Please help me upgrade the badge." Luli took off the wooden sword shield medal of the shoulder and told the staff, "Okay, please wait a moment." It didn't take long for Luli to receive a copper sword shield medal. This also means that Luli has been promoted to a bronze knight from the candidate knight. He stood in front of the notice board for a while and chose several rewarded commission tasks, so he went out of the door. Seeing that Luli went far, everyone in the Cavaliers began to discuss warmly. Lied. How long is this? This kid actually killed 50 skeleton archers? How did this kid do it? When everyone was confused, someone gave an explanation. I dare to be sure that those loot is bought and used to exchange enough honor points to promote the Cavaliers level. Everyone took it seriously when he heard this explanation. This boy must be the noble children who came in the back door. Otherwise, where is he so much money? 50 skeleton warfare products are worth more than 100 gold coins. Where can ordinary people afford it? Everyone's discussion of the tongue, and finally the conclusion of Luli is a relationship household. This makes everyone very shameless. Those who can join the Knights of the Wangqing are somewhat skillful. These knights, the most affordable is Luli's relationship households. Next time I see that kid, remember to give him a little lesson, let him know, in our Cavaliers, speak strength. Everyone nodded together. Luli walked out of the Cavaliers' Hall and was just going to go to Ma Ji to see Da Hei. As soon as I walked to the corner, I met an acquaintance on the face. Isn't this Count Jidang? Fortunately. The person coming is Earl Jidang. At this time, his face was extremely gloomy, as if he was going to kill. Earl Kimmin was even more angry when he saw Luli. Steve. Last time you snatched my son's championship, I haven't found you accounts. Hey, Count Jidang, you can't talk nonsense. President Carl said that I am the champion. If you are not convinced, you can go to him. Luli spread his hand and said. You. Count Jidang was speechless by Luli. Luli was the trouble of counting Kimmin, and then said that. Earl Jidang, Yu Guang, suddenly swept to the big black in the horse, and his eyes were shining. Who is this horse? He asked excitedly. This. Luli was tight in his heart, thinking what Earl Jidang found. Before he explained, Earl Khitan said again, I know. This must be the damn Rianhara's horse. Luli was stunned for a while, but did not expect that Count Jidang would think so. I didn't say anything, and the goods actually made up my brain. But this is good, Luli didn't mind letting Reinhardt continue to carry this black pot. The Cavalier's bully is too much. You, and that Reinhardt, you two are waiting for me. I and you are endless. Earl Kimmin left in a ruthless words. Seeing this scene, Luli only felt a little funny. Reinhardt, this time is not that I am out of trouble, but this guy is too stupid. If you ask you clearly, you will make a conclusion. If you want to find him, find him. Luli secretly slandered in his heart. At this time, Reinhardt still slept in the room, without knowing what happened outside. Luli rode a big dark horse and came out of the Cavaliers. He just received several 2-star tasks and commissioned, and there was a Samsung. Compared with 1-star's mission commission, the rewards of the 2 stars and Samsung are much richer, and the least 20 honor points. Of course, there are many more honorary points from bronze knights to silver knights. From 100 honor points to 10,000 honor points. With so many honors, even if Luli stayed in the monster tower, it took a long time to make up. Therefore, it is particularly important to entrust the task of getting Gao Xing. The first 2-star commission is to help a grandma move. Luli didn't want to come, but the boringly paid compensation was as high as 100 honorary points and 10 gold coins. The reward entrusted by this mission is so rich, but the cavaliers seem to have no interest at all. They didn't do it, and they just cheaper Luli. When Luli came to his destination, the employer was waiting at the door. When he saw Luli, the grandmother was quite excited. Great! I thought no one would pick up my commission. Old man, to solve problems for the people is our responsibility. If you have any needs, just say it. Luli returned. The grandmother pointed at a house on the right. Can you help me move the box inside? No problem. Luli refreshing agreed. But when he walked into the room, his face changed. These are not ordinary boxes at all, but beehives. The whole house was full of flying bees, buzzing. Luli quickly retreated. Good guy, wouldn't it be a fart on the spot if you accidentally bite? No wonder no one dares to pick up this task, it seems that there is a reason. Luli walked in hard and started to move. When he tried to move a beehive, he unexpectedly found that the stuff could be put in the backpack. Luli's heart is happy. At this moment, things have become much simpler. There are hundreds of beehives in the house, and Luli can only install 1/3 of them at a time. Seeing that the employer was absent, he slipped out and placed the beehive in the specified position. 3 times back and forth, all the beehives were carried over. When the grandmother returned to the yard again, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. At this time, Luli had left to do the second commission. The second entrustment requires Luli to help cut 100 cuts. The reward is 50 honorary points and 5 gold coins. This kind of hard work is nothing to do for Luli. Others to cut trees will consume physical strength, but Luli can restore physical strength by eating. When Luli rushed to the location of the commission, he found that the trees in front of him were actually from the forest. Luli's hand is exactly the cocoa bean seeds, and the cocoa beans can only be planted on a specific from the forest. From the forest, it usually only appears in the rainforest. Luli is thinking about where to find the rainforest. This just solves a major problem of Luli. 100 logs don't look much, but in fact, it takes a lot of time. Fortunately, Luli had an iron axe with an enchanting efficiency, and the tree was cut to fast. It didn't take long for 100 logs to be stacked neatly. Luli completed the commission, and before leaving, he did not forget to inquire about the direction of the rainforest. In the end, I learned that there was a rainforest after I went to the west of Rice. Luli secretly remembered his position and was ready to take a look at it. There are many secrets in the rainforest, such as the Temple of Jungle. The 2-star commission tasks on hand were completed, and only one Samsung commissioned was left in the end. The content of this Samsung commissioned was a bit strange, and the employer actually wanted to find someone to fish with him. The reward is also extremely rich, with 500 honors and 50 gold coins. However, the cavaliers of the cavaliers will only fight and kill. Where do you know what fishing? This task has always been put there, no one picks it up. After Luli came to this world, he had not tried fishing. When he was playing games, his favorite thing was fishing. This kind of commission is tailor-made for him. Luli came to a farm outside Les City according to the address. There is a clear lake in the middle of the farm. A young man holds fishing rods to catch fish. Luli Daisheng saw this person, but before he was approaching, he was stopped by a group of guards. Hey, stop! Didn't you look at the words on the brand? Private farms, prohibit entering. A guardian said highly. Luli was stunned, and NBP, a little confused. Isn't this a farm? As for sending more than a dozen people to keep the door? Could it be? What baby is hidden in it? I am from the Knights of the Wanqing. Someone here has issued a commission, troubled me to go in. Luli pointed to the bronze sword and shield metal on his shoulders. Who am I? It turns out that it is just a small bronze knight. Do you know what this is? Here is. Before he finished speaking, a voice interrupted him. I found this person, let him come in. This sound is exactly the young man who is fishing. He seems to have a position among these guards. When he said, all guards consciously gave Luli away. Luli hummed Zayakar and passed by the guards in front of the guards. The guards changed and changed, but they didn't dare to attack, so they had to hold in their hearts. Unexpectedly, you are already a bronze knight at a young age, and the cavaliers are really talented. Luligan came to the man and was praised by the other party. Do you look younger than me? How do you talk like a long-standing old man? Luli couldn't help spitting. The man heard the words and then slowed down after a while. Oh, you are right, I almost forgot me only 14 years old. 14 years old? Then I'm older than you. I'm 16 this year. In terms of reason, you have to call me Big Brother. Luli teased. Big Brother. The man's face was slightly stiff, and some of them were fainted by Luli. The guy in front of him is sacred, and he dares to call his brother and brother with himself. He is so courageous. However, the man just smiled slightly and did not expose his identity. He wanted to see what medicine sold in Luli gourd. Little brother, what is your name? Luli patted the man's shoulder and asked. My name is Mars, how about you? My name is Steve. Luli said with a smile. Do you know, what do I call you? Mars asked. No, isn't it fishing? Can you fish? Mars asked, curiously. What's so difficult? Optimistic. Luli picked up the fishing rod from the side and dumped it gently, then throwing the hook into the water. The whole set of action is flowing in the water, without the slightest mud. Mars's eyes were shining. He likes fishing fields in his best day, and naturally, he can see that Luli is a cooked hand. It didn't take long for the calm water surface. The fish bites. Hurry up. Mars hurriedly reminded. Luli was still not in a hurry. Don't worry, wait a while. When the fish drifted was completely into the water, Luli suddenly closed the pole. A fat salmon was pulled out of the water by him, and the grass fell behind kept rolling. Wow. I will hook it so soon. You are so amazing. Mars worshipped a little worship. Do you want to learn? I teach you. Luli asked with a smile. Really, okay? Mars scratched his head a little embarrassed. Of course, as long as you are willing to call me a big brother, I will teach you. Luli said with a smile. He just said casually that he wanted to tease the pretending little boy in front of his face, but did not expect Mars to be taken seriously. Brother Steve. Please teach me. Mars said to landlord. Seeing that several guards saw Mars bowed to Luli, they quickly rushed up and wanted to stop him. Just before a few people approached, Mars glanced at a few people fiercely. Glancing a few people back. Luli nodded with satisfaction, which was recognized as Mars. In the next half-day, Luli started to teach Mars in hand. Mars is also very smart, and soon learned all. However, his luck is relatively poor, and he always catches some garbage. Luli was idle, and he sat by the lake and started fishing. One afternoon, Luli harvested hundreds of fish and a bunch of miscellaneous things. In addition, there is a fishing rod that cares about the second of the sea. Mars was envious of him, and his harvest in the afternoon was not as good as Luli for an hour. Luli looked at him so pitiful, so he gave the enchanting fishing rod to Mars. After getting the fishing rod, Mars was surprised, and he refused to take Luli's things. He just stuffed him with a large bag of gold coins. In this regard, Luli had to accept it. Someone comes to the door, can't you don't want it? Before the difference, Mars hesitated for a long time and handed Luli a piece of paper. Brother, there is my address on it. If you encounter any trouble, you can come here to find me. Earth, can you help me settle in the accident? Luli took the note directly into his pocket. As long as it is not too much trouble, it should be okay. Mars said uncertainly. Okay, don't think so much. Do I look like a person who is so easy to be bullied? Mars looked at Luli first, nodded, and then shook his head. From the perspective of appearance, Luli is like a child who is not deeply involved in the world. But one afternoon with Luli, Mars has fully worshipped Luli Wuyo. Mars feels that there is nothing that Luli doesn't know. No matter what he asked, Luli can answer it. Watching landing away, Mars suddenly had some mood. The guard behind him had a sigh of relief. His Royal Highness Mars, just now that person is just a low-identity knight. How can you call him a brother and brother? This is not good. Before the guard finished speaking, Mars raised his hand on his face. Steve is my elder brother. If you dare to talk about him behind, you can take the initiative to lead death. Mars said gloomy. The guards were shivering, which was the first time they saw such an angry Mars. When Luli left the farm, it was dusk. He returned to Les City and went straight towards the Cavaliers. The night hall at night looks particularly lively. The Cavaliers drunk here, drunk. Luli, who came back to get the entrusted reward, seemed to be the alien. Lady, don't be busy, the gap between the Bronze Knights and the Silver Knight cannot be able to make up for a while. Hundreds of entrustment may not be able to save enough honor. It is better to drink together. A knight persuaded. That is, now I doan't fight, and the border is so peaceful. It is basically impossible to accumulate honor points quickly. Another knight is also persuading. As soon as his words fell, someone shouted and ran in from the door. Not good. The tertiary mining area is riot. Miners go to a collective strike. Hearing this news, the joyful atmosphere in the Cavaliers suddenly stagnated. Luli's eyes condensed and thought of the lower bound door for an instant. He always felt that the culprit of this riot was himself. But now things have not been clarified, and Luli dare not make a conclusion. He didn't say a word, went straight to the back of the big black horse, and ran towards the third mining area outside Les City. After galloping all the way, Luli just came outside the city and saw a chaos at the third mining area. The miners lifted the pick in their hands and desperately trying to escape. The guards in the third mining area are trying to control the miners to prevent them from escaping everywhere. Luli will settle in Dahe and hurry up to the door of the mining area. The guard wanted to stop landing, and when he saw that Luli was a member of the Cavaliers, he suddenly lost his temper. Who is the management of the mining area? Luli roared loudly. I am. A slightly bloated man ran out quickly. Luli was stunned. Isn't this guy who kicked himself before? However, this guy did not seem to recognize Luli. What happened here? Luli Cheng endured the impulse to want to beat him, and began to ask about things. That's it. In the third few days of the third mining area, several miners have killed several miners and one supervisor. Some people said that they saw ghosts in the mine, which caused people to be disturbed. The man explained. His haunted? Luli wanted to laugh. There are any ghosts in this world, and NBP, but all things that scare people, he doesn't believe it. What about those deceased? Let me see the body. No, they died at the bottom, no one dared to bring them up. The man shook his head quickly. So, then you still have a trip with me. Luli said that he grabbed the man and walked into the mine. the man was frightened. When he heard that he was going to get off the mine, his legs were soft. He knelt down and asked for mercy. "Brother, you let me go, I have old and young, there are still." Luli was too lazy to talk to him more nonsense, and pulled out the sword and NBP, he put it around his neck. "Can't go?" The man was so scared that his face was pale and nodded again and again. "Go. I'll go. Big brother, don't do it." After speaking, the man trembled towards the mine. Luli saw him grind and didn't go far for a long time, and he kicked directly on his ass. This foot was returned by Luli. The man had no time to respond, and suddenly fell a dog to eat shit. Those miners who were protesting were seeing this scene, and they clapped their hands and applauded. "Beautiful. Kick me fiercely. The young man is good." For a while, the group was angry. It is conceivable how much grievances these miners have to mend. Luli grabbed the man as if the eagle grabbed the chicken, and then flickered him into the mine. There is no one in hollow in the mine, and it is particularly dead. The two went all the way to the deepest part of the mine. Luli was very impressed by here, and he had been dug here before. Walking along the long mineral road, Luli became more nervous. "It's there." The man pointed to the ground ahead, where there was a dark scorched corpse. The wall formed by the diamond ore still exists, but the lower bound door behind the wall disappeared. Luli stepped forward, squatted in front of the corpse, and began to view. There is a diamond under the corpse. Luli immediately thought of the supervisor that the corpse was his 10. Thinking of this, Luli couldn't help but shudder. What secrets are there in the lower boundary portal? Why is the lower bound portal disappearing? Thinking of the legend of Hi, Luli became more restless. At this moment, a miserable cry came from the rear. Luli suddenly turned back, but saw a thriller. A miner dressed up in the neck managed by the bloated mining area. "Hey, what are you doing?" Luli frowned. He thought the man had hatred with the man in the mining area and wanted to stop the man. The miner heard Luli's voice and slowly raised his head. Luli's face changed instantly. "Fuck. What ghost you are." The miner's face was green, her eyes were open, and her skin was full of rotten wounds, which looked very disgusting. The monster was loosened, straightened his hands, and slowly walked towards landing. "This is, zombie?" Luli was stunned. This person's every move is almost different from the zombies. However, a good person has become a zombie? When the zombie came closer, he opened his mouth and was about to land from landing. Luli waved his knife and picked it up directly. Luli originally planned to kill the guy in front of him directly, but when he saw the man's appearance, he couldn't get off. The monster like a zombie in front of him was the old man he met in the mine before Luli. Luli dug a pit and pushed the old man in to prevent him from attacking himself again. Before Luli breathed, the management of the mining area that had just been bitten suddenly stood up from the ground. "You're okay." As soon as Luli's voice fell, it stopped abruptly. At this time, the man in the mining area management became like the old man before, his face was green, and he straightened his hands towards landing. "Nima. This stuff can be mutated." Luli exclaimed that he did not leave his hand this time, and killed the other party directly and clean. This kind of person has more than goo-goo. But from what happened just now, Luli got an important news. Once a person bites a bite by these mutant zombies, it will become their similar kind. It turns out that the zombies are all true. After being bitten by zombies, it will mutate. He can deal with these mutant zombies, and ordinary people have no ability. Think of so many miners outside the outside. Once the zombies are rushed into the crowd to bite one person, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Luli immediately felt creepy. He hurried towards the mine and wanted to evacuate the crowd. Before leaving, He imprisoned the old man who became a zombie in a closed space to prevent him from being discovered. The old man should be the first person to come into contact with the zombies here. Maybe he can get some important news from his mouth. Now he must protect him first, so as not to be killed as a monster. Lu Lihua rushed towards the mine. Along the way, Lu Li saw several mutant zombies. He solved it. When he passed by a fork mouth of a mineral channel, he saw more than a dozen mutant zombies wearing miners' clothing. Help! A supervisor was surrounded by the zombies, shouting to landlord desperately. Lu Li hesitated and gave up. This person has been infected and has not been saved. The most important thing at the moment is to quickly notify everyone to retreat to avoid more casualties. When Lu Li rushed out of the mine, it seemed that there seemed to be no mutant zombie outside. This made Lu Li relieved a lot. He hurriedly shouted at the crowd, "Everyone listens, and if you don't want to die, hurry up and leave here, otherwise it will be too late." Everyone looked at the landing and departure, all looked at each other. Everyone regarded Lu Li as a lunatic and ignored it. Lu Li stomped anxiously. Why are these people so stupid? Just as he was anxious, the Cavalier's large army finally arrived. Hurry up! The people of the Knights of the Wanqing are here. Everyone exclaimed. Headed, it was Lu Li's old acquaintance, Reinhardt. Steve? Why are you here? Reinhardt received the news, and then hurriedly came. As a result, he saw Lu Li as soon as he came up, which made him unhappy. Before, Lu Li had a contradiction at the gate of the Cavaliers, and it was interrupted before he had time to solve it. Now meet here again, it is a narrow road to enemies. Don't care about this, let the crowd here evacuate, it's too late to be too late. Lu Li said seriously. Boy, are you teaching me to do things? Reinhardt's face was full of disdain, and he didn't put Lu Li's words at his ears at all. Reinhardt, I did not joke with you. There are NBP, mutant zombies in the mine, and quickly evacuate the crowd, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Lu Licheng reminded anger. He knows that it is not time to argue with Reinhardt now. Change zombies? Reinhardt heard his words and laughed. Steve, is there a problem with your mind? But this is the third mining area, there will be no monsters at all. Don't scare people. Follow you. I don't believe it. Lu Li Jianlinhardt was so ignorant and was too lazy to continue arguing with him. He continued to shout towards everyone, trying to evacuate the crowd. Reinhardt is a silver knight. He said that there is no problem. If you are a bronze knight, don't fool people here. Someone in the crowd suddenly said. As soon as this remark came out, it suddenly caused a laugh. When Lu Li saw this, he just didn't shout. He turned around and stared at Reinhardt. Reinhardt is about to walk towards the mine. Suddenly, a white-haired old man slowly walked out of the mine. He lowered his head and couldn't see his face. Reinhardt quickly greeted him, pretending that he was very concerned. Old man, are you okay? I am the Knights of the Wanqing. Before he finished speaking, the old man suddenly bit on Reinhardt's hand. A deep wound and NBP appeared on Reinhardt's arm. Reinhardt had a pain, he endured anger and asked, Old man, what are you doing? However, when he saw the appearance of the old man in front of him, he was frightened and fell to the ground. Lied. Ghost. Reinhardt shouted in horror, using his hands and feet, and retreated again and again. The knights behind him were also startled. They are about to raise Reinhardt. Seeing this, Lu Li rushed over and stopped everyone. Hurry up and stay away. Before everyone had time to react, Reinhardt suddenly trembled and stood upright. His face was green, his pupils were zoomed in, and it was like a zombie. The knights who were opened by Lu Li were all scared and pale, and they drew grateful eyes towards Lu Li. If they are a little later, they may be reduced to the same field as Reinhardt. Give me here, you go to block the scene and evacuate the crowd. Never let the people know what happened here. Luli ordered. Several people nodded again and hurried out. Reinhardt had lost his consciousness, his eyes stared straight at landing and came towards him. Luli pulled out the big sword and waved cleanly in front of him. Reinhardt fell to the ground weakly and turned into a corpse. Luli's set of competence just scored directly. A rating groove occurs when using a sword to cause damage or block. There are 8 ratings of D and NBP, and NBP, B and NBP, and NBP, and NBP, and IIT/limit. The rating damage defaults to the B//IIT in the middle of the sword panel. As the scoring becomes higher, the damage that can be pulled out will increase. Luli's rating was directly played. De Tai Dao attached 11 o'clock attack damage, and the 3 knives went down to kill Reinhardt. I gave you a chance, because you don't cherish yourself. Luli sneered and resolved the remaining zombies. Reinhardt looked at his hand straight. He was not dead and was resurrected again. However, the price of this resurrection is a bit large. The last time he died on the border and wasted a resurrection opportunity. Later, he bought another life spell, spent 100,000 gold coins, and almost went bankrupt. I thought about this life spell and NBP, I could save him a life at a critical time, but I didn't expect it to consume it. My life spell. It was so wasted. His painful mourning said, his heart seemed to be dripping blood. At this moment, there was a horseshoe sound in the courtyard of the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers' large troops have returned safely, and this time only Reinhardt was killed. Reinhardt quickly greeted him, trying to ask. He didn't remember how he died at all, he just remembered that he was bitten, and then lost consciousness. Reinhardt, you are still alive, everyone thinks you are dead. When a knight saw Reinhardt and greeted him. Tell me quickly, how did I die? Reinhardt's face changed, and he forced him to anger and asked. Ah? Don't you know? The knight asked a little puzzled. What do you know? Reinhardt couldn't help frowning. Just now you don't listen to Steve, insist on getting the mineral channel, as a result. The knight spit out for a long time and refused to say that he could break Reinhardt in a hurry. What happened, you said? You were bitten by a mutant zombie, and then became a mutant zombie. Steve was killed directly. Don't say I told you. The knight ran away quickly, leaving only Reinhardt, who had a confused face. Sure Tifu. After a long time, Reinhardt roared and rushed out. At this time, Lu Lijing and hundreds of knights sat in the conference room to discuss what happened in the 3rd mining area. This time, it was a big deal. Several titled knights came at the meeting. These titled knights do not see their heads on weekdays, and it is difficult for the knights to see them. Today, Chi-Chi gathers here is enough to explain the seriousness of the matter. Even the existence of even the level of the Cavaliers' regiment was alarmed. That is the first knight of the Block Kingdom, and is the legendary figure. Ordinary knights saw these big characters, and their faces were full of worship. They were excited to talk about it, and the scene was noisy. Seeing that people came almost, Mu Lin, the head of the Cavaliers, clearly cleared her throat. Everyone, let's quiet first, the old man has something to say. As soon as the words fell, the scene was silent. Mu Lin's status in the Cavaliers is beyond doubt that no one dares to do against him. The reason why you call everyone here today is an important news to tell everyone. I hope you will listen carefully. Just now, a monster hurts people in the 3rd mining area outside the city of Les. This kind of thing must be commonplace. However, this time the monsters are a bit special. They are not ordinary zombies or skeletons, but humans. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was uproar. Is the head of the group, how can humans be a monster? Yeah, isn't this a joke? When seeing the reaction of everyone, Mulin had expected it. He stretched out his hands and signaled everyone to quiet. I know, everyone must be surprised. In fact, I daren't hide it. When I learned the news, I was reluctant to believe it. However, this is indeed the case. A monster made of human mutation appeared in the third mining area just now. The behavior is similar to zombies. Once it is bitten by this monster, it will be infected in a short time and becomes the same monster. Everyone heard the words, and could not help but take a breath at the same time. Those who witnessed the infected knights of Reinhardt were sweating cold. However, don't worry too much, mutant monsters in the third mining area have been resolved. The hero who discovered and stopped this disaster is. Before Mu Lin finished speaking, the gate of the meeting hall was suddenly opened by people. Steve! You get out of Lao Tzu. Reinhardt rushed in angrily. Thousands of eyes in the conference hall fell on Reinhardt. The head of the regiment Mu Lin and several titles knights are unsightly. Luli sat down on the stage, couldn't help laughing, ready to look at Reinhardt out. Come, drag out the guy in the lobby of the conference. Mu Lin waved with a big hand, and he was unhappy in his tone. Old things. Do you think you are the knight of the title? Dare to talk to Uncle Ben. Be careful I kill you. Reinhardt heard Mu Lin's words immediately counterattacked. He is now fainted by anger and completely lost his mind. Everyone present was dumbfounded when he heard Reinhardt's words. They never expected that Reinhardt dared to scold Mu Lin under the public. Well. Reinhardt is so fierce. Even the head of the regiment dared to scold. Cow. I haven't admired anyone in my life, Reinhardt is the first. Leinhardt mourn in advance. Luli suddenly skeptical, did this Reinhardt have a problem with the IQ after rebirth? It's not good to scold who is not good at scolding Mu Lin, it's really bold. Luli couldn't help but thumbs a thumb at Reinhardt. Reinhardt. Blind your dog's eyes, do you know who you are talking to? The title knight broke the halberd with a cold face. Broken the halberd, why are you here, Seeing broken halberd, Reinhardt immediately changed into a charming and flattering expression. It was just when he saw the badge on his shoulders that he was scolded by him, he suddenly stunned. Golden sword shield badge. He couldn't help but be a little annoyed, but he didn't notice that the old man was a golden knight. Fortunately, it was just a golden knight, and it should be not a problem. If you make the halberd, it will be finished. However, when Reinhardt's eyes fell on the shoulders of several people around Mullen, his pupils suddenly began to shrink sharply. The name of the knight is unknown, the title of the knight, the sword of the sword, the title of the knight lay pole. He was shocked that the 6 or 7 people sitting in front of him were all famous knights. The golden medals on their shoulders were too conspicuous, and Reinhardt thought it would be difficult to know. Mu Lin stood up, and the remaining people stood up together. Seeing this scene, Reinhardt couldn't help wondering. Why are these titled knights so respectful to a golden knight? Thinking of the golden sword shield medal on the old man's shoulders, Reinhardt suddenly thought of a possibility. Generally speaking, the golden sword shield medal is a symbol of the golden knight. However, there is a person who also has the golden sword shield medal. He is Mu Lin, head of the Knights of the Wanqing. In addition, he also has a more special identity. The title knight of the First Kingdom, Jianqin. Reinhardt thought of this possibility, his face was pale instantly. What did you just do? In front of the nearly 1,000 people of the Cavaliers, pointing at the nose of the Cavaliers regiment, Mu Lin. I won't be so unlucky. Reinhardt was annoyed and wanted to pump himself. Reinhardt. You make trouble in public, abuse the head of the regiment, and now deprive you of the identity of the Silver Knight according to the Code of Council. To clear the honor, do you have any doubts? Breaking the heavenly scriptures read the punishment of Reinhardt. Reinhardt hurt his face changed greatly. No. I am innocent. Steve hurts me when I do not pay attention to the murder. I just come to him to settle the account. I offended the head of the regiment, and I was willing to be punished, but Steve was harmful to me. I can't bear this tone. I need to get a fair ruling. Hysteria explained. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was uproar. The Cavaliers have clear regulations that internal fighting between the knights is prohibited. Once you do it, you will face heavy penalties. At this point, Reinhardt was very clear. He had offended Mu Lin, the head of the regiment, and could not escape the crime. Reinhardt pushed Steve out at this time. The purpose was very simple. I just wanted to launch the water together and accompanied him to be punished. Several titled knights exchanged their eyes and quickly unified their opinions. The head of the regiment Mu Lin slowly stood up, and everyone gathered on him. Reinhardt, what I know about this matter is exactly the opposite of what you said. Steve told me that you did not listen to his dissuasion and insisted on entering the mine. As a result, the infection and mutation after being bitten by a monster. Reinhardt, what else do you want to say? Mu Lin smiled and watched Reinhardt asking. Master of the regiment, Steve is lying. Seeing that there was a turning point in the case, Reinhardt made a bite that it was a problem of Luoli. Oh? Steve, the Reinhardt knight said you were lying. What do you want to say? Mu Lin asked Luli to the stage. Luli stood up from his seat and walked slowly. The head of the regiment, Steve's words are true, there is no half-sentence false, and I hope the head of the group will be inspected. Mu Lin smiled and continued to ask. Now you two are holding their own words. Who do you say I believe? When I killed Reinhardt, there were several knights present. If the head of the regiment had any questions, he could call them to ask. Luli said. Okay, let them come up. As soon as Mu Lin's dialect fell, several parties came out. Did you see Steve Killenhart? Mu Lin asked. Several knights lowered their heads and dared not look directly at Mu Lin, nodded. Then. Who did the two of them say true? Mu Lin asked again. Several knights looked at each other and hesitated. It's okay, there is me here, although you say, no one can threaten you. When he heard Mu Lin's words, several people exchanged their eyes and finally made up their minds. Seeing this scene, Reinhardt showed an incredible smile on his face. Those knights are his younger brother and will definitely help him talk. Steve, you are dead this time. Reinhardt quietly did a movement of his neck to the land. Luli didn't take it for granted, his face was expressionless. Steve is really true. Several knights said in unison. As soon as this remark came out, Reinhardt almost sat on the ground. He thought he had heard it wrong. Since things have come out of the stones, the rest will be given to you. Mu Lin ordered to break the halberd. Broken the halberd nodded. Come, grab the Reinhardt. Send it into Obsidian prison. As soon as the words fell, several guards rushed in at the door to control Reinhardt firmly. Reinhardt struggled desperately, but nothing would help. Several younger brothers passed by Reinhardt, and he pointed at a few people who roared hysterically. You guys, a few of you have betrayed me. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Seeing Reinhardt like this, breaking the halberd urging the way. Several guards led and dragged Reinhardt towards the door. Luli waved with a smile at Reinhardt. Bye, there will be a date. Steve. You waited for me. I didn't. Before Reinhardt finished speaking, the guard covered his mouth and fainted him. A farce ended. Mu Lin Xiao was particularly happy. Okay, just a little episode just now. Don't care. Everyone must know the biggest hero of this operation, that is, our Steve Knight. In recognition of Steve's contribution in this operation, the Cavaliers decided to reward him with the land of a king city and 10,000 gold coins. As soon as this remark came out, there was a sudden applause. Everyone was envy. 10,000 gold coins are no longer a decimal. But compared with the reward of a land, it is much worse. The land of a king city has a small area of tens of thousands of gold. If the area is larger, the value will be hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Lu Tsong scratched his head, but did not expect that he had no intention of inserting Lulu into the shade, and he was rewarded. After the meeting, Lu Lian farted with the broken halberd to receive the reward. Broken the halberd and took out a pocket. It looked like a rabbit skin. This stuff is a storage bag, and the 10,000 gold coins are given inside. Luli took the bag from the hand of the broken halberd and checked curiously. This bag is actually a small backpack. However, it can only be equipped with a single item. As for the land reward, you need to choose it yourself to see if there is any favorite. Can you choose? Luli was stunned, but he did not expect that there was such a good thing. Yes, our cavaliers have a lot of industries in Wanqing, all over the city. What kind of land do you want? Broken the halberd explained. Then I still used to ask, it must be the one with the largest and most valuable. Luli smiled, showing a fan of wealth. In the end, Luli chose a land closest to the center of Wanqing. The reason for choosing here is because the location is good and the value is high. The second is because it is very close to the palace, relatively quiet, and there are not many pedestrians. After getting the ground deed, Luli said nothing, and left the cavaliers in a hurry to ride to hay. Broken the halberd turned his head and found that Luli had disappeared, so he laughed and smiled. This kid, it is carved in a mold with his dad, full of wealth fans. I don't know when. Mu Lin, head of the cavaliers, came out of the house and sighed. Leader, do you say? Steve will surpass his father's achievements in the future? When I thought of that guy, I couldn't help but regret it. The talented genius knight, at the age of 20-2 years old, had already touched the threshold of the title knight. Unfortunately, the genius man sacrificed heroically when he executed the mission. Otherwise, the name of the youngest titled knight in this history can't reach his head. Out of the cavaliers, Lu Li went straight to the land. If you want to go there, you have to pass through a prosperous city. Here is the largest street in Riss, people come and go, and the shops are standing. Through the downtown, across the far away, Lu Li saw a tall stone wall. Inside the stone wall is the palace where the royal family lives. Lu Li's selected land is outside the high wall of the palace. Even in the periphery of the palace, there are still heavy soldiers here. As soon as Lu Ligong approached, he was stopped by a group of soldiers. These soldiers have a golden crown logo on their chests. This is the sign of the Knights of the Palace. The Royal Knights and Wanqing Knights are the two largest combat power in Les City. The Knights of the Wanqing Cavaliers are responsible for dealing with the entire King City and even the entire Block Kingdom. The Palace Knights only need to be responsible for protecting the safety of the royal family. The two forces are equal to the same. Stop, what do you do? A Palace Knight stopped Lu Li. I'm here to claim the land, please merge. Considering the ground? You can be a bronze knight, can you afford the land near the palace? The man expressed doubt. The land near the palace is all sky high, and the cheapest one is more than 100,000 gold coins. Such a young knight in front of him can have a piece of land here, which is simply a dream. Yes, please let me pass. Lu Li was already impatient. No, the outside of the palace is heavy. I dare not let people go in. In case something goes out, I will lose my head. The knight rejected Lu Li's request. What do you want? Lu Liqiang asked anger. The knight smiled and made a rubbing movement at the landing. Lu Li is not stupid. Obviously, this guy wants benefits. Dream. Lu Li sneered. This man dared to find his own to knocking the bamboo bar, just to live impatient. People who can take advantage of Luli are not born yet. Luli's hands were calmly put on the big knife around his waist, ready to shot at any time. The other party noticed that Luli's wrong was, and the swords of the two sides were tense, and the war was about to start. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became nervous. You know, Luli is alone, and what he is facing is the enemy of the entire team. The equipment of these Royal Knights is not inferior to Luli. They are all iron covers, but they have less enchanting. If the front conflicts, Luli is not too sure to win. However, the arrows have to be sent on the string. If I chose to yield for the first time, then these people will only be more arrogant and intensify. 1 second before the two sides were about to break out, a horseshoe sound came from behind. His Royal Prince is driving, and you can't wait to flash away. More than 10 people rushed towards this side. Behind the crowd, there is a unique golden carriage. The carriage stopped slowly. What are you doing? Why did you stop suddenly? A tender voice came out of the golden carriage. Luli heard the sound and stunned slightly. How do he feel that this voice seemed to have known each other? The knight who blocked Luli greeted him in a panic, completely forgetting the existence of Luli. Hanji, the captain of the Royal Palace Knights, has seen the little prince. Okay, don't hesitate, let me go in. The knight named Hanji hadn't finished saying, and was interrupted by the people in the carriage. Yes. Hanji wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and glared at Luli fiercely. Roll me quickly. If you offend His Royal Highness, you will die. Luli was still unmoved, and simply sat directly on the ground and stopped the road. You. Seeing this, Hanji almost didn't be fainted. Okay. Hurry up. People in the carriage continue to urge the way. His Royal Highness, not that I don't want to let you come in, but someone here is making trouble, and it is quite entangled. Hanji directly pushed Luli to the cusp. Who? The courage is so big. I even dare to stop me. The curtain of the carriage was slowly opened, and a tender face appeared. Mars? Brother. Almost at the same time, Luli and the people in the carriage exclaimed together. Luli never expected that Mars would appear here. And suddenly he changed his body and became the little prince of the kingdom. As everyone knows, Mars is even more surprised than Luli. As soon as he rushed back from the farm outside the suburbs, he encountered Luli, who was mindful. Although the two have not been with each other for a long time, Mars has regarded Luli as a real elder brother. When he was thinking when he could re-meet Luli, he just met here. Mars hurriedly jumped from the carriage and came to Luli. Brother, your mount looks so good. It looks much better than those raised horses. Mars wrapped around Dehay several times, and said with the eyeliner. This is the Mustang I tamed myself, how about it, good? Luli also said proudly. Okay. If I can also have such a handsome horse. This is simple, I will help you grab one back. Really? Brother, don't lie to me. Mars asked excitedly. What am I lied to you, what do we do? Luli patted his chest to guarantee. Seeing that Luli and the little Prince Mars were so familiar and panicked. However, he quickly recovered his calm, saying His Royal Highness, this person is a liar, you can't go to him. In his eyes, Luli is a liar. The little prince is probably fooled by him. Do you dare to question my elder brother? Mars was happy, and suddenly he was splashed with cold water, and his heart was unhappy. His Royal Highness, this man just lied that he had a land near the palace. If he wanted to mix it, it must be bad. Hanji said with a scalp. Land? Mars looked at Luli a little unexpectedly. He naturally knows how expensive the price of the nearby land is. A bronze knight can have land in such a place, and it is really incredible to think about it. Big brother, is he talking about it? Do you really have land skin? Malaise asked Luli. Of course, just now, the old man Mulin just rewarded me. Mulin. Old man. Mars asked a little puzzled. It's the head of the Cavaliers, don't you know? Luli said that the clouds were light and light, but it fell in the ears of the surrounding people. Mulin, the head of the Knights of the Wanqing, the first knight of the Kingdom of the Kingdom. These two identities, which one can take out, can be a magnificent party. Falling in Luliko, he became an old man. Now, everyone is dumbfounded. Brother, can't talk about this. Mars said nervously. The name of the titled knight Jianxin is extraordinary. Even his prince did not dare to offend each other. It's okay, the old man Mu speaks well. Luli didn't care about it. His Royal Highness, you also saw that this guy is simply a liar full of liar, don't go to him. Hanji said to Mars. Mars Ben wanted to refute Hanji, but he also expressed his questions about Luli. I haven't even seen Mulin a few faces. Why does a bronze knight in the Luoli district know him? Just when Mars was hesitant, Luli put his hand into his pocket and pulled out. I don't believe me, then you should always believe it. Luli took out the token that Mulin gave him. Oh my god. This is, the compliment of the titled knight breaks the halberd. How can it be in your hands? Hanji is a person who knows the goods and recognizes the golden trident logo above. He was dumbfounded. This token is the identity voucher of each knight, which is extremely important and rarely lent to others. And this guy in front of him actually took out? Mars also looked at Landing in surprise. Luli heard the words and stunned. He looked at the letters in his hand and suddenly patted his head. Oh, I'm sorry, it's wrong, this is. It turned out that Luli didn't notice just now, and accidentally took out the token of the halberd. While talking, Mulin's token was taken out. At this moment, Mars and Hanji are all aggressive. This, really the token of Lord Mulin? Hanji's neck was stretched out, and his eyes almost stared. If you don't believe it, take a look. After Luli said, he threw the token to Hanji. Hanji, caught in a hurry, almost didn't scare the stupid past. The letter of the titled knight Jianxin, Luli threw it casually like a trash. Hanji carefully looked at it for a while, and the forehead exuded fine sweat beads. How is it? Is it true? Mars couldn't wait to ask. His Royal Highness, it should be. Hanji swallowed and said. Mars is even more colorful, as if looking at a monster. He thought Luli was just an ordinary bronze knight. He did not expect that Luli was so hidden. It can have a token of the two titles of the halberd and Jianxin at the same time, which is enough to explain that the relationship between Luli and the two is extraordinary. Have you finished watching it? Can you give it to me? Luli stretched out his hand towards Hanji. Hanji heard the words, and quickly handed the token. It's clumsy just now, I'm really sorry, I hope your adults don't care about me. Hanji suddenly knelt down towards Landing, and his body was shaking. Luli smiled softly. People cannot look at the same way, and the seawater cannot fight. Next time, remember to have a long memory and NBP. Yes, you teach. When he heard Luli, Hanji hurriedly echoed. I still have something, go first, go to you next time. Luli patted Mars's shoulder and said. Although Mars is reluctant, he can only nod. It's not too early, he is going back and can't stroll around. Luli rolled over and rode on the big black. When Hanji saw Luli go far, he dared to get up. His Royal Highness, dare to ask your eldest brother's name? His name, Steve. Mars said slowly. No one was blocked, and Luli found the land that belonged to him for only a few minutes. Here is an open space, with an area of about 300 or 400 square meters, occupying a large area. there are a lot of trees as green. This is just convenient for Luli. In the future, the source of wood should not be worried. The sky is getting darker, and there is no clear situation around. Luli filled the entire open space, and the brightness suddenly became high. There are also many luxurious decoration buildings next to his land. These houses live in the most powerful nobles in Les City. The golden decoration can be seen everywhere, revealing a feeling of wealth. Luli sneered at the style of these buildings. Vulgar. Too vulgar. Except for money, there is no aesthetic at all. Luli used to be an architectural player before, and later became a national architect by review. Since he came to this world, he really wanted to build a big house that belongs to himself. However, there has been no chance. Now, money is also available, and the ground is also available. Luli can't wait to start construction. Just do it. Luli took out the axe and began to clean up the trees on the ground. With an efficient iron axe blessing, Luli soon cut hundreds of trees on the ground. He took out the shovel non-stop and began to flatten the ground. After an hour, the entire land was renewed. Looking at Pink's whole and clean land, Luli nodded with satisfaction. He first turned around on the ground to determine the overall size of the ground. After getting the required information, you can consider the construction of the next step. The architectural style of this world is biased towards the Middle Ages, and most of them are castles and estate. Luli wanted to make a different style. He planned to build a modern villa here. In this way, there are more materials needed. Red bricks, quartz, and glass are necessary. Luli first dug an underground space on the ground to store items. He intends to move the underground farm at home here for convenience. After busy, Luli intends to go out to visit the Star Trading Bank. Before leaving, he also set the land authority, so that the outsiders could not enter it before obtaining the permissions. It can have absolute security space, which is why the price of the ground areas is expensive. With the lesson of being followed last time, Luli was smart this time. He first came to Tianqing Trading Fair with a real face. He found a hidden corner and set up the transmission point. After leaving the trading bank, put on a camouflage and sent it back. In this way, no one can guess Luli's whereabouts. The city of Les at night is brightly lit, a little more lively than during the day. Such a high brightness leads to almost no monsters in the city. Even if there are one or two, it will be killed directly by patrols in the city. But when the city is outside the city, it is easy to appear monsters. When Luli appeared at the door of the trading bank, Liao had changed into a fiery red dress waiting for him. Lia's beauty made many pedestrians stop and watched, and they were all fainted. As soon as Liao got the news of Luli, she quickly changed her clothes. Facing the fiery eyes of everyone, she was indifferent. She is confident in her beauty. Unfortunately, in Luli's eyes, how beautiful Liao is more beautiful is just a block play. Although Luli had some foreign appearances when he shook hands with Liao last time, Luli could completely ignore Lia's charm without contacting. Mr. Ghostface, you are here. Liao has been waiting for a long time. Liao showed a smile that was very lethal. The onlookers almost hooked the soul by her smile. However, Luli did not move at all. He didn't see it, so he passed by Liao directly, and said coldly, I need some materials, go in and say. Liao was stiff, a little incredible. What's going on with this person? Is there no response to yourself? Could it be, he is a guy? Liao looked at Luli deeply, and then followed. Although it is already at night, but the Star Trading Bank is still full of people. Luli's light car went to the VIP room in the rear. As soon as he settled, Liao sat next to him, and his body was almost posted on Luli. From the perspective of Luli, the scenery somewhere is at a glance. Luli sneered in his heart. This one is really active. If you change to ordinary people, it may fall. Unfortunately, I encountered Luli. When Lia saw Luli's eyes, she was too lazy to show off. Mr. Ghostface, I don't know what good things you have brought this time, but Lia is looking forward to it. I didn't bring anything this time. As soon as Lulihua exit, Lia was a little disappointed. She has always expected Luli to bring her a big list. I need to buy some materials, I wonder if you have it here? I don't know. What materials do you need? Lia asked. Marine, red brick and glass. Lia heard the words. Mr. Ghost Noodles, there are some here, but the price is more expensive, but what is the material of the red bricks and glass you mentioned? Why have I never heard of it? Hearing Lia's words, Luli also stunned. Could it be, the building level of this world is so backward? Don't even make a red brick and glass? So, are clay and sand? Luli asked. These two things are too cheap, we will not collect the transaction. Lia shook her head. But if you need it, I can send you some for free. This, isn't it good? Luli said a little bit. What is this is worthless. Okay, what is your quartz here? The price of quartz ore is relatively high, a piece of 5 gold coins, and the price of quartz blocks is much cheaper, only 1 gold coin. Lia said. Why is the price of quartz ore higher than the price of quartz block? Luli asked, puzzled. That's it. Quartz ore needs to be excavated with precisely collected picks. The labor cost is relatively high, and the quartz ore can get experience after mining, so the price will rise. Luli heard that he suddenly realized. Well, how many quartz ore do you have here and quartz blocks? I want it all. All? Lia was shocked. Generally speaking, only the enchanting artist needs to use quartz ore to obtain experience. She looked at the land and could not help but have some suspicion. Could it be, the mysterious man in front of him is still an enchanting division? This is an important discovery. In the kingdom of the block, the enchantment is a scarce career than the pharmacist. Ordinary people can become an alchemist through learning. But the enchanting artist just depends on the talent. Those obscure attachment spells are an incredible gully. The more powerful the enchantment, the more complicated the required curse. Any enchanting master is the existence of major forces. The stars trading banks are because they have something to do with a magician, so they can occasionally get several enchanting equipment. Every time there is an auction of enchantment equipment, the aristocrats of the whole city of Rice will gather here. They throw a lot of money for a piece of equipment with enchantment. It can be seen that the enchantment is more popular. Lia thought about it, and the eyes of Luli became hotter. Mr. Ghostface, dare you ask you as an attachment? Lia asked nervously. It's a little bit, understand a little bit. Luli was hesitant and nodded. He does attach magic, but he is not clear if he is an attached magician. Lia heard that her eyes were bright. She was about to say that the gate of the VIP room was suddenly pushed away. A cool woman slowly came in. As soon as Lia saw the coming, her face was cold. Kelly, what are you doing here? Didn't you see that I was talking about business with the guest? Lia's tone was very polite. Yo, Sister Lia, do you look nervous? Isn't he afraid that I will take away your guests? The woman named Kelly said with a smile. Luli looked at her eyes and retracted her eyes. Another woman who wants to show off in front of her. Kelly, I don't welcome you here, please go out. Lia Qiang said with anger. Sister Lia, we are good sisters, how can you bear to drive me away? Kelly pretended to look like a pitiful look. She took the opportunity to slowly approach Luli, lowered her body, and closer her face to Luli. As long as Luli glances up, you can see the great scenery. Kelly believes that in her own posture, no man can do not squint. Seeing this scene, Lia couldn't help but clenched her teeth. This Kylie actually ignored her existence and grabbed people in person. She was full of anger, but because Luli was not easy to vent, she could only hold it in her heart. In terms of posture, Leah is better between the two. However, she also had to admit that in the aspects of pleased men, Kelly was more professional than her. Kelly's dress today can be described as extremely explicit, obviously prepared. In this regard, Leah confessed that he was not as good as herself. Kelly's face gets closer and closer, and she is about to get the mask of Luli. Leah's heart was hung. She now only hopes that Luli should not be confused easily. The only enchantee who cooperated with the Star Trading Cleblies was in Kelly. According to Leah's inspection, Kelly often went to the residence of the enchantment. What happened in it can be imagined. Leah was unwilling to do so, but she didn't want to be pressed by Kelly. Therefore, Luli became her last life-saving straw. Seeing that Kelly was about to put her body on Luli, Luli finally moved. With a loud noise, a slap fired on Kelly's face. Kelly couldn't dodge and was directly fanned to the ground. Her face was swollen, and there was a clearly visible slap print on it. Now, Leah is dumbfounded. "Sorry, Miss Kelly, there is a mosquito on your face just now. I can help you. Accidentally get a bit heavy, are you okay?" Luli smiled and said falsely. You dared to hit me. You are dead." Kelly covered her swollen side face and pointed to the landlord's fierce threat. "Ah? What do you say?" "I didn't hear, can you say it again?" "I said you are dead." "I know, Mr. Polly." "Make me, don't you want to mix it on the enchanting master?" Kelly was angry. "Who is Mr. Polly?" Luli doubtedly asked Leah next to him. "Polly is a well-known enchantist in Les City, which is very great." Leah quickly explained. Luli revealed a frightened expression. "Oh. What can I do? I'm so scared." "How about it?" "Afraid?" "Hurry down and apologize to me, maybe I can still ask Mr. Polly to make great compassion for you." Kylie saw Luli's response and said sneered. Before she finished speaking, a slam sounded again. Luli actually slapped Kelly's face again. "It's the left face just now, this time is the right face." Kelly's face was swollen like a pig's head, and her mouth was paralyzed with blood paralysis, her face and NBP, incredible, she couldn't even speak. "I hate others threatened me in my life, and if I will use this next time, I will use this." Luli pointed at the sword on his waist and said coldly. Although Luli was carrying a mask, the murderousness in his eyes could not hide it. Kelly struggled to stand up, and she didn't dare to return her head, and she left. She can feel the breath of death from Luli. After Kylie left, Luli closed his knife back and returned to his position. Leah is still immersed in the previous scene, and she can't be calm for a long time. "Miss Leah, what's wrong with you?" It wasn't until Luli reminded that Leah returned to God. "Am I bothering you?" Luli asked with a smile. No, you helped me clean up Kelly, I have to thank you." Leah quickly waved and said. After that, Leah told the story between her and Kelly. It turned out that Kelly was just an ordinary employee in the Star Trading Bank and worked under Leah. Later, when Leah saw Kelly's work seriously, she took the initiative to carry her, making her the management of the Diangsing Trading Bank. At that time, Kelly and Leah had a good relationship with sisters. But Leah never expected that Kelly actually carried her to secretly develop forces and embraces people's hearts. Not long ago, he was promoted to the person in charge of the trading business by the senior management. From this start, Kelly's ambitions gradually revealed. Originally, the two were evenly matched. However, Kelly attracted an enchanting artist through some unspeakable means. This makes seniors more popular for her. Leah was gradually alienated, and almost all lost the position of the person in charge. Just now Kelly hid outside the door and heard Luli a magician. She immediately came in and wanted to bring Luli to the hands from Leah. Unfortunately, she underestimated Luli. After Luli listened, he sighed slightly. Miss Leah, you can rest assured, I have principles. Now that we have reached cooperation first, then I will not come into contact with others again. Really? Mr. Ghostface, thank you so much. Leah heard that, it was extremely moved, and her eyes were a little moist. Nothing, this is a trivial matter, as long as you can give me what you need. Certain. I will make people arrange it. After Leah finished speaking, she hurried up and went out to order. A few minutes later, Leah returned to the room. She walked in with many rabbit skin pockets. Mr. Ghostface, there are 10 groups of quartz ore, quartz block, sand, and clay groups. At present, there is only so much inventory in trading. If it is not enough, I will find a way to get some. Leah said. It should be enough for me for a while. This is 10,000 gold coins. The rest will be prepared for me first. I will get it next time. Luli took the rabbit leather pocket and put all of them in backpacks. A rabbit skin pocket can be installed with a set of items. There are 40 pockets here, and the backpack is almost impossible. After receiving something, Luli hurriedly left. Leah stood at the door of the trading bank and watched the landing and left, and her mood was complicated. Soon after Luli left the trading business, he realized that another group was following himself. Last time, Luli had been tracked once. This time, he decided not to avoid it. Luli turned into a dark alley directly. The guy rushed up quickly. When they entered the alley, they found that Luli stood in place and was facing a few people. How many you have followed me for so long, what do you want to do? Luli asked, coldly. What? I still want to leave after offending Miss Kelly? A man led by a man said fiercely. Luli glanced over a few people, and disdainfully said, just rely on your stinky fish and shrimp, dare to find me trouble? We have 5 people, you have only 1 person, do you really think you can deal with us? The man headed by confidently said. He has never lost his hands, to fight is less. Try it. After Luli finished speaking, his right hand was put on the big sword around his waist, and there was a strict posture. Several people held a long sword and rushed towards landing. Luli has always maintained a posture and does not move. Seeing Luli like this, he thought he was frightened, and his eyes were fierce. Go to death. 5 long swords chopped to Luli's head together. Until then, Luli finally moved. He pulled out the big sword on his waist. When I saw Hanming flashed, the figures of those people stopped suddenly. In the next second, the 5 long swords fell to the ground. Several people covered their neck on belly. There, a deep wound appeared, blood like spring. Luli closed his knife back, and did not turn his head back and left, disappearing in the night. Just now, he just killed 5 people in the same time, and killed 5 people. Juhi cuts, what is particular about killing, as soon as lightning? Those people did not even wear equipment, so they dared to provoke Luli. Luli never softened to those who wanted to cause himself to death. It didn't take long for Leah to know the news from her men. She naturally knew that Kelly's people died. Miss Leah, the 5 people seem to be killed. Subsidies added. Leah was a little surprised. She always felt that Luli was a master. But she did not expect that Luli's strength was so scary. It seems that she picked up treasure this time. Leah's mouth couldn't help showing a smile. Kelly passed by next to him, and when she saw Leah, she hated her teeth itching. Suddenly lost 5 men, which was also a great blow to her. Luli returned to the underground space of his land and put everything in the box. The quartz has, glass and red bricks have to be fired by themselves. Fortunately, there are enough stones in Luli's bag, and he directly made a furnace of the entire wall. Put the sand and clay into it to furnish it, and wait for a little wait to get glass and red bricks. Taking advantage of the firing idle, Luli also mined the quartz ore by the way. It took a few hours to dug all the quartz, and the red bricks and glass had been burned. At this time it was already early in the morning. Luli returned to the ground and began to set up a villa. First of all, the overall framework of the villa must be built first. As long as there is a general framework, the construction will be much simpler. In Luli's design, there are 3 floors in this villa. The first floor is the living room, the second floor is the bedroom, and the third floor is the study. As for the top of the building, he was ready to build an open-air pool. The height of each floor of the house is 4 grids high, and people do not feel depressed in living inside. The exterior wall is mixed with white quartz blocks and red bricks, which looks like the atmosphere. With a large floor-to-floor glass window, the scenery outside the window is unobstructed. The white birch board is used in the house, and the room will look brighter. Lay a layer of wool carpet on the aisle, soft and comfortable. Luli originally planned to make another red stone elevator, but unfortunately there was no viscosity piston, and he could only replace it with a relatively simple water elevator. After Luli was busy, he realized that it was bright. Overnight, a 3-story modern villa was so excited. The external structure of the villa has been completed, and the rest can be used to improve the interior of the villa. Luli looked at his masterpiece and was quite satisfied. Time is not too early. Luli rides on a big dark horse and went to the Cavaliers. As a knight, there are not many daily tasks. In addition to taking the initiative to take the commission task, you only need to wait for the command in the Cavaliers. Therefore, there will be so many drunk nights in the Cavaliers. Luli didn't want to become an alcoholic. He chose to pick up the commission and earn gold coins and honor points. Anyway, it's okay. As soon as Luli walked into the Cavaliers' hall, many people recognized him. After all, Luli was in the limelight in the past 2 days, not only made great achievements, but also sent Reinhardt into prison. The original younger brothers Ledhart were also in the Cavaliers' hall. They saw Luli, and they were in a complicated mood. Yesterday, in front of the head of the regiment, several people did not choose to stand on the side of Reinhardt. Think about it now, they are a little scared. In any case, Reinhardt is their boss. If Reinhardt comes out, several people will face crazy revenge. Reinhardt's temper must not be familiar with the temper. Luli came to the bulletin board and picked a few commission and turned out of the door. Seeing this, a few people quickly followed and stopped Luli. How many of you, what do you want to do? Luli looked at a few people suspiciously. Several people spoke their worry. After listening, Luli also fell into thought. He almost forgot to the product of Reinhardt. It is not a good thing to put such an unstable factor. I understand, I will explain to the head of the group to ensure your safety. After Luli finished speaking, several people thanked each other again, and they were grateful to Dade. Several people walked away. Luli turned his head and went to the prison. Most of the Cavaliers' prison are used to detain some of the more important prisoners. This is also the stricter place for the entire Cavaliers to guard. As soon as Luli came to the door, he was stopped by the guard at the door. A random glance, all of them were all silver knights. The captain in it is the golden knight. Stop, the Cavaliers' regiment is severely, and no pass, cannot enter. Luli didn't talk much nonsense, and he took out the token of breaking the halberd. At a glance, a few people immediately became respectful. Please come in. Luli retracted the token of breaking the halberd and smiled. Unexpectedly, the name of this guy is so easy to make. After entering the prison, someone led Luli all the way to the depths. The prison of the Cavaliers is located in the ground. the deeper, the more important the prisoner is being held. Steve Cavaliers, the place where Reinhardt is held in front of it. The attractive knight pointed at a cell in front of him. Huh? Where? Why didn't I see it? Lu Licheng looked at it, but didn't see anything. The knight stunned and turned his head to see, his face changed greatly. What's going on? Why is the Reinhardt disappeared? The two hurried over. There is only an empty cell, but Reinhardt is not seen. Strange? Can I remember it wrong? Reinhardt is not here? The knight scratched his head and said. You remember correctly, Reinhardt is indeed detained here, but he has escaped now. Luli suddenly said. Just now, he found a line of small characters engraved on the wall. Steve, wait for me. This is enough to explain everything. Impossible. No one can escape the prison of the Cavaliers. He must be here. The knight still couldn't believe everything in front of him. He hurriedly reported Reinhardt's jailbreak. At this moment, the entire prison was exploded. After several hours of searching, dozens of knights still failed to find Reinhardt's whereabouts. In other words, Reinhardt really escaped. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow for the entire Cavaliers. Luli also carefully investigated the scene and did not find any passage of escape. This makes Luli very puzzled. Could it be that a big living person can disappear out of thin air? Thinking hard, Luli had to give up. However, Reinhardt's sudden disappearance made his heart a little worried. Reinhardt's escape from prison was quickly suppressed. Except for dozens of people present, no one knew about it anymore. This is also to prevent the brilliant image of the Cavaliers. After all, the Cavaliers' prison is a place where mosquitoes cannot fly in. If the scandal of the prisoner escaped, wouldn't it be a living face? Luli rode a big dark horse, but he always thought about Reinhardt. Unconsciously, he came to the location of the commission. This is a 4-star commission, with a reward of up to 100 gold coins and 1,000 honors. As soon as Lu Ligong arrived in the bulletin board, this commission appeared. Even the other people didn't even see the entrusted mission, and they were taken over by Luli. The entrusted employer lives near the center of Les. The land price here is second only to the land near the palace. It can be seen that employers must be rich or expensive. As soon as Luli was about to knock on the door, he heard a conversation from the room. Hearing this sound, Luli was stunned. Isn't this Kelly, who was slapped by herself yesterday? How could she be here? He looked through the door gap. I saw a man and a woman, holding them close together. Mr. Polly, you must help me teach the damn mask. My face is almost disfigured by him. Kelly said with a somewhat red and swollen face, and said grievously. As soon as she said, Luli guessed 7 or 8 points. After half a day, the entrusted mission was actually the enchanting artist Polly. This is really a coincidence. Rest assured, Miss Kelly, I will definitely ask you to justice. Belly said, and touched Kelly honestly. Mr. Polly, I heard that guy is also an enchanting master. I reported your name, he didn't put you in your eyes at all. It's too much. Kylie said indignantly. What kind of ghost noodles? How do I say that? Polly said in the enchanting artist, I have never heard of this person. Polly said disdain. Yes, how can that small character compare with you? Compared with talent, he is not as good as you are more than appearance, you are even more victorious. Before Kelly finished, Luli couldn't help laughing. Polly was bloated, and she was almost fat. In order to please Polly, Kelly was just talking nonsense. Hearing the movement outside the door, Kelly's face changed. She opened the door and saw indifferent Luli. Who are you? Why do you evade our conversation? Luli didn't speak, just refers to the medal on his shoulder. Miss Kelly, don't panic, this is the helper I found from the Cavaliers. As soon as Polly saw Luli's dress, he knew his identity. This is the case. Since Mr. Polly has something to be busy, then I won't bother. Kelly left quickly after speaking. Hello, Mr. Polly, my name is Steve. Luli reached out his hand, but was ignored by the other party. In this regard, Luli didn't care. He just walked in a form. Go in and talk. Belly changed his face and said with his face. As soon as Polly turned, Luli heard the muttering in his mouth. How come a waste bronze knight is here? It's not reliable. His sound was very small, but he fell into Luli's ear. Luli couldn't help sneered. He just wants to see what this Polly wants to do. The two came to the house, and the bed was still a bit messy. Don't think about it and know what happened here just now. Mr. Steve, the time is urgent, and I said a long talk. I invited you this time to let you help me. Polly said slowly. Help? What do you help? Luli asked a little puzzled. I want to go out a long door and want you to be my accompanying bodyguard. Sorry, I'm afraid this. Luli subconsciously wanted to refuse. Polly immediately added, after things are completed, I can pay you 10,000 gold coins. Okay. When will we go? As soon as he heard the money, Luli changed his mouth instantly. 10,000 coins, fools, do not do it. Just follow this guy to see what the purpose he has. Wait for the meeting, I'll go out to prepare something, you stay here first. After that, Polly turned out of the door. After Polly left, Luli was boring. When he was okay, he began to stroll around the house. Polly's house was messy, and there were some random graffiti strips on the ground. Most of these strips are written with cluttered attachment spells, which are crooked and ugly. This should be practicing writing and attached spells. To be honest, Luli's eyes should be better than him. There is an attachment table and a bunch of bookshelves in the corner. This is where the waves are used to attach magic. Looking at this pile of bookshelves, Luli smiled suddenly without festival. Advanced enchantment requires at least 16 bookshelves, and Polly stacked these bookshelves together. This gives Luli's opportunity. He took out the axe and hollowed out the inside of the bookshelf, leaving only a few bookshelves outside to cover it. At this moment, the entire enchanting script became an empty frame. From the perspective of the appearance, there is no flaw at all. As soon as Luli returned to the scene, Polly walked in from outside the door. He looked at Luli suspiciously, and turned over the house. He didn't find any abnormalities, so he was relieved. Okay, let's go with me. Polly beckoned to land and left, and the two left the room. Polly turned around, and Luli followed closely. The two walked straight out of the city of Les. Where are we going? Luli asked, curiously. Don't ask, just follow me. Luli had no such way, so he had to follow Polly. Until the city of Les and came to the suburbs, Polly finally opened. We are going to look for a temple this time, which is hidden in the vast and boundless desert. So, your task is responsible for protecting my safety. Has you understand it? As soon as he heard the temple, he had something to do with the desert, and Luli immediately thought of the temple of desert. However, I don't know what the baby in the desert temple can make Polly risky. Luli nodded and expressed his understanding. Polly took out a sheepskin map and started to view the direction. Luli took a closer look and found that this was actually a map covering the entire kingdom. However, the kingdom of Block seems to only occupy a quarter of the map. The kingdom is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and the remaining side borders the fog forest. The rest are also displayed in the fog forest. Luli couldn't help but doubt, is there such a big fog forest? What will it be over the sea? Luli is unknown at all. But one day, he will find out all this. For the next day, Luli and Polly kept rushing. Dahe's physical strength is enough, but Polly's mounts can't support it. No way, the two had to decide to rest on the spot first. Anyway, it is not too early, it is time to build a shelter. This is not the city of Les. A bunch of monsters may appear at night. Although Luli was not afraid, he didn't want to expose his strength in front of Polly. The two set up a matchbox and lived in. Luli ignited the bonfire at the door to prevent being attacked by a monster. Belly obviously didn't spend the night outside. As soon as he was dark, he quickly hid in the shelter and pretended to die. The night is getting stronger. The two of them screamed at the same time. Damn, I forgot to bring food. Polly was a little annoyed as soon as he patted his head. Luli took out a bread from the bag and stabbed in front of him. Hey, do you still eat? Give me some. Polly said with some embarrassment to Luli. Eat, yes. Luli took out a large bag of bread to shook Polly. For Luli, as long as he does not eat carrion, he is very happy. But Polly didn't think so. He saw the bread, and his face was disgusted. This kind of thing can be eaten poorly. Still forget it. Luli shrugged and put the bread back. Starved to death, a dog then. Luli scolded secretly in his heart. After a few more hours, Polly couldn't stand the hungry. He touched his head and asked Luli. Give me a few bread, I'm hungry. One hardware, take money. Luli said directly. One hardware. Do you want money and want to be crazy? Polly anger. Do you want to love? Don't pull it down. Luli sneered and closed the bread. Polly tangled for a while, before finally yielding. One of the hardware coins is right, give me one. Polly took out 5 gold coins. Luli waved his hand again and again. 5 are not enough, now you get 10 gold coins. Why? Isn't it a 5 gold coin just now? Polly asked puzzledly. It's just now. Now the price has increased. 10 gold coins have a bread. Love to buy. Luli said with a smile. You. Don't bully too much. Belly was not liked by Luci, roaring. Given that your attitude is bad, now it has risen to 120 gold coins. Polly was speechless. 30 gold coins. Do you still want it? Polly wanted to cry without tears, and could only nod. Want. 30, please don't increase the price. After paying 30 gold coins, Polly finally got bread. He had long been hungry, and he stuffed his mouth as soon as he got his mouth. Luli counted gold coins aside, smiling. If people all over the world speak as good as Polly, he will get rich. After eating a bread, Polly still felt that the belly was empty. Is there any more? Give me another. Pay money in one hand, deliver one hand. Luli stretched out his palm to Polly. Polly reluctantly paid more than 30 gold coins. While holding the bread, Polly's heart scolded and left. Now he is forced by the situation and can only be forced to yield. Polly has made up his mind. When he returns to Wangqing, he specifies that there is no Luli good fruit to eat. As for the reward of the 10,000 gold coins, Luli should not want to get it. With his forces in Les City, it is enough to contact Luli to wear small shoes. Just thinking, a bird's bird was shocked in the woods that the two of them inhabited. A stingy footsteps came from the depths of the woods. Polly was so scared of pale. Go out and see, is there a monster outside? He hurriedly ordered the landlord. Luli glanced at him quite havingly, he has never seen such a guy. What do you look at? Go. I don't have a dry rice. Polly was a little annoyed by Luli. Luli rolled his eyes and got up and walked out. The refuge built by Luli and Polly is located in an open space in the woods. All sides are surrounded by woods. Before dark, in order to prevent monsters, Luli also deliberately inserted a lot of torches near the refuge. Even so, there is still no way to stop the monster from refreshing from the dark woods. As soon as Luli Gong went out, he saw two zombies walking slowly in the direction of the shelter. In addition, Luli also faintly heard the sound of bone collision. Needless to say, there must be a skeleton archer nearby. In the jungle, it is quite inconvenient to move and be easily attacked. Lulibu intends to play with the skeleton archer here. He turned around and was ready to avoid difficulties, but found that the door could not be opened. Open the door. Let me go in, brush it outside. Luli knocked on the door. Yes. Then what are you coming in? Hurry up and solve the monster. Polly hid in the house and shouted outside. As soon as Luli went out, the door was blocked by a square. Luli couldn't help but frowned. This Polly really is not a good thing. Actually, Luli was located out of the door for his own safety. He snorted and turned his head into the jungle. Belly heard Luli go far, and thought he had gone to kill the monsters, and suddenly felt a lot of peace of mind. In fact, Luli did not intend to deal with those monsters at all. After he got into the jungle, he began to find the trace of monsters. Killing monsters cannot kill. Since Polly is not benevolent first, don't blame Luli. He ran a large circle in the nearby jungle and returned to the asylum. What? Monsters have been killed? When he heard Luli's footsteps, Polly asked nervously. No, there are too many monsters, I can't solve it alone. Why are you so waste? Bronze Knights are really unreliable. Polly scolded. Don't talk nonsense, let me go in first. Luli urged the road. Come in? You want to be beautiful. Find a place to hide by yourself. It's so dangerous outside, I dare not open the door. Polly said indifferently. Can't you? Luli pretended to be angry. Hearing Luli's words, Polly suddenly felt a lot better. He finally allowed Luli to eat once. The corner of Luko's mouth was with a little smile. This Polly, it really is right. Seeing those monsters, he was attracted to the door of the refuge. Until then, Lulitsai finally moved. He began to put cubes at his feet quickly, and it didn't take long to overlap to a height of tens of meters. Luli expanded on the basis of a grid under his feet and made an air platform. In this position, it is very safe. In the torch, even the monster will not refresh. Luli covered the wool carpet on the ground, lying comfortably on it. The bright moonlight sprinkled on him, which was extremely comfortable. Because land and underground monsters are too far away, hatred disappears. Those monsters couldn't find Luli, so they began to shoot madly around Polly's refuge. Polly thought that Luli should now fight blood outside. Who had thought that those monsters actually started to shoot the door? At the beginning, there were only one or two. Later, the walls on all sides were monsters. Even the sound of spider moved on top of the head. Listening to the roots of these crickets, Polly's urine was scared. He curled up in the middle of the house, covered his ears, and trembled. He suddenly regretted that he hadn't put Luli in. At least, someone can chat with him to chat with him. Now hiding in the house, dare not move, and worry about the monster rushing in. I want to rest, I can't sleep at all. This is the most painful torture in the world for Polly. He covered his ears, his tears flowed. It's so scary here, I want to go home, oh. At this time, Luli was lying on his heights, sleeping. This torture continues until dawn. Luli stretched his waist and returned to the ground. At this point, the monsters have left. Luli broke the door with an axe, and saw Polly unconscious. After a night of torture, the famous Enchantami in rice almost collapsed. When Luli woke him up, his eyes were empty, and it took a long time to slow down. As soon as Polly saw Luli, he asked, "Where did you go last night?" "There are too many monsters, so I will find a hole in a hole." "Are you okay? Do you think I look okay?" Polly anger. "It's time not to die, it's not too early, hurry up, otherwise, it's time to spend the night in the wild again at night." Polly wanted to say a few more words, but when he heard it, he might have to spend the night in the wild, and he suddenly became excited. The two went back to the horse and started another day of journey. I didn't rest well all night, and Polly fell asleep soon. No way, Luli had to hold his horse forward. According to the guidance of the map, Luli finally found the desert temple, before dark. Lulibin wanted to wake up Polly, but the goods were deadlier than pigs, and Luli had to give up. In order to prevent the situation of being besieged by monsters last night, Luli put the shelter underground this time. Send the horse and Polly to the ground, and Luli returned to the ground again. It's about to be dark immediately, Luli intends to go to the desert temple ahead. Start up first. Luli, but did not intend to leave the baby in the desert to Polly. Several monsters wandered around the temple of the desert. It was a zombie unique to the desert called Corpse Shell. This zombie will come out during the day. Luli saw a lot along the way today. Fortunately, he had a horse and he couldn't catch up with him. The blood volume of these corpses is the same as zombies, and the attack power is similar. For Luli, who has a big sword, dealing with these monsters is like cutting melon and cutting vegetables. In order not to let Polly find himself here, Luli deliberately walked around the rear of the desert temple. Determine the approximate height, and then dig into the ground. In the desert, it is prone to collapse when digging the tunnel. This delayed Luli a lot of time. In the end, it took more than half an hour, and Luli finally successfully entered the inside of the desert temple. The desert temple was dark, and 5 fingers reached out. Luligon was about to ignite the handle, and he heard a bang in front of him. Hearing this sound, Luli pulled out the sword almost in an instant. Although he couldn't see clearly, Luli still waved 2 knives in front of him. All of this movement is like muscle memory. It was obviously the sound that it would be made before the explosion. With Luli's rich game experience, he dares to be sure that he will not hear it wrong. As the sound of the puppet sounded again, Luli went down again. A bright experience appeared on the ground. Luli ignited the torch to illuminate the temple. There is nothing in front of him. However, the experience and fire on the ground are the best evidence. Luli wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and couldn't help but be afraid. The power of hardship is afraid of the power of explosion. It is estimated that he is enough to drink a pot. With the previous lesson, Luli checked the entire temple. After confirming that there were no other monsters, then I started to start. The biggest secret of the desert temple was buried underground. There is a blue pottery in the center of the temple. You can see it and see the dense room below. The area of the secret room is small, and there is a treasure chest stored on all sides of the wall. In the middle of the secret room, there is a stone pressure board. This is an agency, which is connected to a whole piece of TT. If someone accidentally triggers the trap, the entrance underneath T will be detonated. At that time, the entire desert temple is estimated to be destroyed. Luli dug a staircase hovering down from the side, and went all the way to the bottom of the secret room. After digging off the pressure board carefully, this was finally relieved. In case, Luli simply directly put the bottom TT dug it all. Then put the gap inside, and put the substantial pressure board back, and try to restore the original state as much as possible. This time I won a total of 9 TT. These TT can be rare and good. When necessary, maybe you can come in handy. Luoli General TT, collect it and start checking the remaining 4 treasure chests. The first and second boxes are very average, containing a pile of lines, a few bones, and a few pieces of carrion. It's all worthless things. A saddle was found in the third treasure chest and 2 emeralds. Only one treasure chest left. Luli prayed silently in his heart, hoping to have something good. The moment the treasure chest was opened, a golden light appeared in front of Luli. Fuck, enchanting gold apple. There is also an enchanting book, this time it has been made. Luli looked at the enchanting gold apple in his hand. This is a thing that can be affordable by the ultimate tyrant. Even when Luli did not find a few when playing the game before. The enchanting gold apple is the advanced version of the golden apple. It can not only restore hunger value, but also provide damage absorption effect and life recovery effect. Luli still remembers that at the earliest time, the enchanting gold apple could still be obtained through synthesis. Gold apple needs an apple and 8 gold ingots, previously 8 golden grains. An attachment gold apple needs a gold apple plus 8 gold blocks, which is high. After that, the effect of the enchanting gold apple is 2 bug, and NBP, it is directly cancelled the synthetic path, and can only be obtained through the treasure chest. If Luli eats this enchanting gold apple, it is estimated that he can fight with the title knight. However, Luli couldn't bear to eat such a good thing. Take out the emergency at a critical moment. Suddenly, Luli had a bold idea. I don't know if this world can synthesize the enchanting gold apple. If it is possible, he will be invincible. However, there are not so many gold ingots in Luli's hands, and you can only wait for it to try it back. Restore the scene into the original state. Luli returned from the original road and left the Temple of Desert. Before he returned to the refuge, Polly woke up. Where is this? He rubbed his head and asked. Near the Temple of Desert. Since it's here, why don't you wake me up? Polly asked. You sleep so dead, you can't wake up at all, don't blame me. Luli spread his hands. Polly stuffed, and could not find a reason to refute, so he was going to go out. Where go? Nonsense. Of course it is to go to the temple. Polly's impatient expression. It's overnight, are you sure you are going out? Luli looked at Polly laughed. Polly felt that Luli was laughing at himself, how could he stand? Go out. What are you afraid of? After he finished speaking, he climbed out of the ground. Luli was too lazy to take care of him, and he didn't keep it at all, and he directly blocked the door. After a few minutes, Polly took the door in a hurry. Steve. How did you block the door? Let me go in. There are a lot of strange outside. Polly had no rigidity before, and miserable. No. There are so many monsters, I'm afraid you will bring them in. You should quickly bury yourself in the sand, maybe you can pick your life. After Luli finished speaking, he no longer went to Polly. Belly heard that he almost fainted. Last night, he seemed to have said similar words, and then closed Luli outside the door. This is good, Feng Shui turns around, this time it is his turn of unlucky. Seeing the monster slowly approaching, Polly had nothing to do, so he had to pierce into the nearby sand. However, although this method is a bit aggrieved, it can really save lives. Polly hid in the sand pile until it was dawn. Luli opened the door and stretched his waist. Belly, who didn't dare to rest all night, heard Luli's voice, and finally dared to show his head. Mother, finally it's dawn. Lao Tzu. He quickly jumped out of the sand. Polly also suffered from suffering last night. The 2 eyes were deeply fell, her eyes were godless, and she was about to fart. Good morning, Mr. Polly. Luli smiled and greeted him. Okay, uncle. Belly couldn't help but want to beat him when he saw Luli. But he is not an opponent of Luli, he can only give up. Polly dragged his exhausted body and walked towards the Temple of the Desert. He walked in front of the door of the desert temple, his eyes gradually became hot. The babies in the secret room were searched by Luli, and the desert temple was empty. Luli followed, and wanted to see what Polly wanted to do. Come here. Polly walked into the main hall of the temple and beckoned to land, and his face was full of joy. Luli walked to Polly and looked at him suspiciously. Polly was looking up at his head at this time, with a focused look. Luli looked up and found that there was a slate on the top of the temple, which actually had some strange symbols on it. What's this? Luli asked, curiously. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and help me dig that slate down. Polly anxiously urged. Luli went to the foot under his feet, and soon came to the top of the top. After being close, Luli was surprised to discover. These are not symbols at all, but some pinyin similar to the enchanting spell. Taking together those letters together, two is formed highs pinyin. Too high, swallow. Luli couldn't help wondering. I have never heard of this enchanting. Luli pulled out the pick and was ready to dig off the slate above his head. But when his hand was exposed to the surface of the slate, a well of current spread throughout Luli's body. Luli couldn't help but tremble. When he looked at the slate in his hand again, he found that the attached mantra above disappeared. This? Luli is dumbfounded. What's the situation? What are you stunned on it? Hurry down. Polly's anxiety below was urging. Luli couldn't cry with some crying. If he took this blank slate down, he didn't know what Polly would look like. What about the slate? Give me. As soon as Luli Gong returned to the ground, Polly asked anxiously. Here. As soon as Polly's eyes were lighted, he grabbed the slate. He was holding a slate and looked excited. The 8-god level enchantment in the legend was finally found by me. I don't know which one is. Luli frowned. What is the 8-god level enchantment? He has never heard of this stuff. Polly quickly started to view the slate. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. At first glance, there is something wrong. Why is there a blank slate? Polly thought he was dazzling, and quickly watched it several times. The slate is still empty. Did you quietly change the slate? Belly asked Luli in anger. Don't you framed me. I just dug the slate down, and the symbols above disappeared, which has nothing to do with me. Luli was also very wronged, and this matter did have nothing to do with him. You lie. You must be lost by you. Polly stated that Luli made his hands and feet, which made Luli a little speechless. Did you say it? Just don't you believe it? Luli was too lazy to talk to him, and turned to leave the temple. You don't make things out today, don't want to go. Polly held the long sword and chopped behind the landing head. Court death. Luli noticed that Polly's attack did not look at it, took out the big sword, and turned back twice. Polly could think of Luli's knife so fast. For a moment, he was chopped out by Tai Dao. I fight with you. Polly's face flushed, and he roared anger. With a moment, the iron sword collided with Tai Dao again. With a clear sound, the iron sword in Polly's hand was cut into two, and it was scrapped directly. How is this? But I just bought it. Polly held the empty horn handle and stunned on the spot. Seeing this scene, Luli was a little wondering. It stands to reason, how could a new and durable brand new iron sword scrapped 3 times? He checked his big sword, but found that the attributes of Tai Dao seemed to change. The basic damage of Tai Dao was 7 o'clock, and it became 8 points at this time. Not only that, there is an additional enchanting called Swallow on the Tai Dao. Devouring, each swallowing different weapons, will gain attributes. There is also a tip below, Iron Sword, swallowed. Luli couldn't help scratching his head. This is estimated to be an attached spell that just disappeared from the slate. Unexpectedly, he ran to his own sword. I pay 1,000 gold coins, and sell the weapons in your hand. Polly stared at the sword in his hand. Why do I sell weapons to you? Boy, you should only know my identity? If you are willing to sell your weapons to me, I can give you a free enchantment. Free enchantment? Luli smiled suddenly. What are you laughing? This is a good opportunity for 1,000 years. No one else wants. Just your three-legged cat enchanting technology, don't let it show off. Luli laughed. I am the top 3 enchanting artists in Rice. Why do you say me a bronze knight? Polly anger. He does not allow someone to degrade himself in his professional field. This level is the first 3 in the city of Rice? Then you see how my equipment is? Luli said that he changed into a set of enchanting iron armor. Polly had some disdain, but when he saw Luli's equipment, he was dumbfounded. Which master of the equipment is these equipment? The master dare not be fooled, I am idle and I have nothing to do. Luli Zhao's is particularly owed. You do it? This is impossible. Do you love a letter or not? I know the famous enchanters in Les City, where did you come up with? Why never heard of it? You must lie to me. Polly is still reluctant to believe these hands from Luli. Luli didn't say a lot, took the mask from his backpack and put on his face. Do you recognize me now? You are, the ghost noodle what Kelly said. Belly heard Kelly describe the ghost face and recognized it all at once. You guess, but there is no reward. Luli said, and once again pulled out the big sword on his waist. What are you doing? Do you still need to say this? You know my identity, of course I have to kill someone. Before you discussed how to deal with me, did you think there would be such a moment? Luli said with a smile. You can't kill me, I am the man of His Royal Highness Elwyn. If you dare to kill me, you will die. Polly threatened. I originally planned to keep you a dog life, but you threatened me, I hate it most. So, you can go to death. Luli's eyes flashed, and a cold flashed. Polly opened his eyes, and a scratch appeared on his neck. It didn't take long for it to fall to the ground with unwilling face. Luli closed his knife back to the sheath and threw Polly's body into the dense room below the temple. Luli did not have a sense of guilt to a villain like Polly. If you doen't do it today, after returning, it's unlucky. As for His Royal Highness, Luli was a little curious. Those who can be called His Royal Highness must not be simple. After solving Polly, Luli wrote on the big black and went away. Forget the next time. If you don't stop all the way, it will take about a day and a half to reach Rice City. Of course, there are faster ways. That is to send it directly to Les City. However, in this case, Luli couldn't take away the big black. It is impossible for him to throw Dahe in this wasteland, right? Walking, a desert village suddenly appeared in front. It wasn't until this time that Luli found that he had deviated from the route. Now that you are here, go in and take a look at it. The desert village is quite large, with dozens of houses. There is a fence on the periphery of the village, which should be used to resist monsters. Many villagers in the fields are working, and the entire village looks prosperous. As soon as Luli appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone. Before he walked to the door of the village, several strong men in iron armored greeted them with weapons. Stop. Who are you? In order to show friendship, Luli turned over and said, Hello, my name is Steve, I happened to pass by nearby. Coincident? Who do you lie? But the desert here, who is okay here? A big man headed by questioned. Brother, I really happened to pass by. If you don't believe it, then I don't bother you, I will leave immediately. After Luli finished speaking, he would turn and leave. Stop. Who allows you to go? Where are you here? Come here, just leave. What do you want? Luli frowned, and his heart was a little unhappy. If these villagers do not know how to do it, he would not mind a two-village. After all, this kind of lack of virtue, he has done a lot in the game before. You are so anxious to leave, you must have ghosts in your heart. Honestly, do you want to occupy our village with that group of horse bandits? Zhuanghan asked. Horse bandits? I haven't heard of them, I don't know them. Luli heard the words, shook his head. Really? Then how do you prove it? The strong man asked some suspiciously. Do you recognize this? Luli pointed to the bronze sword shield badge at his shoulder. This is. The man watched the badge of the landlord, and hesitated. Brother Colin, he is the King City Knight group. A man next to the strong man said excitedly. The strong man named Colin heard a stun, and then lit away. Are you really the people of Wangqing Cavaliers? As soon as he heard Luli's identity, Colin's tone became much better. But he was still a little uncertain. Fake bag. Luli said confidently. Colin turned around and discussed with the people around him. It didn't take long for him to put on a smiley face and walk to Luli. Steve Cavaliers, I am really embarrassed. I was reckless just now. I mistake you as the gangster, and I hope you don't be angry. Colin said sincerely. Luli's brow stretched, and his heart was almost the same. It's okay, it's all misunderstandings. But, who is the horse bandit in your mouth? It sounds like you have conflicts. Luli asked. This is long, our advanced village, I will tell you slowly. Luli nodded and followed Colin into the village. While walking, Colin said about the horse bandit. The horse bandit is a group of wicked people who are flowing in the desert. They burned and looted without evil. Many villages in the desert have been robbed by horses. In order to protect themselves, we gathered together and built the current Huangsha village to fight against the Malaysian bandits. The desert is dry and rainy, and the living environment is bad, but we have a well water that will not dry, so it is moisturized. But recently the activities of the horse bandit are getting more and more rampant. We already have a lot of villagers who are injured. If they come to attack the village again, I'm afraid. Having said that, Colin couldn't help sighing. Luli was silent, no wonder they were so nervous whether they were horses' associates. Don't worry, there is me, it's just a big deal, it's not a big deal. Luli patted Colin's shoulder comfort. I hope. Although Luli was the Knights of the Wangqing, Colin still did not have much hope for him. After all, Luli is just a bronze knight. Even if he is strong, can dozens of horse bandits be dealt with at the same time? Double punch is difficult to fight for 4 hands, and this reason is that Colin still understands. Besides, the horses are not fuel-saving lamps. I heard that many people are fugitives who are poor and evil. There is no place to go to be a horse bandit. Colin took the landing and left in the village. When passing the farmland, Luli was on. This is, carrot. Luli stared at the mature carrots in the farmland, a little surprised. Steve Cavaliers, what's wrong? Seeing Luli was in place and asked curiously. Brother Colin, can you sell me a little? Ah? You say this, it's okay. It's okay to send you half a group. Colin said boldly. Luli pulled out a carrot from the field, wiped it with cloves, and put it in his mouth. Carrot has a very good taste, crispy, and sufficient water. And the carrots here are sweet and very delicious. Lilian ate several, and then stopped. Good things. Although Colin insisted not to money, Luli finally stuffed him with 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins are nothing at all, for Luli, but it is a huge sum of Corinth. He stared at the 50 gold coins in the bag, and his eyes were almost straight. You know, his year's income is only 10 gold coins. Luli was holding a large bag of carrots and ate while walking. The big black behind him was unwilling, and he started hissing. Well, do you want to eat too? Luli smiled and handed it to Dahe a carrot. Dahe swallowed the carrot and started chewing. After eating, it raised his forefront directly and hissing cheerfully. After eating the big block of carrots, I didn't even eat wheat. Luli smiled helplessly and handed it to a carrot. You guy, you will enjoy. After walking in the village, Colin brought Luli to a cabin. Steve Cavaliers, it's not too early, you will rest here tonight. I will give you away tomorrow morning. Luli nodded. Anyway, I can't get back to Les City today, it's better to spend a night here. In the evening, in order to meet Luli, the village specially held a bonfire party. The villagers heard that Luli was the knight of Wan Qinglai and admired him very much. They took out the treasured wine and various foods to entertain. Luli also gradually incorporated into the atmosphere and made a peace with the villagers. Just when everyone was full, it was as soon as it was. The villager standing at the door suddenly ran in a panic. It's not good. The horse bandit is here. As soon as the words fell, there was a sound of horseshoe from not far away. Luli stood up and looked at the people. There are nearly 60 people in this group of horse bandits, with great momentum. They raised their hands, galloped, and brought up a piece of sand. The villagers screamed screaming around, and the scene was chaotic. Don't panic, the old, weak, and disabled are hit first. Colin was in danger and shouted to everyone. With the backbone, the villagers were a little calm. Many villagers picked up their weapons and stood behind Colin. Steve Cavaliers, if you have a chance, you must escape. Why? Luli was a little puzzled. Before this, why did Colin start to urge himself to escape? You don't know. The village almost broke through the last time there were only more than 30 horse bandits. Now, the other party has doubled, and we have some more wounded. The difference in strength is too different. If we fight, we will be defeated. Colin patted Luli's shoulder and said seriously. What Lu Liang wanted to say was interrupted by Colin. Steve Cavaliers, you are not from Huangsha village. There is no need to accompany us to die. I hope you can escape and report the situation here to Wanqing, and let them send people to destroy these evil horse thieves. Revenge for us. Colin said firmly. Brothers. We must win this village tonight. Do you have any confidence? The leader of the horse was a beard, and he shouted loudly. Have. The horses behind the beard responded in unison. Seeing this scene, Luli frowned. Where this group of people is like a horse bandit, it is better to be a group of trained soldiers. Faced with such enemies, no wonder the villagers in Huangsha village could not resist. Can't hear. Come again. Do you want to be a horse bandit in such a whisper? The beard roared. Have. The horse bandits answered neatly, and the momentum was shocking. Okay. Very energetic. I give you 10 minutes, break through this village. Remember, only those who are able to kill their hands. Stay for them without resistance. The horse bandits instructed. Luli heard his words, and he became curious about the identity of this leader. On the surface, he was training the horse bandits. In fact, this remark is to the villagers. As long as you don't resist, you won't die. Once the villagers chose to give up their resistance, the horses can take a soldier and win Huangsha village without spending a soldier. Soldiers who are fighting without fighting. This trick is wonderful. Sure enough, the villagers who were already preparing to die, and when they heard the leaders of the horse bandit, they hesitated. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Several timid villagers had thrown away the weapons in their hands and squatted down with their heads. Several you stand up. When Colin saw this, he was angry. Brother Colin, don't make a fearless resistance, we will only send to death in vain. Yeah, don't the leaders say, as long as we don't resist, we cannot kill us. Those villagers began to persuade Colin. When the rest of the villagers heard a few people, they also put down their weapons and squatted down. At the end, only Luli and Colin were still standing. Coward. It's all coward. Colin Chi stomped his feet and pointed at everyone. Ha ha ha, little brother, I appreciate your courage. However, you are destined to lose this battle, why must you insist so? As long as you give up the resistance obediently and open the door, I promise that no one in your village will be injured. The leader of the Malaysian bandit also began to persuade Colin. Colin's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and his body was shaking. Choosing a soft service may survive. But if the other party regrets it, what should be? After all, the other party is a horse bandit. If the horse bandit, who can guarantee how credible is there? Just when he was tangled, his hands patted on his shoulders. Colin's trembling body suddenly calmed down. Steve Cavaliers, are you? Luli walked out of Colin and came outside the village. The distance between the horses was only a few meters. It's okay, leave it to me. At this time, Luli was already put on an enchanting iron. There is also a brand new diamond armor in his backpack, but he hasn't remembered the enchantment, so he didn't change it. Not only that, Luli also brought the mask of ghost noodles. In front of this group of horse bandits, Luli didn't want to expose himself as a member of the Cavaliers, so as not to fight the snake. Who are you? The leader of the horse bandit looked curiously. I don't important who I am, the important thing is that you are going to be moldy. Luli's cold sound. When the horse bandit leader heard the words first, he laughed at his belly. The horses behind him also laughed. Don't you think that you can win so many people with a mask? The leader of the horse bandit sarcastic. Try it, just know it. Luli's face was relaxed. Now that your kid is looking for death, then I will satisfy you. Brothers, go. Drain this arrogant guy. The leader of the horse groaned, dozens of horses rushed to land in the land. Luli still stood very calmly, and he couldn't move. He even closed his eyes. Really a arrogant boy. The leader of the horse said. In his opinion, Luli was just a puppet that forcibly made the limelight. When the horse bandit's attack is about to fall on the door of Luli. As soon as Luli's body was moved, the Tai Dao was instantly drawn out. A horizontal knife and cutting a silver knife. Before the few horses who rushed at the forefront had time to see Luli's movement, they felt a huge force enter the body along the weapon. The next second, a shocking scene happened. Several horses who were hit by Luli Dao flew out for a few meters together and fell heavily on the ground. The villagers opened their mouths and looked at the scene that happened in front of them. The head of the horse bandit changed his face, and he realized that something was wrong. Lied. What happened just now? Why did this group of people fly out? I don't know, I didn't see it clearly either. The two horse bandits talked whispering, and they were quite surprised. This knife, I only used 3-point force, and did anyone want to come up? Luli moved his neck and said with a smile. Leader, what can I do? A man next to the gangster leader asked softly. Continue. I will send a few more people to go together this time. I don't believe it, this kid can cope with it. The leader of the horse bandit said angrily. After getting the commander's order, the stables held weapons and formed an encirclement. Luli was surrounded in the middle, and his abdomen suffered the enemy. Go. Get this guy. With the order of the horse bandit, a dozen horses bandits moved. More than a dozen long swords with cold mangs cut off at the landing. Luli still stood still in place. Seeing this scene, the villagers closed their eyes and did not dare to look down again. Colin couldn't help but sweat for Luli. Steve, don't you die. Colin prayed silently in his heart. Seeing Luli's signs of returning without half resistance, the leader of the horse bandit sneered. It's really an unsuccessful. Before he finished speaking, there was a burst of exclaiming at the scene. The leader of the horse bandit looked intently and almost didn't stare out his eyes. At this time, Luli was suspended on the high altitude. Just below him, more than a dozen horses bumped together, and many people were accidentally injured. The whole scene was suddenly chaotic. Colin looked at Luli, who was flying in the air, and the boss, who opened his mouth. The horse bandit leader did not see it, but he could see clearly. Just now, the siege of the horse bandits was reduced to the shortest hour. Luli suddenly flew from the crowd and avoided a fatal blow. The horses who rushed towards Luli were unable to dodge and collided together. Luli's face was calm and could not see the slightest. The siege has no effect on him unless he blocks the route of landlord with bow and arrow. He glanced around, then controlled his sword, and flew towards the leader of the horse bandit. Pulling the sword can not only float, but also move back and forth on the ground. If you combine the two, you can fly freely in the air. Before the horse bandit leader returned from shock, he felt a cold blade standing around his neck. It wasn't until this time that he finally found that Luli had come to him. "Don't move if you don't want to die." Luli set up a horse bandit's neck with a knife behind him and said coldly. The leader of the horse bandit nodded again and again. Fine sweat beads emerged from his forehead. "Leader. Are you okay? Let go of the leader." Seeing this scene, the remaining horse bandits became extremely excited. "Who dared to come up? I killed him." Luli put the blade closer, and blood wires were exuded at the neck of the horse bandit leader. "Tell your person to let go of your weapon," Luli said to the leader of the horse bandit. "Leader, can't promise him." "Yeah, leader, this kid must not be attentive. Don't believe him." The horse bandit was neutral. "Turn your mouth to Lao Tzu. If you don't want me to die, just put the weapon down," the leader of the horse bandit said angrily. The horse bandits looked at each other and hesitated. The leader of the horse bandit almost died halfway, and the group began to drop the chain at a critical moment. "It seems that your men don't seem to care about your life." Luli's words made the horse bandit leader's heart cold. "I said again, in the end, everyone put the weapon down. This is the order," the horse bandit leader shouted. "Yellow Sand Cavaliers?" Hearing this name, Luli couldn't help laughing. The horse bandits, composed of a group of scattered soldiers, actually dared to call the Cavaliers, which really made people laugh. It seemed that the words of the horse bandit played a role, and the horse bandits put down their weapons. However, the expression on their faces was 10,000 unwilling. Luli wondered to Colin, and Colin immediately met. He took the villagers to quickly pick up all the weapons on the ground. The weapons used by the villagers were some wooden swords or tools. After getting the iron sword of the horse bandit, the combat power suddenly increased a lot. The leader of the horse bandit was extremely distressed. "Those iron swords are all the bottom of his home. Brother, the weapon has given you two, can you put me?" the horse bandit leader asked. "Let's put it and NBP, you?" "I am afraid it won't work. You still have to stay as hostage for me." Luli shook his head. "Ah? Do you want me to be a hostage?" The leader of the horse bandit heard that he was sad. "Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I won't do it to you," Luli said with a smile. However, his smile fell in the eyes of the gangsters, just like a demon from hell. Luli was holding the leader of the horse, and slowly walked through the horses. Although the horse bandits gritted their teeth, they couldn't help him. Finally, Luli safely returned to the village. "Steve Nyo bye." The villagers cheered in unison. From the lonely charging, to the end of the capture of the horse bandit leader, Enron returned. They witnessed the entire process of Luli's tide. "Tie him up and close it in my room, I have something to ask him," Luli ordered. Steve, what should the horse bandits do? Colin asked. They have no weapons now, and they have no great threat to the village for the time being. Don't take care of them first. After speaking, Luli walked towards his room. The horse bandits outside the village laughed. When he returned to the room, the leader of the horse bandit had been tied to his hands and feet, and he couldn't move. Seeing Luli into the house, he shrank a little bit in the corner. What are you afraid of? I'm not a bad person. The horse bandit leader shows a letter that you have a ghost expression. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you, let's talk, what are your origin? Luli sat down at the legs of the Malaysian bandit and asked. My name is Turner, the deputy head of the Huangsha Legion. Turner stuttered. Deputy leader. Luli heard the news, and immediately became alert. In front of this Turner is the deputy head of the deputy regiment, isn't there still a head leader? In this way, there is still a big fish without showing up. What about your head? Why didn't he come? Luli asked. The head of the group, the head of him. Turner has been raised, and he did not explain for a long time. Luli was annoyed, and suddenly he pulled out the Datai Dao and set it on his and NBP, his neck. Honest? Hurry up. Where are your heads? Leader, the head of the regiment has been missing for a long time. Turner said, and suddenly his eyes were red. Luli heard the words. Missing? What's going on? He hurriedly asked. Speaking long. 20 years ago, at that time I was just an ordinary soldier. Once, I was seriously injured while fighting with a monster, and it was about to die. The head of the group suddenly appeared and saved me. I decided to follow him in order to report gratitude, and I was born and died with him. At that time, the head of the regiment had just joined the Knights of the Wangqing. It didn't take long for the regiment to become a Golden Knight, and it was close to reaching the title Knight. However, the head of the regiment suddenly disappeared during an execution of the task, and the peers said he was dead. I don't believe it, the head of the regiment is so powerful, how could it die so easily? In order to find the head of the team, I left with a group of heads. But who knows, just after we walked, Wangqing listed us as fugitives and wanted us everywhere. We have no way, so we have to hide into the desert and steal it. After coming to the desert, we also encountered a lot of horse bandits, but their combat effectiveness was not very strong, so we were included in the end. We have become the Huangsha Legion. Although everyone understands how much, the head of the regiment can no longer come back, but this position will always belong to him. After listening to Turner's telling, Luli understood the reason why this group of horse bandits seemed to be trained. He now shows a strong interest in the head of Tana. Although Luli joined the Cavaliers shortly after, he never heard that such characters had appeared in the Cavaliers. At the age of 20, the threshold of the title knight has been touched, which is unimaginable. After asking, Luli was uncertain. He doesn't know how to deal with Turner now. It stands to reason that Luli should kill the killer. However, Luli was tangled at this moment. According to Turner, he was forced to flee into the desert, and he had his own sufferings. Coupled with the predecessors of Turner to look for, Luli couldn't start. Thinking again and again, Luli finally made a decision. He is going to the headquarters of the Huangsha Legion. Get up, let's go. Luli took Turner and said. Where to go? Turner asked nervously. He thought Luli had to execute himself after asking the question. Where can I go? Send you back to the horse bandit nest. Turner heard the words. Send him back? Is there such a good thing? Intersection Luli went out and explained a few words with Colin, and directly threw Turner on the back of Dahe. Dahe took the two out of the village and went away. Turner was restrained, and he couldn't move. At this point, he was a little uneasy. Luli took him back, it was definitely not that simple. Maybe, I want to bring the Huangsha Legion in one fell swoop. After an hour of bumps, Luli found the old gangster's old nest according to Turner's guidance. Out unexpectedly. The old nest of the horse was actually located in a huge grotto. This cave is hundreds of meters wide and more than 10 meters high, consisting of gravel. Different from sand, the hardness of sand and gravel is relatively high, so don't worry about the collapse of the cave. Outside the cave, more than a dozen horse bandits were standing back and forth. Not long after Luli appeared, the horse bandits in charge of guarding found him. The guard shouted, "There is an enemy, dash." For a while, the voices rose. Unexpectedly, your guards here are quite strict. Luli teased. Turner was lying on his horse with a bitter smile. As the leader of a horse bandit, he was captured. This is just a shame to get home. It didn't take long for the horse bandits to flock from the grotto. Seeing Turner, they were extremely excited. However, Luli's knife was still on his leader's neck, and they dared not act lightly. Luli turned over and horses, holding Turner slowly approaching the grotto. The atmosphere became more and more tense. When it was a few meters away from the Malaysian army, Luli suddenly raised his weapon. When everyone thought Luli was about to kill the killer, Turner was pushed out. The restraint on his body was also solved. Turner looked at his hands and looked at Luli again, a little puzzled. Why let me go? Luli did not speak, withdrawing the disguise on his body, showing the bronze knight medal representing his identity. This is the Cavalier's medal. You are the people of the king. Seeing this medal, Turner suddenly understood. Turner was also a member of the Cavaliers and naturally recognized what it was. Those horses who originally wanted to rush to deal with Luli immediately put away their weapons after learning about Luli's identity. It was the same route, so it was too anxious to fry. Many of them have played for the Cavaliers, but for so many years, things are wrong. The knights of that year were reduced to fugitives, and their hearts would inevitably boo. When Turner saw the bronze medal, he suddenly had a question. Luli is so powerful, why is it just a bronze knight? Many of the guys who followed him here were all silver knights. And he has reached the level of the golden knight. But in front of Luli, it still seemed vulnerable. Dare to ask the predecessors to respect the name of the surname, I wonder which title knight. Turner's attitude suddenly became respectful. He felt that Luli must have hidden his identity. It is very likely that it is a titled knight. Only this level of existence can make itself without resistance. Senior? Title Cavaliers? Luli heard the words a little, his face was a little weird. Why did you become the title knight? My name is Steve, but you are wrong, I'm not the title knight. Having said that, Luli took off the mask and revealed his original face. The horse bandits looked dumbfounded. Because Luli looks too young, it is estimated that he is not even 18. With one person's power, the guy of dozens of people alone is just a child. Luli's image of their minds collapsed instantly. Turner looked at Luli's face, and his pupils contracted violently. He made a bang and suddenly rushed over to hold Luli. As soon as Luli wanted to break free, he heard Turner trembling. The head of the group, you are finally back. As soon as Turner's words fell, many people in the horse bandits rushed out. They surrounded Luli, kneeling down, and shouted in unison. See the head of the team. At this moment, Luli is really embarrassed. What happened? Why did this group of people suddenly knelt down and called their heads? You're wrong. I'm not your head, I am only 18 this year, and your team leader is estimated to be 40. Luli pushed Turner to explain. Turner was still firm. Then you explain to me why you look exactly the same as the head of the group. This? Maybe just hit the face? There are more people in the world, maybe there are the same? Lu Tsung scratched his head and said. Impossible, how could there be such a similar person in the world? I have never heard of a twin brothers in the head of the regiment. Unless you and the head of the group are father and son. Turner said. Father and son. Luli heard the words, and suddenly fell into thought. Since Luli's birth, there is no memory of his father in his head. The father who had never met his noodles had never even heard of his name. Every time Luli asked her to ask her mother, she closed her mouth without talking. It was just that Luli's father was killed by a monster before Luli was born. At that time, Luli was still small and did not ask too much. Now that I want to come, Luli always feels what his mother has concealed. Luli Wenxiong Turner. Turner, what is your group chief? What's the name? This? I really don't know, I usually call him the boss. Turner was embarrassed. He followed the head of the regiment for so long, but he didn't even know his name. Why? Luli was a little speechless, but he didn't say much. Forget it, let me go back and ask. Are you leaving now? Turner asked quickly. Why? Could it be that you still want to keep me down for meals? Luli asked Turner in doubt. Don't you plan to hold our responsibility? Turner explained. As long as you are honest, don't go to the village to do bad things. But. Turner stops. What's the matter? You can't finish speaking at once, I am still in a hurry to go back. Luli said impatiently. That's it. Recently, some monsters have never seen in the desert, but they don't seem to actively attack people. Oh? Don't you attack people? What do they look like? Luli heard his words, and he was interested. I.e., there are few neutral monsters in AFT, is it slime? Those monsters are taller than ordinary people, they look ugly, and they are still holding a golden sword in their hands. We have a brother who accidentally angered one of the monsters, and was killed by more than a dozen similar types of monsters. Recalling the scene at that time, Turner was still a little shocked. Neutral, golden sword, group living, ugly. Could it be a pig? Lucy thought of this at once. Yes. Those monsters are really like pigs. Turner heard the words and nodded again and again. But pig people are monsters in the lower world. How can I come to the main world? Luli couldn't help thinking. Is it possible to come to the main world through the transmitted portal of the lower boundary? After thinking for a long time, it seems that only this reason can be said. Last time, Luli witnessed the opening of the portal at the bottom of the third mining area. Although the teleportation door disappeared afterwards, it would appear again elsewhere. Where do you find a pig man? Take me to see. Luli asked. Okay, I will take you here. Turner rode on the horse and walked towards the depths of the desert with landing. After half an hour, the two came to a tall dune. Here, you should see those monsters after turning this sand dune. The slope of this sand dune is extremely high, and the horse can't go up, and can only go through. Luli's letter climbed with Turner on the top of the mountain. A few minutes later, the two finally came to the top of the mountain. Look. They are there. Turner said not far away. Luli looked in the direction of his fingers. Not far below the sand dunes, there is an oasis. The center of the oasis is a lake. At this time, dozens of pig people were in the lake. Luli almost fell from the top of the mountain. Good guy, this group of pig people can really enjoy. We originally lived in the oasis, and did not worry about eating and drinking, but who thought that when these pigs appeared, they snatched our territory. We originally planned to grab the oasis back, but those monsters were extremely scary. Neither of us could solve a monster, so we were forced to leave. Turner said very wrongly. So, do you run to occupy the village of others? Anyway, you were also a member of the Cavaliers, what about your night spirit? Luli asked. Turner's face turned red instantly. Since you say you were wronged, then you are still a knight. What is the difference between you like this now? Luli's tone was serious. What Turner wants to say, but like his throat, he can't say half a word. Well, don't say it. After this incident is solved, I will go back to report to the Cavaliers to see if I can restore your identity. Really? Can I really make a knight again? Turner, who had some depressed, heard Luli, instantly asked excitedly. It may be a little troublesome, but I will try my best. Steve Cavaliers, thank you so much. Speaking, Turner suddenly kneeling on the ground, tears in tears. He has only two wishes now. One is to clarify the whereabouts of the head of the team, and the other is to restore his identity. It's just the work of raising your hand, don't care so, get up. Luli quickly helped him. Besides, I am also curious. Who is the guy who hit my face with me? If he is really my father who has never met, I have to call you an uncle. Luli said with a smile. However, this may be too small, and Luli is just a joke. If Steve's father is so awesome, he and his mother will not live so hard. After Luli finished speaking, he slipped along the hillside alone. Turner looked at the back of the landing and left, and suddenly a little stunned. Has the shadow of the head of mind gradually closed with Luli, and finally became a person? Turner's thoughts became more firm. Even if this Steve is really not the head, he will treat him as the head of the regiment. The Huangshao Legion must not be aggrieved in the desert for a lifetime. If they can have a good relationship with Luli, maybe they can get new life. Luli came near the oasis and leaned silently. The pigs were lying on the beach with a face, bathing with a gentle sunshine. In the lower bound, there is no water, only hot magma. There are a number of Luli, and there are about 30 pigs here. If it would really fight with these pigs later, Luli couldn't guarantee that he could retreat throughout the body. However, fortunately, the pigs are neutral monsters. As long as Luli does not die and does not take the initiative to provoke them, it should be okay. Luliching cleared his throat and came out of the back of the dune. The pigs immediately became alert and stared at the sudden appearance of Luli. Although they have not started, their eyes have changed. The golden sword that was originally on the side was also held in their hands by them. As long as Luli dares to make bad moves to them, they will be attacked by them, tearing into fragments. Don't panic, my name is Steve, a human. I came here, I just wanted to ask you a few questions, and there was no malice. Luli quickly explained. The pigs looked at each other and looked at each other. Human? Let's go. We don't welcome humans here. One of the pig people said in a less skilled human language. Luli heard the words for a moment. These pig people actually had human language. Could it be fine? This is our site, why do you drive us away? I don't know when Turner drilled out from behind the sand dunes. When the pigs heard Turner's words, they were all fierce. Seeing this, Luli quickly pulled Turner behind him. Go on, don't come over to add chaos. Turner nodded and retreated to the rear. If you don't want to die, hurry to leave. Our pig people are not bullying. The pigs went ashore from the water, holding their weapons, and put on a posture of preparations. Hey, brother pig, why are you? Can't we sit down and chat? Luli persuaded. Chat? Talk. Whoever is here and don't want to let us leave here. Pig people said firmly. No, I didn't mean to drive you away. Today, I just want to ask you to ask some questions. Speaking, Luli took out the pack of carrots given to him from the backpack. With a little heart, don't respect, just compensate for the misunderstanding just now. Luli threw carrots in front of the pigs. The pigs looked at each other and hesitated. After a while, there was a bold pig man up. It took out a carrot and looked at it carefully for a long time. This can be eaten, do you want to try it? Luli was induced. The pig man looked back at the other pig people, and after being affirmed by everyone, he put the carrot into his mouth. It bit a large piece of carrot with a stun, and kept chewing in the mouth. The next second, the expression of the pig man instantly changed. The rest of the pigs thought that Luli gave it toxic drugs, and chewing his palms, to start fighting one by one. This taste is also great. The pig screamed excitedly. After speaking, I stuffed a carrot in my mouth. Seeing this, the rest of the pigs started to eat. Damn. What is this? It is fragrant and sweet. It's better than meat. Damn, this is too delicious. Give me 10. A group of pigs seemed to be crazy, and a large bag of carrots on the ground were destroyed without a few minutes. Luli laughed and said nothing. Human, your name is Steve, right? What do you just eat for us? A pig man asked. This item is called carrot, which is the cinema of the main world. Luli explained. Then do you still have carrots? Hurry up and give it to us. The pigs asked in a busy way. There are, but... Luli paused deliberately, which could make the pigs anxious enough. But what? Is there any request to mention it directly? We will try our best to satisfy. The pigs were all acute, and they broke Luli's mind directly. I planted a large amount of water and fields in my carrot. You snatched the oasis. Where can I get you carrots? Luli said. This. Hearing the words, pig people were a little hesitant. They want to eat carrots, but if they let them give out an oasis, it is also a difficult decision. I know, you like this very much, I am not an unreasonable person. So, you can give us half of the site. As a compensation, we can also provide you with enough carrots and foods. How about this proposal? Luli laughed and looked at the pigs. The pigs heard their words, and began to discuss whispering. In the end, the pig leader finally spoke. Okay. That's it. You'd better not play us. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The pork leader said. Must. When I saw things, Luli finally let go. Turner jumped excitedly later, and he didn't shout Steve long live. Luli called Turner beside him, and instructed, you go back quickly and bring all your men, I will talk to the pigs here for a while. Okay. I'll go soon. Turner was ordered, and he left, highly. Luli returned to the lake. The pigs returned to the water and started sunbathing. They seemed to have almost crazy obsession with water. Luli also learned them and lay on the beach together. Although the desert is hot, the temperature in the oasis is not high. Coupled with the cool breeze, blowing from time to time, people are refreshing. Luli was not far from the pig leader. The pig's leader also found Luli. How do you call you, the pig leader? Lu left his mouth and asked. My name is Anta, a soldier leader of the pigs. Anta? Didn't your pig people live in the lower bounds? How can you come here? Luli finally asked what he wanted to know most. Why? When talking about this, Anta couldn't help sighing. What's wrong? Is there any problem? As soon as he heard Anta's tone, Luli knew that there must be a problem in it. He asked quickly. In the lower world, our pig people are definitely one of the best. No one dares to provoke us. However, a strong force has recently appeared in the lower bounds. That's a group of monsters we have never seen before, walking up and shaking. Although they are not large, they are very scary. Once they are bitten by those monsters, they will mutate into the same monsters. They only took a short time, and they had already infected the members of our Pigs 99. If it weren't for me that I accidentally discovered a portal that left the lower boundary, I am afraid that the last survivor of our pigs would be reduced to a walking body. Anta's words were greatly unexpected. According to Anta, the monsters that bite people mutates should be the same as the monsters in the third mining area. He thought that only these monsters appeared in the main world, but did not expect that the situation in the lower realms seemed to be even more critical. There are only so many people left in the pig people? Luli pointed to the pigs behind him. Anta nodded helplessly. I don't want to, but we are not the opponents of those monsters at all, we can only be forced to leave. Then, do you know where the monsters came from? Luli asked. I don't know, I only see those monsters walking into the portal, and then disappear. What? Those monsters sent away the lower boundary? Luli suddenly exclaimed. Yes, I just followed them before getting here. What about those monsters? Have you seen them? I saw it, all went towards the west, I don't know what to do. Anta pointed to the west. West. Luli stunned, and suddenly thought of something, his face changed greatly. Oh. Huangsha village. If those monsters are really as Anta said, they have been going west. Well, Huangsha village is likely to be their destination. Lu Liaisong's Anta stayed in place and waited for Turner to come. He himself rushed towards Huangsha village. Please, don't get something wrong. Luli prayed silently in his heart. Along the way, Luli discovered a lot of remaining tools and items. Obviously, many unlucky eggs have met those monsters. After nearly 2 hours of trek, Luli finally came to Huangsha village. As long as you turn over a sand dune, you can see the situation of Huangsha village. However, before Luli climbed over, there was a scared cry after the sand dunes. As soon as Luli's face changed, he accelerated his horsepower and rushed out. When Luli appeared outside Huangsha village, he saw the scene he didn't want to see. The original Huangsha village has become a human hell at this time. Those mutant zombie monsters broke the defense of Huangsha village. At this point, they were destroying it in the village. The villagers ran around in horror, but they couldn't escape the magic of these monsters at all. As long as it is stained with a little breath, it will become the same monster. The entire Huangsha village was captured in just a few minutes. Steve. Save me. As soon as Luli came to the door, he saw an acquaintance, Colin. At this time, Colin was dying and was struggling weakly on the ground. Although Luli wanted to help him, Colin was infected and was slowly mutating. Now Luli's only choice is to kill Colin, otherwise he will become the trouble of Luli. There are no living people in the entire Huangsha village, and some are just hundreds of mutant zombie monsters. While they have not left Huangsha village, Luli must do it as soon as possible. Cut the grass and remove the roots. Luli's hand holding the sword began to tremble slightly. He tried to convince himself, now it is not a soft time. However, he understands the truth. But he didn't get off at all. Several monsters ran towards landing and left here. Luli gritted his teeth, and he decided. He wants to do something extremely risky. Luli first blocked the way out of the village entrance with a stone to prevent the monsters in the village from running out. Then quickly stacked more than 10 blocks under your feet and sent himself into a relatively safe high altitude. In this way, the monsters in the village have nowhere to go, and they can only gather below Luli. Luli took out the bow and arrow and began to aim at the monsters underneath. Because it is high, each arrow is headshot, and the damage is extremely high. Basically, only 2 to 3 arrows can take away a mutant monster. Of course, Luli did not just kill monsters. Due to the different clothes, Luli can clearly distinguish the monsters that have mutated from villagers. Although they are also monsters, Luli believes that there must be ways to restore them to their original state. Next, Luli only needs to kill all the other monsters. One arrow and arrow, Luli stood at a high place, attacking tirelessly. There are hundreds of this group of monsters, and it is a bit strenuous to clean up. After nearly an hour of war, Luli finally cleared all the mutations in the village. The rest are all infected villagers. Luli gathered all the villagers together, and stopped with a high wall outside. In this way, don't worry about them running out. After busy this, Luli left Huangsha village. Luli first returned to the oasis with Big Black, fostered Dahe here, and then prepared to return to Les City. He must now go back to report the situation here to the Cavaliers. The pig Antao looked at Luli, who disappeared in place, and his eyes stared at the boss. Although pig people have something to do with pigs, IQ is not low. It can naturally see the extraordinary Luli. It seems. I have to make a good time next time this human. Antao murmured to himself. Luli's figure flashed and appeared in his modern villa. He rushed out quickly and went in the direction of the Cavaliers. As soon as he went out, Luli stunned. At this time, Luli's land was full of people. What they are discussing enthusiastically to landlord villas. Look! The owner of the house comes. I don't know who shouted, everyone was gathered around Luli. Fortunately, Luli set up land permissions, and these guys could only stand outside the ground and stare. If they let them come in, it is estimated that it will be dismantled for Luli's villa in 1 second. Handsome guy, are you the master of this house? Can you let us go in and see? A woman asked with expectation. Looking at the handsome guy, I can tell you compassion, no. Luli's cold sound. Let's go in and see. Yeah, don't be so small. Mother-in-laws, more grind than the girls. Seeing this scene, Luli couldn't help but have a big head. Didn't you say that the guard area is strict? Where did these guys run in? After trying to go out several times, Luli gave up directly. You cow. I won't go out. Luli rolled his eyes and returned to his house. He knew that the door was so chaotic, so he changed it directly. Luli set up a total of 3 teleportation points in Les City. 1 at home, a star trading one, a Wangqing elite college. Worried about being discovered, Luli did not set a transmission point in the Cavaliers. In this way, Luli had to choose to be transmitted near the trading store. As soon as he came out of the alley's mouth, Luli met a person he didn't want to meet now. The person in charge of the Star Trading Bank, Kelly. He quickly lowered his head and didn't want to be recognized by the other party. However, some things are destined to avoid it. Luli and Kelly passed by, and she didn't seem to recognize Luli. Just as Luli was ready to be glad, Kelly suddenly shouted him. Hey, the little handsome guy of the Cavaliers, where did Mr. Polly go? Do you know? Luli was froze for a moment, but he was still recognized. Mr. Polly, he seems to be out, I don't know it. Luli returned a little guilty. This dead ghost. Isn't it enough to have an old lady? I must go out again. Sooner or later, I will die outside. Kelly complained dissatisfied. If it's okay, I'll go first. Little handsome guy, come to our star trading to play, my sister, I will definitely entertain you. Kelly said, put one hand on Luli's shoulder. Luli trembled and fled as if he had left. Seeing this, Kylie smiled and trembled. She still thought that Luli was an innocent boy, and she hid herself because of shyness. But in fact, this is not the case. After Luli walked away, he breathed a sigh of relief. Polly did die and died in Luli's hands. This woman did not expect to be said to her. It seems that I have to find a chance to solve her, and I have to be troubled. Back to the Cavaliers, Luli found that there seemed to be empty. Even the alcoholics who were all idle in the hall of the Cavaliers all day disappeared. The waiter at the bar was lying on the table boring. Luli couldn't help wondering. Why don't you have a person today, where are everyone else? Luli Wen asked the waiter. I heard that there was an accident in the border. All the knights went to support. Steve Cavaliers, why are you still here? Luli heard the words, like a lightning strike. Are you sure, is it the border? Yeah, I just left this morning. You should be able to catch up now. Before the waiter finished speaking, Luli snapped out. It is definitely not easy to make the Cavaliers members dispatch. Luli is most worried about the safety of his mother now. Carlo village is on the border. If the invasion of ordinary monsters is okay, if there is a tragedy like Huangsha village, Luli will never be acceptable. Luli found a safe place and chose to send it back to his own underground farm. Back at home, Luli's first thing was to confirm his mother's safety. Unfortunately, Luli could not find his mother at home. The family was messy, and it seemed like being ransacked, and the roof was even opened. It is hard to imagine what happened here. Suddenly, there was a shouting outside the house. Luli hurried out. I don't know, I was startled at a glance. There are wandering mutant zombies everywhere in the village. A villager ran out of horror, but he accidentally fell to the ground. The mutant zombies behind him had caught up with him. He helped to ask for help. At the moment when the mutant zombie opened his mouth, the moment he was about to bite, Luli moved. He rushed up in one step, pulled the sword in his hand, and he picked the mutant zombies directly to cut the fly directly. Hide in the house. Luli urged the road. The villager froze for a moment, and then reacted. He thanked him evenly, and then ran into the house. Luli quickly resolved the mutant zombie in front of him and returned to the house. In order to prevent other mutant zombies from coming in, Luli also deliberately reinforced the door with stones. The villagers who were rescued by Luli were paralyzed on the ground, panting with a large mouth, and his face was shocked. Do you see my mother Tiki? No. Is there any other living person in the village? I don't know, the villagers are all over, all have become monsters. The villagers said desperately. Luli saw that he couldn't ask any news from his mouth, so he stopped asking. You stay in the room, it's safe here, I go out and see, there are no other living people. After that, Luli waved his sword and flew out of the hole on the roof. The villager was stunned. Luli stood on the roof and began to look around the situation. If the mother is really killed, it is estimated that she will be infected into a monster. No matter what she has become, Luli must find her and bring her back. Along the way, Luli encountered monsters that many villagers became. Seeing this scene, Luli's mood was complicated. Because they could not have a synthetic table, they couldn't even get weapons to resist when they encountered monsters. Each year, you have to pay so much food to Wangqing, and in the end, your own food and clothing cannot be solved. This is the exploitation of the upper-level rulers to the bottom people. Luli was spicy in Wangqing every day, but completely forgot that his mother was still suffering here. Thinking of this, Luli couldn't help but blame himself. If you get your mother to the city earlier, you may not have happened. Luli walked around the village and failed to find the mother's figure. Go forward, go to the village entrance. Through the far away, Luli saw a group of people surrounding the village entrance. It's the Cavaliers. Unexpectedly, they met here. At this time, they were around the village entrance and killed mutant zombies. Luli shouted badly and rushed up quickly. Stop. Who? Several knights responsible for alert stopped Luli. Luli responded, and forgot to put on the cavalier's armor. Seeing Luli Liang's identity, several people let Luli enter. As soon as he entered the team, Luli immediately squeezed into the front and shouted, Stop. Stop me. Everyone was startled by Luli's move, and looked at him in doubt. Steve. What are you going to do? Let's open it. It's dangerous here. There was a strong drink in the crowd. Broken the halberd slowly walked out of the back. Broken the halberd. You are here too. Great. Luli hurried up. Steve. You hurry up, we are performing the task, not joking. If these monsters rush out of the defense line of Carlo Village, the place in the border is complete. Speaking of the heavenly halberd. I know. I didn't like blocking you, I just hope you can kill only the mutant zombie monsters, don't kill the infected villagers. Luli said. Why? Steve, these villagers have been infected, they are no longer different from those monsters. You don't want to be naive. Broken the halberd said. No. Monsters are monsters, people or people. They are just temporarily infected, there is a possibility of returning to normal. If you kill them by hand, it is equivalent to killing people. Steve. Can you stop making trouble again? These villagers have not been saved. Only death can relieve their pain. Although it was impatient, it was still communicating with Luli. The other person stopped him, and it was estimated that he had been poked to death by 1 or 3 forks. Broken the halberd, I said, I can restore these villagers to normal, do you believe it? As soon as Luli's words exit, everyone present showed a strange look. Steve, I know that Carlo Village is your hometown. You may not be able to bear to start with these villagers, but the facts are in front of you, and you can admit your fate. Broken the halberd is not taking Luli's words. Luli looked lonely and knew that the situation was no longer restored. He admits that he is selfish. Breaking the big halberd, he was about to order to continue killing the monster. Suddenly, someone interrupted him. Slow. Hearing this sound, Luli's eyes reignited a hint of hope. See the head of the team. Hundreds of knights around the cavaliers who saw the cavaliers' regiment Moulin arrived, and they all knelt down respectfully. Breaking the halberd also bowed down and bowed towards Moulin. Only Luli stood there, motionless. Old Moo. You're here. I have something to find you. Luli quickly said. I just heard your conversation in the back. Broken the halberd, just come in Steve's words. Do not kill the infected villagers first, dig a pit, and trap them. Luli heard the words, and was overjoyed. Old Moo. You really helped me. Don't be proud of your kid first. I will give you a week. If you can't find a way to restore them to normal, I can only kill them and hear it? Moulin said. A week, isn't it too short? Luli is a bit embarrassed. If you disagree, then we will do it now. Don't ya? One worship 1 week. At that time I will definitely give you a reply. Luli quickly said. Under the efforts of Luli, he finally preserved the lives of the villagers of Carlo Village. The Cavaliers spent a long time before cleaning up this group of mutant zombies. They trapped the infected villagers in a deep pit. Almost all the villagers in Carlo Village are here, but Luli still failed to find his mother. He couldn't help but disappoint. Seeing this, we came up to comfort Luli. Steve, don't worry, maybe your mother is not infected, but just run away? Luli thought so, but when he thought of the big hole in the roof, he always felt a little uneasy. What kind of attack, can you hit the roof directly? If the mother is not infected, where will she go? She can really survive in such a dangerous place? The more Luli thought, the more upset, and he simply left these things behind him. The whereabouts of the mother are looking for, and the villagers in Huangsha Village and Carlo Village have to save. In the evening of the day, the Cavaliers returned to Les City. Luli followed the broken halberd to Moulin's office. Steve, what are you doing? Don't you hurry to find a way to rescue the people in your village? Moulin looked at the landing. Old Moo, I am back this time, it is important news to tell you. Luli said seriously. Oh? Important news? Then you say it. If you dare to take some trivial things to trouble me, I immediately throw you out. I'm very busy now. Moulin threatened. I took a commission task 2 days ago, and the client was Polly. Luli said slowly. Polly? Which Polly? Mu Lin asked. It is the enchanting artist under Elwyn. Broken the Halberd added. Olympic, that guy, I am a bit impressed, what? This is your important news? Polly entrusted me to accompany him to the desert, and said that after the incident, I had to pay me 10,000 gold coins. What does he do to the desert to do? Mu Lin asked, curiously. He said he was going to find the desert temple. After he found it, he didn't let me go in, let me stay outside. Then what? Mu Lin asked. Then, not long, the temple suddenly exploded. Explosion? What about Polly? Mu Lin quickly asked. No, it turns into gray with the temple of the desert. When Luli was lying, Mu Lin had no doubt at all. This? Mu Lin heard the words, and he was a little embarrassed. Leader, Polly is the big red beside His Royal Highness Elwyn. What should we explain? Ask the broken halberd on the side. Mu Lin frowned slightly. After thinking about it for a while, he said, it's a bit troublesome. After all, it is something that he is under the hands of the cavaliers. It is estimated that it will cost more. The two exchanged their opinions and made a decision. Okay, Steve, I already know things, you can go back and wait for the news. If you need it, I will send someone to inform you. Mu Lin said to Luli. Ah? But what? Could it be that you have any comments? Mu Lin's tone was a little unhappy. Old Mu, my important news hasn't been reported yet. You can drive me away now, isn't it appropriate? Luli said, embarrassed. When Mu Lin and Broken Heaven, they were weird. Polly died, this is not important news? Okay, then hurry up and say it. Mu Lin sat back. Old Mu, can I ask you a question first? Luli asked tentatively. Say something. There are farts. Why are you so ink? Mu Lin finally couldn't help it, and shouted at the table. When did the border begin to appear from those mutant monsters? Luli asked. The earliest news should be from 2 days ago, but we only received today. Broken the Halberd explained. 2 days ago. Hearing this news, Luli was also trapped. According to the pigs, those mutant zombies began to appear 2 days ago. Although not the same place, at the same time. 2 places thousands of miles apart, 2 batches of mutant zombies appeared at the same time. This is hard to prevent people doubt. What are your kids in a deep? What is going on and say? I have to be busy to clean up the messy stalls. Mu Lin patted the table and said impatiently. After Polly's death, I passed a village on the way back, where I spent the night. At night, a group of mutant zombies suddenly appeared in the desert, and they attacked the village. Luli deliberately concealed the affairs of the horse bandits and the pigs. These are secrets. Even Mulin, Luli did not intend to tell him. Hearing this, Mu Lin finally couldn't calm down. What? There are mutant zombies in the desert? How about those villagers? I desperately killed all the monsters, but unfortunately, the villagers in the village were all infected. No way, I can only close them together, and then come back to find you. Luli lamented. After listening to Luli's narrative, Mu Lin's face was ugly and paced back and forth in place. The head of the desert and the border at the same time, there is a mutant zombie at the same time. Will there be any connection in this? Broken the Halberd and asked. I think so too, but the 2 places are thousands of miles away, and there are monsters who appear at the same time. This is simply incredible. Mu Lin agreed. Leader, you said, will this happen in other places, but we haven't got the news yet? Broken Heavenly Halberd said his concerns. It's very likely. broken the halberd, you quickly send someone to check. If these monsters do it in the Block Kingdom, it will be troublesome. After Mu Lin ordered, the breakthrough out of the door immediately came out. At this time, there were only Luli and Mulin left in the room. Old Mu, don't you say that the young halberd is the youngest knight? How did I hear that more than 10 years ago, there was a guy who was more powerful than the broken halberd? In the early 20s, he had touched the threshold of the title knight? Luli couldn't hold it anymore and asked. Where do you sound this news? Mu Lin's eyes changed and asked about Luli. I listened to Polly on the road. Luli casually compiled a reason to deal with the way. Mu Lin observed Luli for a long time, and did not see a trace of strangeness, which was slightly more at ease. That person has been dead for a long time, and when the task is out of the task, it fell into the monster pile and was torn into pieces. After Mu Lin finished speaking, he closed his mouth. He refused to say how Luli asked. Okay, hurry up and study how to save people. I still have something to do. Mu Lin drove Luli out of the office and closed the door. Seeing Mu Lin's reaction, Luli became more suspicious. In the end, what happened? Why Mu Lin taboo as soon as he mentioned this? Don't tell me, then I will check it myself. There is no windy wall in the world. I can't believe it. Luli hummed and turned away. Mu Lin actually hid behind the door and overheard. Hearing Luli's words, he was complicated. It wasn't until Luli went away that he had a sigh of relief. The scene of the year appeared again in his mind. Luli left the Cavaliers and went directly to the residence of Wendy's old man. After this guy learned a little bit of refining medicine from Luli, he never went out again, and kept himself in the room to study refining medicine all day. Open the door. Wendy! Luli shouted at the door. Hearing Luli's voice, Wendy also couldn't care about her upcoming potion, and hurried over to leave the door. Teacher, why did you suddenly come to me today? Wendy rubbed her hand and asked a little bit. Well, I can't come yet. No, I mean, if you are going to come next time, inform me in advance, I can send a carriage to pick you up. Wendy quickly explained. Okay, don't make it so troublesome. I come to you today. I want to ask you one thing. I don't know what is. You can't even solve even the teacher? A variant zombie has appeared recently, and it will be infected in a short time in the bite, and then it becomes the same monster. Have you heard of this? Luli found a sofa and sat directly. Slightly heard, but what does this have to do with you? Wendy asked, puzzledly. Nonsense. It doesn't matter what I come to you to do. My village in my hometown was attacked by monsters. Now the villagers are infected. I have to find a way to rescue them within 7 days. Luli said angrily. Is there any rescue? Wendy's tone was obviously a little hesitant. So let me discuss it and see if there is any good way. It's already a monster, I'm afraid I can only kill. Luli heard his words, bowed his head, silent. He also knew that Wendy's words were right. But he just didn't go down. The folks in the village of Carlo, the villagers of Huangsha village, are all innocent. Luli was a little annoyed. At the beginning, he shouldn't run to the third mining area to dig those diamonds, and should not touch the lower bound door. These sudden monsters came out of the transmitted door of the lower boundary. Things have become like this today, and it is impossible to get rid of Luli. Luli couldn't help but fall into a deep self-blame. Seeing Luli's mood low, Wendy took an apple from the fruit plate aside and handed it to Luli. Teacher, don't think about it, come, eat an apple. Luli slowly raised his head, his eyes fell on the red apple, and his eyes were on. Yes. Why didn't I think early? Luli patted his thigh, stood up suddenly, and held Wendy. Good apprentice. You helped me busy. Luli said excitedly. Wendy was stunned in place, with a look of embarrassment. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Don't take care of this first, I ask you, where's the medicine refining room? Upstairs, what? Wendy was confused. Nothing, use me to use it first. After speaking, Luli went on the second floor. Before leaving, he took the fruit plate on the table. Wendy stood in place and stunned for a while, before slowing down. He wanted to go up and see what Luli was doing, but the door was locked, and he didn't dare to disturb Luli, so he had to sit anxiously in the living room. As soon as Luli entered the refining room, he immediately placed the synthetic table on the ground. Just now, he saw the apple in Wendy's hand and suddenly flashed. When playing games, Luli often liked to run in the village, to live with the villagers. As a result, the villagers in the entire village were attacked by monsters and turned into zombie villagers. The night when Luli stayed in Huangsha village, it was like a historical repeat. It can be said that Luli is the disaster of living villagers. In the game, zombie villagers can return to ordinary villagers. Although I don't know if this situation can work now, I always try it. To restore the infected villagers, it takes a few items. One is the golden apple, and the other is the splattered weak potion. It was the apple in Wendy inspired Luli. The production of golden apples is also very simple, as long as 1 apple and 8 gold ingots can be synthesized. Some versions are 8 golden grains. Luli dug a lot of gold mines before, and at this time it happened to be in hand. Open the synthetic table and put the materials in it proficiently. It didn't take long for Luli to get 5 golden apples. There is no extra inventory on him, and he can only get a few from the fruit plate of Wendy's family first. Subsequently, Luli came to the brewing table money and was ready to start making splashed weak potion. The splashed weak potion is quite troublesome. First, you need to make a bottle of ordinary weak potion. Making weak potions requires fermentation spider eye. The fermented spider eye needs to use brown mushrooms plus sugar and spider eye to synthesize. There are a lot of spider eye Luli, after all, he has a spider brush. But this sugar and brown mushrooms are not left. Lack of these two materials, the production of potions cannot continue. There was no way, Luli had to go out and look at it himself. He opened the door and shouted at Wendy downstairs. Apprentice, help me go outside to buy something back. Teacher, what do you need? I will go soon. When I was idle, Wendy heard that Luli had a need and quickly stood up. Brown mushrooms and sugar, how much do you buy for me? Okay. Teacher, wait, I will come back soon. Getting the order of Luli, Wendy ran out. Time is urgent, and Luli will not wait here. He closed the door directly and sent back to the ground of the fog forest. If this method can really restore the villagers to normal, it will definitely need a lot of spiders. Luli brushed the spider's strange torch, let it brush it naturally. He stayed aside, waiting for the spider to refresh. The blood volume of the spider is not high. Luli uses the big knife, and the 2 knives can kill. For Luli, there is no more boring thing than this. An hour later, Luli returned to the room. It happened that Wendy also rushed back. Teacher, everything is here, do you see enough? Wendy asked a large bag of materials in front of Luli. Luli looked roughly, there were a lot of sugar in it, there were more than a dozen groups. However, there are fewer brown mushrooms, only half a group. Why are brown mushrooms so small? It's not enough. Luli frowned and said. Teacher, you don't know that this brown mushroom is extremely high, and there is no city, and the whole city of rice has been running all over, so there are so many. Wendy explained. Isn't it a mushroom, as for such a baby? Luli was puzzled. This brown mushroom is a specialty of the fog forest. The number is scarce. Many people want to pick mushrooms to make a fortune, but the result is gone. Hearing Wendy's words, the silent black dragon suddenly spoke. Brown mushrooms? This stuff is everywhere in the foggy forest, why spend money to buy? Luli heard the words. Really false? Don't you flicker me. What am I lied to you, this stuff is everywhere in the forest, I eat and vomit. Black Dragon said angrily. That dare to be good. I can't worry about brown mushrooms. Seeing Luli smirk when he saw Luli, he was puzzled. He stepped forward and pushed Lumi to ask. Teacher, what are you doing? Why are you smirking in the air? Luli responded, and he hurriedly said, It's okay, just think of something happy. Wendy will be suspicious of landing, and wants to see something from his face. Luli bombed him directly. Okay, I'm going to refine the medicine, you wait outside. Remember, don't disturb me no matter what happened next. Have you heard it? Luli repeatedly told that his tone was very serious. After Wendy finished listening, he nodded again and again. Luli turned his head back to the refinery room and took out the just obtained materials. First of all, brown mushrooms, sugar, and spiders are combined into fermentation spine eyes. Then add the fermented spider eye and 3 water bottles to the brewing taichung. It didn't take long for Luli to get the 3 most basic weak potion. Go to the brewing taichung to add fire, medicine, and weak potion. For a little processing, you can get splashing weak potion. Golden apple has, and the splash splattered and weak potion also has it. The preparation work in the early stage was completed. Luli did not go to the urgent production of more potions. Now the priority is to quickly find someone infected to verify it. Luli actually had a favorite experimental object. In the underground mining area of the 3rd mining area, there is an infected old man. Before Luli used a stone to block him to prevent him from running around, now he can come in handy. Luli took things and moved his mind, and then transferred to the underground of the 3rd mining area. Since the mutant zombies have appeared here, the 3rd mining area has never been opened. Luli came to the place where the old man trapped the old man and dug the stone in front of him. As soon as I opened a small hole, there was a scream of unpleasant monsters from it. The infected old man was still alive, but his body looked thinner. Seeing Luli's arrival, the old man was so excited that he patted the wall crazy and wanted to climb up. Luli squatted down, took out a bottle of splash splattered weak potion, and lost it. With a bang, the potion bottle was broken suddenly, and the potions inside were sprayed on the old man. The old man, who was still constantly moving, gradually became slow. When the old man began to appear as gray bubbles, Luli did not hesitate to feed the golden apple in his hand to the old man. After the old man ate the golden apple, there was a sound of ha-ha in his mouth. Not only that, the bubbles on his body also changed from gray to red. This is the phenomenon of golden apples and weak potions. Luli's hands closed, praying silently in his heart. Must succeed. What he can do is only so much. The rest is depending on the creation of the old man itself. 1 minute has passed. The old man still has not changed. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, until 5 minutes later, the old man's body finally found a change. The most obvious feature of the infected person is that there will be many marks similar to corpses on the face. At this time, those corpse spots on the old man's face were rapidly fading. After about half a minute, the eyes of the old man gradually became bright from the weird red before. In the end, the old man's complexion has completely returned to normal, and it looks no different from normal people. After a twitch, the old man coughed a few times, spitting out a smelly liquid from his mouth. Uncle, are you okay? When Luli saw this, he asked quickly. The old man stood up and stood up hard, his eyes were full of doubt. Where am I? Luli saw that the old man was sober and comforted. It seems that your own method is indeed feasible. The villagers in Huangsha village and Carlo village are rescued. Uncle, this is the mine, do you remember me? Luli started trying to talk to the old man. You are, oh, I remember, you are the young man who entered the hole with me in the morning. The old man looked at Luli and recognized him. Luli stunned. Morning? This has been obviously a few days. It seems that even if the infected person returns to normal, he will not remember what after the infection. Uncle, come up first, let's talk, slowly. Luli took out the pick and dug a step to the old man. The old man's body was very weak, and Luli went down to help him go up. Thank you, Guy, my old bones are really not available. Luli helped the old man to find a place to sit down. It's okay, Uncle, eat something first. Luli had seen the hunger value left by the old man long ago, and quickly took the bread and handed it to the old man. Thank you, Guy, you are really a great person. The old man took the bread and soon finished eating. After recovering physical strength, the old man looked a lot of energy. Uncle, do you remember what happened before? Or, have you seen any strange people? Luli began to ask what happened that day. The old man began to work hard. After a while, the old man slowly said, I heard a strange voice coming here that day, and I came here curiously. Then what? Then, I saw a guy in a black cloak. Black cape? Uncle, can you be more careful? Luli's eyes lighted up and asked. I didn't see the person's appearance, but the person's eyes were very special, white, left. I can't remember. The old man apologized. White eyes. Luli heard the news and almost jumped up. Uncle, are you sure you read it right? Luli forcibly suppressed his excitement and confirmed again. It should be right, it's white eyes. After getting a positive reply from the old man, Luli couldn't sit still. White eyes come from the lower bound. Hi. It must be him. Luli dares to be sure. Not all milk is called Tuluansu. Not all cataracts are called Hai. Luli never expected that the people who came out of the transmitted door from the lower boundary would be Hai. I knew that he could see Hi's respect for his own eyes, and he didn't run at the time. Luli is now like a fanatic star-chasing family who missed idols. The old man on the side was quite puzzled to see this scene. Hey, a good young man, why is it suddenly crazy? After Luli sent the old man out of the third mining area, he returned to Wendy's residence. Teacher, why are you back so soon? As soon as Wendy opened the door, he was surprised when he saw Luli. My good apprentice. Thanks to you this time. Luli hugged Wendy with a happy face. This is related to me, what does it have to do? Wendy was confused, and I still didn't understand Luli's words. Before Luli went upstairs, he specifically ordered Wendy to help himself to get more apples and gold ingots. Although Wendy didn't understand what Luli wanted to do, she still did it obediently. Luli himself was buried in the refining room, and he began to make splashed weak potion. A bottle of splashing weak potion and a golden apple can save an innocent life. Luli must be a fast horse. Before the deadline for a week, all the antidote are made. After making more than 10 bottles of potion, brown mushrooms have been exhausted. Wendy went out before returning, and Luli sent back to the mist forest. Black Dragon told Luli that brown mushrooms were everywhere in the fog forest. At the beginning, Luli thought he was bragging. He didn't believe it until Luli saw his own eyes. There is a thick layer of rotten leaves on the ground of the fog forest. At the bottom of the trunk, many brown mushrooms grow. As long as you gently cut off those raw leaves. There are almost every tree. Luli dug more than half an hour nearby, and he had collected a small brown mushroom with half a backpack. Because the taste is delicious and the output is scarce, the market price of these brown mushrooms is quite high. The cheapest one is one of the hardware. At this moment, in Luli's eyes, the brown mushrooms on the ground seemed to become a gold coin on the ground. It took another hour, until Luli's backpack could no longer install other things, and he stopped it. This time, Luli dug a total of nearly 1,000 brown mushrooms. So many mushrooms are used to cure the villagers in Huangsha village and Carlo village. The rest, Luli intends to stay on his body to prepare from time to time. Back to the refining room, Wendy has been waiting outside the door for a long time. When he saw Luli, he immediately greeted him. "Teacher, all the things you want are ready, it's all downstairs." "Well, do it well." Luli patted Wendy's shoulder and said with satisfaction. The two went downstairs. There are 2 large boxes in the door. Open the box, which is filled with gold ingots. In addition, there are several baskets of apples next to it. "Teacher, students are a little nervous recently, so they can only get so many things." Weisheng was afraid that Luli was dissatisfied and quickly explained. Luli took the things, and then threw out a gold coin bag. "It's okay, I won't take your things in vain." After that, I returned to the refining room. Wendy opened the gold coin bag and looked at it with tens of thousands of gold. He couldn't help but sigh that his teacher was really rich, and he lost tens of thousands of gold coins. Luli estimated that the number of infected people in Huangsha village and Carlo village was about 300. In other words, a total of 300 bottles of weak splashes are needed. Apple, brown mushrooms, sugar, spider eye, fire, medicine. Luli was counting the materials and suddenly stunned. "Oh, fire, the medicine is not enough." Luli couldn't help but have a black line. "After planning for so long, I missed the most important things." The fire used by Luli, the medicine was obtained from the box of the desert temple, and it is not much now. Although there are several tea in Luli's backpack tea, but who can dare to disassemble that thing? If you don't, you will be separated by a corpse. Fire, medicine, really may not be able to buy it. Luli did not intend to trouble Wendy, after all, he was old. He took out the mask from his backpack and worn on his face. In the next second, it appears in the alley near the Star Trading Favor Inn. After Luli entered the Star Trading Bank, the light car walked towards the VIP room. A fully armed guard at the door of the VIP room stopped Luli. Luli snorted. This guard was actually the Knights of the Palace. "Trivan, let me find Miss Lia," Luli said. "No dry person, etc., prohibit entering." The guards talked sharply. Luli frowned slightly. How did the Royal Knights go to the Star Trading Bank to play prestige? "I am the VIP of the Star Trading Bank, why don't you let me go in?" Lu Liquid asked. "I care what you are. It's not easy to get here. Hurry up and hurry up. Don't force me to drive you away." The guard looked at Luli and said disdain. "Get up? You are so relieved. Then I have to go in today," Luli said, and pulled out the white sheath on the waist. Every time he shows people with a ghost noodle, he replaces the big pavement with a white sheath to avoid being discovered. "Want to do it? I think you are getting tired." The guard immediately took out the weapon. "Fight with me? You match?" Luli sneered, a sprint, and a white sheath in his hand picked up, and picked the long sword in his hand. A long sword puppet was inserted into the wooden ceiling and buzzed. Luli put the white sheath on the guard's neck and asked, "Can I go in now?" The guard headed coldly and nodded quickly. He could feel the sharpness of the weapons in Luli's hand. "Go." Luli hummed, pushed it away, and broke into the VIP room. In the VIP room, Liao was sitting hard. Not long ago, Tianqing Trading came with a big man, and he was named her name. Liao had no choice but to come forward. But who knows, this big man is not here to talk about business, but comes to Liao. As soon as Liao appeared, she was sitting beside the man. This gentleman, please let me go. Otherwise, I'm welcome. Leah frowned, and subconsciously wanted to struggle and resist. Miss Leah, I haven't had time to introduce herself, my name is Elwyn. When Leah heard the 3 words of Elwyn, she suddenly stunned. His Royal Highness Elwyn, why are you, will be here. Leah tried to squeeze out a barely smile, and she was very bad. Elwyn, the Prince of the Kingdom. The identity is extremely distinguished. Although it is not the future king's successor, its background and status are enough to call the wind and rain in the city of Les. However, Leah's origin is not ordinary, and it is also the niche family in Les City. If it is just the prince's identity, Leah may not be very worried. However, for Leah, Elwyn has another special identity. He is also a fiancé who has never met. Miss Leah, I am your fiancé, is it necessary to be so rusty? Elwyn leaned against the sofa and looked at Leah with a smile. To be honest, Elwyn was the first time to see Leah today. Originally, he had been very disgusted with this marriage. However, when he saw Leah, he changed his mind. If you can marry such a big beauty home, it will not lose. Elwyn said, holding Leah's little hand. Leah raised his big hand calmly and sat on the other side of the sofa. His Royal Highness Elwyn, you laughed, how can I be worthy of you, this marriage is based on me. Let's stop it earlier. Miss Leah, how can you say that? I think, the 2 of us are a pair of heavenly buildings, but I have been Miss Mooley for a long time. Elwyn said that the lies were not read, and the cheeky level was second only to Luli. Having said that, he moved to Leah's direction again. Leah was squeezed by Elwyn, and there was no place to sit, so she was about to get up, but was dragged by Elwyn. Miss Leah, where are you going? Elwyn's face was close at hand, and Leah could even feel the breath he exhaled. Elwyn's hand was placed in Leah's waist and continued to slide. His Royal Highness Elwyn, please let me go. Leah's aura was a little angry. This makes Elwyn's desire to conquer more. His hand holding Leah's waist was more forceful. At this moment, almost both of them fit together. Elwyn squinted slightly, stretched his head over, and kissed Leah. Leah's whole person was hugged by Elwyn, and couldn't move at all. She didn't want to lose her first kiss, and she didn't want to marry Elwyn in front of her. However, the other party's background was amazing, and Leah didn't dare to resist, nor could they resist. Desperate shrouded Leah. She closed her eyes, and tears slowly slipped from the corner of her eyes. At this moment, the face with a mask suddenly appeared in her mind. She would rather kiss herself a ghost, so she may be happy. This idea appeared in her mind for a second, and she disappeared instantly. Leah can't help but want to slap herself. What are he thinking about? Just as Leah felt ashamed, a scream came suddenly. Immediately, Leah felt that she was held by a solid arm. Leah opened her eyes in surprise. It was the face of her face just now. Mr. Ghost Noodles? Why are you here? Leah was shocked and happy to see Luli. Thinking of what happened just now, she suddenly flushed her face. As soon as Luli entered the door, he saw a strange man holding Leah to get off his mouth. Luli was too lazy to care about these things. But when he saw Leah's expression and tears in his eyes, he immediately understood. Without saying a word, Luli went up to go up a dangling. First, he overturned the man from the sofa, and then pulled it in his arms. The action of this series was completed in the blink of an eye. Miss Leah, you're okay. Just when I entered the door, I saw someone wanting to be polite. Luli asked with concern. I'm okay, thank you. Leah blushed and nodded. Ouch, it hurts me. Which kings are not long eyes, I dare to hit his royal highness. Elwyn kept his chin and struggled to get up from the ground. Luli's punch hit his jaw directly and shocked his teeth several times. Elwyn spit out a blood and scolded. Yeah. His Royal Highness Alwyn, are you okay? It wasn't until this time that Leah finally came back. She quickly went to help Alwyn, but was pushed away by Alwyn. Go away. I don't need you to help. Leah, you bitch. Actually dare to be so intimate with other men in front of me. I can't spare you. Leah was pushed by Alwyn, almost fell. Luli's eyes were fast and quickly helped her. Thank you. Leah felt the breath of the man who landed away from him, and he couldn't say clearly. Miss Leah, let's hide it first, let me teach this guy. Luli pulled Leah behind him and said coldly. Ah? Mr. Ghostface, don't you impulsive. This guy is the prince of the kingdom. If he has 3 long or 2 shorts, it will be troublesome. Seeing this, Leah quickly persuaded. It's okay, I will know the severity when I start. Luli said. You, what do you want to do? I tell you. I'm a prince. You dare to do it to me, you will die. Elwyn said in horror. Oh? Is it? Is the prince who is amazing? I have never hit the prince, I just try it today. Luli moved his bones and said with a smile. Ah. Help. Guard. Come and save me. Alwyn was really panicked now, hysterically shouted. Don't shout, I have asked him to get out. Luli reminded. Elwyn heard that his face changed and changed. He gritted his teeth and regretted it. Today, I only took 1 guard for a low-key act. Unexpectedly, it happened to hit Luli, this evil star. In fact, even if Elwyn brought all the guards today, the results were the same. Can Luli stop these people? Unless Elwyn called a few titled knights to guard him, it is estimated that there is still a little hope. However, the title knight is not a Chinese cabbage. Where is it so good? Even if the king travels, there are only 1 or 2 resident knights around him as protection. In any case, Elwyn must be planted in Luli today. Brother, please, don't kill me, I can give you a lot of money. Seeing that the landing and departure went closer and closer, Elwyn suddenly kneeling towards the landing and began to ask for mercy. Luli was stunned, but did not expect that the product was so counseled. Before he started, he was softened first. Luli stopped, and just wanted to say something. Suddenly, Elwyn turned his wrist, revealing a sharp knife. He waved his little knife and pierced the heart of the landing. Seeing this scene, Leah exclaimed, Mr. Ghostface. Be careful. Luli shook his head and calmed down. He didn't even move, just stood there, letting Elwyn's attack arrived. Although Elwyn was a little doubtful why Luli did not hide, his movement continued. Go to death. Elwyn shouted in a sloppy complexion. In the next second, with the sound of dang, the knife in Elwyn's hand was directly shocked back. Elwyn only felt that his body was tied with a needle, and the pain was extremely painful. Did you not eat? Dare to use some force? Luli looked at Elwyn with a sarcasm. Luli opened his cloak and exposed the full set of enchanting armor inside. With the current defense power of Luli, even if he stands still, he will basically not lose blood. Not only that, Luli's chest armor also comes with secondary thorns. Elwyn's knife continued, not only failed to hurt Luli, but he had rebounded a lot of damage by the effect of thorns. I fight with you. Elwyn did not believe in evil, picked up the knife on the side, and rushed away from landing again. Luli sneered and wanted to take a shot. Luli continued to move, and the sword on his waist came out of the trend. A sweeping, flying out of Elwyn directly, and fell heavily on the wall of the VIP room. Mr. Ghostface. You can't kill him. Leah exclaimed. Luli smiled indifferently and said, It's okay, I have my own degree. Elwyn's previous blood volume was only 2 points. It stands to reason that Luli will definitely die. However, at this time, Elwyn's blood was exactly half grid, which was a little bit. This is a characteristic of the sword-pulling attack move. No matter how high the damage of the previous two swords, it will not cause fatal damage. Only when the third knife can cause fatal damage. That's why Luli is so calm. Luli walked beside Elwyn. It was found that Elwyn, who was hit hard, lay on the ground and fainted directly. This saves Luli a lot of trouble. He leisurely sat back to the sofa, lifted Erling's legs, blowing his whistle, and a look that happened without nothing. Leah stunned for a while, and then returned to God. She quickly cleaned up the house, and then sent someone to send Elwyn to the treatment. If Elwyn dies here, then the star trading line will be finished. Kelly happened to pass by the VIP room and heard that there was movement inside. She couldn't help but glance at the probe in the VIP room. This time, just right with Luli. Luli showed a deep smile to Kelly, and then raised his fist. That look was clearly saying, if you dare to come in, I would have to do it. Thinking of the palms of Luli fam before, Kelly's face changed and immediately took back her eyes. Where did Belly go? Say it is good to help me get angry, why don't you have a letter so far? Kelly stomped his feet, and thought a little annoyed. Several staff members carried the unconscious Elwyn and walked out, just stopped by Kelly. Miss Kelly, let me. We have a hurry. Kelly was unhappy. As soon as she turned back, she wanted to scold and saw a man full of blood. Kelly mixed in rice all year round and recognized the man at a glance. Isn't this His Royal Highness Ollie? How did he become like this? Kelly shocked her mouth. I don't know, Miss Leah asked us to send him back. Leah. As soon as he heard Leah's name, Kylie immediately came. Thinking of the movement in the VIP room, Kelly understood instantly. It is estimated that Elwyn is also like this, by that ghost. After getting this conclusion, Kelly's heart immediately had a new plan. He walked out with the group of people with Alvin. Mr. Ghostface, thank you for helping me teach that guy, otherwise. Leah was embarrassedly thanked. Don't thank you, there is a small thing. Luli waved his hand and signaled that Leah didn't have to say much. I'm here to buy something today. Mr. Ghostface, what do you need? I will send someone to arrange for you immediately. Leah said enthusiastically. Do you know this? Luli said. He took out a fire, and the medicine was placed on the table. I have seen, but I don't know what this is. Leah hesitated for a moment. Don't you know how to use this thing? Luli stunned and asked. I don't know, but if you need it, we still have a little bit here. Really? How much do you have? I want it all. Hearing that, Luli stood up excitedly from the sofa and grabbed Leah's hand. Leah's face turned red instantly, her face was hot. I will arrange for you soon. She broke away from Luli's hand and ran out like a flea. It didn't take long for Leah to get a large box in. Mr. Ghostface, all the things you want are here. When Leah spoke, she deliberately lowered her head and dared not look directly at Luli's eyes. Luli opened the box and looked at it. There was a whole box of fire, medicine. So many. Luli took a few counts, at least dozens of sets of fires and medicines. Even if it is used as TT, it is estimated that it can be piled up with a whole house. We occasionally receive this kind of thing, but I can't sell it, and no one will buy it, so I have been piled up in the warehouse. Leah explained aside. So much, how much does it cost? Mr. Ghostface, these things should be repaid for you and give it to you for free. Leah said with a smile. Give me. This is not appropriate. At that time it will be misunderstood by others. I still pay it. Speaking, Luli put a money bag of 10,000 gold coins in Leah's hands. Mr. Ghostface, really don't need. As soon as Lia wanted to refuse, he heard Luli said, "Miss Lia, we are friends, I don't like to take advantage of others, you must accept this money." Luli's tone was very determined, and Lia had to agree. Luli took all the income backpacks, and strode away from the trading business. Liama sent the landing and left, and his expression was a little lost. Can we only be friends?" Lia stood in place and murmured to himself. Luli left the trading shop, and the light car turned into the alley and sent it back to the refining room. This time, the preparation work finally made great achievements. With enough fire and medicine, you can save all the infected villagers. Luli went to bed and forgot to eat, put himself in the refining room, and started refining. During this period, there was no rest at all, and the medicine was refined every day. Under the high intensity of Luali, 2 of the brewing tables have been broken. That was the collection of Wendy for many years. It is said that one was given to him by his deaf teacher. When Wendy heard this incident, she almost didn't cry directly. "This refining is 2 days and 2 nights. Luli opened the door of the pharmaceutical room, and stretched his waist comfortably. There are several large boxes in the room, all of which are splattered and weak potion, with thousands of bottles. The potions prepared for the villagers of Huangsha village and Carlo village are all in Luli's backpacks, and the rest are more. "Teacher, what are you in this box?" Wendy asked, puzzledly. "What can make us make a big fortune?" Luli revealed a confident smile. Before leaving, Luli deliberately ordered Wendy to let him be optimistic about the things in the box and wait for him to come back. Then Luli returned to Huangsha village with an antidote. After a few days, Huangsha village has been buried by Huangsha a lot. Standing at the door, Luli heard the cry of the infected villagers. Luli pulled out the sword and flew to the top of the bunker. Among the bunkers piled up, hundreds of infected Huangsha village villagers were built. Luli dug a hole and looked inside. The villagers were thin one by one, and their faces were full of corpse. Luli found it in the crowd for a while, and then found Colin's figure. At this point, Colin was constantly using his head to hit the wall. Luli carefully moved above Colin. Colin is the eldest brother in the village. Let him return to normal first, which can make Luli save a lot of effort. However, all of them are infected villagers. Luli wants to save him very difficult. At first, Luli intends to use the sword to stagnate the air, to feed Colin's golden apple and potion in the air. However, Luli later thought about this idea. First of all, this method has very high requirements for Luli's sword unplugging sword, and accidentally may fall. Secondly, even if Colin returned to normal, he stayed with the infected villagers. If you get a bite again, wouldn't it be a loss? Just when Luli was raised, his Yuguang fell on a big tree in the village. There was a spider, hanging the spider silk, and slowly climbing up. Luli suddenly brightened. Yes. Fishing. Why didn't I think of this? If you want to rescue Colin, you can do it with a fishing rod. For Luli, the space under his feet is equivalent to a fish pond. Those villagers are fish. What Luli is going to do is like fishing, just catch Colin. Just do it. Luli took out the fishing rod, aimed at the Corin underneath, and threw the fishing rod out. The fishing rod fell on the back of Colin. As soon as Luli pulled up, Colin flew directly. With a sound, Colin and fish hooks were separated and fell into the puddle that was dug in advance. It's done. Luli was overjoyed and hurried to the pool. Colin's eyes were swimming towards the shore, but he couldn't get up. Luli squatted down and surrounded Colin's surroundings with stones. I'm here to save you. After Luli said, he ate the golden apple to Colin, and then quickly threw a bottle of splattered weak potion at Colin. Colin was stiffened in place and no longer moved. A string of grey bubbles appeared on his body. After the effect of the weak potion was exerted, those bubbles slowly changed from gray to red. After a few minutes of anxiety, the corpse on the face of Colin finally faded away. Colin opened his eyes slowly. When he saw Luli in front of him, he suddenly became alert. "Steve! Why don't you go? Run! Monster!" Speaking, Colin suddenly stunned. He found that it was already bright. Those monsters have long disappeared, and they are trapped in the water. "Brother Colin, the monsters are all dead, don't worry." Seeing Colin's care of himself, Luli also had a long-lost warmth in his heart. Although in the perspective of Luli, Colin seems to be an ordinary villager, However, Luli didn't care about these at all. Colin can't help but be a friend of Steve. He is also his friend of Luli. Steve is Luli, Luli and Steve have been together. Unconsciously, Luli has begun to gradually integrate into the world of this block. It's all dead? How is this possible? It is difficult for Colin to believe in his ears. He clearly remembered that night, the entire village was overwhelmed. "Nothing is impossible, hurry up and eat something to rest, there will be important things to help you later." Luli stretched his hand towards Colin and pulled him up from the water. Colin realized that he was hungry. He was not polite, and he took the bread he handed to him and stuffed it into his mouth. "Mother, starved to death." Taking advantage of the time of Colin to eat, Luli told Huangsha village. After listening, Colin burst into tears. "Steve! You are really the great benefactor in our village." Luli waved his hand again and again, saying that these were what he should do. 10 minutes later, Colin finally was full. He slammed and patted his belly with satisfaction. "Go. Let's save the folks." Luli nodded and taught the fishing method to Colin. At the beginning, Colin was still a bit sparse. Later, the fishing was more accurate than Luli. When Luli saw this, he simply let Colin stay in height, and he stayed by the pool. Every time Colin was caught by an infected villager, Luli was responsible for lead people to the shore and feeds them medicine. At the beginning, Luli dared to feed one by one. Later, the two cooperated gradually. Luli accelerated some speed. There are more and more villagers in the pond. Every few minutes, several villagers will return to normal. Luli pulled them up and asked them to eat to restore their physical strength. Later, those villagers who resumed normal came to help Luli to save people, and the efficiency became more and more accelerated. Without an hour, more than 100 people infected with Huangsha village have returned to normal. Colin jumped off from a height, and excitedly talked to the villagers' feet when he heard Luli deliberately came to save them. The villagers in Huangsha village knelt down collectively and thanked Luli. Where did Luli suffer such a great gift? Quickly let everyone get up. After that, the villagers returned to their respective home. Huangsha village finally recovered. Looking at this scene, Luli couldn't help crying. The Huangsha village, which is located in the desert, does not have to pay food because there is no field. Although the conditions are more difficult, the villagers are self-sufficient and their lives are good. But the village of Carlo is not so comfortable. Obviously there are a large number of fields, but the villagers still have to be hungry. Luli grew up in Carlo village since he was a child, knowing that life is not easy. If Carlo village can become the same as Huangsha village, Luli secretly thought. However, this is obviously unlikely. Unless Luli can redevelop the rules of this kingdom. Luliha and Colin said individuals and hurriedly left. As for the group of pigs and thieves in the desert oasis, Luli did not care for the time being. These are not what Luli is going to consider now. The infected villagers are still waiting for him to rescue him. Maybe you can learn about the mother from the villagers. Luli returned to the Cavaliers and found the broken halberd for the first time. Broken, the halberd is now full of limelight, and it is almost the head of the next knights. seeing Luli's arrival, breaking the halberd down and putting down his hand. What kind of wind blows your kid? Is it possible to think of a way to rescue the villagers? In the words of the halberd. Oh, you can guess this. You are really God. Luli said in surprise. Breaking the halberd for a while, he just joked just now. Do you really think of ways? Breaking the heavenly halberd asked the letter, suspiciously. What am I lied to you? You hurry up with me, life is close. After Luli said, he was going to go out with the broken halberd. Hey, slow down. The broken, heavenly halberd was pulled out of the door by Luli. As soon as the two arrived at the door, they happened to meet Mu-Lin, the head of returning out. Steve, it's enough to be crazy alone, why should you pull the heavenly halberd together? Mu-Lin said with some blame. The situation is critical now, which is the time of employment. Without breaking the halberd, the cavaliers will make a mess. Old Mu, you are here just, go to the border with us. Luli saw Mu-Lin immediately pull him into the team. Before Mu-Lin answered, Luli forcibly pulled him over. Leader, just give this guy a chance, in case it is really successful? Broken Mu-Lin said. Okay. Then I will make such an exception. If your kid will dare to play with me, you just wait to scold. Mu-Lin snorted and joined the team. 10 minutes later, Luli took the two to the village of Carlo in the border. Although it was only a few days before, it seemed to have spent several years for Luli, for several years. Steve, hurry up, don't ink. Mu-Lin urged. Just look at it. Luli took out the shovel and dug a large pond at the village entrance, which was covered with water. Mu-Lin and the broken halberd looked at each other, and they didn't know what Luli was going to do. When the pool was dug, Luli started to start. The infected villagers were trapped in a closed pit. Luli climbed to it and dug the turbone above. Seeing light for a long time, they became irritable. Luli was sitting on the ground directly. He took out the fishing rod from his backpack and dumped it, and hooked a villager. It was a neighbor living near Luli. Luli wants to get his mother's whereabouts from the neighbor's mouth. Why do you want to do this, guy? Why are you still thinking about fishing? Mu-Lin was puzzled. Go you. Luli dumped hard, and the villagers who were hooked flew high from the crowd. With a sound, it fell into the pool under the land. Steve. You are crazy. What are you letting go out of the monster? Seeing this, the two halberds and Mu-Lin were exclaimed. Don't be afraid. Good show is still behind. Luli jumped down from the height and controlled the sword to fly to the edge of the pool. The infected villagers were lying on the pool and dancing their claws at the landing to the ground, but they couldn't touch him. Go up and see. Mu-Lin frowned, pulling the sky halberd, and walked forward. Seeing that the two arrived, Luli smiled and looked like a bamboo. Steve, what are you doing? In the event of running the monster, you and I can't afford this responsibility. Speaking of the heavenly halberd. Broken the halberd, I hope you can take back the words just now, they are not monsters, they are just innocent victims. Luli turned his head and stared at the tally. Next time, if you say that, don't blame me to turn my face or not to recognize people. I don't care what the shit knight you are. Broken halberd was scared by Luli's eyes. He has never seen such Luli. Okay, I know. Broken the halberd nodded in return. Luli took the golden apple and splashed weak potion in his hands, and completed the treatment very skillfully. Next, it is the moment of witnessing miracles. Luli's face was restored again. The broken halberd and Mu-Lin on the side are also full of curiosity. I don't know what kind of surprise Luli can bring. A few minutes later, the corpse on the face of the infected villagers gradually retreated, and finally recovered their consciousness. This time, it was shocked by breaking the halberd and Moulin. It can really be cured. Is this too amazing? Steve, how did you do it? Can you tell me? Moulin looked at Lu Li's eyes extremely hot. The Cavaliers are recently busy with the burnt of the mutant zombies. Today, Lu Li can heal the infected person. This is a great news. As long as Lu Li is willing to share his own way, he can sacrifice many people. Lu Li waved his hands at them and signaled that the two did not speak first. He picked up the villagers from the water and handed it to the villagers. Steve, why are you here? What's wrong with me? The villagers looked at Lu Li, a little circled, and couldn't figure out the situation. The next second, he suddenly thought of his previous encounter, and his face was frightened. Steve! Run! There are monsters in the village! He shouted loudly at landlord. Don't be afraid. All the monsters have been beaten up by me. Run! The man obviously didn't believe Lu Li's words. Don't take care of this first. I ask you, do you see a mother you see before the accident? Lu Li looked forward to the man and asked. When the man heard Lu Li's words, he suddenly hesitated. Lu Li was in his heart, knowing that most of them are not good. If you say anything, don't hesitate. All right. The man lamented. Miss Tiki, she was caught by the monster. What? Get away by the monster? How is this possible? Lu Li heard the words, almost never jumped up. I only heard that monsters hurt people, and I have never heard of monsters to catch people. What is going on? Lu Li asked. That day, I was planting land. Suddenly, a huge zombie rushed into the village. Hearing this, Lu Zi thought of the giant zombie he met at the village that night. Could it be? Then what? The giant zombie ran all the way and came directly to your house. Your mother hid in the house, but was directly smashed by the giant to catch the roof and was taken away. The people in the village wanted to leave the giant zombie, but a group of mutant zombies appeared, which stopped our way to go. We have to give up. Steve, I'm sorry, we really can't leave your mother. The man said with some guilty. Lu Li shook his head. You have tried your best, don't blame you. Those monsters are not ordinary people at all. Lu Li suddenly fell into contemplation. What exactly is the giant zombie took away the mother? Is the mother still alive? Things have become more and more confusing. Steve, don't be sad, your mother is blessed, and it will be fine. Broken the halberd came up and patted Lu Li's shoulders comforting. I hope. Lu Li returned from sorrow. It's not a time to say. Many villagers are waiting for Lu Li's rescue. Lu Li was busy living, just like in Huangsha village, he rescued the infected villagers one by one. Breaking the halberd and Moulin looked at it for a while, probably knew how to save the villagers. Steve, let's help you. The two came up together and began to help Lu Li rescue the villagers together. With the help of the two titled knights, the efficiency is more than a little bit faster. It took less than half an hour to Lu Li, and all the infected villagers were restored. When they saw the golden medals on the shoulders of Moulin and the broken halberd, they were all dumbfounded. Two titles knights. They were rescued by the two titles. What kind of glory is this? A group of people kneeling to the two, kneeling down and expressing thanks. Thank you, the Cavaliers to save each other. Moulin frowned slightly, and said to the villagers, the folks, you don't have to thank the two of us. What you really should thank is Steve. As soon as this statement came out, the villagers obviously did not believe it. In their eyes, Steve is just a child. Moreover, Steve had previously conflicted with the Reinhardt Knight, who was saved. This made them even more unwilling to believe that Steve saved them. Seeing everyone questioning, I couldn't stand it anymore, and then added. Our cavaliers initially intended to kill all the infected people. It was Steve's reasoning, which allowed you to live today. Not only that, Steve also found a way to recover the infected person in a few days. All of this is because of Steve. After the break of the heavenly halberd, everyone looked at Luli. The villagers are complicated. They did not expect from beginning to end that Luli saved them. This sudden reality makes people caught off guard. Luli didn't care about this at all. The people who saved Huangsha village were from sincerity. However, he rescued the villagers in Carlo village to learn about the whereabouts of his mother. There is an essential gap between the two. Luli turned and left, walked outside the village, and drove a group of people aside. When Mu Lin saw this, he didn't say much. Luli went out of the village and walked towards the forest. He once saw the figure of a giant zombie here, so he decided to touch his luck. Maybe he can find the whereabouts of his mother Tiki. Unfortunately, things are contrary to their wishes. Luli squatted here for a whole night. Except for a few zombies without long-eyed, he never discovered any more. It wasn't until the sky was bright, and Luli sighed away. After one night of trimming, the village of Carlo returned to normal. Luli and Broken Matlin returned to the Cavaliers together. As soon as he took the seat, Mu Lin couldn't wait to speak. Steve, are you still the things you treat villagers? There is still there, but just. Luli pretended to have a difficult expression. Where does Mu Lin do not know the meaning of Luli? Isn't it just wanting benefits? Don't ink, just say anything if you want, I try to satisfy you. Old Mu, you still understand me? Then I won't be polite to you. Luli's careful thought was dismantled, and he said with a smile. If you want to restore the infected person, you need a golden apple, a bottle of splashes of weak potion. Then, the point. Mu Lin impatiently urged. A golden apple requires 8 gold ingots and 1 apple to synthesize. The cost of a gold ingot is almost 5 gold coins. 8 are 40 gold coins. Calculating a total of 40 gold coins, but this is only a cost price. I can't always make a penny. You always have to give me some processing fees? How much do you want? Mu Lin asked. Not many, 66 gold coins, picture auspicious. Luli smiled. So expensive? Old Mu, the account is not the case. Every time you buy a bottle of potion, you can lose less of a night in advance. Could it be that a heroic knight is not worth 66 gold coins? Luli Jian persuaded. When Mu Lin heard Luli's words, he thought he was right for a while and felt quite right. Okay, then 66 gold coins. What price is the potion? Mu Lin asked. This potion is my unique formula. What the materials needed like spider eyes, brown mushrooms are expensive, and the cost is tens of gold coins. Moreover, the refining of this potion is extremely difficult. Except for me, no one can refine it, and the labor cost will be greatly increased. Say a price, see if I can accept it. Mu Lin was too lazy to talk nonsense with Luli, and asked directly. Luli smiled and smiled, compared with a gesture. 80 gold coins? It is a bit expensive, but it can be accepted. Mu Lin said. Luli shook his head and said. Not 80, it is 800. How much? How much? 800 gold coins. Steve, have you been kicked by a donkey? Who would spend 800 bottle of potion? When Mu Lin heard this price, people almost didn't faint. Chind, 800 gold coins are too high, even if you report it, the king will not agree. Mu Lin persuaded. What does this have to do with the king? Luli asked. The cavaliers belong to the kingdom of the block. If you want to buy things, of course, you need to sign and agree with the king. Mu Lin explained. I don't care. Anyway, I just price. Love to buy or not? If the king disagrees, then it is okay. Luli spread his hands, and it didn't matter. Luli believes that the price of life is even higher, and there is a sales. Even if the cavaliers don't buy it, there will be someone else to buy it. Okay. I'll report it to see it first. If the king disagrees, I have no right. Okay, then you are busy first, I go back to rest and be exhausted. Luli pretended to stretch his laziness and left. When Luli went away, Mulan sighed. This kid is really full of little wealth. Broken the halberd, hearing the words, and smiled. Leader, Steve is good everywhere, it is a small problem of greedy money. Don't care too much. Previously, Mulan also felt that Luli had the shadow of Stin on his body. Now it seems that I think more about it. Hey, I really don't know what Siwen made a sin in his last life. When he spread out such a sun, he really lost his face. Mulan couldn't help feeling. Leader, should we tell Steve the things? Broken the halberd and asked. No, wait, the time is not mature, if I can, I would rather keep this secret forever. Luli left the cavaliers and walked towards the home. Before he arrived at the door of his house, Luli saw people on the streets. Why are so many people squeezed here? Luli was a little puzzled. He suddenly thought of the scene that morning. No, come again for my villa. As the saying goes, the aroma is not afraid of the alleys. It seems that my own house is so good. Luli was abolished and had a strong energy, and then squeezed in from the pile. Sure enough, these people came to see the villa. What a beautiful house. Really go in and see. The house next to the house is simply garbage. I don't know which architectural master's handwriting from this house. I really want to see it. Luli was mixed in the crowd, listening to the crowd of the villa, and could not help but flutter. He stepped out of the crowd, and stepped into the ground in the shocking eyes. Now, the crowd immediately made a sensation. Essence lying. How did he get in? Someone exclaimed. Do you still need to say, this person must be the owner of the house? Another person immediately guessed Luli's identity. Luli ignored everyone, walked directly into the house and closed the door. This disappointed the onlookers, and they thought they could go in and see. Luli came to the basement and thought that after the group of people touched the wall, they should be spread out tomorrow. He cleared the things in his backpack and transmitted it back to the desert oasis. Dahe is still waiting for himself. As soon as he appeared, there were 2 golden swords on his neck. The 2 pig people were staring at Landing with a vigilant look. Luli was stunned and didn't dare to move. Brothers, put away the weapon, he is not an enemy. The sound of the pig's Anta suddenly sounded. Anta hurried up and explained. The 2 pigs put the letter with suspicion. Anta, what's going on? Luli returned to the operation, and some puzzled questions Xiong Anta. Brother Steve, I'm really embarrassed. These pig people are not my subordinates, and I accidentally let them offend you. Anta said with some guilty. Not your subordinates? What happened? Luli looked around and found that there were obviously a lot of pigs in the oasis, and they didn't know where they came from. That's it. Anta began to explain to Luli. Just 2 days ago, not long after Luli left, a group of pig people appeared in the desert. It is said that they also escaped from the portal of the lower bounds. 2 groups of pigs met here. In order to compete for the site, they almost fought. The new group of pig people are more than doubled than Anta. In order to prevent his men from hurting, Anta chose to give up some sites for each other. As a result, the other party directly occupied the lake of the oasis and drove Anta to the dune life outside. Without the lake, Anta could no longer be comfortable to take a bath. The desert is hot and hot. If you want to cool in the water, you have to look at others' faces. Luli looked towards the lake, and saw most of the lakes occupied by strange pigs. Antah's subordinates can only hide in the shade of the tree. Thinking of this, Antah began to sigh. When Luli saw this, he patted his shoulder and comforted. "Don't worry, then I will find a good place for you." "Really, thank you so much." Antah heard that it was quite moved. "By the way, your friends were caught by the pig people, so go and see." "What? Are you talking about Turner?" Luli was shocked, but he did not expect that there was such a thing. "Yes, it's the guy who grows carrots with us." "Then do you know, why should the other party catch him?" Luli asked. "Isn't it because of grabbing the site?" After the pig Antah decided to give up the site, the other party directly occupied the lake. The site of the lake is where Turner is used to grow carrots. In a few days, carrots can be harvested. After this group of pigs came, they directly drove Turner out. Not only that, they also missed the whole carrot field. Regardless of whether it is mature, it is all out and eat. As soon as Turner was angry, he rushed up, but he was caught directly by the other party. After listening to Antah's telling, Luli's fist couldn't help holding up. "Actually dare to bully Lao Tzu. They are dead," Luli said fiercely. "Steve, don't be impulsive, the opponent's fighting power is much higher than us, we will lose when we fight," Antah quickly persuaded. He didn't want his subordinates to reduce the staff. "Antah, this matter has nothing to do with you, you don't need to worry, I can solve it myself." Luli's tone is firm. After he came to this world, he never suffered losses in the hands of others. In other words, the guy who dared to do the right thing with Luli is not easy to end. For example, the father and son of Lanehart and Earl Gillen. Luli followed Antah to their site. There is only one sand dune from the lake. Luli is lying on the sand dunes, and you can see the situation by the lake. At this point, Turner was forced to plant it. Those pigs knew that carrots were delicious, so they did not kill him, but let him do free hard work and plant them for land. Turner waved his hoe, sweat like rain, and dug the ground hard against the sun. He still had a lot of injuries, sweat dropped on the wound, and he grinned with pain. "Hurry up." The pig who was responsible for the guards kicked on Turner's ass and scolded. Turner fell lying in the field, and the just dugout was broken again, and he had to dig again. Turner gritted her teeth and stood up. He endured the pain and didn't scream. "Wait for Steve to come back, you have to die," Turner secretly said. He believes that Steve will definitely come back to save himself. When Luli saw this scene, he almost pulled out his weapon directly and rushed up to chop the pig man. When Antah saw this, he quickly stopped him. "Steve, calm. You rush up now, you can't help but save people, and you will die." "I ghostly." Luli punched his punch on the ground, anger. "I dare to treat Lao Tzu like this, I must kill this group of guys," he said fiercely. "Go, it's not safe here, let's go into another place." Luli pulled Antah to the sand dunes. No one was here, and he would not be discovered by the pig people. "Antah, I have to do it tonight, you can take your brothers quickly, so as not to be injured by mistake." "Do it tonight? So fast?" Antah stunned. "Yes. It's tonight. I really and NBP, I can't bear it anymore." Luli was angry. Antah hesitated for a while, before he was determined. "Okay. I look at them too. Count me. Let's do it together." Antah thought of the grievances these days, and finally couldn't hold it. Subsequently, Luli Shur and Antah formulated a combat plan. The number of enemies is several times that of Luli, and they are well equipped. Many pigs also have the golden sword and armor. On the other hand, Luli was all naked, holding the broken weapons. If you want to fight against each other, you must first improve the combat effectiveness. Luli didn't say anything. He took out his own inventory and made a set of iron armor for each pig. As for Anta, Luli made a whole set of diamond equipment to give it to it. Luli spent such a large price to cover these pig people. Pig people are born warriors, heroic war. As long as these pigs can be used as their own, they will not worry about fighting in the future. Brothers, tonight we will kill the group of guys and regain our sight. Anta summoned his subordinates together. Pig people are full of excitement. They have been resentment in the past few days, and there is no place to vent. Brothers of the pigs, there are some equipment here, you can put it on, one person, one set, everyone has a share. Luli came out in time and took out a lot of armor. The eyes of the pigs were almost falling out. Fuck. So many equipment. Local tyrant, do you still lack leg pendants? Anta, this set of armor is for you. Luli sent the diamond set to Anta's hands. Anta's hand holding the armor was slightly trembling. This, so expensive, how can I be embarrassed? Anta's excitement was a little unclear. This is a full set of diamond armor, and a diamond sword. Anta did not dare to expect himself to use such top equipment in his life, and he was grateful. Say nothing, from today, you are my boss of Anta. Anta almost moved out. His subordinates nodded very much. Luli looked very calm on the surface, but he had a long time to bloom. This group of pig people also speak well, and a set of iron is so satisfied. Under the same equipment, the fighting power of a pigman is comparable to a golden knight. In this way, Luli is equivalent to dozens of golden knights. If you put them on better equipment in the future, the combat effectiveness may even be comparable to a title knight. Thinking of this, Luli was a little trendy. The night is getting stronger. Luli and the pigs hid in the dark, waiting for the reward of the opportunity. The other party arranged guard around the lake. Once there is any wind blowing, they will immediately notify everyone. The primary purpose of Luli's trip was to rescue Tenna. Tartna must be rescued before the next plan can be carried out. Brothers of the pigs, don't go out first, wait for me to save my friends, you can do it. Luli told the pigs behind him. Boss, although you go, wait for you, my brothers and I will rush up to cover you. Anta nodded, patted Luli. Okay, then I'm gone. After speaking, Luli put on a black cloak and disappeared into the night. Although it was late at night, Turner was still monitored by the pigs. Hurry up. It's the last place to be worse. If it wasn't for you, I went to sleep early. The words responsible for guarding Tenna were full of resentment. Other pigs can rest by the lake, only it can't. Although the work of the supervisor is also very easy, it is far worse than the sun by the lake. As a result, it vent his grievances on Turner. Turner was close to the collapse at this time. He is almost 40 years old, his physical strength has declined, and he can't afford such heavy work at all. Today, I planted a whole day with back pain. As a result, I didn't even drink it, and the meat that was difficult to swallow was still difficult to swallow. It's okay not to eat it. After eating, spit out the remaining food in the stomach. Turner is almost desperate. But he still had a trace of expectations. Steve will definitely come to save me. Turner thought like this, but his body was not controlled towards the ground. Not good, I can't hold it. Just as his body was about to land, his hands pulled him up. Turner, are you okay? A familiar voice sounded in his ear. Turner opened his eyes and saw Luli, who was worried about. Steve, you are finally here. Before he finished speaking, Turner's head was crooked and passed out. He was so tired. Luli was shocked, and quickly checked the situation of Turner. Fortunately, it's just hungry. Luli is fortunate. He quickly fed Tenna to eat a golden apple to restore him to his physical strength. The effect of the golden apple is really powerful, and it directly woke Turner. He saw Luli and sat up suddenly. "Steve, you really came to save me. I thought the one was a dream just now," Turner said excitedly. "It's not to say this now, let's go with me." Luli pulled Turner and walked towards behind the dune. Turner looked at the pig person who fell beside the field and stunned. Was you killed?" "Nonsense. Don't solve it, how can I save you? Hurry up." Luli stood under the sand dunes and pushed Turner up. "What about you? Don't you come up?" Turner asked puzzledly. I'm going to get revenge for you." Luli left a sentence and turned away. Turner looked at the leisurely figure, and suddenly the corner of his eyes was soaked. "It's so similar. It's so much like." At that moment, he remembered the past. At that time, Turner was also bullied, and one person was in his early age. It's just that that person is now or not. Luli quietly approached the area where the pigs rest. There are nearly 30 pigs in the stacker here in the stacks. Luli couldn't help but sneer. "Dare to bully Lao Tzu, you all have to die." He buried a large number of tea tarts near these pig people tea, dig a large pit outside, and cover it with grass. After doing all this, Luli is in tea lay red stone powder next to tea, and extends outside the explosion safety area. After completing these preparations, Luli activated the ending pole. The darkened red stone suddenly became bright, and went towards the base of the pigs all the way. Not long after, TT is all ignited. The next second, the entire desert oasis are as bright as day. With a loud noise, more than 30 pigs who were asleep were instantly blown into pink, and they rose together. Seeing this scene, the pig Anta shouted excitedly. "Hand!" The pigs came out of the nest and shouted and rushed out. Those hostile pigs awakened from their sleep and had not figured out what happened, and was cut to death by Anta's men. None of Anta's side was even wounded, so they all destroyed each other. From Luli to the opponent's entire army, it only took less than 10 minutes. "Boss, all enemies are destroyed," Anta reported to Luli excitedly. "Do it well." Luli also showed a long-lost smile. After eliminating the pig people, the rest was to clean the battlefield. After Luli settled Turner, he came to the lake to take a walk. The big bang that Luli just created just now is amazing. The lake camps perched with the pigs were directly blown out of a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters. The lake water poured in, causing the lake surface to decline. "Huh? What is this?" Luli accidentally kicked a hard thing. At the beginning, Luli thought it was a dead branch underwater. Until Luli wiped the dirty east and west on the surface of the hard object, it was found that this stuff was actually a huge bone. What Luli saw was just a small interception on the ground, and most of the remaining parts were buried in the sand. After spending almost 10 minutes, Luli dug out the bone completely. However, he couldn't think of which animal this thing came from. Helpless, Luli had to choose to help the black dragon. The black dragon yawned and said lazily, "What are you looking for me?" "Black dragon, wake up. Help me see what the bones this is." "It's just a bone, as for me," the black dragon suddenly exclaimed. "Well?" Luli asked curiously. "Oh my god. This is a keel." The black dragon tone was full of excitement. "You mean, there is a dragon who died here?" "It should be right." Black dragon definitely answered. "Is the keel very precious?" "Of course. Generally, the keel will be formed only after the death of the dragon with excellent bloodlines. These keels contain their blood power. If I can get it, the strength will definitely rise," the black dragon explained. "After half a day, it turned out to be useful for you. I thought I could get some benefits." Luli heard his words, and suddenly he had no interest. Hey, can't you say that? My strength has become stronger, isn't it good for you? It sounds like a bit. What should I do? It's very simple, just dig out that keel out and take it away. When Heilung heard a show, he quickly said. Luli nodded, squatted down, ready to put the keel in backpack. The moment Luli's hand touched the keel, a powerful force poured into Luli's body along the keel. In the few seconds of Luli's shin, the luster on the surface of the keel suddenly began to dim. It didn't take long for the keels to start the sound of cracking. In the end, the whole keel turned into a powder, directly, scattered on the ground with the wind. Black Dragon looked at the landing, his mind was a little short. Luli didn't know what happened. However, he suddenly felt that his body was full of strength. After looking at his own attributes, Luli was startled. Originally, Luli had only 20 points of blood. Now, it has become 30 o'clock. Not only that, Luli can obviously feel that his strength and speed have also increased a lot. Black Dragon, what's going on? Luli asked. I'm curious too. You are not the dragon, how can you absorb the power of the keel? Black Dragon cried and said. The keel, which was about to get in his hands, was absorbed by Luli. Where can I say it? He thought, and suddenly he jumped out of his mind. Luli had a dragon egg. I know. It must be that you got the blood of the dragon when you eat dragon eggs before, so you can successfully absorb the keel. I didn't expect to have such benefits to eating dragon eggs. It seems. I will get a few more dragon eggs in the future, to try it. Lulizy said. The black dragon on the side almost fainted. How many more dragon eggs are trying? Luli really dares to say. The fertility of the dragon tribe was originally low, and sometimes there was no new young dragon born in a group for decades. After the black dragon stole the dragon egg, it became the dead enemy of the entire shadow dragon group. Luli actually wanted to fight their ideas, it was crazy. Luliby picked up a big cheep and was in a good mood. He hummed Zyakar and continued to move around by the lake. Oh, how do you forget the big black? As soon as Luli patted his head, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip to leave. However, he didn't seem to see the big black figure in Oasis. What about big black people? Anta, see my horse? Luli went back and asked Anta. Anta looked at the landlord. Don't worry, it must be moisturized than us now. What's the meaning? Luli stunned and asked. Go to the east, there is a piece of grassland, you know when you go. Anta pointed to the east. Luli was confused, but no matter how he asked, Anta refused to say. No way, Luli had to run a trip. According to Anta's guidance, Luli finally arrived at the grassland before dawn. Through the far away, Luli heard a familiar hissing sound. This is the unique donkey's hissing, Luli will not hear it wrong. He took a closer look. I saw a strong big black horse on the grassland in the distance, and was riding on another gray horse. Luli couldn't help covering his eyes, which couldn't bear to look straight. Good guy, no wonder Anta is unwilling to tell himself. Hey, this guy, really? Luli was speechless. After entering, Luli found that the gray that was not a horse, but a donkey. Luli shouted with his face, Big hey, you come over to Lao Tzu. Dahe was excited, and suddenly he roared by Luli, trembling, and hurriedly ran over. The gray mother donkey stared at Dahe with grievances. Dahe, do you want to stay here, or go back with me? Luli asked. Dahe looked at Luli, and looked back at the mother donkey, and he turned around in place. Dahe lowered his head, walked to Luli's side, and stunned him. Seeing the appearance of Dahe, Lu was softened. Forget it, you stay here first, I'll pick you up in a few days. Hearing Luli's words, Dahe shouted happily, and ran back to his mother donkey again. The horses he raised have a object, and you are still a single dog. Is this reasonable? Luli shook his head and sent back home. As soon as he went out, Luli found that those people were still waiting outside. I thought that after eating closed doors, these guys walked away with interest. I did not expect that the effect was counterproductive. Today, there seemed to be a lot of people outside. There was no way, Luli had to walk in front of everyone. Dear, can you not stop at my door? This will make me very troublesome. Luli pretended to have a headache. After the crowd determined Luli's identity, there was a noise in the crowd again. They squeezed into the front and wanted Luli to let them go in. Brother, can we let us go in and watch? Yeah, I am willing to pay a gold coin. I want to go in a gold coin? I get 5 gold coins. Let me go. Luli originally planned to tell everyone that he would not let anyone come in. But when he heard that someone was willing to pay gold coins, he suddenly shined. Building a house is simply easy for him. If you can make money, wouldn't it be better? Luli immediately changed his mind. He cleared his throat and said to the crowd, everyone, calm, listen to me. As soon as Luli opened the noisy scene immediately quietly. I know that everyone wants to come to my house, but there is no helpless space too small, and there are so many people at once. So, I am going to take a paid visit to visit a fee of 10 gold coins at a time, and there are free food in the house. Luli Gong announced the news, and the crowd immediately exploded. 10 gold coins. So expensive. Why don't you grab it? Poor, don't come, I pay 10 gold coins, put me in. In this regard, everyone is mixed. Luli had expected this situation for a long time, so it was not very surprised. He is priced at 10 gold coins, just to remove those who like to make up for fun. Those who really like architecture, even if they are 100 gold coins, they will be willing. When I heard that the visit, I had to pay 10 gold coins, and many people walked away disappointed. However, many people stayed. Luli counted and found that hundreds of people were waiting outside. This can't help but make him have a headache. With so many people, his villa can't accommodate. No way, Luli hung a sign at the door. Private houses, paid visits, 110 gold coin once, limited to 100 daily. As a crossing person, Luli is well versed in hunger marketing. Sure enough, after seeing Luli hanging signs, the crowds were even more interesting. Brother, let us go in. We have money. A man shouted loudly and couldn't wait. Luli didn't care about him and hung another notice. Tomorrow will open, no reception today. Those who were waiting outside saw the notice sign to look at each other. Is this person stupid? Don't make money. The onlookers vomited together. Not long after, the people at the door were all gone. Tomorrow is a random extraction qualification to enter, so it is useless to queue in advance. Seeing everyone finally spread out, Luli nodded with satisfaction. Can be sent away this group of people. It seems that the next time Hanji, who met the knights of the palace, has to talk to him. The defense of this land area is too bad, and so many people are running in. But Luli didn't know that since he dressed up a pig at the door to eat tigers and pitted Hanji, Hanji became more cautious. As long as they are not suspicious, they generally will not stop the other party from entering. I'm afraid that it will cause a powerful guy like Luli. This is probably the so-called dynasty being bitten by a snake, and I am afraid of the well rope for 10 years. Luli can also be regarded as herself. Back in the house, Luli came directly to the basement. The entrance of the basement is extremely hidden, and most people can't find it at all. Luli took the cocoa beans and from the forest from the box. This is also a point that Luli just thought of. In this world, no one has discovered the use of cocoa beans. In fact, in addition to making sushi biscuits, cocoa beans also have a lot of use. That is to make coffee. Luli's cocoa beans are planted from the forest, and then NBP use bone meal to ripen it directly. It didn't take long for Luli to get several groups of cocoa beans. Take out some cocoa beans and roast it on the fire. Then crush it into powder. This is the simplest coffee powder. Luli took out a cup, added coffee and hot water made of cocoa beans, and stirred gently. A strong fragrance exuded from it, smelling very tempting. It's so fragrant, I don't know what the taste is? Luli took a closer look at the coffee in his hand. Whether it was from the color or the fragrance, it was very consistent with the coffee in the memory. Take a sip, Luli suddenly lit away. As soon as the coffee was hot, after a while, the taste of coffee permeated the entire mouth. The taste is strong and strong. A glass of refreshing. Luli's coffee-made coffee can taste comparable to the best Blue Mountain coffee. I believe that with this, it will definitely attract many rich people to taste it. After all, coffee has always been a symbol of nobles. Luli intends to transform it here into a cafe. Back to the yard, Luli hung a conspicuous sign on his villa's outer wall. The name is called, and the Cub Coffee Shop. Luli has not realized that the coffee he made in the future will be popular for the entire Block Kingdom. Of course, this is the future. Luli looked like after the coffee shop. Suddenly, there was a shout from the ground. Luli turned around and saw a short man, standing at his own land and glaring at himself. He walked curiously. Before he came in front of him, Luli heard the man scolding there. Who allows you to build a house here? The man's tone was quite bad, and Luli went back directly. My own land, what's wrong with building a house? I can't control the building of a house, but since you moved here, there are more and more people, and I have been working hard. In the past 2 days, the door of his family was blocked by the crowd, and he could only fall to the wall. It was what they came to, not what I shouted, care about my fart. Go to them if you want to find it. Luli frowned and said impatiently. Hey! Do you know who I am? Dare to talk to me like this? The man heard the words, blowing his beard and shouting. I care about who you are. I built a house on my own site and care about your fart. It's a dog who takes a mouse, and I am free. Luli's attitude is very tough. You. Try it again. The man was stubborn, by Luli. Luli felt a little funny, and there were still people asking himself to scold him. He has lived for so many years, and he heard this requirement for the first time. But since the other party said so, Luli was not easy to refuse. After all, he is a good young man who is helpful. I said, your dog takes a mouse, has a lot of time, is you satisfied? Luli jumped out one by one. The man's face was getting darker, and his body was constantly trembling. You're done. The man said coldly. Ah? Can you be loud, I can't hear it. Luli's expression asked. Lady, I have to say that you have the courage, but you are rampant in front of the Marquis of Takayama, that is the way you look for. The man said sneered. Alpine. Marquis? Luli heard the words. How about it, I'm afraid. While rolling out now, I can apologize for me, I can still spare you. The Marquis of Takayama thought Luli was scared to hear his name. But in the next second, Luli suddenly laughed. Why are you laughing? Juju frowned and asked. Ordinary people should be scared when they hear their names. After all, the Marquis is second only to the Duke's position, with a lofty status, and there are few Marquis in the whole city of Les. Alpine. This name is obtained, it's absolutely. I guess you don't even have 1 meter or 5? The Marquis is true, it really looks like a monkey. You look at your facial features, pointed monkey's cheeks, monkeys are real. Lu Licheng said with a smile. You are dead. The face of the Jueju of Takayama was green for a while. His most taboo is the height and appearance of being criticized. Usually, those guys who dare to laugh at him are miserable. That's it? That's it? Are you anxious? Luli looked at the Marquis of Takayama with a sarcasm, laughed. Come, surround this guy. The Marquis of Takayama couldn't help it anymore. With an order, dozens of people rushed out of the house and surrounded Luli's house. Disassemble this guy's house. I see me with his head. Facing the siege, Luli did not show a panic. Want to demolish my house? Dreaming. Luli sneered. The land has permission settings, and it cannot enter without permission. Even if the other person's people are several times more, they cannot come in. Dozens of hands sent by Marquis to the closer, and after a test, the air wall in front of the ground was found. Master Marquis, we were stopped by an invisible air wall. Take the weapon. Care what the wall he is. Demolition it for me. The Jueju of Takayama shouted fiercely. Seeing this scene, Luli couldn't help but laugh. A group of idiots. As soon as his words fell, he heard a scream from all around. The dozens of guards attacked on the air wall on the ground, and then shocked by a huge force. Oh, it hurts me. My butt has been fell in half. How can this stuff rebound attack? The guards are endless. Waste. What do I have to eat if you raise you? Don't get up quickly. Seeing the guards fell to the ground, the count of the counties had to be crooked. You don't go. I go. Earl Takayama took out the long sword and chopped it towards the air wall. Unexpected air walls did not appear. Earl Takayama actually entered the ground directly. I am going to be flat here today. Earl Takayama laughed. He thought the air wall was destroyed by him. Luli didn't look at the count and turned into the villa. Earl Takayama, stunned. Is the other party admitted? Don't you do it with yourself? But that happened to be in his heart. Earl Takayama took out the axe and was ready to start the house. As soon as the axe in his hand fell, before he had time to cut down a piece of wood, a tall black shadow shrouded the county. Well, what kind of ghost? As soon as Earl Takayama looked back, he saw a giant creature with 3 or 4 meters high standing behind him. This is the iron puppet produced by Luli, which is specially used to prevent bear children from dismantling. But there seems to be no bear children in this world. Before waiting for the patent church to ask for help, the iron puppet raised his thick arms and directly threw it into the air. Ah! The screams of the Count Gaoshan cut through the sky. Luli passed the window and just saw this scene. Hey, you dare to mess with iron puppets, you are also a talent. The guardians around watched the counties of Takayama who were thrown out by the iron puppet, but could not get in at all. Earl Takayama was impartial and was thrown back to his house. However, he was a little embarrassed. It happened to be the dung pit of the Jueja toilet. Although he was a little disgusting, he recovered a small life. If it is on the flat ground this time, it is estimated that it will be farted directly. Ant, who was responsible for cleaning the toilet, was startled by the Marquis. Fuck, the warriors. Lao Ba is a younger brother in front of you. Luli returned to the basement and started researching new things. He had gained copper before, but he had never had a chance to use it. This time, Luli was ready to make a lightning needle. The lightning rod can be used to attract lightning. The strength of Dahe needs to be further enhanced, so Luli intends to use the characteristics of a lightning shot to introduce lightning into a skeleton horse. After getting a lightning rod, Luli didn't worry about dark. He wanted to give a great gift to the neighbors next door with this stuff. That night, Luli slipped out of the house silently and came to the county's house. It was quiet in the middle of the night, and the guards were a little relaxed. Luli was very easy to enter the wall into it. Finding the house where Marquis lived, Luli climbed the roof carefully. He inserted the lightning-absorbing needle at the top of the Marquis's head, and then returned to a safe place to watch the changes. What taste? Why is it so smelly? Luli squatted in the corner, and a smell floated out of the Marquis's room, almost vomiting Luli. He hurried away, and then stopped. After waiting for a few minutes, the sky was gathered. A thick lightning dropped from the sky, and its light even made the dark night sky brighter. Immediately, the loud noise also arrived together. The Marquis of the Mountain Marquis, who was hard to fall asleep, was awakened by thunder. Before he reacted what happened, he was so happy. Luli did not expect that the power of the lightning was so great that he directly penetrated the roof. Fortunately, the lightning rod has absorbed most of the lightning, and the Marquis reluctantly recovered a small life. But he was really embarrassed at this time. The face was dark, the hair on the head fried, and a scorched fragrance came from the lower body. Earl Takayama looked down, screamed, and fainted directly. A certain part has been split into coke by lightning. In other words, he is no longer a man. Seeing more and more people, Luli did not stay more, hidden his body directly, and slipped out of the crowd. It didn't take long for Luli to leave the count, and several lightning fell. Lightning triggered a fire, and the entire Earl's house was bathed in the sea of fire. Luli returned home, sat in the window, and admired the beautiful fireworks. This night, the count was chopped by the thunder all night. So that the next day, Les City was full of storms. I heard it, the Earl of Takayama was condemned. Really, I also saw it last night. The lightning puppet fell to his house, but spectacular. Earl Takayama must have done something that hurts the world, otherwise how can you be split by lightning? I am a relative at the count as a cleaner at the count. I heard from him in the morning that the count seems to have a special habit. Special habit? What? Let's listen. It is said that Earl Takayama likes to eat ollie, and yesterday was just encountered by my relatives. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Fuck. This is a big news. I will go back and tell my friends. Therefore, the Count Takayama likes to eat ollie. This rumor has passed on in Les City. As the initiator of this incident, Luli did not expect that things would develop to this point. Early the next morning, Luli's villa was surrounded by people. Among them, many of them deliberately came to watch the county's residents. As soon as Luli appeared, the crowd immediately boiled. Brother, let me go in, I have money. People squeezed in front of Luli, and wanted to see it. Luli waved his hand and signaled the quiet. Everyone, quiet, I have a good news to announce. Today, the Square Cafe is officially opened. So, I decided that 3 days before the opening, do not charge any fees. Everyone play freely. As soon as Luli's voice fell, there was a cheering out of the crowd. After Luli finished speaking, he began to announce today's 100 entry places. Before leaving yesterday, Luli sent a different number card to those waiting queues. From 0 to 1000, a total of 1000 sheets. Every day, Luli will announce 100 numbers. As long as the corresponding number plate is held, you can get qualifications for admission. In the eyes of others, Luli is a full fool. If you have money, don't make money, what you have to do for free. 100 people a day are 1000 gold coins. For 3 days for free, that is the loss of 3000 gold coins. But for Luli, these are just small money. Sometimes hunger marketing is the best effect. The qualified 100 people entered the ground with excitement. Everyone, I have to remind you a few words before visiting, don't destroy it. Before Luli's words finished, he heard a miserable cry. A martyr's man who came out of the tool as soon as he came in and was ready to dismantle his house. the iron puppets in Luli's courtyard couldn't be calm. They almost moved to the man, raised their thick arms, thrown him out of the ground directly, and fell heavily on the ground. Before the man responded, he had become seriously injured. Seeing this scene, the remaining 99 people were subconsciously far away from the iron puppet. There are more than a dozen iron puppets in the yard. They are usually used as waiters. Only when someone is destroyed will they come forward. Well, when you look at it slowly, I will miss it first. I wish you all a good time. Seeing that the iron puppet played a deterrent, Luli left with confidence. The rest of the matter, don't worry about Luli. He only needs to come over every day to draw a place to enter the venue. After Luli left the Square Cafe, he originally planned to go to Wangqing Elite College to borrow the enchanting table. But thinking of those unhappy before, he gave up. Seeking people is better to ask yourself. It seems that you still have to make a magic platform yourself. It is not difficult to find the materials to make the enchanting table, which requires diamonds and obsidian. Luli's body and NBP, there are hundreds of diamonds. Even if you make the whole body diamond suit, it is more than enough. Water plus magma is equal to obsidian. Now you only need to find a magma lake to get it. Luli vaguely remembers that there is a large piece of magma lake in the mines in the fog forest. He immediately passed. When I came to the magma lake, Luli took out the bucket and fell down from the height. With the sound of nourishing, a large magma instantly became obsidian. Obsidian is extremely hard, and it is impossible to dig at all with other picks. Only diamond pick can compete with it. The Luli, who absorbs the power of the keel, is more handy now. It didn't take long for him to dug enough obsidian. However, Luli didn't mean to stop. He continued to dig for a while until he filled the number of portal ports in the lower bound. Luli had a bold idea. He was going to go to the lower bound. Now that the lower bounds are turbulent, even the pigs have been left their hometown. There must be something in it. Luli wanted to see what happened to see if he could figure out the origin of those mutant zombies. If Anta did not lie to himself, mutant zombies would definitely run out of the lower bounds. If you can curb the appearance of mutant zombies on the source, it is naturally the best. However, if you want to go to the lower world, Luli's equipment is still not enough. Therefore, changing to a more powerful equipment has become an imminent thing. After digging the obsidian, Luli returned to the skeleton archer brush the monster tower. He made the attachment platform with the synthetic table, and then placed it in the corner. With the enchanting platform, there is also a lack of bookshelves. The bookshelf can make the enchanting level higher. If you want the highest level of the 30-level enchantment, you need to a full 16 bookshelves. There are many materials required for bookshelves, and leather and sugar cane. If you do it now, it is estimated that it will take a lot of time. Fortunately, when Luli went to the enchanting division Polly's family, he took some bookshelves and returned. The positioning between the enchanting table and the bookshelf is also very particular. Too close or too far, the attached spells will fail. The height of the bookshelf and the level of the enchanting platform may be higher than the enchanting table, and the position is far from the attachment platform. The height of the bookshelf and the same or high block must be allowed to take effect. Luli was placed around a lap around the enchanting table, leaving only one entry that could enter. This is the easiest way to place it. After putting it, Luli went into a blank book into the enchanting Taichung. Add the enchanting materials, lithography stones, you can start the enchantment. Luli needs an enchantment book with power. This stuff is critical for Luli. His big sword hasn't attached magic since the upgrade. Depending on the quality, the sword can be divided into 3 types: sealing knives, stamps, and demon knives. The sealing knife refers to those unprepared swords that have not been enchanting, and the name of the weapon is gray. After the sealing knife enchanting, it will become a printed knife. Compared with the sealing knife, the printing knife can release a skill. PIA and NBP, ADA, referred to as A, is a special attack skill that can only have the quality of the knife. After the Indian knife was renamed with an iron anvil, it became a demon knife. The demon knife can not only use a skill, but also recover durability by killing from the motion. Luli and NBP, now plan is to attach your big sword and NBP, let it become a printed knife. The A skill of the Datai Dao is called Dimensional Chop, and you can launch a very powerful purple knife light attack. If luck can attach a magic attribute, Luli will not hesitate to rename it, making Datai Dao a demon knife. The demon knife with power enchanting can release a skill called Phantom Sword. The power of Phantom Sword is more horrible than Dimensional Cut. You can lock the enemy at a long distance and send a knife light attack. You can also upgrade Phantom Sword to a more powerful Phantom Flying Blade with Yaoshun Big Pearl. Phantom Flying Blade is the advanced skill of Phantom Sword. Not only will the power and moves of sword skills increase, but it will also increase the difficulty to operate. If you give this sword with a magic attribute, then the A skill, Dimensional Cut, will also be enhanced. At the same time, the monster knife with strength and impact attributes. When releasing the A skill, Dimensional Cut, the enemy's hits the enemy will be forcibly pulled around, causing a lot of damage. Luli had been able to kill the quartet in the server before, relying on these powerful A and sword skills. For example, the A skill of the sword, Village Rain, pull the knife cut. If the time is long enough, you can even kill all the creatures in the range of tens of meters in front of them. Of course, the cost is to consume half of durability directly. The power of pulling the sword is much higher than that of ordinary weapons such as Diamond Sword, Diamond Axe. Luli is still going for a long time. However, one day, he will become the strongest existence. Luli put the green stone in Taichung, and was prepared to be enchanting. Because the enchantment is random, it is easy to enchant the magic to various messy attributes. Therefore, Luli did not choose to attach magic directly onto Tai Dao, but used books to attach magic. Even if the attributes of the enchantment are not satisfactory, you can replace a book and re-enchant the magic. Put the book in the enchanting Taichung, and several tedious attachment spells immediately emerged on the enchanting table. These attachment spells do not understand, but for Luli, it is simply a piece of cake. Those obscure attachment spells are actually pinyin promoted by letters. Luli glanced a little, and he already knew that the book will attach the attributes of the magic. The flame is additional, it feels average. Seeing this enchantment, Luli frowned, and was not very satisfied. Once the attributes of the enchantment are determined, it cannot be changed. If you want to change the attribute, you can only enchant the attribute you do not want to the book. Fortunately, Luli's experience and enchantment materials are sufficient, and they are not afraid. After 4 or 5 enchanting, Luli finally enchanting the enchantment book with power 2. He didn't say anything, and directly used an anvil to synthesize the enchanting book into Tai Dao, and then changed it to the name. In this way, the big sword of the knife was originally closed, and it changed directly to become a demon knife. With the light sound of dang, the new weapon was born. Luli was renamed Blade of Li, which means Luli's exclusive weapon. After getting Blade of Li, Luli waved excitedly. Compared to the previous big sword, the Blade of Li Kuang killed the former from the appearance. The weapon of the demon knife level comes with cool pink special effects. Not only that, now the Blade of Li can already use a skill, Dimension Cut. The use method is also very simple, just a little bit of force for a few seconds, and then swinging hard. A buzzing sounded. A purple fluctuation knife appeared out of thin air, and the air seemed to be slightly shocked. In addition, due to the attribute of the enchantment, the blade is also attached to an exclusive skill, Phantom Sword. After releasing Phantom Sword, Luli's body will appear some purple sword gas. Because Phantom Sword is a locking skill, it can only be used to be played by the target, so it can only be used to watch. I don't know how the damage of this trick is, try to find a monster for time. Luli was already eager to try. He couldn't wait to experience the power of new moves. Luli closed his knife back to the sheath and began to continue the magic. There were more than a dozen books left in his hands, and he simply gave all the enchantment at one time. After a few enchanting, there was a magic book with an impact attribute. Fuck. It's done. Luli's face was happy. With this, Luli's blade is considered complete. Luli used an iron anvil to synthesize the impact on the enchantment book and the blade. Pulling the sword and NBP, there is a magical place. It can increase the maximum damage value of weapons by forging. Affiliated power, renamed, plus enchanting impact, a total of 3 forging. The current maximum damage value of the blade has also changed from the initial 17 points to 20 points, which has greatly increased the combat effectiveness. In theory, a sword pulling a sword can be forged infinitely. However, in fact, after each forging, the experience of the next forging will increase a lot. This also leads to a horrible figure that the more you need to have forged once. Luli had just had a dozen books just now, forged 3 times, and consumed all the experience of 60 or 70 on his body. He originally planned to put the new diamonds to the enchantment, and there was no drama at this moment. There was no way, Luli had to temporarily close it, and then enchanted the magic when you experienced more experience in the future. Fortunately, this set of enchanting iron armor is currently enough. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. With the promoted Blade of Lee, Luli returned to the square cafe. At this point, it was dark. There are only a few people in the cafe. A bunch of foods prepared before Luli have been eaten clean. Only coffee is left without asking. Luli frowned and couldn't figure it out. With such delicious coffee, this group of people is not interested in? Just as Luli couldn't solve it, a man walked to him and sat down. Luli didn't care about the man at the beginning. It wasn't until the man took a sip of coffee, which caused Luli's interest. After the man drank coffee, his eyes were on, and a surprise was exposed on his face. He lifted coffee again and took a big mouth. What is this? The taste is special. The man murmured. This is called coffee, a hot drink. Luli saw the enthusiastic explanation. Coffee. I heard this kind of thing for the first time. The man looked at the coffee in his hand in surprise. This is a new model I just developed, I don't know if it is normal. Luli said. Convenient to ask, how did this coffee make? The man asked Luli. This belongs to commercial secrets, cannot be disclosed. Luli declined the man's request. The core technology of coffee must be in your hands, otherwise Luli's coffee will lose its competitiveness. Okay, how do you sell this coffee? I want to buy a little back and drink slowly. The man was a little disappointed. Sorry, I didn't plan to sell it for the time being. If you want to drink, come again tomorrow, the coffee in the store is free. Free? The man first froze, and then thought of paying the cost of paying 10 gold coins, and suddenly understood. It seems to be free to drink, but actually has to pay. Okay, I will come again tomorrow, you remember to leave me a place. Okay, see if you like coffee too, I will open a back door for you. The reason why Luli had privileged the men was to make him a demonstration. Others do not drink coffee because they have never seen such things. Black things, they are a little afraid. The appearance of a man just happened to be the first person to eat crabs. Luli is very confident in the taste of coffee. What is missing now is just an opportunity. When these people feel the charm of coffee, they will definitely be fooled. At that time, the purpose of Luli's marketing purpose will be achieved. The man drank 3 cups of coffee in a row, and finally left. Lu Limu sent the man away from away. Somehow, Luli always felt that this person was familiar, but he couldn't figure it out for a long time, so he had to give up. That night, Luli was lying on the bed for a long time and fell asleep. In the early morning of the next day, Luli came to the Cavaliers' headquarters. As soon as he walked into the door of the Cavaliers, everyone began to point him to him. Luli was a little curious. "Don't I look handsome, as for me all staring at me?" He thought, very narcissistic. It wasn't until he encountered a broken halberd that Luli learned the truth from his mouth. It turned out that Luli had been with Mu Lin and the broken sky halberd to rescue the villagers of the Kalo village. Now everyone is discussing landing. Many people think that the news is definitely fake, and how can the infected people be rescued? Even if it can be rescued, it must be the credit of the 2 knights, which has little to do with Luli. Only breaking the halberd and Mulan are the most clear, all of which are Luli. They just set up their hands, by the way. Breaking the halberd also explained to everyone, but the darker, the more, the darker. The more he denies that everyone feels more, the more he feels the credit of Luli. Even some people have been making rumors, saying that Luli is actually Mu Lin's relatives, so he is treated specially. Feeling everyone's envious and jealous eyes, Luli was calm and free, and it was not affected at all. "Don't explain it?" Broken Heavenly Blossom asked Luli. "What is good to explain? I don't need their recognition." Luli didn't care about it. Hearing Luli's words, a hint of praise was revealed in the eyes of the sky. "By the way, old Mu, he is not there, I am looking for him." Luli looked around and did not find Mu Lin's figure, so he asked Xiang Xiangtian halberd. "The head of the group said there was an urgent matter, and I went out early in the morning." "Go out? This old man is really unreliable. Let me answer me today." Luli also expects to sell those potions and golden apples to get rich. "Your business, I heard from the head of the regiment. He said that the price has been reported, and there should be results in 2 days. Broken the halberd explained. "Hey, just sell 800 gold coins and such a good thing, but it is so buckle." Luli sighed lightly. "Steve, there are still those things you sell, do you still have something to prevent me?" Broken the halberd suddenly whispered. "Do you want it? That must be fine. Just go to the relationship between the 2 of us, I will give you a 10% discount." As soon as Luli waved his hand, he took out the golden apple and splashing weak potion. 10% off? Our relationship is worth this discount? It's cheaper. Even for breaking the halberd, $800 are a lot of costs. That's not okay. As the saying goes, the brothers have to calculate the account. At least 88%. The righteous words of Luli said as if he was really about to lose blood. "I believe you a ghost. You little wealth." Broken the halberd couldn't help but turned his eyes. He said that, but in the end, he bought it obediently. "No way, who makes this thing help? Going out, keeping life is the most critical." "Thank you, boss, you need to find me again next time." Luli got the money, and he went out of the door. Luli was walking on the street, but in his head, he thought about how to sell these things in his hand. "Would you go to the trading business?" Luli just passed by the trading market, and then moved his mind. However, Luli did not intend to disguise it into a ghost. He wants to enter with Steve's appearance. The ghost noodles are the hidden identity of Luli, which requires some mystery and is not suitable for always showing up. As soon as Luli walked into the Star Trading Bank, someone welcomed it. There is no way, Luli's shoulder's metal mark is really conspicuous. Basically, individuals can see the identity of Luli. In the city of Les, having a knight status is also a symbol of glory. Therefore, the staff who came up with Luli was particularly enthusiastic. "Dear knights, don't know what can serve you? I want to sell some things, please help me contact Lee. Luli subconsciously said Leah's name, but he quickly reacted. He can't show that Leah is very familiar, otherwise it is easy to expose his identity. When the staff heard Luli's words, they didn't dare to neglect. Not long after, Luli was taken to the VIP room. Before the buttocks were hot, Leah came across. Hello, my name is Leah, the person in charge of the Star Trading Bank. Leah stretched out his hand towards landing. Luli was not ambiguous and held it directly. As soon as the two's hands were touched together, Luli felt a faint current flowing through the whole body, which was particularly comfortable. Leah also felt strange, and she blushed instantly. Hello, my name is Steve. Mr. Steve, do you plan to sell? Leah asked. Yes, I have some potions and golden apples here to sell. I hope you can drive the price that satisfy me. The purpose of Luli is very simple, that is, selling more money. Golden apple is indeed a good thing. We are willing to acquire at a price of 100 gold coins. As for the potion, I don't know what it is to do. Can you explain it? Leah looked at the potion in the landing of the land, and asked some doubts. This is called Splash, like weak potion. After use, the enemy can enter a weak state. Luli explained. Weak drugs, it sounds good. I don't know what the appropriate price in your mind is? Leah asked. 800 gold coins, don't say less than this number. 800 gold coins? This. When Leah heard this number, she couldn't help but have a little tongue. Just a bottle of potion, it is not the potion that increases its own combat effectiveness. He dares to sell 800, just want to be crazy. However, she is hard to say that only and NBP, it can be embarrassed. I know, you must think that this stuff is not worth 800. I tell you the truth, this is the potion of life. Luli said. Life potion. Leah was confused and doubtful. You heard that the recently and NBP, is the mutant zombie? Luli suddenly heard the way. I heard that as soon as those mutant zombies bites people, people will become monsters. It is said that villagers in a village have been attacked. You are talking about Carlo village. Luli added. Yes, right. How do you know? Because I come from Carlo village. Leah suddenly panicked, thinking that she said something that should not be said. Sorry, I don't know you are. Before Leah finished speaking, Luli was interrupted. It's okay, anyway, those villagers have returned to normal. How is it? Are you lied to me? Leah was a little shocked. What am I lied to you? Don't believe you go to Carlo village, to see. Luli said helplessly with both hands.